You've fallen right into my trap. You see, I've already deleted my other biggest werewolf compilations. That's right, you've got nowhere else to go. But lucky for you, I've combined them all and then some into this. The world's biggest werewolf compilation of all time, bigger than the full moon perhaps, bigger than the hunger of a starving wolf. Enjoy this 12-hour marathon of werewolf and dogman sightings that will have you ordering brown pants in bulk. As always, follow and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, or else you might turn into a werewolf. And I mean the bad kind, not the kind people on Twitter want to cuddle with. Full Moon Phenomena. From Rosie 82. I'm a veterinarian for a small town in Ohio. In a place like this, where livestock outnumbers people, and everyone knows everyone else, you'd think life would be pretty predictable. Mostly it is, but about 2 years back, I started to notice something that shook my understanding of the natural world. It all began on a crisp autumn morning. I had just arrived at the clinic when my assistant, Ginny, rushed in with a worried look on her face. "Dr. Rosie," she said. "The Duns just called. Something got into their chicken coop last night, and it's bad." This wasn't uncommon. We often dealt with predator attacks on farms. Usually it was coyotes or the occasional feral dog. But when I arrived at the Dunn farm, I knew this was different. The chicken coop looked like it had been hit by a tornado. The heavy wire mesh was torn apart like it was tissue paper. Inside, it was a bloodbath. But what struck me was the precision of the kills. This wasn't the frenzied attack of a hungry predator. Each chicken had been killed with a single powerful bite to the neck. As I was examining the scene, Mr. Dunn approached me. "Rosie," he said, his voice shaking a bit. "I've been raising chickens for 30 years. Never seen anything like this. What do you think did it?" I didn't have a good answer for him. The bite marks were too large for a coyote, and the strength required to rip through the wire mesh ruled out most local predators. I took some samples and measurements, promising to look into it. Over the next few weeks, I nearly forgot about the incident. But then it happened again. This time it was the Petersons' sheep. 3 of them killed, all with the same precision I'd seen at the Duns. And again, the fence had been torn apart with incredible force. I started keeping a record of these attacks, noting their locations and dates. It wasn't until about the 3rd incident that I noticed the pattern. Each attack had occurred on the night of a full moon. At first, I dismissed it as coincidence. But as the months went by, the pattern held. Every full moon brought a new attack, always with the same characteristics: incredible strength, precise kills, and a preference for livestock over easier wild prey. I began to do some research. I looked into the local wildlife patterns, consulted with rangers and wildlife biologists. Nobody had any explanations that fit. The attacks were too powerful for mountain lions and too precise for bears, too infrequent for any natural predator. It was during one of these late-night research sessions that I first stumbled across the term clinical lycanthropy. It's a psychiatric condition where a person believes they can transform into an animal. Most of the medical literature dismissed it as a delusion, but some older texts linked it to the folklore of werewolves. I almost laughed. Werewolves? In our little Midwest town? It was absurd. And yet, the full moon connection, the incredible strength, the animal-like efficiency, I couldn't shake the idea once it took root. Of course, I kept these ideas to myself. I had a reputation to maintain. But I did start paying more attention to the people around town, especially as the full moon approached each month. It was subtle at first. I noticed that some folks seemed more on edge as the full moon approached. One of my clients, a usually calm man named Frank, nearly snapped at me when I suggested rescheduling his dog's appointment that fell on a full moon night. Then there was Abigail, the new high school biology teacher. She'd moved to town about a year ago, around the time the attack started. I noticed she always looked exhausted after full moon nights, often calling in sick the next day. But the real kicker came about 6 months into my observations. I was working late at the clinic on a full moon night when I got an emergency call. A large animal had been hit by a car on the outskirts of town. When I arrived at the scene, the driver was visibly shaken. "I swear, Doc," he kept saying, "it wasn't a deer. It was walking on 2 legs." The animal, whatever it was, had dragged itself into the woods. We found a blood trail, but it disappeared after about 100 yards. What I did find, though, made my blood run cold. There, half hidden in the mud, was a footprint. It was larger than a person's foot, with clear claw marks at the end of each toe. I made a cast of the print before the police arrived. To this day, I keep it locked in my desk drawer. It reminds me that there are things in this world that defy rational explanation. The next day, I heard that Abigail, the biology teacher, had been admitted to the hospital with severe injuries from a hiking accident. She was out of work for weeks, and when she returned, she walked with a noticeable limp for months. I wish I could say I solved the mystery, that I uncovered the truth behind these strange events. But the reality is, I'm left with more questions than answers. The attacks continue. Every time there's a full moon, always with the same characteristics. I've shared my findings with the local sheriff, but without concrete evidence, there's little more they can do. And I can't really go public with my suspicions now, can I? Who's gonna believe the veterinarian claiming there's a werewolf in the town? After all, I could be wrong. I'm still out here doing my job, treating the animals, documenting the occasional attacks, doing my best to search for the right explanation. All the while, I'll be watching the moon wax and wane, wondering what the next full moon might bring. If you're in Ohio, in a small town, and you see a vet's truck parked out on a lonely back road on a full moon night, give a friendly wave. It's probably me, keeping watch, waiting for the moment when the world of science and the world of legend collide. It stalks the roads. From Mario S. I've been a trucker for over 15 years, hauling freight across Europe. From the bustling ports of Rotterdam to the icy roads of Scandinavia, I've seen just about everything there is to see on the road. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered last winter on a remote stretch of highway in Eastern Europe. I still get chills thinking about it. It was late November. I had just picked up a load in Poland, destined for Romania. The route took me through some of the most isolated and rugged terrain I'd ever driven. Thick forests flanked the highway, and the winter weather made the drive even more treacherous. Snow was falling steadily, covering the road in a slick, icy layer that made every turn a potential disaster. I had to be extra cautious, which meant keeping my speed low and my eyes peeled. The sun set early. By 5 p.m., it was already pitch dark. The headlights of my truck were the only source of light, casting long shadows across the snow-covered road. I kept the radio on to drown out the eerie silence, but the old-timey songs only added to the unsettling atmosphere. I'd been driving for hours, and I was starting to feel the strain. My eyes were tired, my back was hurting, and I was really craving a hot meal and a nice cozy bed. The next truck stop was still a good 2 hours away, but I knew I had to push through. Stopping on the side of the road in these conditions was not an option. As I rounded a particularly sharp bend, Something darted across the road in front of me. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the icy surface. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I saw. It was too fast to be a deer, too large to be a fox. Whatever it was, it had moved with an unnatural speed. I sat there for a moment, my breath fogging up the windshield. The snow continued to fall and the night was eerily silent once more. I shook my head, chalking it up to exhaustion, and I continued down the road, albeit a bit more cautiously. About an hour later, I saw the lights of a small village up ahead. Relieved, I decided to pull over to take a short break. Maybe I could grab a coffee and clear my head. I found a spot on the outskirts of the village, parked my truck, and stepped out into the freezing night air. The village was quiet, but considering the weather outside, I don't blame everyone for staying inside. I walked over to the small cafe that was still open, felt like a moth being drawn to those warm lights. As I entered, the bell above the door jingled and the woman behind the counter looked up, offering a polite smile. "Coffee, please," I said, my voice sounding tired even to my own ears. She nodded and went to work, the sound of the coffee machine filling the silence. I glanced around the cafe. It was empty, save for an old man sitting in the corner, nursing a cup of tea. He looked up at me, eyes narrowing as if he was trying to place me. "You're not from around here," he said, voice gruff but not unfriendly. "Just passing through," I replied, taking a seat at the counter. The woman brought my coffee and I took a grateful sip, the warmth spreading through my body. "Be careful on these roads," the old man continued, "especially at night." I nodded, not wanting to engage in a lengthy conversation. I was much too tired for small talk. He glanced around as if making sure no one else was listening. "There are legends around here, by the way. Stories of things that live in the forest. Most people dismiss them as myths, but I've seen things with my own eyes." A shiver ran down my spine, reminded me of what I thought I saw on the road. "Like what?" I asked. He leaned in closer. "There's talk of a certain animal, a beast. Looks like a wolf. Some say it's something worse." I laughed nervously. "You're trying to scare me." He shook his head. "Believe what you want, but don't say I didn't warn you." I finished my coffee, paid, and left the cafe. The old man's words echoed in my head. As I walked back into the truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I quickened my pace, eager to get back on the road. The snow had stopped falling, but the sky was still overcast, blocking out the moon and stars. I climbed into the cab, started the engine, and continued my journey. The village quickly disappeared in my rear view, replaced by the dark. About an hour later, I saw something ahead of me on the road. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer. But as I got closer, I realized it was on 2 legs. My heart pounded in my chest, and I slowed down, trying to make out what it was. It turned to look at me, and I saw its eyes, glowing a menacing yellow. Panic surged through me. I hit the gas, swerving to avoid the thing. It moved with astonishing speed, darting into the trees. I kept driving, my hands gripping the wheels so tightly, my knuckles turned white. I didn't stop until I reached the truck stop, my nerves on edge the entire way. I parked the truck and sat there for a moment, trying to calm down. My mind was reeling. I was replaying in my head everything that I'd seen. It couldn't have been real, I told myself. "You're just tired. Your imagination's running wild." But deep down, I knew it was real. The old man's warning echoed in my head, and I could not shake the feeling that I had encountered something that just wasn't right. At some point, I stopped in a small village, finding myself at yet another cafe. The place was a bit more bustling than the prior. Other travelers eating and chatting. I found an empty table and ordered some food, trying to distract myself from the unsettling experience. As I ate, I overheard a conversation between two men at the table next to mine. They were discussing strange sightings on the road, stories of weird animals, and unexplained disappearances. My ears perked up. I listened closely. "Yeah, I heard about that," one of them said. "A buddy of mine saw something out near the Polish border. Said it looked like a giant wolf, but on two legs." The other trucker nodded. "Same here. Saw something like that myself a few months back. Thought I was losing my mind." I had to speak up then. "Excuse me, pardon me. You really believe that?" They looked at me, expression serious. "After what I've seen, I don't know what to believe," one said. "But there's definitely something out there." We exchanged stories, each one more chilling than the last. By the time I finished my meal, I felt a strange sense of camaraderie. I wasn't alone in this. Others had seen the same things I had. I spent the night at a nearby rest stop, too afraid to continue my journey until daylight. The following morning, I set off again, the memory of the previous night still fresh in my head. The sun was shining bright. The snow was starting to melt a bit. But I was nowhere near close to shaking that feeling of eeriness from the night before. As I drove through the forested landscape, I kept my eyes on the road, scanning for any signs of something strange that might dart out of nowhere. Warning: the following story contains depictions of severe harm against animals. Werewolf and Feral Hogs. From Mississippi Pigman. You can't go through Mississippi without experiencing the Mississippi River, blues music, catfish, gators, and southern hospitality. Besides the warm, welcoming culture, it sits upon marshy lands, thick pine forests, and the Gulf Coast. You can call me Sean. This is where I was born, raised, and still live to this very day. This is my story. I am an avid hog hunter and trapper. For those who don't live in the South, we have a bad problem down here with invasive pigs, or feral hogs. These pigs are big, mean, carry diseases, breed quickly, and can be difficult to trap. They cause millions of dollars in property damage by destroying yards and farmlands, and they ruin ecosystems. I've been affected firsthand by these critters, and I've made it my priority to help reduce these pests and the devastation they cause. I own a property outside of a small town called Prevails, and there on my land is where I do most of my hunting and trapping. When I trap, I like to use large corral traps, because, from experience, they work the best. The one I own is a large remote-activated one that sits next to a camera. First, I bait the trap with corn, then I wait. When the camera picks up movement, it alerts my phone, and I can see then if there are hogs in my trap. I can push a button, and the walls come down, trapping them inside. For those who want to do the same, I have a boar buster. The thing works like a charm. My personal best is 19 in one catch, so if you beat that, consider yourself a champ. I tell you about this trap because of my first experience with what I think was a werewolf. It was about 1 year ago in July. In the summer down south, it's hot and humid, with temperatures reaching well into the 90s and higher, depending on the humidity. That day was hotter than the son of a gun. I was at my property, and it was getting dark. I was in the middle of eating supper when my phone lit up with a notification. It alerted me that my trap had some activity. I quickly got up and checked it. I saw 13 hogs eating the corn I'd set out, 2 sows both with 5 piglets and 1 juvenile. I waited patiently as they all slowly got to the middle. Then I hit the button as the walls slammed down into the dirt, trapping them inside. I remember saying, "Gotcha, mud sacks," as I was grinning from ear to ear. I set my phone down, grabbed my .22 rifle, laid it on my table, cleaned up my supper, and I got ready for bed. Come morning, I was going to take care of those pigs. As I was getting ready for bed, I remember putting my phone on charge on my nightstand and hopping into bed when my phone alerted me that there was more activity at the trap. Being curious, I checked to see if there were more hogs I could potentially spot and stalk the next morning. What I saw on my camera was straight from a horror film. I noticed and heard that the hogs were going absolutely nuts. Then on the camera, I saw a large, hairy creature on all fours creep up to the trap from the dark. At first I thought, what the heck is a bear doing here? There are black bears in Mississippi, but you don't see them much where I live. I then looked at it more closely, and I realized the shape was all wrong. I thought it was a large, dark coyote, because coyotes are everywhere here. That's rare, I thought, but then again, I compared its size to the trap. I then thought of the R.L. Stine Goosebumps book, Werewolf of Fever Swamp, and I thought it looked like how it was described in the book from what I remembered as a kid. My eyes went wide with the realization, and a wave of terror and concern began to creep into my mind. I was watching this live as this very large black wolf-like thing circled my trap. I noticed its head and how it looked like it had a coyote head but much bigger. I noticed how built this coyote werewolf creature was and noticed that it had some serious muscle mass to it too. I then saw its hands and feet, and I say that because it had human-like hands with claws like knives protruding from the fingers. Its legs were just like a dog's with a backward joint. At this point, the pigs were constantly to the far side of the cage, the exact opposite side this werewolf thing was. Then, if things couldn't get any more bone-chilling and frightening, I watched it stand up on 2 legs. It then hopped on top of the trap like it was nothing. Keep in mind, this trap is about 5 feet tall. It was almost double the height of the trap when it stood up and jumped on top of it like it was the easiest thing in the world. What happened next, I'm going to keep brief. But I did watch for the couple of seconds it happened. Unfortunately, I didn't turn the audio off. What I saw and heard was the absolute worst thing I'd ever heard and seen. It was a slaughter. My soul winced and squirmed with every shriek and cry from those pigs in that pen. Then it all went silent. My hands and body were shaking. I had this primal fear wash over me. My blood went cold. I was in utter shock and disbelief at what I just witnessed. I wanted to look away, but my eyes were glued to the screen. I watched this creature put what was left of a sow on its shoulder, the other sow in its jaws, and the juvenile in its claw, as it again hopped the cage like it was nothing and disappeared into the forest. I couldn't speak. Words just wouldn't come out. I didn't want to move, or maybe I just couldn't. My eyes were locked on my phone screen, frantically searching and anticipating something else to happen. I genuinely feared that if I moved, it would come for me. I stared at that trap for several darn minutes, waiting, watching, listening for anything to come back. Luckily, that werewolf creature didn't come back that night, and I got no sleep at all. I didn't even bother trying. I made sure to lock every door and window. I got out my SIG P229 and sat on the couch with it by my side till morning. When the sun finally rose, I waited till it was bright and sunny, Then I loaded up my Polaris, driving out the couple of minutes to the trap. I left my .22 and instead brought my AR-15. I had the safety off the entire drive. When I arrived at the trap, I slowly got out of my Polaris, AR raised, finger on the trigger, and I slowly walked up to the trap, scanning my surroundings, my ears strained. At one point, I noticed I was holding my breath. Every step was planned and carefully placed as if my life depended on it. I finally got to the trap, and my stomach clenched and turned as I saw the red scene laid out in front of me. There was nothing left intact in that trap. You can probably imagine what I saw. But to help, picture everything with a bucket of dark red paint on it. I thought to myself, whatever that thing is, it's a killing machine. I very quickly and quietly raised the trap walls to allow for other animals to clean up the mess. As soon as I finished, I had an awful feeling of dread come over me, and the hair on my body began to stand up. I quickly decided it was time to leave, so I did just that, returning home as quickly as I could. After that day, nothing else happened for a while, and the unease began to disappear until the end of August came around. By then, the weather began to cool just a bit, and one day I went out to a feeder I'd set up to put up a trail cam and spot some deer to see what bucks I could potentially go for the upcoming deer season. I arrived at the feeder, loaded it with corn, climbed into a nearby tree stand, and waited for the feeder to go off. About 30 minutes later, the feeder went off, and not too shortly, a group of 5 hogs came wandering in, grunting, uprooting things, being noisy as they began to feed. I was annoyed because I left my .22 rifle in the Polaris, just below the tree, and I knew if I went down to get it, I would scare off the pigs. But then I realized I did have my SIG P229, and I decided that would have to do the job today. I slowly and quietly brought it out of its holster, flicked the safety off, and aimed. As soon as I was about to pull the trigger at the biggest hog of the group, a large black hairy mass sprang out of the forest. It was so fast, so unexpected. I flinched hard and almost dropped my gun onto the stand. It was a blur that happened within a matter of seconds. The black blur ran out of the woods, grabbed a pig, and knocked over my feeder, all in the matter of, no joke, less than 3 seconds. I was in such shock and disbelief, my mind went blank. There was no thought, no anything, besides what the heck just happened. I was then hit by the sudden realization that this was the werewolf thing I saw about a month prior, and it had run right out in front of me. That same primal fear came rushing back into my mind as I sat motionless in that tree for about an hour. I dared not make a sound, or even breathe, if not necessary. I was so scared, even blinking seemed loud. All that time, my mind was spinning with questions. Like, how hadn't I seen it before then? Or, did it see me? Did it know I was there? Could it have gotten me if it wanted to? If I had to, could I protect myself? Is it still out there? I kept running through different scenarios in my head. Eventually, after I felt the coast was clear, I felt safe enough to get out of the tree. I climbed down that tree like a monkey, sped home, and didn't stop until I was back at the house. After that day, it's been hard to go back outside without being paranoid, knowing that it's still out there, and that none of my guns in my possession make me feel any better. It's been over a year now. I haven't seen it since. I'm still trapping and hunting on that very land, but now I always keep in mind that that werewolf thing is out there, and that the feral pigs, and now I have something that we always have to watch our backs for.
Warning.
The following story contains depictions of harm against animals. The Pig Farm Werewolf, from Benji B. The story I'm about to tell you happened when I was around 11 or 12 years old, so the year would have been 1999 or possibly 2000. I live in central Sweden. My parents had been divorced for many years, and the day of my encounter, my younger sister and I were visiting our dad at his farm. He raises slaughter pigs there for one of the country's biggest meat producers. I've always loved animals, and I enjoyed helping out at the farm, feeding the animals and cuddling with the piglets. My dad had built the pig housing just a couple of years before. Now, when you entered through the main entrance, you would find yourself at the beginning of a long corridor, with 4 doors on the right side and 2 doors on the left, with 1 door at the end of the corridor leading out to the back side of the building. The first door on the right led to an office and staff room, and the second door led to a storage room. The following 2 doors on the right and the last door on the left led to the 3 what we called pig stables, called stable number 1, 2, and 3, each with 48 separate pens where the pigs were housed. The first door on the left went to the barn where we stored food and straw for the animals. Now, the way this farm worked was that we received pregnant sows a week or 2 before they were expected to give birth. And when the piglets were old enough, these sows were sent to the other farms to rest for a few months before they were impregnated again. The piglets stayed with us until they were old enough to be sent off to slaughter. Now back to the story. The day of my encounter was a very cold winter day, probably around December or January. The ground was covered in a thick layer of snow, and the sky was clear. A perfect winter day. My sister and I had arrived at our dad's place around lunchtime the same day. That afternoon we were in the stables, helping out with the chores. I remember that in stable number 1, it held slaughter pigs that were maybe a couple of months old. In stable number 2 we had pregnant sows expecting to give birth at any day, and stable number 3 was empty. At the time it had just been cleaned and prepared for a new delivery of pregnant sows to arrive within a few days. I remember my sister being so bored that day. The only thing she liked to do was cuddle and play with the newborn piglets, of which we had none at the time. My dad was in the empty stable, number 3, working on a broken gate to one of the pens, which had been damaged when the slaughter pigs that were housed there earlier were moved. I had just fed the pigs in stable 2 when my dad told me that he had found one of the slaughter pigs injured. Now, it was quite common for them to get injured when they're in the teenage stage of life, trying to establish dominance and being very eager and playful. But it was unusual for them to get any serious injuries. Usually it was just smaller scratches and bite marks. When he told me that this pig probably had a broken front leg, my heart dropped, because I knew that there was nothing we could do, and the pig would have to be put down to end its misery. I hated that. It was not often it happened, but when it did, I always teared up. I helped my dad to find the injured pig, and we carried it out through the door to the backside of the building. Out on the backside, there was a big round manure tank, approximately 15 meters in diameter and several meters deep, partly buried in the ground with just about a meter of the top above ground level. We carried the pig to the other side of the tank, and my dad brought a butchery bolt gun, but I refused to stay out there while my dad did what he had to do. I went back inside and I continued to feed the pigs, listening to music, trying to get my mind off of what happened to that poor pig. After a while, my dad came in to tell me he needed to go to his workshop to get some tools to fix the gate, and he asked if I wanted to stay here or come with him. His workshop was where he stored and maintained his agricultural machines and equipment. It was a 10-minute drive from the farm, and he said he would be back in half an hour. So I told him I would stay. I helped him carry some tools to his car, then watched him and my sister drive away. It was mid-afternoon by then, but it was already dark outside. Now I was alone on the farm, but I didn't mind that. We lived just south of the Arctic Circle, and in the winter we only have a few hours of sunlight from the late morning to early afternoon, so I was used to the short winter days and the darkness. At the moment the sky was still clear, but it was now covered with bright stars and the moon, which looked big and bright and more beautiful than usual. I went back inside to the staff room to eat one of the sandwiches my dad had brought for us. After that, I went back to start cleaning out the pens in stable 1 and 2. These stables had slatted floors that could be opened to scrape down any dung and straw, which was then automatically transported out to the open manure tank on the backside. Because of the freezing temperature, I first had to go out on the back to start a circulation pump to keep the liquid manure from freezing in the pipes. I went out the back, opened the hatch to the control panel, and started the pump. I then closed the hatch, and I looked across the manure tank at the pig lying there in the snow. A dim light shone through the windows from the lights inside and from the moon lighting up the area. The snow under the pig's head was now colored red, and I actually felt a bit relieved that he was no longer in pain. I went back inside, starting to clean out the pens. After about half an hour, I'd finished the 2 stables. My dad and sister weren't back from the workshop yet, so I decided to go to the staff room to have a Coke from the refrigerator and watch some TV until they came back. We still had some work to do, but I felt I deserved a break. They'd probably be back any minute. After a few minutes of watching some boring reality show and drinking Coke and having my second sandwich, I remembered I left the circulation pump to the manure tank on out back. I put down my sandwich and went out to the corridor towards the back door to turn it off. I opened the back door, stepping out, and I was just about to open the hatch to the control panel when I saw something moving in the corner of my right eye just across the manure tank. I looked over towards it, and immediately my heart felt as if it stopped. My entire body froze from fear. What I saw was something I had never seen before, something I hope against hope that I'll never have to see again. Over on the other side of the manure tank, there was a huge animal leaning over the carcass of the pig we'd left out there earlier in the day. The animal faced away from me, so I could only see its back. At first, I thought it was a brown bear, but it was way bigger, and it had a tail with long hair on it, like the tail of a golden retriever. This animal was covered in dark gray and black fur, with a wide, muscular upper body, and I could see the steam from its breath rising in the cold air. Suddenly, the animal stood up on its hind legs. It really was huge. I would guess maybe 220 to 240 centimeters tall. It turned its head slightly to the right, nose towards the sky, and it opened its mouth to toss a piece of meat down its throat. The head was definitely the head of a wolf, but much bigger and darker. It had long furry ears pointing upwards and a long snout with big canine teeth. We have both wild wolves and bears living in this area, but this was something else, something bigger, stronger, something that gave off an evil vibe. The animal leaned down over the pig carcass again, continuing to feast on its meal. I realized it hadn't yet noticed me standing there outside the door behind it. I was so scared. I didn't know if I should scream, cry, or faint. My body was still frozen and just wouldn't move. Finally, I found the strength to silently walk backwards inside and softly close and lock the door. Even when I was inside, I tried to run through the corridor as quietly as possible to lock the front door as well. I did not want to give that monster any chance to get inside. I walked over to the door to stable number 2 that had windows facing the back side, where the creature had been. I looked into the stable through the window in the door. The windows in the wall were about 2 meters up from the floor. From there, I could only see the steam from its breath rising in the air outside. Suddenly, some of the pigs saw me through the door window and started to grunt loudly. Soon, all of them were grunting very loud, as they always do when they see a person at the door. They were excited, hoping I was bringing them more food. I looked back to the windows, just in time to see the creature stand up and turn towards the window, looking in the direction of the sound of the pigs. I could only see the top of its head and the ears when it walked up to the window. I quickly sat down on the floor in front of the door, and now, silently, I cried. I started to crawl on the floor back to the staff room to get to the phone and call my dad. Remember, this was around the year 2000, when a 12-year-old wouldn't have a mobile phone. I reached the door and realized that there are 2 big windows in the staff room, windows that didn't have any curtains or blinds. I didn't dare go inside, risking that the creature would turn up on the front side of the building and see me through the window. I sat down in the corner between the doors to the staff room and the front door. At that point, I could not hold it in anymore. I began to cry like never before. I was sure this monster would get inside, and if it did, it would hear me crying, and it would find me. Suddenly, the door handle on the front door violently turned, and something tried to push the door open. I screamed, and the handle turned again, followed by 2 loud thuds and an attempt to break the door open. I was sure then that I was going to die. When the door handle turned once more, I heard hard knocking on the door, followed by my dad's voice calling out for me. I rushed up, unlocking and opening the door, telling my dad and sister to hurry inside and to lock the door after they did. When I turned to my dad, he saw that I'd been crying, and he asked what was wrong. I told him the whole story of what I called the werewolf, and he looked at me, not saying a word, then looked at my sister. He looked back at me and asked if I am done feeding and cleaning the pens. I nodded. He nodded back, thoughtfully looking down at the floor for a few seconds, then back at us, telling us that the rest of the work can wait until tomorrow. Then he took us back home. In the evening, he went by himself to give the pigs their evening meal. My sister and I watched him from the upper floor of the house as he walked across the yard, hoping that the creature would not be hiding in the dark, ready to attack my dad. I remember him looking all around him with a flashlight as he walked. When he came back, I asked if he had seen the dead pig on the back side. He said he had. Rather, what was left of it. He said it looked as if some sort of predator had found it and dragged the rest of it into the forest. After that incident, my dad was very clear we were not allowed to go outside after dark. As I got older, I've been thinking a lot about that day and how my dad reacted after I told him what happened, followed by the new strict rules about never going outside after dark. Did he know this creature existed? Did he know that it lurked in the forests surrounding the farm? Had he seen it himself? My dad later passed away from leukemia some years later, before I had a chance to ask him about it. But I'm sure he knew something about the creature I saw that day. A dog man stared me down. From Colorado Rocky 1. This story happened on my grandparents' property up in the Colorado mountains a couple of hours outside of Denver. My grandparents lived in a decent-sized cabin in the smack dab middle of the woods, and they have about 168 acres of forest. I was 19 at the time. I decided to go hunting since deer was in season, and I was honestly really excited to go hunting that year. It was around 9 a.m. After a breakfast of pancakes and eggs, I packed up a small backpack. I told my parents and grandparents I was going out for a while to see if I could bag a deer. They said okay, and I was on my way. Now, I am 6'4" and about 185. I would definitely not consider myself a small guy. Anyway, it took about 30 minutes for me to get to my tree stand. Along the way, I tried my best to be quiet. It was freezing outside, must have been around 10 degrees, but the wind chill was way worse. I soon arrived at the stand and took the ladder up, and I sat there for a while. I was in a very good spot. I was high enough to see around me, and I was partially covered by leaves and branches. Here and there I made calls and noises, and after about 2 hours, I spotted 3 does running out of the trees and right into my shooting lane. I, unfortunately, was not going for does, but it was a bit of a morale boost because it meant that the deer were out and about around here. I really needed that because I was freezing my butt off in that stand. After watching these does for a bit, they disappeared off in another direction, and I was alone again. I waited for about another hour to see if anything else would come up, but nothing did. I opened up my backpack and pulled out a couple of granola bars and some trail mix. It was lunchtime and I was starving. I finished my snacks and sipped on some water. In the middle of a drink, a big 8-point buck came trotting through the trees. To be honest, I nearly choked on my water. This was the biggest buck I've ever seen. It was right in my line of sight, and it was broadside, which was perfect. It was about 50-ish yards out, and my heart was pounding. I was so excited. I carried my personal .308 Winchester, which my dad bought me the year before when I turned 18. I steadied my aim, took a deep breath, and as I looked through and adjusted the scope, I saw the darn thing kick into gear and sprint away into the trees. Dang it, I muttered. I was genuinely pretty teed off by then. What the heck had scared it off, I wondered. I looked around with the scope, glancing to my left, and that's when I saw it, about 30 feet to the left of where the deer had been. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There was a set of big amber eyes staring right into my soul through the scope. Whatever it was, it had somehow seen me from this distance, in my stand. My gut dropped as I saw this creature slowly emerge from the forest, coming right into my view. It stood on 2 legs. It was jet black, and the head reminded me of a German shepherd. Its ears were pointed, and it was very, very big. If I had to guess, it seemed to be standing at about 8 feet tall. This thing was so well toned, not like a bodybuilder, but more like a professional track runner. Its legs were skinny and dog-like. Its arms were lanky, ending in claws. Then I saw its lips curl back as it showed its teeth to me. It was snarling at me. I wanted to leave. I wanted to escape from there, but I couldn't stop staring at it. I was fixated on it, and it was fixated on me. I was freezing cold, and now my blood felt like ice coursing through my veins. I trembled, thoughts running through my mind as I realized my .308 Winchester was probably not going to do me any good against this thing, which could probably shred me to bits. As if my mind and soul weren't shattered enough, this thing began to slowly walk toward my stand. It got about 25 feet away from me and just stared. Words cannot describe the fear and terror I felt. It gave me this look of, "You're lucky you didn't shoot that deer, otherwise you'd be next." The beast then growled this really low, grumbly, loud growl. The best I can describe it was like an alligator bellow, but longer, but not as throaty, and more dog-like. I was sweating so bad, my heart pounding out of my chest. Then it gave a sort of snort and turned around, In a swift motion, it got on all fours and ran in the direction of the buck. I sat there for a good half hour, watching and waiting, because there was no way you were going to get me out of that stand after watching it run off, not until I was sure it was long gone. Eventually, I finally gathered the courage and sprinted home so fast. I told my parents, but they didn't believe me. My grandparents, on the other hand, pulled me aside afterwards and said they'd seen something like it too. It's been a couple years though, but they've seen it, and they know it's out there. I've been back several times, and I've never seen it again, but luckily I don't want to. I think myself insanely lucky. Lucky that that creature was hungry for deer and not me. A brief warning to those out in the woods. There are some things out there that can't be tamed, so be alert and be careful. My friend saw a dogman in his backyard. From Sneeve0426. It was back sometime in 2019, late in the year. One of my friends, Ted, saw something in the middle of the night. Tired and feeling fatigued, Ted woke up, rolling out of bed. He headed to the bathroom and then to the kitchen for a late-night snack. Whilst indulging in his snack, he began walking around his living room until he made his way to the window at the back of the house. It was on the second floor by the kitchen. While staring outside, a sudden figure in his backyard caught his attention. Now, the yard was huge. Nothing really in it though besides a couple of trees, one of which had since rotted and fallen down. He noticed a bit past one of those trees a figure with glowing red eyes, a large snout, and it stood at about 7 feet tall. The creature reared up on its legs, and he saw that it had jet black fur and was very muscular. It had these large perked ears too, similar to a German shepherd or perhaps a wolf. But creepier yet, it appeared to have antlers as well. But he says maybe that was just part of its ears. He couldn't really be sure because it was very dark. The creature sniffed the air, then suddenly looked directly at him. As his eyes met the gaze of this beast, he noticed that the eyes were a shade of blood red, the same color mentioned before. He couldn't believe what he was looking at. He knew what he was seeing was the real deal. He could see its breath in the cold night air. As the creature grunted and bared its teeth, it also began to growl. Now, this growl did not sound like a normal animal, but a deep, primal, guttural growl, nothing like he'd ever heard before. The creature took one last glare at him and ran off, jumping over the fence with ease. Shortly afterwards, Ted returned to his room, lying in bed wondering what he really saw. He found it hard to fall back to sleep, but eventually he did. To this day, he still wonders if he'll ever see that creature again. This encounter was not far away from where I live, but it's absolutely horrifying to think about. After all, we do live in the suburbs. New Dogman Encounter, 2023. From CPhilly100. A girlfriend of mine reached out to me with this story, which I found of particular interest, and you'll soon see why. This happened along the Deschutes River Trail outside of Bend, Oregon. She was running along the trail when she heard something behind her. When she turned around, she thought she saw what looked to be a black wolf quickly approaching her from behind. Without thinking, she found the nearest tree and started to climb up. She got about halfway up when this wolf reached the bottom of the tree. To her horror, she saw another one approaching from the opposite direction. The first wolf began to climb the tree, which is also when she realized its paws looked wrong. They looked more like the hands of a raccoon than wolf paws. She broke off a branch and began to swat at the wolf-like creature. It hopped down, and the other one began climbing up towards her perch in the tree. Again, she swatted the branch, and the other one jumped down too. She said the two of them looked up at her, their eyes reminding her of a German shepherd's eyes, almost a bright orange color, and rather intense. They appeared to be studying her. The first one started climbing up again, and that's when she began to pray. She honestly felt those were about to be her last moments on Earth. At that very moment, a deer ran by about 40 yards or so off to the right, away from the river, evidently trying to vacate the area. These wolf creatures saw the deer and immediately took off after it, running rapidly on all fours. She waited a couple of minutes until she was sure they were gone. Then, quickly, she shuffled down the tree and ran back in the direction where she came from, away from those wolves. When I asked her how big they were, she said they were about the size of German shepherds, but very dark in color, with these odd-looking paws that weren't quite paws, but not like human hands either. When I pressed her on this, she was reluctant to explain further, as the retelling itself was understandably rather emotional for her. I then told her about dogmen and asked her if she thought they might be a young dog person. She really couldn't say. She'd never seen a fully grown dogman to compare it to. She did say that they looked healthy. Big bushy tails, thick black fur, not to mention those bright orange eyes. Another thing that struck me as odd is that wolves almost never attack people, and they certainly don't climb trees. It sounded like their hands, for lack of a better term, allowed them to climb up toward where she was sitting in the tree. It also sounded like they weren't really trying to hurt her, but were more so engaging in a sport of sorts, much like young canines chasing a squirrel or something up a tree. There also seemed to be an extra element of intelligence, as it sounds like they'd flanked her position initially. I mentioned that she might want to talk to Vic Kundif, or someone that has more experience talking to people about these kinds of things. So far, she's been too upset and too scared to really tell people about it. So she's been telling people that some wolves chased her down the trail and that she'd escaped by climbing a tree, completely leaving out the part about them climbing up at her. And I assured her that these types of encounters actually did happen, and more often than not, they typically ended relatively well, and that these cryptids, while territorial, don't seem particularly violent towards humans, though we certainly can't rule that out as a possibility. The Werewolf of Fresno, from Eros. It was around 3 a.m. that night. My sister, my friend, and I were heading down Southern California to visit my sister in Orange County. My friend sat on the passenger side, my sister in the back seat. We stopped at a gas station in Fresno before heading out. After leaving this gas station, we started our way down Southern California. But it didn't take long for us to have to stop on our trip. I hadn't even left the town yet. I was driving, and right before I passed the railroad tracks, something caught my eye. I turned to look at it, and I busted a U-turn, driving back to see what was there. I turned into the block and locked the doors, rolling down a window just a bit. All I could really hear was the sound of all the dogs in the neighborhood barking. Seemed like all the dogs out there were going crazy. My sister yelled from the back seat, "What are you doing? Why'd you turn around?" "Shh, I'm listening," I replied. "What's going on?" I then turned the car around and drove off. My sister then said, "What was that all about?" "I thought I saw something. It looked kinda like a dog, but not." "You must be freaking joking." "No, I'm serious. I saw something and it didn't look right." While I'm explaining this to my sister, my friend who was on the passenger side turned to me with his hand on his chest, saying, "Jesus, I thought I was the only one that saw that." I then asked, What did you see?" "Well, I saw the same thing. Something that didn't look like a dog exactly." "Wait, did what you see have legs like a person, was on all fours, and from the waist up looked like a wolf?" "Yeah, that's exactly what I saw." I told this story many times to people I trust and know. They say it's fake, but I know what I saw that night. The Beast in the Snow, from Curtis S. Location: Northwest Arkansas, Ozark Mountains. This story begins like a lot of others. It's a tale of me and my high school buddies. For privacy reasons, we'll use their gamer tags from back then. The actual location of this tale will not be given. It happened back in late 2006, early 2007, when one of the largest snowstorms hit northwest Arkansas. We had 32 inches of snow and 5 inches of ice bearing down on us. There were over 85 fatalities from the storm alone, and over 500,000 people without power. It was very cold and very wet, but as many teenage boys do, we got bored, and we all got together, deciding to go check around to see if we could help people stuck in the snow. We checked on everyone's families that we knew to see if there was anything we could do to help. After some time of this and helping a few people out of the ditches, we again got bored and decided to go and check on G. Dilly's father, as their house was not in the greatest shape. His dad was kind of a lonely hermit. We sat down and talked with him for a while. He would kind of remind you of Deckard Cain from the Diablo games. It was always a sit down and stay a while kind of thing. It was never a fast visit for us boys. However, after a few hours of talking, dark started to set in. The temperature started dropping even more, and as I said earlier, most people were without power. It was very dark. The town looked like something out of an apocalyptic movie, all but abandoned. We tried to get out of the driveway to no avail. After 30 to 45 minutes of trying, we decided that it was best we stay there for the night. I called home to tell my family we were staying there. As the night went on, we started to go stir-crazy, just sitting around and doing nothing. So Timbo and I decided to go outside for a smoke, as Advent and G. Dilly stayed inside. As we smoked, we talked the other two into going down to a place where we all hunted and camped. Now, mind you, we all grew up around here. Timbo and I had the most outdoors experience. We were very avid hunters and fishermen. We loved to go camping. Advent and G. Dilly, however, were more of the inside gamer type, but they still knew their way around the woods. We grabbed our rifles and a shotgun from the truck, and we headed off. We passed one of our many camping spots we used that was on G. Dilly's land. As we walked into the dark and cold through the very thick woods past G. Dilly's house, things started to feel off to us. It felt like we were being watched. The whole "you're now the prey" feeling starting to set in. We chalked it up to the bitter cold. We continued farther into the woods. Looking back on it now, we probably should have turned around, not knowing what dangers awaited us in those woods that night. As we passed our old, most used campsite, we started to get into uncharted territory. That was the goal, though, to test ourselves against Mother Nature. We kept pushing on through the snow and roaring, freezing winds. We went into the pitch-black darkness. As we walked, out of nowhere, we heard the sound of a breaking branch. We spun around to nothing but darkness and a low, guttural growl. The sound made the hair on our necks stand straight up, and we felt it in our very cores. This was no longer an adventure, but survival. We quickened our pace, but to no avail. We ended up falling down a steep, deep gorge. We tumbled all the way to the very bottom of the gorge, must have been around 40 feet. After that, we picked ourselves up, collecting ourselves and our belongings. We looked up then, and we saw something moving around at the top of the hill above us. It was a big, dark figure moving from tree to tree. As it moved around, we noticed that sometimes it moved on 4 legs, and at other times it only moved on 2. We all decided that we were now at a disadvantage to whatever figure was above us on the top of the hill. At that point, with all of us being cold, tired, and hurting from the fall, we decided to find somewhere to set up camp. We walked a little ways down the gorge and found a riverbed. We decided to set up camp there. There was a 4-foot drop there. We laid fallen trees over the top of the riverbed. We then gathered up evergreens and snow and put that on top of the fallen trees. We placed our fire a couple of feet outside of our shelter in the riverbed. We thought that if we built a fire, it may help to scare away whatever figure it was we'd seen, and we probably stood a better chance with the light from the fire. We then sat around the fire for a while. We thought everything had calmed down then. Timbo and I sat inside the shelter. Advent and G. Dilly sat on opposite sides of the riverbed by the shelter. We were all still on edge from what we saw. We talked about it all. At one point, I got up to relieve myself. Timbo decided to get up and add more wood to the fire. I had my back turned away from all of them. Suddenly, Timbo was startled by a possum which had jumped over the woodpile. He shot at it and killed it. As the gunshot rang out, it startled the rest of us. After we realized what happened, we started cracking jokes at Timbo, calling him the Great White Hunter and Possum Slayer. Then we saw it. It was watching us from the distance. Our laughter quickly faded away to fear, the boys noticing me staring off behind them. They turned around to face the creature. We were face to face with its big red eyes. The thing crouched down by a tree, still easily 5 feet tall. It had a large body and a long canine-like face. It had huge, long, razor-sharp teeth, too. At that very moment, it seemed like time stood still. Seconds felt like hours. Total fear hit us all. This creature stood up, fully towering over us. It was well over 7 feet tall. I shouldered my rifle as a roar that seemed to shake the earth filled the air. I fired my .303, hitting it in the chest. Timbo's .30-30 hit its center mass. There was no way this creature could have survived this. As the air settled and cleared, we thought we were about to see this thing lying on the ground, but there was nothing but some deep red stains on the ground and tracks leading away from us. We followed those tracks into the darkness, adrenaline coursing through our veins. We chased it, not sure if it was from fear or shock. The idea of it going after someone else, or one of us when we weren't prepared, made me paranoid. To this very day, I don't know what made us go after it for sure, but we did. We went through hills and gorges, following these tracks and red stains. I figured at any moment the monster was going to come lunging out at us. As we pushed through the bone-chilling cold, we soon realized we were making one big circle. So did that mean it was circling back to us? We really had only one choice. We knew we were never going to catch this thing in this terrain, and there was no open ground for miles. And if it was coming back for us, our best option was to dig in and prepare to fight. We put our backs together, eyes in every direction, using the snow and trees for cover. We waited and waited, listening for any sound, looking for any sign of movement. But it never came. We stayed quiet as much as we all wanted to talk. Right before the morning sun shone in the sky, we did suddenly hear one long, high-pitched howl, which seemed close, like it was just around the next bend. It was like it was telling us we might have won that skirmish, but the battle had yet to come. Maybe it was just the sound of defeat. We'll never really know. As the sound faded off into the mountains, we all sat there in disbelief until the sun was fully in the sky. Then we stumbled onto an old road and made our way back to G. Dilly's house. We were still not fully believing what happened that night, Everyone made a full recovery from the fall, but we never did really get over what we saw. On occasion, we do talk about it together, but this will be the first time any of us have shared the story to the outside world. We often wonder whatever happened to the creature. Where did it go? Were we the only ones out there to see it? Why didn't it finish its hunt? We may never know. Might have to get the boys back together at some point, go back down there someday and see what happens. I honestly think the only reason we're still alive has nothing to do with skill or being brave. I feel like it was pure luck. I look at the woods in a different light, and I watch and listen to everything. I've taught my kids to always expect the unexpected, and just because it's not in our history books doesn't mean it's not out there, or it doesn't exist. I know what I saw, and my friends know what they saw. My warning to you is to be careful in the forest. Always pay attention. Never get complacent, even if it's the woods you know like the back of your hand. It doesn't hurt to always be prepared for anything. I almost didn't make it out. From Pleasant Peasant. It was late, about 9:30 p.m. I'm part of a school soccer team. At that night, we were playing in the outskirts of a poorer area near New Braunfels, Texas. We had just flattened the other team 4-0. In my excitement, I decided that I was going to get some celebratory Whataburger. I called a location nearby, ordered, and hung up the phone. I started to drive there. The road leading to the Whataburger contained some of the most sketchy-looking houses I'd ever seen. One of these houses was backed up to the soccer field, and just a few hours earlier, I joked to my friends that that house was definitely haunted. I wish I'd taken a picture. The place was terrifying. As I passed the house, something that looked like a person sprinted out of the woods on the other side of the road. I was so startled, it caused me to swerve, but I still hit the dude. I was so scared that I just seriously injured someone. All my red flags were going off. I jumped out of my car and ran to where the guy lay in the road, but he was already getting up. As I stepped closer, I realized what I hit was not a person. No, this thing, whatever it was about 7 feet tall and looked as if it had already gotten into a severe accident before me. I could see its arm pop back into place with a loud snap from where it had landed all wrong. I muttered, "What the heck?" under my breath. Then I heard it. "What the heck?" It repeated what I said back to me in a strange voice that sounded almost like my own. As it turned around, it gave me this smile. The only thing I wanted to do then was run. And luckily, it didn't look like this thing could run very well at the moment, with its legs all twisted. As I turned to get away, I heard more snapping bones, and I saw something jump over me, landing on the roof of my car. I changed directions to my left, sprinting towards that creepy house I mentioned earlier. The windows appeared to be boarded up, but there was a light on inside. I figured that if someone was in there, they may have a gun or something. I practically busted the door down with my shoulder, which was surprising because I'm only 5'8" and can't bench more than 140 pounds. The door must have been old and weak. As I stepped into the entryway, screaming for help, I noticed how empty, smelly, and dirty it was. In the living room to my right was a giant mess of hair, old blankets, and destroyed cardboard boxes. Oh God, I just walked into its lair, I thought. I looked to my left. There were random bones scattered about that I prayed were just animal bones. I wiped my mouth and continued running upstairs. Just as I turned into the upstairs hall, I heard something screech, banging on the outside walls. Before long, I could hear it coming up the stairs. Grabbing an old metal chair, I banged it against a window, breaking the glass, just as I heard the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching me. I pulled myself out of the window, and as I dropped to the ground, something clawed against my forearm just below my elbow. I hit the ground then, sprinting for my car, with the door still open and the key still inside. I jumped in, closing the door and hitting the gas. I was out of there. A few minutes of driving later, my arm began to sting. I pulled into the parking lot of the Whataburger. I looked at my arm and noticed how much blood was there. I covered it with my sweatshirt so my mom wouldn't freak out, and I hurried home. I ate my dinner in my room, and after I showered, I cleaned everything up. It did end up scarring. All in all, I was lucky. If that door hadn't opened, if the glass window hadn't broke, if I was a half-second slower, I could have died. Nowadays, I only ride home from soccer on the bus with the freshmen, out of fear of seeing it again. It ran after us. From Mary Had a Little Lamb. This happened exactly 2 years ago. My grandma had broken her leg, fractured her femur in 2 places more specifically, and got surgery a few days later. She was sent home and was bedridden for about 3 months. At the time, she was prescribed injectable treatment, and we would drive there every day so I could give her the injection. My dad worked until late in the evening, so we'd always get there between 7 and 9 p.m., and we'd leave around 11 p.m. It was a lovely winter night back then. The electricity poles and some houses were decorated with Christmas lights, and the air smelled like holiday. The sky was so clear, you could read all the constellations above you. We live in the Romanian countryside, our house and my grandma's house on opposite sides of a forest. I grew up there, so I never found the forest scary. Ever since I was around 7 years old, I would spend most of my days there. I picked mushrooms in the spring, gathered herbs and flowers in the summer, looked for chestnuts in the autumn, and made snowmen in the winter. I always carried around a wooden bow and arrows, handmade by my grandpa. All the rangers knew me. They gave me sweets, offered to take me home in their car, and gave me advice on how to act in case I came face to face with a wolf or a bear. One of them taught me how to hunt rabbits. I let them go, though, after I cuddled them. And they even drew me a target on a piece of cardboard so I could practice my shots. The forest was always kind to me. The real evil was in the village. That December night sealed it. My mom wanted to come with us to cook something fresh for Grandma and clean the house. We ended up finishing everything very late, so we got in the car, waited for it to warm up, then left. I remember checking the car watch and thermometer. 1:24 a.m., negative 11 degrees Celsius. My dad was telling a story about a guy at work forgetting the water on in the director's bathroom, then trying to vacuum it away. He electrocuted both himself and the director. My mother made a bad Romanian pun, and we were all laughing. The streetlights on this side of the village were off. It happened sometimes since they would randomly pick areas and turn them off to save energy. I was looking outside the window at the houses. The one I set my eyes on was vacant. The elderly couple there had died, and all the children were living abroad now. That's a very common thing here. Now, because we were on top of a hill, my dad slowed down to change gears, so I got to see it bottom to top. On its roof was a big white form. At first, I thought it was the chimney covered in snow, but then I saw its glowing eyes from its profile. It rose up on 2 legs. It had the head of a wolf with beautiful blue eyes and a big snout ending with a wet nose, and its feet were curved the way a dog's would be, but they ended with big human feet, not paws. My first thought was, wow, that's a pretty animal. Surrounded by the sparkling snow with its fur reflecting the moonlight, it was actually gorgeous. My fantasy was shattered when it bared its teeth at me and slid down from the roof in the middle of the road, now slowly walking behind our car. My parents were busy talking about something mundane. I was staring at it through the rearview mirror, color draining from my face slowly, my nails white as I was gripping my sleeve. I'm not a religious person, but at that very moment, I was praying, please don't let it get us. Please not now. Not with my parents. Please make it go away. My dad happened to check the mirror on his side, and his expression went blank. Then his head shot towards me. Stop looking at it, he said calmly, and reached back to lock the door on my mom's side, then his. I did the same. First the one in the back, second the one on my side. My father was catching more and more speed. That thing was definitely after us, getting closer and closer until we heard a loud thump above us. Suddenly, it landed in front of our car. My mother's eyes went up from her phone, and she screamed, "Careful, dog!" My dad turned on the long-range lights and evaded it, then sped up as much as the car could take. I was still praying, please don't let it follow us, please. My whole body trembled while I checked if it was still behind us. It wasn't. It remained in that spot until we took a turn and disappeared in the darkness. Our house is almost 10 kilometers away from where we encountered it. I looked around to see if it was safe to get out. Then I got out to open the gates. As my dad was pulling into the driveway, my dog jumped on me, licking my fingers and covering my jacket in snow. I was locking up everything for the night. I looked up at the hill in front of our house then. There it was, at the base of the forest, fur wider than the snow, eyes glowing in curiosity. It was looking at me. I felt like it was, at least. It turned around and left for the tree line. It knows where we live, but it never visited. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. My parents hope to never see it again. As for myself, a glance would be enough. After all, it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I'm rushing to write this. I'm going to visit my grandmother again soon, and I drive by myself now. Werewolf of the Grand Canyon. From Reese Earther. I still remember how excited I was when I got picked for that wildlife research project in the Grand Canyon a few years back. I had just finished my biology degree, so getting hands-on experience tracking coyotes seemed like an amazing opportunity. My two teammates, Eric and Wendy, felt the same way. We were all eager science nerds ready for adventure. When we arrived in Arizona and met our park ranger guide, he warned us that spending 2 weeks camping deep in the canyon wasn't for the faint of heart. The remoteness meant we'd be on our own if any emergencies happened to come up. But we assured him we were up to the task. We set off on the long trek down, lugging all our camping gear and research equipment. On the first evening, we found a secluded site off the main trails to set up our base camp. It took over an hour to get the tents pitched and our supplies organized, as dusk fell over the canyon walls surrounding us. We were all tired from the hike in, so after a quick dinner, we turned in early. The night was calm and surprisingly quiet, just the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle in the bushes. Nothing alarming. I remember falling asleep fast, worn out from the day's exertions. Sometime later, I woke up to strange noises right outside my tent. At first, I thought it was just a raccoon or coyote sniffing around our food bags. But when I quietly peeked out the tent flap, I couldn't see any animals. The moonlight only revealed the rocky canyon terrain. The grunting and odd sniffing sounds faded away, so I assumed it was nothing. I settled back down and quickly dozed off again. I was startled awake again later that night by the sound of heavy footsteps tramping around the campsite. The crunching gravel and twigs snapping underfoot were unmistakable. I quickly unzipped the tent flap again, peering outside. In the dim moonlight, I couldn't see anything, but the footsteps continued pacing in a circle around us. I woke up Eric and Wendy to make sure they heard it too. "There's something big walking around out there," I whispered loudly. Eric mumbled it was probably just a curious coyote wandering near the food bags, as I had previously suspected. The footsteps did sound too loud and heavy for a coyote, though. We all stayed silent, listening to whatever was outside, methodically making its way around the tents. The footsteps halted right outside. Then we heard loud sniffing, like some huge animal inhaling and catching our scents. I don't think a coyote would be so bold. I was frozen, wondering if I should yell to scare it off. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl rumbled just outside the tent fabric. It sounded like a bear's growl, but deeper, more throaty. We all exchanged panicked looks in the darkness. This was definitely no coyote. I stumbled to grab my flashlight, while Wendy found the bear spray. As I fumbled to turn on the flashlight, something heavy pressed against the tent. Sharp claws began to violently scratch at the fabric right near my face, shredding holes in the nylon. I fell backwards in terror. We yelled at the top of our lungs, hoping to startle whatever beast was attacking our shelter. The scratching ceased as our shouts echoed off the canyon walls. But before we could sigh in relief, the entire tent started to shake violently. Something was grabbing the roof now, thrashing it back and forth with incredible force. Eric, Wendy, and I screamed as loud as we could, pointing our flashlights all over the place. Suddenly, the assault stopped, and in the flashlight beams, we saw a large, shadowy figure scampering away from the mangled tent entrance. My hands trembled uncontrollably as the three of us scanned our surroundings with the lights, but the beams of light only caught empty terrain. Whatever had stalked our camp was gone as quickly as it came. We huddled together, listening intently for any sign it had returned. But the night was silent once again. None of us dared leave the shredded tent to investigate further. Exhausted and horrified, we eventually fell into a fitful sleep again, hoping the creature was gone for good. But the next morning would bring a whole new level of fear and confusion. When morning sunlight finally filtered into the ravaged tent, we debated whether we should step outside to assess the damage. That thing could still be lurking nearby, waiting for us to emerge. But we knew we couldn't hide in the tent forever. After hearing no sounds for several minutes, I slowly unzipped the flap, or rather what was left of it. The three of us cautiously stepped out together, bear spray and flashlights raised. We swept through the campsite, bathed in harsh morning light, searching for any sign of that creature. The camp area looked utterly trampled, with torn-up dirt, scattered equipment, and scratches gouged into the ground. Large, unfamiliar prints we couldn't identify marred the landscape. But we saw no beast in sight. The area reeked of a strange, musky odor that I couldn't place. Whatever had attacked us was massive and powerful. Definitely no coyote, and probably not a mountain lion. Eric wanted to just pack up and hike back to the rim immediately, but the researcher in me needed to examine the prints and damage while it was all still fresh. What exactly had we heard and seen in the dark? Wendy offered to stand watch with the bear spray while Eric and I followed the prints. They led right up to my mangled tent entrance before disappearing into the bushes. I paused there, shining my light on the flattened brush. Something caught my eye. Several clumps of thick grayish hair snagged on the shrub stems. Without a word, I pointed at the hair, meeting Eric's equally alarmed gaze. We clicked off our flashlights as the sun climbed higher into the sky. We then backtracked out of the brush, deciding we'd seen enough. The campsite needed to be vacated now. I couldn't believe we'd come face to face with something so enormous and strong and unknown. A coyote or a cougar just did not match the havoc and prints we'd found. The footprints didn't resemble a bear's either. All I knew for certain was that we needed to get out of the canyon. The sun continued to rise over the canyon rim, but we already had our backpacks loaded up to hike out. None of us felt safe staying another second, as we rapidly took down what remained of the ravaged campsite. The surrounding wilderness remained eerily silent. No bird calls or scampering wildlife sounds that you'd normally expect at dawn. Just tense and heavy quiet. Once we were all set, we cautiously followed the bizarre tracks back into the woods, attempting to glimpse where the creature had gone. But the jumbled prints disappeared just 20 yards in, with no trace of our nighttime stalker. Had it left the area? Or was it camouflaged and waiting unseen in the shadows? We couldn't shake the feeling its eyes still followed us, despite no evidence of it nearby. I nervously eyed each shrub and thicket as we hastened through the brush. My imagination conjured up the beast crouching behind every rock and tree, but there was nothing there when I looked. Though we found no other trace of it so far, we still needed to leave. Sure, it sucked not knowing where our stalker might be, but we didn't really have another choice. We swiftly headed back up canyon, away from the creature's domain, or so we thought. Miles of strenuous hiking passed in tense silence. No one wanted to acknowledge just how close we'd come to being torn apart in our sleep. I kept glancing back behind us, certain each rustling bush or scurrying lizard was our pursuer returning, but the canyon remained empty and still. Finally, we emerged, sweat-soaked and exhausted, back at the populated canyon rim where we'd started. As we gave statements to the puzzled rangers, I noticed Eric and Wendy avoiding mentions of anything besides a rogue bear harassing us. Maybe they thought it sounded insane. Maybe they feared we'd be ridiculed. But I just couldn't shake the certainty that we'd escaped something frightening, something unknown in those canyon woods. And if there was a next time, we might not get away unscathed. Back at our Arizona motel that evening, I still felt rattled and unnerved. Eric and Wendy seemed ready to forget the whole ordeal and enjoy the hotel amenities, but I couldn't get the image of that giant creature out of my mind. We'd escaped something extraordinary. So I pressed the park rangers around there for any other reports of something bipedal and wolf-like roaming the inner canyon, but they laughed it off. "Must have been a curious bear," they insisted. Part of me wondered if they knew more than they let on. Perhaps they ignored the weird and frightening in their park. But mostly the rangers seemed oblivious. With no definitive explanation from the experts, I turned to the internet to research what we might have seen. Massive prints, gray hair, heavy musky smell, and hunched bipedal movement. These sounded like traits ascribed to mythic creatures like werewolves or dogmen. I dove deep into the old Native American legends about skinwalkers that supposedly still lurked in remote areas. But were they real? The logical part of my mind resisted belief in paranormal creatures stalking moonlit forests. But when I recalled that trembling shadow receding from our flashlight beams, my logic failed. Something had been watching us. Something that walked on two legs and left prints no coyote could. Its yellow eyes were seared into my memory. In the following weeks, the questions gnawed at me, even as we wrote our sober scientific reports, omitting that fateful night. Had some local legend come to life under the full moon? Was there any validity to the tales of beasts lurking in overlooked places in the wild? I'm not sure if we truly stumbled on a monster, or just an odd wolf of some sort. But I'll never set foot in those Grand Canyon woods again, that's for sure. Whatever roamed there wasn't meant to be seen by human eyes. Our flashlights might be the only things that saved us that night. Ozark Werewolf. From Barner 2424. My buddy Rick and I try to take a guy's camping trip to the Ozarks every autumn. We've been doing these trips since high school to fish, hike, and hunt. A few years back, we planned a 3-day weekend camping excursion in early November. As always, we spent the week leading up packing supplies: tents, sleeping bags, cooler, non-perishable food, rifles, ammo. We preferred camping deep in the backwoods, away from other people, because it made us feel as if we had the wilderness to ourselves. We left on a Friday morning, driving several hours to reach the remote forest area we had scoped out on maps weeks before. We turned off the main roads onto narrow dirt paths, rarely traveled except by loggers. Eventually, we reached the overgrown trailhead leading to the secluded spot by a creek we aimed to camp at. We hiked through dense brush and forest for over an hour before reaching the clearing we had chosen as our campsite. The place was perfect. Flat ground to pitch the tents, fallen logs to sit on, the gentle babbling of a nearby creek in which we could fish. We quickly got to work unloading the truck and setting up camp. Soon we had a roaring fire going, and we cracked open a couple of cold ones to toast the start of our weekend. We grilled up some steaks, beans, and potatoes as the sun went down. We were feeling relaxed and optimistic about the days of solitude ahead. Just us two old friends in the wilderness making new memories. As night fell, we occasionally heard distant coyotes howling and owls hooting. But then came these cries that echoed through the darkness, which sounded unlike anything I'd ever heard before. They were like a painful wailing or screaming. Rick and I joked nervously that it must be a skinwalker coming for us clueless city boys. Little did I know, our jokes might hit a little too close to reality. The next morning, Rick and I gulped down some coffee. We geared up for a full day of hunting. The dawn in the forest was serene, mist rising off the creek nearby, and birds chirping in the trees. We hiked over a ridge, finding a spot with signs of deer activity to set up. After a couple of hours passed with no sightings, the stillness of the woods began to feel eerie. Usually, we'd have seen some squirrels, birds, or deer by now, but the forest was oddly silent, like all its inhabitants had vanished. "Something feel off to you?" I asked Rick. He nodded, brow furrowed. We stayed a while longer, but eventually we gave up, heading back to camp empty-handed. Along the way, we discovered strange, huge tracks on the trail that didn't look like any animal we knew. Kind of canine-like, but oddly shaped. A chill went down my spine, imagining what could have left those prints. We decided to call it an early night, anticipating better luck hunting in the morning. But sleep eluded me. I kept thinking about those weird cries we'd heard the night before, which sounded so tormented and inhuman. Sometime deep in the night, I awoke to the snuffling and crackling of something rooting around just outside my tent. I lay paralyzed, listening to heavy breaths and twigs snapping underfoot. My blood turned to ice when I glanced through the mesh window and saw two glowing eyes peering back at me from the dark. I yelled out to Rick, "There's something out there!" The eyes vanished as quickly as they had appeared. We sat huddled together in Rick's tent, rifles clutched tight, waiting for dawn. Both of us were shaken by the undeniable sense that we were being watched from the shadows. At daybreak, we hastily packed up camp, skipping breakfast. This spot didn't seem so idyllic anymore. Rick and I agreed we could not wait to get the heck out of these woods. The two of us hiked back out the way we'd came in, moving at a brisk pace. The sooner we were back in the safety of the truck, the better. We just had to get around a ridge, through a narrow valley, then uphill to the trailhead. Halfway through the valley, we came upon a huge fallen oak blocking the path ahead. Odd that a healthy tree had so recently toppled. We'd stopped just a moment, seconds away from deciding to just climb over it, when we heard a snap of a branch from right behind us. We spun around, rifles raised. There, lurking between the trees, was something so bizarre. A hulking, hairy creature crouched on two legs, staring back at us. It had a wolf-like face, but stood over 7 feet tall, its muscular frame covered in grayish-brown fur. A low rumbling growl emanated from its throat. Rick and I stood frozen in shock and terror. The thing made no move to attack, but its penetrating yellow eyes watched us intently. When I finally mustered the nerve to fire a warning shot near its feet, the beast didn't even flinch. Instead, I saw it bare its fangs and take a step towards us. That's when the chaos really began. Rick tried firing too, but his gun jammed. The creature then let out a bone-chilling snarl and suddenly lunged in our direction. The two of us screamed and reeled backwards, toppling over the fallen tree. I landed hard on my back, the wind knocked out of me. Peering upside down from the ground, I glimpsed the beast's long, jagged claws and muscular hind legs as it briefly towered over us, but in the next instant, it had vanished back into the underbrush. We staggered to our feet, gasping for air, minds blank with primal panic. Without a word, Rick and I began to sprint back up the trail, driven by sheer animal instinct to survive. We didn't speak, didn't plan, only knew we had to make it out of these cursed woods before that thing came back to finish us off. We sprinted through the forest, delirious with fear. The trail seemed to stretch on forever. No matter how hard we pushed our aching legs, the parking lot never got closer. Glancing behind us, I'd catch glimpses of that hulking thing, paralleling our path, easily keeping pace with us. It would duck behind trees or into the brush, flashing in and out of view. I think it was toying with us, like a cat letting the mice think they could escape before going in for the kill. At one point, I tripped on a root and face-planted into the mud. As I staggered up, I came face to face with the beast, who had soundlessly crept up behind me. Its breath was hot, and it reeked of rotting meat. We locked eyes for a split second before it bared its fangs, snarled, and vanished again into the shadows. This told me it could have killed me at any point, if it wanted to. I don't know how, but Rick and I finally stumbled out of the woods and back to the pickup. We floored it down that dirt road like two madmen, reckless and panting, not stopping until we reached the highway. Only then did we trade horrified accounts of what we had just seen. A living nightmare we could scarcely believe. We agreed not to tell a soul what happened. Who would believe us anyway? This thing was no ordinary animal. We'd encountered something unnatural, something evil, in that forest. Neither of us had ever been more terrified or felt so powerless. In the months after, I scoured the internet looking for clues about what we saw. Some cryptid forums suggest it could have been a dogman, or a wolf-like creature they call the Ozark howler. All I know for sure is we stumbled into the hunting grounds of a monster, one that's likely still roaming the remote wilderness of the Ozarks. No one will ever convince me otherwise. I'll never set foot in those god-forsaken woods again. Dogman stole my fish. From Rainbow Trout 55. Wyoming, the least populated U.S. state. Nonetheless, one of the most beautiful and drastic landscapes. From rolling hills and sagebrush to thick forests with mountains, rivers, and streams. That's where I call home. I grew up on my family's ranch outside of Cody. A little bit about myself, I'm 6'4" and 220 pounds. Close family calls me farm boy because of my size. I take that as a compliment. After all, Luke Skywalker from Star Wars was called farm boy, and Luke is amazing, so take that, Grandpa. My favorite hobby is fly fishing. Nothing is more exhilarating than watching your fly get swallowed by a trout. Wyoming, in fact, is world-class and known for fly fishing. My favorite river to fish is the Snake River. It's a little bit of a drive to get to my favorite spot, but it's worth it. My terrifying encounter happened back in 2013. I was 19 at the time. It was in late summer, July, to be exact, around 3 in the afternoon. Trust me, I remember after this incident. To get to my spot, you have to take a dirt road 3 miles inward. Then you get to this little pull-off and you park. Then you have to walk about half a mile more into the woods. To be honest, I have no clue how my dad found the spot, but let me tell you, it's loaded with rainbows. You come out of the woods onto this shore and there's the river. It's about 30 feet wide, and on the far side is fastish moving water. There are many slow and deep pools towards my side that are perfect for fish. For those of you who are new to fishing, the slower moving pools are where fish like to hang out, because they're being lazy and are basically waiting for food upstream to drift downstream, right to them for an easy meal. Since it was 3 in the afternoon, it was pretty warm outside, so I didn't put on my waders, and I walked right into the nice cool water. I then started to cast. I had my fishing glasses on so that the glare wasn't as bad on the water. Here's where things start to get wacky. I'd been fishing this strip of the river for about 45 minutes when I cast again. All of a sudden, I heard a tree fall from the other side of the river with a loud crash. It scared the bejesus out of me, as I was that focused on the river. The river isn't as loud because at this section the water isn't moving as fast, so keep that in mind. I looked in the direction of that crash, and there I saw it. A jet black-haired animal slowly walking down to the river. At first glance, I thought it was a black bear, but after further inspection, I realized it wasn't a bear but a large black dog. Another thought came to mind, as I thought it was a Yellowstone black wolf, but again I ruled that out because the size was too big. Then it really came into view, and my mind went blank. It came out of the trees onto the far bank and stopped. It looked at me. It had the most beautiful yet horrifying amber eyes that stared into me. It had a wolf-like head with sharp teeth. It was very well built, very defined through its fur. It had skinnier legs, but they were dog legs and still defined. Its arms were lanky and had hands that ended in sharp claws. That was the scariest part. I even remember taking off my glasses and rubbing my eyes to see if I was looking at a real thing. The wackiest part was that it walked and just sat patiently on the opposite bank, just like a house dog, watching me fish curiously. I was so astonished and confused, I forgot my line was in the water. Then its ears perked up as a giant trout took my fly with a splash. It looked at me, then at the line, then at me, then the line again, as if waiting for me to do something. I'm not sure why I didn't just run. I don't know why I didn't feel threatened at the moment, but that dog-man thing just sat there watching me curiously. It didn't seem to mean any harm. I quickly reeled in that fish. It was huge. I grabbed the fish and unhooked the fly. I was about to release it when the dog-man growled a deep growl. It's hard to describe with words. I froze as I saw it stand up on 2 legs and start to wade through the water towards me, like some person. I started to quickly move to my side of the shore when it did a short but loud grunt and pointed its claw at the fish in my hand. There were so many thoughts going through my head that I quickly ran out of the water and onto the shore, dropping the fish on the ground. I backed away towards the forest, my hands up. I even remember saying, "It's all yours," like 4 times. The dog-man crossed the river. It went to my now flopping fish and picked it up with one hand. It looked at me like, "Really, dude? You got my food dirty." It then put its claw through the fish's gill and out the mouth, just like a person would do. It went back into the river with the fish now hooked in its claw. It put it in the water and moved it back and forth. It was washing it off. It then put it into its mouth and got back onto all 4s, crossing the river again. It looked back at me one more time, taking the fish out of its mouth and giving it a little wiggle, taunting me as it then ran back into the woods. I sprinted to my truck, threw my gear in the trunk, and sped home. I got pulled over, unfortunately. I told the officer everything and he let me go with a warning, seeing I was in a panicked state. I told my family. They were astonished, but they ultimately believed me. This, hands down, has been the craziest, most unnatural thing that has ever happened to me. I still go fly fishing, but I've never and will never go back to that spot. Remember that some things in this world are unnatural, and you never know what might happen. Werewolf of Lake Monroe, from Danny Joe. My brother and I went on a fishing trip to Monroe Lake in Indiana. We've been there hundreds of times, and we've been all over the place. We left on a Friday morning and got there Friday late afternoon. We brought a John boat and some basic essentials, like a tent, my gun, and some firewood. We didn't bring much food. We thought we would just eat fish and some small game if needed. We loaded everything into the boat and took off before it got dark. The only lights we had were the ones on the boat and a small flashlight. After being on the water for about an hour, we found a small cove perfect for us because it was out in the middle of nowhere, so we could do anything we really wanted. We unloaded the boat and set up camp. My brother got a fire going and I started to fish because I was hungry. After a few minutes, I realized there were no sounds at all from any directions, not even crickets, and I wasn't getting any hits whatsoever on my fishing rig. I gave up and started walking back to the camp, which was set up about 20 yards from the boat. When I got back to my brother, I asked him if he noticed the lack of nature sounds, and he replied, "No, didn't pay much attention to it." And then we heard it. A loud howl that sounded like it was about a mile away. It sent chills down my spine. My brother began to shake. I was like, "What the heck are we doing? We're both grown men. It was probably just a coyote." He agreed with a nod, and we both decided to lay down in the tent, calling it a night, but I got my gun out just to be safe, because that was really close. The next morning, we woke up and got the day started. We thought we'd go and see if we could find the footprint or scat trail from the coyote we heard last night. We ventured about half a mile into the woods from our camp. Before long, we found something. A very large and very dead coyote, which had been ripped apart. It was only 2 feet off the game trail. My brother was very interested in what could do this, but I was more interested in going back to camp. We got back to camp, and I went to my phone to text my dad. I asked what sort of big predators could take a coyote and do that to him, especially out here in Indiana. My dad replied, "Can't think of anything more than a cougar, but that's unlikely." I figured it may have been another coyote fighting for territory. We decided to only stay one more night. Neither of us wanted to find this bigger coyote. So we went out on the boat for a while to go fishing. We'd had no luck in that cove. We made it to this rock face that we called our crappie honey hole, because we always caught crappie there. We started fishing and didn't stop until the sun began to set. We were both hungry, and so we called it a good day and started to head back to camp. This little boat didn't go very fast, but it was better than a canoe or kayak. By the time we got back to camp, it was dark and the moon was high. It was very quiet again, so we slid the boat on the bank and made our way to try to start a fire in the fire pit to cook some of our catch. But we soon discovered that our campsite looked like a war zone. Everything was torn up, thrown around, like someone was looking for something or somebody. We both grabbed our guns and took the safeties off, then looked at each other with the same expression. Time to go. We didn't even grab anything. Just as we started making our way to the boat, we heard a deep and gurgling growl out in the distance. As we got to the boat, my brother grabbed a flashlight. He pointed it towards the camp. Like that, we both stopped, terrified, trembling all over. The light revealed 2 big yellow eyes about 5 feet off the ground. I started backing up, My brother jumped in the boat and started the motor. I followed him, but I didn't want to take my eyes off whatever this thing was. As I climbed in the boat, I looked away for just a second. When I looked back up, it was gone. We got about 20 yards out into the water, and I used the light again to look for that creature. Then I saw those same eyes coming out of the darkness. They began to come to the edge of the water. This thing looked like a wolf, but not exactly. It walked over to the water on all fours, but once there, it stood up on 2 legs. It reached a height of over 6 feet. We then heard it howl. I pointed the flashlight right at it then. It looked as if it had a piece of our tent clutched in its hand or paw. I moved my brother out of the way. I put the throttle on high, even though the part of the lake we were at was idle zone only. But we had to leave as quickly as we could. We got back to the boat ramp area, and we got the boat loaded on the trailer. Then we booked it. We didn't talk one bit all the way home, and we never said anything to Mom or Dad, though I'm sure they were wondering where the heck our tent and cooler went. I'm in my 30s now. I haven't been back to Monroe Lake since. To be honest, I'm scared to, and I warn people who are going there to be very careful. Werewolf by the Pond. From Guppy's Garden. I'm a 21-year-old woman who lives in a log cabin down a dead-end road in the middle of the countryside. I've lived here my entire life, so this life is what I know best. I have about 3 neighbors. This is important, as it will take place around my closest neighbor's property. I wanted to tell this story because this neighbor has since passed. She was a Spitfire Italian woman who drank beer and ate raw garlic with every meal. She passed at the ripe old age of 98 and was the kindest and toughest soul you'd ever meet. For context, I live in southern Illinois, close to the border of Missouri and Kentucky, so you can gauge the landscape I'm surrounded by. You've probably guessed, but I'm bordered in by a large cornfield to my back and miles of woods spanning into the next town over. I've always enjoyed the scenery around me. It feels tranquil most of the time. However, this is the countryside. There's bound to be weird occurrences every now and again. One thing I can say confidently is that I have absolutely no explanation for what happened to me when I was 16. I'll preface this by saying I faced many larger animals. One time I was within 10 feet of a black bear in Tennessee. There was even one known to have broken free from a traveling train circus that ran through the area. The old train tracks and shack are still in the woods, just a mile from my house. The bobcats I chased out of my driveway are no threat. Same with the coyotes that yelped outside my window most nights. Even the cougar that my dad had to shoot at to scare it off the property when I was younger wasn't nearly as scary as this thing, which I so clearly encountered. To paint you a picture leading up to that day, I'll start with what I heard a few days prior. It was the weekend. I remember this because usually my dad would not ask me to drive after dark. Most of us don't here, due to the volume of deer and lack of street lamps, and especially if I had school the next day. I had to drive him to the store, and still have to because he has a condition where he cannot drive himself. I'd begged him to make his famous chili, and he agreed to make it later in the week if he had the groceries. When we arrived home, the sun had just set, and as I was grabbing the last few bags out of the trunk, I heard it. This was not a coyote. I've heard every sound they make, yelping, crying, howling, fighting, whatever it may be. But I can tell. This howl I heard, it was a singular howl, and it was very deep. But worst of all, it was close. It came from the cornfield behind my house, which starts around 30 feet from where I stood. I shot my head up and looked at my dad. He was wide-eyed, a man who I know to not be afraid of dang near anything, but now he had an expression of pure terror on his face. He turned to me and almost ripped the door off its hinges, whisper yelling at me to run inside now. That night, we both sat in the living room in silence. He even changed the TV from his normal cryptid-centered shows to Pawn Star. We tried to think if there could somehow be wolves in the area passing through, but came up with nothing. We decided to call it a coy wolf, coyote and wolf hybrid, and forget about it. However, we both knew there was no chance it was this far south without being spotted somewhere, either by hunters, farmers, or in the towns. But fear does play mind games. I will say I forgot about this for a few days. I was focused on my exams coming up in school at the time. I remember because I had to wake up earlier to go in and prepare for testing, which is exactly what happened on my last testing day before winter break. It was foggy that morning. I was thinking of going out and feeding the chickens. I pulled my blinds to look out at their coop and to see if their solar door had come up yet. Mind you, the sunrise barely touched the tree stumps, and the fog made it even darker out there. I went to put on my coat and was going to see if the elderly neighbor I mentioned had fed her also very old dog. I figured my barn cats also needed some breakfast, so I headed outside before leaving for school. After feeding and loving on my cats, I headed for the chicken coop, and as I walked around my dad's pole barn, I saw it. It was by my neighbor's pond. At first, I thought it was her, or maybe her fishing gear, or even her lawnmower. I'm telling you, every possible option ran through my mind first, until it began to move. A stray dog would be most plausible, but what stray dog is that huge? It had to have been two beefy Irish wolfhounds stacked on top of each other in a black fursuit. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. I stopped dead in my tracks, hiding behind a stack of wooden pallets behind the pole barn. I've never been struck with this amount of fear before. I didn't even have a weapon nearby. I felt myself fade out for a second before gaining the courage to look again, hoping it had not made its way to me during that time. I peeked out again, and I was very sure now of what I was looking at. An extremely large wolf. I'd grown up hearing locals talk about large black dogs sighted in backyards and appearing on trail cams, but never did I think I would see it in person myself. This thing was massive compared to her brick sign with the pond name on it. I was 5'4". My chin would be right at the top of the sign, and the creature was easily almost at that height, just with its shoulders. The first part of it I could make out was the higher hind legs. Its back came sloping down to slightly shorter front legs, but bulky shoulders. Its muscles were obvious through its fur. This is still the visual ingrained into my memory to this very day. I felt as if I was just waiting for it to turn towards me. The curiosity along with fear to identify the creature gnawed at my mind. I was so pumped with adrenaline. I wanted to run, but I wanted to know for sure if it was truly there and not just in my head. After all, it was very early. Maybe I was just tired, I thought. I started gaining my sense of reality back and realized my neighbor's dog had been barking the entire time. This is a blind and deaf dog, so he knew something, smelled something was there. I guess this was bothersome to that creature. It started to turn back towards the deepest part of the woods. It lifted its head, and I saw it. I saw the light bounce off its eyes and wet nose. I watched it lick its chops. The fangs on this wolf made my heart sink. It could easily charge me, and if it did, I would be done for in seconds. Fight or flight kicked in at that point, and I hightailed it back to my room. I sat on my floor staring out the window, watching it become consumed by the trees. I must have sat there, waiting for almost an hour, because before long, my mom came to see if I was up for school. I didn't tell her what I saw. Instead, I asked her to check on my neighbor with my dad later today. Of course, she was confused by that request, but she sent me off to school with a promise that she would. I came home early that day. I ran into the house as fast as I could to be sure everyone was still there and alive. I remember my dad having a strange look, but he smiled at me after saying my neighbor was okay. He got that strange look back again after my mom left the room and told me that there was a coyote carcass by the pond. I told him to point out my window at where exactly they found it. He pointed perfectly to where I'd seen that wolf creature. I then explained everything I saw out of pure fear, and he looked as if he already knew what I was talking about. I became very paranoid about leaving doors or windows unlocked, checking the property at night when everyone was asleep, and I even researched late into the night about what else this could possibly have been, but nothing added up. Eventually, as time passed, I forgot about it for the most part. I would only give it thought when Dad's shows would mention wolf-like creatures. I heard some variation of the same howl I'd heard a couple of times after that in the passing months, but I was just glad it sounded farther away until it finally stopped. Of course, I'm still a bit creeped out to go outside at night, and I've been having recurring nightmares of this creature that I've deemed a werewolf. Some might say it can't be because it didn't stand up, but I believe if it didn't feel eyes on it, it most definitely would have. This thing that was much bigger than a wolf. I pushed it to the back of my mind for as long as I could, but eventually I wanted to share this experience instead of holding it back, trying to bury it deep down. However, out of fear of being called a liar, it took me some time. I've recently been having nightmares of werewolves nearly every night, and I felt it was time to share at last. I don't know if the creature will make its return, but I'm hoping it stays far away. Warning: the following story contains depictions of harm against animals. Appalachian creatures stalk my family. From Aggie. I'll start by stating the general area of where this all took place, and actually continues to take place. I, as well as generations of my family, were born and raised in West Virginia, right in the Appalachian Belt. My grandmother has about 7 acres on a mountain, where we all ran wild as kids. Now, as adults, we sit at night around a bonfire, enjoying the peaceful sounds. However, there comes a point in the night where the air grows heavy and sinister. Around these times, my grandmother's 2 large dogs even refuse to go off the porch to do their business. We don't know what lurks in the surrounding woods, but sometimes it makes itself known. When my 3 aunts, mother, and 3 uncles were younger, they did what all of us did as kids: roamed those woods. My grandmother's property has what we call a spring house, which is exactly how it sounds. It's a concrete block structure that has a peaceful and fresh spring that runs right through it. It was used before running water was put into the old farmhouse that sits atop the mountain, overlooking the entire property. At that point, the spring house had been worn down, and the woods began to overtake it, surrounding it so that it was buried deep. The weird thing about this spring house was that the only opening sat atop of it, so in order to even get into it, you would have to drop down from the top. As kids, you aren't really afraid of much except at night. It was apparently broad daylight when one of my aunts, we'll call her In, got the idea to do just that: drop in. When she dropped inside, all seemed fine. It was pitch dark, but she could feel and hear the water around her. She then began to hear soft breathing. She turned to one of the corners of the spring house. There, she saw an all-white humanoid creature staring at her. They were both stunned to see one another. This thing had sickly white skin, elongated limbs, and dark holes for facial features. All at once, fear pushed to the forefront, and she began to scream at my other aunt, B, to pull her back up. During the commotion, her glasses slid off her face and hit into the water below. She could feel the thing moving around now, and she screamed more. One of my uncles, K, yanked her out of the hole, where she began running towards the house. Her fear spurred the entire group, and they all followed after her. Eventually, she calmed down enough to tell them what she saw, and they never went back to the spring house again. I'm not sure if she told my grandmother, as my grandmother is quite religious, and even to this day she brushes off any paranormal experience we have at her place. Now, the story doesn't end there. In fact, it's just getting started. Years later, when my aunts and uncles were all grown up with children of their own, the spring house lured some of my cousins and sisters to it. They had heard of the white creature down there, but of course, they didn't believe my aunts. Kids being kids, they went through the woods until the spring house came into view. They planned to drop into it too. My cousin dropped down first. My sister lingered over the hole and stared down at her, not dropping in just yet. It took all of a few seconds before my cousin heard heavy breathing. Her fear immediately spiked, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned toward the sound. My aunt's long, eroded glasses sat in the water beside the same all-white, elongated creature. This time, it did not hesitate. It began to stretch out its limbs to move. She scrambled up and out with the help of my sister, and they too booked it back to the house. They told my aunt and mother what happened. They didn't deny the creature's existence, but instead consoled them as best they could, warning them to stay away from the place. When I eventually came into this world, I was always roaming my grandmother's property too. I rarely liked going to school, and instead I wanted to roam the woods and collect anything and everything I could find. I was often alone out there. Only my grandma's farm dog followed me about. However, the first time I saw the creature, it was during a family get-together. The adults were drinking by a bonfire when a few of my cousins and I decided to play a game called Cops and Robbers. Our version of it was basically hide and seek, but instead of one seeker, there was a group of them, and there was a group of hiders too. I was a hider this time around. I got the bright idea to hide behind an old Lincoln car parked by the barn, since I knew everyone else would be too scared to go out that far. After all, the light barely reached that far, only enough to see shadows. The car was also on the property line with my grandmother's neighbors, where a mobile home sat, unoccupied. The neighbor's house was a few feet away and was dark, as it was late. I sat down behind the car, closest to the trailer. A few minutes went by and I could faintly hear my cousins giggling and screaming gleefully. I shuffled to a squatting position, smiling to myself. Suddenly, I heard a whistle from behind me. I stiffened right away. My body seemed to know something wasn't right before my mind did. The whistle came softly again. It was almost too quiet to hear. A sound used to get someone's attention. I heard it all the time when my great-uncle would use it to call his dog. This time, though, it sounded slightly distorted. I gathered my courage, and I fully stood and began to turn towards the sound. Beside a tall tree near the trailer was this all-white creature. It was also squatting like I had been, but upon seeing me staring in fear, it straightened. The thing was nearly 7 feet tall, a sickly pale white color that shone even in the dark. Its limbs were long and grotesque, and before I knew it, I was running as fast as my legs could take me. I ended up colliding into one of my cousins who I was very close with at the time, named Jay. She and I then slammed into the dirt. She yelped and was ready to rip me a new one, but she must have quickly seen the fear in my face, because instead, she asked what was wrong. I ended up telling her, and we agreed to quit the game entirely and went into the house for the rest of the night. A few months later, though, the incident was nearly forgotten by us. Once again, the adults were partying, and we were playing the same game. I stayed well away from the barn at this point, and only hid near the house, staying in the light as much as possible. My cousin Jay didn't. She had a spurt of bravery or something. She went farther out than I'd previously gone, going directly behind the old barn. Behind the barn was nothing but woods for literal miles, and no light reaching that far. The moon was particularly bright, a full moon that summer night. She told me that's why she could slightly see out there. After a few moments, she grew bored and began to jog around the barn instead of just retracing her steps. That's when, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a man in a bright red sweater just sitting on an all-white lawn chair, staring into the woods. Now, we knew who all was there. This man did not look like any relative of ours, nor the nearby neighbors. The creepy thing was, he didn't even jump or move when she came by. She said it was like he was frozen. His skin was sickly white, like the creature's. It almost glowed. Obviously, she was afraid and ran back to the house calling my name. We met up, and she told me what happened. We never really said much to the grown-ups when they were drinking, as they seemed to have a habit of always laughing at whatever we told them. So we took it upon ourselves to investigate. Together, the two of us crept over towards the barn. We peeked around the corner to see the lawn chair empty. No one was around. As we turned to walk back, I heard my name whispered inside the dilapidated barn. Jay heard it too. Her eyes widened as she looked at my face. We both ran, tears in our eyes. That night, we slept with my poor grandma, smashed up against one another. The sound of that whisper still scares me to this very day. Just thinking about it sends shivers up my spine. Although the next night, we slept in the upstairs spare bedroom, as they call it, and to our horror, my grandma's dog kept looking into our deceased great-grandmother's room, growling softly. We shut the door with him inside the room with us until morning, as we didn't dare to step in front of her room to get to the stairs. The following day, after telling my Aunt B, she admitted the upstairs portion of the house always creeped her out. When I inquired why, she told me when she was a little girl, she'd watched a cheesy, scary movie about werewolves. But in her young mind, it was very creepy. Afterwards, her and my grandmother slept in the third bedroom at the end of the hall. She was having trouble sleeping that night due to the movie replaying in her mind. She dozed off and on, but at one point, she began to hear heavy breathing. The room was suddenly hot and moist as well. Her eyes shot open, and she saw a werewolf-like creature sitting at the bottom of her bed, eyes right on her. It stayed like this until morning. Now, obviously, this isn't the same creature we'd all been seeing, but I know skinwalkers can mimic voices and other things, which can scare you. And that night it had been werewolves for her, so maybe this entity or another was similar, and wants to mimic your fears. Anyway, after she told me this, I stopped going upstairs for a long time. Whenever I stayed with my grandmother during the summer, I slept downstairs in the living room on her couch. I was always frightened there at night. I constantly left the TV playing to drown out any noises, as my grandma liked to sleep with her doors and windows wide open. On a few occasions, I was awakened by the shadow of a person stepping in front of the TV to stare. Then it would proceed into the kitchen. This always horrified me, but I would convince myself I was dreaming. However, it always happened at 3 a.m. on the dot, multiple nights a week. Sometimes I swear the kitchen light would switch on, and the faucet in there would turn on, water exploding loudly onto the ceramic. My grandma, who had her bed in the living room as well, due to having arthritic knees and not being able to climb the stairs nightly, never heard any of this. However, her dog, who often slept on my legs, would sit up, ears perked towards the kitchen. Now, this was happening after my great-grandmother had passed, and she was an odd creature herself. When she was alive at 3 a.m. every night, she would go into the kitchen, turn the lights on, and just sit there for hours playing cards on the wooden dining room table. When I asked her why a few times, she always told me, "I can talk to my husband." Her husband had died a long time ago, but as a young kid, I thought this was all very weird. My great-grandmother and I never got along, so if it was her doing this at night, I still didn't feel too safe. I even had a dream about her after the kitchen light flicked on and I dozed off because I was used to it by this point. In the dream, the stairway light was on, and she began to descend the steps. I was shocked to see her, because even in the dream I knew she'd died. I walked over to the steps. The rest of the house was dark besides the one light. She looked like her usual self in her normal all-white attire. However, when I looked up at her and smiled, she frowned deeply. I sensed something was wrong then, like it wasn't her. She spoke in a deep, harsh tone unlike her usual voice. "Hello." I was scared now, every hair on my body standing up. I tried to wake myself up, knowing it was a dream. "What are you doing here?" I stammered, stepping back. Whatever the thing was that mimicked her smiled cruelly. "I came to tell you something important. You're all going to hell. This is hell. All the demons are here." After the words were out, I was suddenly awake, gasping for air. I kept replaying her or its words all night, unable to sleep. My mind decided all meant my family and I was distraught for days, wanting to go home to get away from that house. So I did. I didn't frequent it much in my teenage years either. I got a job at 15 to help out with the bills, and eventually I moved to a city about 20 minutes away when I turned 18. I don't visit there often, as my family and I are not on the best terms anymore. But one of my aunts has moved in recently to help out my grandmother as she ages. She's told me about how the dogs don't go out at night anymore, how sometimes she hears an odd screech and all the crickets go silent, how one night she heard something scream her name from the woods. She even told me about how the neighbor, who's lived there nearly as long as our family has, called my grandma to tell her he heard such an odd scream from the woods too. He immediately got back on his tractor and drove it into the garage, locking the doors tight. This has never happened before, and to hear how frightened a man who has lived there his entire life was, I was a bit shaken up. When I did find time to sneak up there without a ton of family members being there, my aunt and I found a baby raccoon who had been killed in an odd way. Usually, coyotes kill and eat them, and there aren't any other predators in the area. But the thing about this was, it was whole. It looked like whoever killed it had twisted it, forcing its legs to face the wrong way. There were no other indicators of how it died. All of its legs were seemingly unbroken, even. A few days after this, my aunt called to tell me she found multiple twisted animals, all like that, all placed along the tree line. To this day, my family and I exchange these scary stories. We rarely, if ever, go near those woods at night. If I decide to take my dogs on a small hike, I stay fairly close to the tree line when we're in the woods, even during the day. We have so many stories about the odd happenings there. like mysterious lights hovering near us, screams from the woods, odd lights in the sky, a lot of weird things. The house and land are so beautiful, but something old and haunting lurks around it, stalking generations of my family, and I'm not sure if it will ever leave us alone. Why I put the bins out in the morning. From RD in Hull. I can't help but wonder if this may be connected to my previous story, titled Stinker in the Fields, which was a detailed encounter with Hull's local dogman/werewolf back in 2002. Now, I'm not the healthiest of people. Back in 2020, I came down with a fairly bad chest infection, the long-term consequences of which have left my mobility and general health severely hampered. As a result, my sleep pattern is generally shot, and I spend a good chunk of time at my desk, be it passing out to sleep in a rather comfortable chair, or reading, writing, or doing mundane tasks. It's fairly close to one of my windows, and as a result, I often get a decent view of the street outside and the goings-on of the night. For the most part, there's not much happening. The odd drunk, the odd stray cat or dog, nothing too special. Now, there's a standard weekly practice. Each week the bins are put out, and my downstairs neighbor is rather passive-aggressive, so his current way of trying to cause problems for me is to put the bins out ridiculously early each week. The local council advises that the bin is to be put out on the morning of the collection day, between 6 to 7 a.m., but a lot of people tend to be a bit more lazy, putting the bin out the night before. This is fine, but should the bins end up damaged or stolen, the council treats that as the tenant's liability and responsibility to replace. However, my downstairs neighbor has taken this to new levels. The day before, the weekend before, at one point, an entire week before. Then he complains to the support workers that I never put the bins out, which is a bit rich, considering he's sticking them outside days in advance, and I'm not going to compete with him to see who can put the bins out earlier. The unfortunate consequences of this weren't too obvious until early one month. Downstairs had put the bins out 2 days early, rather frustratingly on a Saturday, which meant they would sit there until Tuesday. Now, recently, with my health declining as it had, I got back into a lot of the interests that I had forgotten about or had put to one side to be a responsible adult. I realized you simply cannot just carve out chunks of your life to be a good cog in the machine, because when you break, the machine doesn't care. One of these interests was the supernatural, cryptids and all that. I got to thinking more on odds and ends, and keeping an eye out more than I had. It was a Saturday night. I'd fallen asleep in my chair simply because the couch I used as a bed wasn't sitting right with me for some reason, and the recent heat wave made it really uncomfortable to do much other than be a puddle. My sleep pattern, being as erratic as it is, tends to mean I drift in and out for a few hours at a time, suffering fatigue and exhaustion during the day. As such, I woke up about 2 to 3 in the morning, as I usually do. After having a bit of a stretch and deciding to stand up, I looked outside my window. As to be expected, it was quiet. The windows were open, the street was fairly empty save the awkwardness of our bins having been shoved out onto the curbside. The air was pleasant, with just the right coolness to it. But it was at that point I realized something was off. It was quiet, but too quiet. It was uncanny. There was no traffic on the nearby roads, no cats yowling and fighting, not even the skittering of the odd rat. Just this cold, eerie stillness sitting in the area. If I were a smart man, I would have backed away, even closed the windows or pulled them as shut as I could without drawing attention. Instead, I continued to look out, glancing down the street. I live on a street where there is a row of terraced houses, which leads to a street of elderly bungalows at the bottom, and further streets splitting off of terraced houses north and south along that street. Connected to the southern streets is a footpath, which runs through a good chunk of the city, enclosed by trees and wild shrubbery, going through a number of more open and run-down areas. Not quite parks, but not quite wilderness. Just an attempt to tame it, such that it's a bit out of hand. People walk their dogs down there. People dump rubbish down there. For the most part, it's just a convenient cut-through to other parts of the city. From the bottom end of the street, I noticed a large figure. Huge, dark, heavily built, seemingly loping down the road. At first, I thought perhaps it's a stray dog, roaming down the street looking for scraps. A Saturday night would be ideal for a stray, as the average drunk will happily share their takeaway with a good pupper, and the homeless often take care of animals as well. But after a few moments of watching, in this cool silence, I realized this wasn't a dog. It was too big. The bins stand just shy of 4 feet in height, and this animal was coming up to them, hunched over, roughly the same height. I watched and frowned, the back of my mind starting to play back the events of some 21 years ago. And unfortunately, I got to see as it stood up roughly halfway down the street from my flat, from my bins. It towered over those bins, twice their height, and I watched as it seemed to be inspecting them, looking around them as though scavenging for food. I mean, why wouldn't it? A busy city, plenty of rubbish going out each day. And people quickly blame kids playing pranks or spiteful neighbors for knocked over bins with contents scattered about. No one would ever think of a dog man, not a werewolf, as a likely candidate. My heart raced. I shrank down against the wall, peeking out the window cautiously as the beast dropped down and continued to lope down the street, bin to bin. It would sniff each one. If a lid was slightly ajar, it would pry it open to root around inside. I suppose the good thing about everyone's bins going out so early is that they weren't as full as they should be, so this beast was finding very little to work with. But then I watched, in deathly silence, as it approached my bins. The smell of it hit me first. The same rotting smell I'd gotten a whiff of some 20 years earlier. The smell that gave it its name, Old Stinker, and I watched nervously as it lifted the bins and started to root about. I could hear it snorting and snuffling. I could hear the bin liners rustling a little as it tugged and poked at them, searching for anything. I remained as silent as I could as I watched, just waiting and hoping this thing would go away. Why was it here? At my home of all places? Well, I knew that, but my mind was panicking at the time. It was at that point that my health, my body, decided to betray me and make things awkward. Because I coughed. I quickly tried to silence it, hacking up into a tissue and covering my mouth as I ducked down. But I heard the curious snort and sniff of the beast. I knew it heard me. For a moment, there was silence. Then I heard the dull thunk of the bin lid dropping. I glanced downward, briefly, to see the beast curiously loping up the small pathway into the very small garden. Naturally, this made a bit of noise. An overgrown hedge caught it, rustling a bit. Its attempts to turn itself about to avoid that caused it to knock into other bins in the garden. And this drew other attention it did not want. I could hear downstairs starting to stir, pounding on his window and shouting. I glanced to see lights coming on across the road, and I even heard another neighbor starting to gripe about whoever was making that noise. In those chaotic moments where light and sound were invading the still darkness, Stinker turned, quickly loping off away from the garden, away from the house. It knocked over one of the bins, and after about half an hour of people complaining loudly to no one in particular, passive-aggressively hoping for arguments, it seemed it was gone. I went back to the night, drifting off in my chair again as everything settled down. Come morning, there was a different sort of story. In the garden was a torn bin liner, bits of rubbish strewn out around it. A bin was knocked over, lid slightly open. To anyone else, it simply looked like a bin had fallen, or someone had fly-tipped it, or tried to scrounge for cards or bank details. But what I did notice that day was a number of dead rats and pigeons in the area. Again, in an urban built-up area, you don't think much about this. But with the events of the previous night, it sent a shiver down my spine. Stinker had been here, and frustrated with the lack of scraps for easy pickings, it had turned its hunger, or wrath, on local wildlife in the early hours in the morning. It had come back. At first I questioned how. Why would it even be here? It was a distance from where it was previously, a fair distance from the drain that seemed to be its main territory. But then that got me thinking. Wolves have a hunting range from 50 to 1,000 square miles of territory. So what must the hunting range be for the stinker? And from its behavior, it was hungry, maybe even a bit desperate. It's a stark reminder that even as humanity sprawls out, it will come into contact with the supernatural and the unknown. And though people may think we're some sort of anathema to the natural world, a lot of creatures will adapt and survive. We see this with foxes, coyotes, bears, who will all happily scavenge bins and gardens, taking advantage of free food where they can. And so too then will the cryptids of the world adapt as we come into contact with them. And that's just a bit more terrifying. The thought that our safe urban sprawls aren't really that safe at all from the beasts and monsters of the untamed wilderness. Werewolf in the Fields of the UK. From Anonymous. I was walking home one night from my friend's house. Must have been around 10:30. I kept to my usual route, straight around the corner, past the shops and up the hill. This would take me home in 10 to 15 minutes. I made my way past the shops, and I began to walk up the hill, past this long stretch of woodland and a field beside it. But for some reason, something felt strange. It was as if something was watching my every move. I could feel the hair prickling at the back of my neck. I laughed it off as nothing, but my own mind scared me. As I looked up, that's when I saw the moon, full and big and bright. Something about it creeped me out. And that's when the scraping noises began. I could hear light tapping, then the occasional heavy thud, like a dog was running or circling around me. I began to run, soon halfway up the hill. I was trying to outrun whatever I was hearing around me, but before long, the uphill run left me fatigued. I was tired and breathing extremely heavily. I listened then, but nothing was there this time, and I mean no noise at all. Even all the birds fell silent, as if some predator was lurking about and they were aware of it. In an instant, a snarl came from my left, which began more like a hiss, ending in a full growl, like a dog that was ready to bark. Instinctively, I glanced over in the direction of it. I saw a huge, dark figure. It stood at least 6.5 feet tall, with glowing yellow eyes that were more cat-like. It stood on hind legs, which seemed most similar to those of a dog, complete with padding and claws. Whatever it was gripping onto the fence. It looked up at me then. We locked eyes. I tried to back up, but I was shaking, and I soon caught my foot on a rock and fell. By the time I quickly glanced back up towards it, there was nothing. Just a now broken fence and the sound of its feet and hands thumping on the ground as it sprinted in the direction of the opposite field, full of cattle. I hurried home. When I got back to my house, I was pale white, and I threw up almost instantly due to panic. Before long, That feeling of being watched came back, although after a quick glance in the woods outside, there turned out to be nothing there. Or so I thought. An eerie, distant howl erupted from the forest, a howl that sounded more like a scream or a cry. Whatever it was, it sounded angry. Then I spotted them, the same eyes I saw before, now under a tree in the distance, right where the hedges ended. I've never run to my room so fast in my life. This event began to change the way I thought about things. I've never really stepped outside at night much after it. But one thing's for sure. If that was real, what else could be out there? That same paranoia, both from my experience and the question that haunted my mind, still lives with me to this day, almost 3 years later. The Dogman of Alice Ranch. From Kinda Delirious. This happened when I was about 11 years old. My dad took me and my younger brother to hunt and camp in Texas. He picked us up from my mom's house around 10 p.m. It took us about 2.5 hours to get to the ranch. Our grandpa and my older brother were already waiting for us by our grandpa's tent. The next couple of days went over well. One day our dad woke us up at around 5 in the morning to get us ready for some deer hunting. He'd walked us to one of the blinds and left me and my little brother at one, while he took my older brother with him to another spot a good mile or so from ours. Our grandpa had his blind away from me and my younger brother's blind to make sure we didn't do anything stupid, as kids sometimes do. A few hours went by. My little brother eventually just fell asleep. I was up, looking at the feeders. Around 8 a.m., I saw a 10-point buck emerge from the brush. I nudged my brother awake. Slowly, he woke up. I saw his face light up with joy. He reached immediately for my rifle, but I carefully pushed his hand away. He whispered, "What are you doing? We have a straight shot." I pointed back to the feeder. There were 2 does near the buck. My little brother slumped down in his chair, tears in his eyes. Looking at him, I sighed and reached for my rifle, even though my father had told me not to waste a shot unless you have a clear one. Despite these does being in the way, it sort of broke my heart seeing my little brother sad like that. So I ignored the rule, steadied my rifle, and made sure I was sighted in. A couple of minutes passed by, but it felt like forever before I was finally able to take a shot. It landed right on the buck's shoulder. My little brother had been watching the whole thing. He was so excited. We were ready then to step out of the blind. But when we did, I heard a rustling in front of us. Even though I'd already landed a buck, I got excited at the thought of landing another, being the overconfident kid I was. I took my aim and held my breath. Then I peered into the scope to take a look. That was the worst thing I could ever do. At the same time, my brother grabbed a flashlight and shone it out into the dark. The beam landed right on that thing. This beast had the head of a German shepherd, but it had the body of a bodybuilder. Right away when the beam hit it, it snapped its head in our direction. I thought it was just a weird and big dog. Then it ran straight at our blind. I heard a loud thud against the walls. Fear had set in with my little brother and me. Then what I feared most had come true. I looked up at the blind's window. There it was. That thing. It had black fur covering its upper body, its lips curled back, bearing yellowish canine teeth, some of which were covered in a deep red substance. The loud footsteps circled us faster and faster. Then, out of nowhere, they stopped. I wondered how long that would last. The door handle shook violently then. That creature was trying to open the blind. I aimed my rifle at the door, using one hand to place my brother behind me. As the door pried open, I saw that it was just my grandpa. He'd heard my little brother screaming. With rifle in hand, he had left his blind to see what was going on. He took us and ran with us to our father's blind. He told my dad that my little brother had screamed. After asking what happened, my little brother just muttered, "Wolf." We went back to camp. That night was worse to come. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of a loud and menacing howl. I stood from my sleeping bag and peered outside. I saw the outline of a humanoid thing at the tree line. I ducked back into my sleeping bag, crying, telling myself it wasn't real, it was just a dream. How wrong I was. I heard loud and quick footsteps running straight towards the tent. I gathered the courage to look up, to take a peek at the thin tent window. That thing's hands, yes, human-like hands, ending in long black claws and red piercing eyes, sat right at the window. It was there, just peering down at me. Eventually, it walked back into the woods. The following day, I went to the blind again with my dad and older brother. This time, my little brother went with my grandpa. We never got the buck-eyed shot, so we were going back for it now. Well, when we found it, it had already been decimated. Its stomach had been ripped open, legs torn up and twisted, antlers almost completely chewed through. After that day, I never went camping or hunting there again. My girlfriend's strange creature encounter in Cape May. From Sneeves 0426. This story is from my girlfriend's perspective. She still to this day has no idea what she encountered. It happened to me back in 2018. I arrived in this small rural town near Cape May. The company I was working for at the time was sending me to go door to door advertising cable and Wi-Fi that they wanted me to sell. I was getting weird vibes all throughout the day, as the town itself was very small and a bit creepy, with people staring at me or giving me the cold shoulder for the entire day. It seemed like a lot of the townsfolk that I encountered that day were on edge, and it was a weird, tense atmosphere that I shrugged off, as people are weird all the time. I continued doing my job, chugging a Red Bull to keep me going, which didn't affect me at all, surprisingly. Besides the weird atmosphere, the scenery was actually quite pretty once you got off the main road. I had to stop at different streets and somewhere in the woods on long and seemingly beautiful endless roads. It was quite scenic. Just before sunset, I was scheduled to visit a few houses on a small peninsula. To get to this peninsula, you had to go down a very long road, past a summer camp area, past a trailer park, past the woods, and then you finally find yourself in a small open area with a bay marsh, a couple small expensive houses, and shore access. The houses were so close to the water it seemed to be a code violation, but I'm sure they were built to withstand storms since they did look so expensive. Every house had its own theme, and the area was mostly deserted. Only one house had someone inside at the time, whom I had talked to after knocking on his door. I was so distracted looking at the houses and scenery that I didn't notice how fast sunset was approaching. I came to the realization that I should start heading back then, to avoid being alone on that long deserted pathway in the woods. As a smaller female, I'm never comfortable after dark in isolated places, especially without cell service. I was making my way down the path, so far so good, as it wasn't completely dark yet. As I approached the wooded area of the road, I was walking a bit faster, as there were no streetlights and the sunlight was rapidly disappearing. As I walked at a decently fast pace, I noticed something. The woods were eerily quiet. All the life that I was hearing before was gone. Crickets, birds, no, just pure silence. I stopped in my tracks, and I got chills down my spine as I felt the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around the dark woods for any sudden movements. Then, like clockwork, something up ahead made its way out of the tree line. It looked to be some type of large animal. My brain went into overdrive analyzing whatever this animal was. Was it a bear? A dog? No, it looked too large to be a dog. Though I was intimidated by its large size, whatever it was had not noticed me yet. Even though I was scared, I also didn't want to walk back and go into that one man's house. As a woman, I'd rather take my chances with a wild animal than be alone with a man I didn't know in a deserted holiday neighborhood. Suddenly, as I was thinking this, the large animal in the distance had finally noticed my presence. It was observing me, not entirely sure of what to do with me. There wasn't enough light anymore for me to see the animal's face, but I felt unusually frightened. Whatever I was looking at was definitely too big to even be a black bear. I mean, its shoulder height on all fours was about 5 feet or more, which is more comparable to the size of a brown bear. The mass on this creature was extensive, as the outline of what I could see looked more like a wolf on steroids. It was extremely muscular. I also noticed the outline of its face was very similar to that of a German shepherd or a wolf. It had those pointed, perked ears and a long snout. In the heat of the moment, I could only hear the sound of my heart palpitating as fear and adrenaline started to crawl its way into my bloodstream. It felt as if time stood still. Then it dawned on me. What I was looking at was not a normal animal. It simply was too big to be any animal that I could recognize from New Jersey's catalog of fauna. And if it wanted to attack me, I would be powerless against it. It was just too big. Though, to calm myself down, I threw out the idea that this creature was out of the ordinary. I felt like this could be rationalized somehow. I made my brain go back to the idea of this being maybe a large dog or coyote. I did not believe in cryptids, and I was completely unaware at the time of what size coyotes were supposed to be, so I made a quick decision. Realizing that this could very well be a life or death situation, I came to the conclusion that this very large dog-like creature was probably a skittish coyote that I could scare off, at least temporarily, to calm down my nerves. What other choice did I have? The longer I kept standing there, the more aggressive I might come off to this animal, and I didn't want it to get territorial or get the idea that I was easy prey. So I decided I would make the most hideous, loud, confusing, and startling scream/howl I could muster, and just sprint the rest of the way. After I screeched this hideous sound out of my body as hard as I could, the animal quickly changed its body language to defensive. But then it quickly changed its mind to deciding it wasn't worth a fight. It ran a distance away into the woods, not too far though. I started to sprint as fast as I could past that area and beyond. I sprinted until I reached the end of the road and noticed there was a summer camp area with streetlights near me. I rested on top of a table there, out of breath and feeling my heart pounding out of my chest. However, I was still very shaken up. I still felt like I was being watched. I kept my eyes on the tree line. My eyes were darting around looking for any sign this animal was still there. Once I felt that the coast was clear, I located the next house I was scheduled to visit, and I quickly made my way over. There I met a nice family who ended up buying cable from me, and I told them what had happened to me that night and how I was treated by the locals. The lady of the family, who I presumed to be the mother, said, "I don't know why they sent you out here alone. These woods are dangerous after dark, and there are creepy people who live around here." The impression she gave me was that there were animal encounters she could not explain, and that there were lots of ex-convicts in the area, as well as people who should have been arrested and haven't been. She was as equally concerned about the people as she was the animals around the place. This gave me goosebumps. How many times today could my life have been taken? They were extremely concerned for my safety and told me to contact my team leader so I could get picked up. They said they didn't want me to go outside again and that I should call it quits for the night and to not visit any other houses. To this day, I still have no idea what creature I encountered. There are strange things in the woods, things people don't speak about, things they might even be covering up. To me, it felt as if the townsfolk of that town knew something about what I encountered. So weird creature I encountered in those woods, let's never meet again. Werewolf Attack from Jay Xune. I'm not even sure where to start with this. It pains me to even think about it, because it only happened a week ago. But I'll do my best. You can call me Jay. I'm a 21-year-old guy, and last week I decided to take the trip from LA to my boyfriend's house in Wyoming. We were finally moving in together, so we needed to get the final things from his parents' house back to our new one in LA. It was around a 15-hour trip there and a 15-hour trip back. So I stopped along the way in Utah for a day. After all, my friend lives there. I had no issues for most of the journey until I stupidly decided I'd drive the last 8 hours straight during the night. I was about an hour outside of Salt Lake City. It was around 1 a.m. I was driving through a forested road when it happened. There was a decapitated deer in the road, which made me bring my car to a stop. It was right slap bang in the middle, blocking me from getting by as the road was narrow. My entire surroundings were pitch black, with my headlights being the only source of light, except for the moon. The moon might have been full at the time. I really can't remember well, as it didn't even cross my mind to check at the moment. I had to do something, so I tried calling my boyfriend first, but the signal kept getting dropped. We weren't able to talk for long, but he told me to just drive over it, as getting out wasn't worth the risk of the predator still being around. I still wish I'd just listened to him. Instead, I got out of my car and headed toward the deer. Whilst I was making my way over, the crickets around me slowly went silent. Soon the only sound I could hear was my car engine, which really made me feel unsettled. I just wanted to get out of there. So I took hold of the deer's legs and I started to drag it out of the way, into the shrubbery on the side. I was not about to touch the head. It was what happened then that shook me to my core. When I'd finished dealing with the deer's body, I wiped my hands clean on my shirt and looked up at my car. Sure enough, there it was, right next to my open car door. It was 7 to 8 feet tall, covered in dark hair, standing on 2 feet. Its eyes were like yours or mine, but bloodshot, and I mean extremely bloodshot. Its pupils were a kind of yellowish orange, and one of its hands was clenching my car door. I can still see those thick, long claws scraping into the glass window. It was looking right into my soul, panting and frowning like it was full of rage at me. So much so that its mouth was opening slowly, revealing long canine teeth. I froze there, like a deer in the headlights. Pretty ironic considering the headlights were on me now. I didn't know what to do, but I slowly took a step back. As I did that, it took a step towards me. Its legs were jointed like a dog's. This creature didn't even look like a standard werewolf that you would see in a movie. More like a wolf man or a dog man. It didn't have any clothes, but it did have a few pieces of shirt over its torso. It was unlike anything I could have ever imagined. At this point, I was panicking. I genuinely thought I was going to die that night, alone and afraid. When I took one last step back, it charged at me with the most deafening roar I've ever heard. So much adrenaline was running through me that I swerved when it was about 1 foot away from me. It then tried to swipe at me with its claws. It missed, giving me the opportunity to run back to my car. I ran back in, stepping on that pedal faster and harder than I ever had. I had to pass it, as it was now back where I'd found the deer, but this thing I didn't care about hitting it. I wanted to get away. The beast lunged at my car as I passed by, which caused the whole car to shake, but now I was already ramping up speed. After 20 minutes of going way faster down that road than I should have been, I was clear and back on the freeway. At that point, I felt safe, and I called my boyfriend. I was frantic and could barely speak a word. He was just as upset as I was after hearing about it. I called the police after that. They said they'd send a few rangers down that road to investigate. They even said that they'd had a few reports from other people passing through that very same road the very same night. I didn't hear anything back after that. I've always been a fan of horror, but I never even considered anything like that to be real. I don't even know if I still believe it was real. I sit up at night trying to come up with any other reasonable explanation for it. I've written this just to be heard by someone aside from my boyfriend. No one else knows or believes what I saw was real. I wish they were right. I hope they were right. The only thing I know is that if I hadn't swerved out of the way, I probably wouldn't be here to write this today. Dogman Encounter from When Ghosts Come Out. This story isn't my own experience, but it's from a woman in Michigan. just up north from the Montcalm County area. It happened in a cabin in the woods. I never knew the lady. In fact, I heard this story from my dad, and my dad had read it from a newspaper. This woman lived in a cabin in the woods. One dark night, she started to hear sniffing coming from the window and front door. She was confused to what it could have been. She opened the window and looked around outside. What she found horrified her. A dog-like face was staring right back at her through the window that she had just opened. She freaks out, runs away, and grabs a gun. She began to hear this thing clawing and scratching at her door. It was loud and furious. She fires a gunshot through her roof to scare it away, and luckily for her, it seemed to work. The thing was no longer there, and the scratching noises stopped. She called the cops soon after. When they arrived, there was no dogman outside, but there was a hole in her roof, and what's more concerning and scary was the fact that they also found huge and unnatural scratch marks going all the way down her front door on the outside. Not only that, but there were dozens of other claw marks. The officers had never seen anything like it. The woman explained everything that had happened, the sounds of the claws, the dog face in the window, the sniffing around the door. They were shocked. The cops agreed that no human could ever do anything like that to a door. Soon enough, it was reported on the local newspapers around Michigan. Who knows, maybe there is a dogman out there hiding in the woods. The Friendly Dogman, from Bandogora. The following is a story told to me by my cousin, an honest guy who has never lied to me, at least as far as I know, and who used to deny the existence of such creatures. This story will be told from his perspective. Before we begin though, I need to mention a few things. My cousin's a pretty big guy, standing around 2 meters. His height, coupled with his expertise in karate, have earned him his second blue belt not long before this happened. He's much more of a fight than a flight kind of guy. He also doesn't live in the US. He lives in Europe, specifically Germany. So consider this a translation of the story he told me. So keep in mind if he mentioned something in meters to me, I converted that to feet in the story. And lastly, there actually aren't any tales about dogmen in our country, only werewolves. But from what he told me, there was no full moon present, so it couldn't have been a werewolf. Now without further ado, here's the story. Me and 2 of my friends decided to go camping at the forest area near our town after spending so much time indoors due to you-know-what. We met at my house as it was the closest to the road leading to the forest. Once there, we loaded our camping equipment into the car of one of my friends. We would be camping that night, and the sun was already setting. However, it was later than planned because one of my friends had to work an extra hour. There wasn't much sunlight left when we arrived. We got to work quickly, setting everything up. While my friends unloaded the car and set up the tents, I was out collecting firewood. I was at it for about half an hour. I'd gone deeper into the woods when, suddenly, I heard some heavy footsteps, along with a wolf-like growl behind me. This was definitely odd, since wolves haven't been native to this forest for centuries, having been wiped out by farmers to protect their livestock. I put down my wood I'd gathered, and I began to turn around, slowly. What I saw next I'll never forget. Standing several feet away from me, on its hind legs, was a large creature covered in dark gray fur. It had a wolf-like face and piercing yellow eyes. It was nearly 8 feet tall. I had to look up at it, but what somehow shocked me even more than the creature itself was what it was carrying in its long arms. It was a young girl. I couldn't tell whether she was still breathing or not, but I also couldn't make out any blood or wounds. While I stared at the girl, the creature took another step towards me. Then it bent down until its snout was about an inch away from my face. I could feel the air coming out of its nose as it sniffed me, inhaling my scent. After what felt like forever, it suddenly backed off again. After it took a few steps back, it crouched down, placing the girl on the ground in front of me. Then it got down on all 4 legs and gave me a last growl, as if to say that I should leave these woods. Then it ran back the way it came at such high speed that I was glad it wasn't chasing me. I looked at it, running away for a moment, before I heard the girl asking quietly whether the creature was gone. I replied with a yes, and asked her whether she was all right while helping her up. She replied yes as well. I noticed she had a few bruises on her face. I asked her where those came from. She told me that those were not from the creature, but from her abusive stepfather. Apparently, she had run away from home the day before to go to her uncle, who lives in our town. She stayed off the road to avoid her parents finding her by car, which is why she went through the woods. There, not long before my own encounter, she'd heard a growl coming from behind her. She saw this creature moving towards her on all fours. She told me she had heard that one should play dead when being approached by a predator, and so she did just that. But before long, she felt herself being picked up and carried away by this creature. Since she didn't want to risk doing anything to upset the creature, she simply didn't move. I offered to drive her to her uncle's. She accepted, and I brought her to my friends. I told them she was on her way to her uncle's and that I found her in the woods. But knowing they wouldn't believe the rest of the story, I didn't say anything about the creature. We drove her to her uncle's as promised, who took her in and thanked us for bringing her to him. After all was said and done, we decided to go camping a different time. I'm not sure why the creature didn't attack the girl or me, and instead simply brought her to me. Obviously, I'm glad it happened that way. Still, I don't know if I ever want to meet it again. Who knows whether it's still so benevolent when it's hungry. Wolfman in the Suburbs, from Lucky 12. I live in the suburbs of Salt Lake City. My house is about 20 miles from the nearest forest or mountain. This happened one night. I woke up around 4 a.m. because my mouth was so dry. My room is on the second floor of my house, so I had to go downstairs to get a drink. When I got back upstairs, I got back in bed and began to fall back to sleep. A couple of minutes went by when suddenly the hair on my arm stood up. The first thing I did was look around the room to make sure that whatever was making my hair stand up like that wasn't in the room with me. I've had some weird things happen in my room, as well as the area outside my room. After making sure the coast was clear, I stood up and walked over to the blinds. It was then that I knew whatever was making me feel this way had to be outside. When I looked out, I saw a deer go running down the street outside my house. A couple of seconds after the deer ran by, I saw something else go running down the street after the deer. This creature was definitely what had set my brain off. The creature was covered in thick dark fur. It had large human-like hands with long claws instead of fingers. Its legs looked human, but sort of backwards. It also had a wolf-like head. It was tall, about 2/3 the height of the light post outside my window. It was also extremely fast. It covered the 150 feet of my street in what seemed to be a few seconds. After seeing that, I could not fall asleep, and for a while, I was a bit too scared to even look outside. I don't really believe in the paranormal, but I do like listening to such stories. I always look for a good explanation for everything. I'm starting to believe there are things that we haven't officially discovered yet. Later on after that night, my sister saw the same creature walking down the street. This confirms that I actually did see it, and that it wasn't just a dream. She gave the same description, except she actually saw its eyes. She described them as orangey red. Uncomfortably, I decided to continue on, knowing that I was probably fairly close to the leisure center/gym that indicated the only real turn of my journey and the start of another long stretch of road, which would eventually lead to civilization. Hopefully, whatever I'd heard would be content to stay behind in those fields. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe it was some unseen barnyard critter put out to field that I couldn't make out in the dark. But as I continued on, as I continued to walk, I heard the sounds, the crunching, the shuffling, continuing alongside me. It was still quiet, still cold. The silence was still heavy in the air elsewhere. At this point, I was beginning to pick up my pace, hoping that whatever seemed to be following me would be content to stay in the fields, or even better, stuck there behind the chicken wire fence, tatty barbed wire, and dodgy electric fences that bordered them. But after a few moments, the sounds continued, picking up pace themselves. Now, I know it wasn't me. I wasn't hearing an echo of myself. I was walking in sneakers on a damp, grassy verge. Nothing was going to crunch that loudly, and I certainly wasn't that heavy. I paused again then, looking about once more, peering towards the fields as I slowly kept walking along the verge on the opposite side of the road. It was then that I saw it. The initial sighting is best described as a fairly large black shape moving along the edge of the field. I couldn't quite see all of it. I didn't really have much in the form of a flashlight, and mobile phones back then were, well, dimly lit green screens at best. So I was catching fleeting glances between the overlapping streetlights. It was moving along the edge, moving in the same direction as me. I couldn't quite make out what it was at that particular moment. It was just big and moving with me. Swallowing nervously, I decided to turn and sprint. I reminded myself I simply needed to get to the leisure center, and from there it would be civilization. An abundance of light, plenty of other people, drunks even. But as I sprinted, as my heart raced, I heard it. The shuffling, the snapping, a sound of wire fence rattling and shaking as something climbed straight over it, as though it wasn't even a bother. As I ran, I heard the sounds across the road from me, where the fields were starting to disappear into ditches, another grassy verge with hedgerows and small bushes as a backdrop as we started to get to housing areas. It was also then that the smell hit, a foul, rotten, sulfurous stench wafting in my direction as the wind blew it down toward me. I gagged and I stumbled, stopping just by the walls of the leisure center. I looked across the way, and I could see it more clearly now. A large black shape covered in scraggly fur, but with a distinctly canine silhouette. It loped along, going from all fours to upright to all fours at its own whim, and I could hear it panting, sniffing as it looked toward me with gold red eyes. One thought came to my mind when I saw it. Werewolf. It really did look much like the stereotypical wolfman. But it was also at this point I realized I was in trouble. I was in danger. I was exhausted and burnt out. I could no longer run. I was cold sweating, and this thing was slowly approaching me. But I was at just the junction I needed to get to. Cross the road, and I was in built-up areas, able to follow a footbridge to houses, then down the main road to home. Determined to get somewhere, hoping light or at least something would deter the thing following me, I decided to cross the road. Thankfully, this was the moment that I would get lucky. My attention was solely on this creature, so I didn't notice the lorry driving fairly slowly at night, coming round the roundabout, not immediately noticing me either. Thankfully, the driver was not going that fast, so seeing an exhausted man slowly making his way across the road, he was able to stop in time, luckily for me. The lorry stopped, the driver leaning out to shout profanities at me, and I looked at him, trying to apologize. Then I froze. The stinker, the creature, was approaching behind the lorry, but as the driver continued to shout, it seemed the stinker was somewhat put off. There was a loud thunk as it jumped up onto the back of the lorry, causing the driver to stop and look at me. "Hey, you see that?" "Yeah, I see it." I couldn't describe it. I was shook, watching as the driver stood and tried to peer around the cab to see what was now on the roof of the trailer. We both watched the stinker lope along the trailer before jumping down past the driver, between myself and the lorry. It looked at me one last time, then darted off toward the ditch in the direction of the river, and more importantly, the local drain. Myself and the lorry driver looked to each other, shaking our heads. We both agreed. Probably a big stray dog. But both of us knew what we saw wasn't right. The rest of my trip home was fairly uneventful. I got in just past 3:30 a.m., clambering up the stairs to my room to collapse and sleep the following day away. I didn't mention this to anyone. I figured these circumstances were just too many red flags, and nobody would believe. Some 20 years later, after health issues, I decided to embrace my old love of the paranormal, of cryptids, doing some local research out of curiosity. Old Stinker is Hull's local werewolf, having been spotted for a number of decades. Its name comes from the smell, the rotting, sulfurous stench of its breath. It's been spotted along the industrial estates, particularly along the Barnston Drain, where the route I'd taken that night was fairly close to. I'd been hunted by Old Stinker, stalked in the cold night, and only escaped due to circumstantial luck. I suppose he thought that one lone student may have been easy prey, but throw in a lorry and an irate yelling man, and it's no longer so easy. For that, I am thankful. I will say that since this encounter, I made it a point to not walk long distances in the middle of the night through lonely back roads. It's one thing to stumble back through built-up areas where there's CCTV on every corner and plenty of people around at all hours, be they drunk, homeless, or stumbling home just as you are, opposed to walking back in dead silence through poor lighting, no cameras, and the chance the last things to see you alive might be a sheep or a pony. Werewolf or Skinwalker? From Lost Soul J. I was 9 at the time this experience happened. I am 21 now. Before I begin, I'll give a little information. Back then, I was living with my mom. We were living in these people's garage, which was renovated into a type of apartment. It was one big space with a kitchen and a bathroom. As you entered the apartment through the door, you entered mine and my mom's bedroom. Now, this door didn't lock. Our apartment was about 30 feet away from the main gate, which was attached to the brick wall that surrounded the rest of the property. It wasn't a very high wall, and there were trees lined up in front of the wall. The yard was big, and there was a swing that was connected to the treehouse, which belonged to the landlord's son. For the sake of the story, let's call him Ethan. Now let me tell you my story. One night, my mom went out, so I was left alone. As far as I knew, the landlords weren't home at the time either. Otherwise, Ethan and I would have had sleepovers or just played together. I decided to sit outside the apartment to enjoy the cool night's breeze. I was minding my own business when I got the most dreaded feeling that I was not alone, that I was being watched. I scanned my surroundings to find the cause of this feeling, and finally, my gaze fell on the gate. The street was well lit, and I could see the outlines of the trees, but I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, not until movement by the gate caught my eye. It looked to be the outline of a head crouched behind where the wall and the gate met. I could not make out much, but I could make out a pair of ears, and I could tell the head was covered in fur. If I listened carefully, too, I could hear panting. Now, my first thought was that this was a dog, but that thought left rather quickly as its head snapped up. Now, I saw a 7-foot frame towering over the wall, and I could see that it was all covered in fur, and it was standing on 2 legs like a man. Its head then turned to face me, and I could feel my heart pounding. I slowly got up making my way to the door, and I didn't take my eyes off of it in case it moved. I began to cry in fear and frustration as I tried to close the door without looking for the handle because I didn't want to turn away from this creature. After a few seconds, the beast put its arms on the gate, and I could see the outlines of sharp and long claws. And that was it for me. I looked at the door then, grabbed it, and slammed it closed without another look. I put what little weight I had against it and kept the door closed. I stayed very still and listened closely. I could hear footsteps before long. They were coming to the door, and I began to full-on panic, tears streaming down my face. Then I heard a low growl right outside. I felt it beginning to push at the door, almost enough to open it. The growling grew louder. I know what I did was possibly the worst thing to do in that situation, but remember, I was a terrified child. I screamed at the top of my lungs, as loud as I possibly could. The growling stopped, and after a few seconds, I stopped screaming. I thought I could hear footsteps leaving. I waited a long time before quietly moving away from the door and fetching a chair, putting it in front of the door. I then tried to move very quietly, going to the kitchen and grabbing one of my mom's biggest kitchen knives. Then I went to hide under the bed, which faced the direction of the door. I tried staying awake for a while, but from pure fear and exhaustion, I fell asleep. Sometime later, I woke up to the sound of the door opening and the chair being pushed aside. I clutched the knife in my hands, only to hear a familiar voice and see a pair of ugly pink sneakers that I knew were my mom's. I rushed out from under the bed, leaving the knife there and hugging her. She held me back and didn't even ask why I was under the bed. I could tell she was just exhausted. I decided not to say anything as I let her go to bed, and I made my way to the door to look outside. It was daylight then. I didn't know what time, but I did see my friend Ethan playing on the swings nearby. I stepped outside to look around. Everything seemed fine. Ethan then noticed me, and he waved and called my name. I waved back and went over to join him. We talked and played for a while. During that time, I almost forgot about the night before. We then heard his dad calling him. He promised to come play later. Then he ran to his house. I smiled, feeling relaxed. I got off the swing and started to walk back to the apartment. Just before I reached the door, I heard Ethan calling me. I stopped and looked towards his house, but he wasn't there. I was confused. I heard him call me again then, but this time I looked over by the swings. I regretted looking instantly. Right behind our treehouse, next to the swings, stood a tall creature staring at me with sunken dark holes where the eyes should have been. Its limbs were unnaturally long, and its body was thin and gray and looked rotten. I didn't wait around to see more. Was it the same creature as before? If so, what had happened to it between now and last night? I ran inside, grabbing the knife from under the bed, and I was about to slam the door. But as I looked outside again, it was no longer there. I closed the door and stayed close to my mom all night. I never saw anything like that again. I don't even know if they were the same creature or not, but I'd rather not find out. I saw a werewolf twice. From Swiss Dog. These events happened 7 years apart. My first encounter happened when I was 11 years old. It was 2013. I'd asked my dad if I could spend time at my friend John's house. He said, sure, just be back by 9 p.m., okay? And take Ruppy and Clark with you. Ruppy was my 4-year-old Rottweiler, and Clark was my 1-year-old standard poodle. I had another dog, Keys, a 6-year-old bulldog, but he stayed at the house to keep Dad company. Later on that night, it was getting close to 9 p.m., so I started to walk back home. I lived in the country at the time. There were a lot of wild animals around. As the dogs and I were walking, I began to hear noises, but I was thinking it was just a raccoon. We were about 6 feet away from my driveway when Ruby stopped and started to growl. I thought he was just growling at another animal, but when Clark started to growl too, I knew it was something worse than that. Something was wrong. You see, Clark never really growled at anything. I was getting ready to say something when a large, dark creature ran out from behind a tree and took off running. I stood there, startled, dumbfounded. From what I saw, I remember thinking right there, that couldn't be real, right? My dogs and I then ran and ran until we made it back home to the front door. We burst through, and Dad said, "What in the world?" before he slammed the door and grabbed his gun. My dad looked at me and said, "Stay inside, there's something out there." Fast forward to 2020. I was 18. Clark and Keys were gone by then. My dad and I were driving back home from the lake one night with our dogs, Zach, a border collie, Lucky, a Doberman pinscher, and Loki, a black wolf Malamute mix. As we drove, everything was really quiet. Suddenly, I saw something dart across the road. I quickly yelled, "Dad, look out!" He slammed on his brakes and said, "Another one?" I looked at him and I told him we have to get home. I looked back at our dogs. They were growling and baring their teeth. We made it home fast and slept in the living room. Nowadays, my dad and I avoid walking or driving at night whenever possible. Halloween Werewolves from XWB. In 2020, we all know there were some global mishaps, and an event affected my graduation that year, which was a bummer. It affected our high school seniors the most, it seemed. There were people who had to take online classes and didn't participate, so they didn't graduate. I felt really bad after all that happened. It was nearly Halloween of 2020. I thought to myself it'd be pretty cool if we all got together and had a lot of fun to make up for the awful year. So I thought of an idea to have a party. I knew it was against regulations on the social distancing stuff, but honestly, I didn't care anymore. Now, I didn't want to have a party in my own house, because the last time we had a party there, we had problems with some of our stuff being missing or stolen. But the problem was, I didn't know where to go. So I opened up to my girlfriend Leanne, including my friends on Discord, asking them all some suggestions to a few places. One of Leanne's friends, Sam, said, "Why don't we try that cabin or outdoor home that your third cousin has?" I asked Sam why she even wanted to go. She said she was off work, it was Halloween, it would be a blue moon, on a Saturday, a lot of good points. "Alright," I said. So I gave everybody the address and where the party would be. Now, another thing to note. My third cousin, Lance, moved to California for his new job as a high school music teacher. So I asked his husband, Francis, if I could throw a party at their cabin. He answered, "Sure, as long as you guys don't drink alcohol." Now, I don't keep any promises. So on Halloween, I grabbed snacks, soft drinks, and my costume and headed out to the cabin. I was the first to arrive there. I quickly put on my costume. In case you're wondering what I wore, it was a steampunk plague doctor. Fitting, right? After a few minutes go by, my friend Cameron arrived with one of those glowing purge masks, which also makes sense as well, due to the lovely peaceful protests that were going on at the time. He brought over some angry orchards in a variety of flavors. Then Leanne arrived, dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. Sam arrived after that as an anime cat girl. Yeah, I know, it's weird. Finally, another friend of mine, Adam, arrived as a Call of Duty Zombies character. I think it was Dr. Edward Richtofen. After my friends arrived, we partied, drank, and played some games. Then we watched some of the Saw movies, all together having a good time. Now, something you should know is that I experienced something of a cryptid sighting here before. I truly believe at one point that I saw a werewolf at this cabin. You may have heard the story before. Narrator's note: if you want to hear the original story, it was featured in the episode titled 4 Horrifying Creatures Hunting People in the Woods, which was episode 278 of the Unexplained Encounters podcast. Now back to the story. I had shared this story with this group of friends, and Sam especially was inquisitive of it. At this point in the night, Sam kept demanding that we go outside into the woods to find this elusive werewolf. Having been terrified of the creature before, I thought this was a terrible idea. So I replied to her, "You know what? If you want to go out in the woods in the dark all by yourself, then be my guest. If you get attacked or even killed by that thing out there, I'm not coming to rescue you." I said this not to be mean, just to scare her into thinking it would be a bad idea. But I was wrong, because it backfired. Sam immediately headed towards the door and left. Not a very big brain move of me. Leanne noticed that Sam headed out on her own and demanded we should try to find her before it was too late. If she wasn't going to be attacked by a werewolf, she might be attacked by a bear or coyotes. She could get lost. With a sigh, I agreed. Adam wanted to stay in the cabin because he was a bit afraid of the stories I've told. He was also scared of the typical wildlife out there. I can understand that. As silly as this may sound, the 3 of us grabbed our flashlights. We went out into the woods with our costumes on, looking for a friend. All the while, there might be some sort of monster on the loose. It might sound silly, but I can assure you this legitimately happened. Stupid? Yeah, we can agree on that. We were walking along the wooded road, and it wasn't long before I noticed that something was wrong. I turned to my right and didn't see anything weird, but I swear I heard something. Then it clicked. The noise, the position it came from, it was the exact same as 2 years ago. The only way to prove this was to do exactly as I did before. I told the guys to stop walking. And just as I predicted, the noises nearby stopped too. We were being followed. I whispered to them, "Do you have any weapons?" Cameron replied, "Yeah, I've got a pocket knife. Will that work?" "Are you kidding me? No." Well, I wasn't expecting to be stalked. Suddenly, we heard someone running behind us. We turned around, horrified, only to see Sam, petrified. Leanne immediately exclaimed, "Sam, thank goodness you're okay." Sam replied right away, "No, I'm not okay. Do I look okay?" "What happened?" She answered as I looked around, making sure the coast was clear. "I just went out to walk, wondering if I could see the same thing that Javier saw. I heard something behind me and... I'm sorry, you were right." I looked over to Sam then, confused. "So, you saw it?" She nodded rapidly. "Yes, huge tail, snout, everything." As soon as she said that, my heart dropped. If she hadn't been the one making the noises near us, then what was it? I looked down the road, and I saw it, the same creature that I stared down 2 years ago. We were reunited, face to face, only this time it was nearly 5 or 6 feet away. Holy crap. "What?" Leanne asked, then looked over and saw what I was seeing. She was speechless then. Before long, we all saw it. The creature before us made a loud growl. Then we began to hear branches breaking around us. There was more than one of them. I'd always believed there was just one. Leanne clinged on to me, and I wondered if we were about to die. Then, as if by some miracle, a gunshot was fired in the distance. These creatures scurried off in a hurry. "What just happened?" Cameron yelled out. I looked out to where the cabin was, and I answered, Adam happened. We headed quickly back to the cabin, where we found a zombie target with a bullet hole in it, and Adam was sitting on the front porch, holding what looked to be a hunting rifle. He'd been doing target practice and just happened to possibly have saved our lives. "Hey guys," Adam said, "you look like you saw a ghost or something." Cameron took his mask off and asked, "Where the heck did you get that gun?" "I brought it with me in case we wanted to do some shooting practice. Is that a problem?" No, I think you saved our lives." We told Adam we'd explain tomorrow. For the time being, we went inside and had some drinks. Werewolf sightings around the suburbs of Denver. From C. Philly 100. These are going to be short, but they're interesting, as these make 2 and 3 sightings in or around the greater Denver metro area. Number 1. A young girl was up late one night, looking out the second-story window of her suburban home in the Parker area, where it's semi-rural, but there are still Covenant communities drawing power from the grid. She witnessed a werewolf-like creature step out into the streetlight. She described it as the classic werewolf, with strong, rippling muscles, short, dark hair, backwards legs, and human-like hands. She said the head looked like a big wolf, with glowing amber eyes. She saw it look right up at her. It wasn't menacing, but it was very aware of her, even from a distance. It was so still she had to blink her eyes. The only motion was a slight ruffling of its fur in the breeze. I guess at some point it left. Then she went to bed. But of course, no one believed her about her encounter. Number 2. A teenager was babysitting her younger sister while their parents went out to dinner in the Golden Arvada area. Their parents were due home soon, and so the 2 sisters were watching out the window to see if they could run out and surprise them. Just then, the motion light in the front yard kicked on, and they watched with horror as a werewolf, of all things, stepped out into the yard. It looked right at them and seemed to glide back and forth, almost as if it was on a mechanical track or something. It grinned at them and seemed to enjoy the fear it was provoking in the girls. It didn't approach the window. It just kept walking back and forth while maintaining direct eye contact with them the whole time. Just then, their parents pulled into the driveway, the headlight shining in the window, temporarily blinding the girls. When they looked back, the werewolf was gone. They told their dad when he got in and he went out to take a look, but nothing was there, nor were there any tracks. But you can't typically see much in that dry Colorado grass anyway. Those are 2 stories that I think of from time to time. I find them curious, seeing as how close they occurred, so close to a major metropolitan area. But even for the sprawl, Denver is still just a blip on the map where the Great Plains meet the Rocky Mountains, and there are numerous green belts and creeks and rivers that snake all the way down from the mountains and into the city. As humans continue to expand into wilderness areas, I think we can expect to see more and more encounters of this sort. Possible werewolf encounter in Jamestown, Colorado. Collected by C. Philly 100. First off, I'd just like to say it's fascinating how many of these types of stories come out of Colorado. But I think the reasons for that are twofold. 1, the high human population density living so close to vast wilderness areas, and 2, the percentage of that population whose hobbies and passions take them deep out into the backcountry of this beautiful wild state that is Colorado. This story happened to 2 of my best friends, C and P, out on the old Bar K Ranch, where we all used to live up in Jamestown, Colorado. But don't be fooled by the name. This isn't your grandfather's cattle ranch. No, the old Bar K covers thousands of acres of rugged mountain terrain, steep rocky cliffs and jagged granite spires like citadels or sentries standing guard to either side of James Creek as it snakes its way down the unforgiving canyon. It's such a wild place. You can almost imagine the Native Americans living and hunting out here, as truly very little has changed since then. we used to have mock battles, whereupon we would try to sneak up on each other with snowballs, which probably wasn't the wisest idea after all, as we later spoke with a forest ranger who told us that there is a rather robust mountain lion population living in that area, and that they've evolved to live in prides of sorts, similar to those of African lions. And we would see lots of tracks too, including cougar, bobcat, coyote, and bear tracks, not to mention scat. Wolves have also made their way back down into northern Colorado as well, and there's a known pack not too far away from there. The town of James itself, originally called Jamestown after Jim Smith, an early pioneer, is an old gold mining town and modern home to the Mercantile Cafe, a super cool bar and restaurant that features delicious home-cooked meals and live music almost every night of the week. Dogs and roving packs of wild mountain children roam the streets, and the river flows right through a picturesque mountain park smack in the middle of town. Jamestown is about 30 minutes northwest of Boulder, and the Bar K is maybe about 7 to 10 miles west of that. But on to the story, which will be from C's perspective, then follow up with P's 2 cents. It was late one night that P and I decided to hike up the canyon from Jamestown to the property, as it were, to pay our friend Jay a surprise visit. Well, we got up there and Jay was already asleep in bed with his lady, so we felt pretty foolish and started making our way back down the canyon. Only we thought we'd take a shortcut back through the cliffs. It was quite dark and we didn't have any flashlights, but there was just enough moonlight to guide our way. It was deathly quiet, and I figured there must be a big cat or maybe even a bear stalking around. But we didn't pay it much mind. The wildlife here is rather reticent, and it's typically only young cats that will attack, then run away as they're just learning to interact with the environment around them. But that's when we heard a very peculiar sound. It sounded like bones breaking, like these really loud snapping and popping sounds. I looked around but couldn't see anything, and again I figured it must be a cougar enjoying the bloody spoils of her late-night hunt. We kept going maybe another 50 yards into the central cliff section, and were discussing whether to go right or left around the central spires, when something caught my eye. There were these 2 yellow lights, a good 100 yards or so down the gully to the left, and at first I thought it was 2 hikers, or maybe forest rangers out looking for us. This would be pretty random though, I thought, as although you're but a stone's throw from civilization by car, this is a truly remote and isolated location. Suddenly, a sound I can only describe as a guttural roar erupted up the gully, shattering the eerie silence and shaking me to my core. I felt paralyzed with shock and fear, and I could literally feel the vibrations penetrate my body. P snapped me out of my trance, grabbing me by the back of my shirt and pulling me back up around to the right of the spires. "What the heck was that?" I whispered, shakily. "I don't know, man. We need to build a fire, fast." P was already gathering small twigs and sticks, raking his hands through the dirt, building a crude pile of leaves and small sticks and things like that. I began grabbing some larger sticks and branches, while P lit the pile with his lighter, blowing gently to stoke the small nascent flame. I was nervously checking over my shoulder, and I thought I saw something moving in the shadows, but I couldn't really tell if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. "Come on, put those sticks here like this." P began building a teepee around the still smoldering brush pile. We both began blowing on it, and before long, the fire sprung to life. Just then, we were hit with a smell that reminded me of dog scat that's been left to sit out in the sun for too long. We kept blowing on the fire, adding more and more larger sticks, anything we could find. The flames were rising higher and higher, and sap-fueled sparks were flying off into the night around us. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I grabbed a burning branch, whipping it around, only to see these 2 yellow eyes glaring back at me. This thing was only about 20 yards out now, and the eyes were a solid 8 feet off the ground. It was just staring at me, but I could sense a highly evolved sense of intelligence in its gaze, that and a piercing, spiteful malice. You could almost feel the pure, unadulterated hatred emanating off of this thing. That's when I heard what sounded like a branch breaking behind us. We whipped around to see another pair of yellow eyes behind us, The two sets of eyes started moving counterclockwise around the outer rim of light cast from the now burning fire. P was frantically throwing more and more fodder on the fire, and I was low-key nervous about starting a forest fire. I was running around the fire with my makeshift torch, but the light it cast was weak at best. We heard, or rather felt, another ear-piercing roar, which almost knocked me to the ground this time, followed by a low, wolf-like growl. Then there was a deep huffing sound, before the eyes seemed to peel off into the darkness. We heard heavy bipedal footfall fading away up the mountain canyon. We continued throwing dried-out timber onto the fire until the wee hours of the morning, when I think we may have actually dozed off. We got up and kicked a bunch of rocks and dirt onto the fire, and boy, when I tell you, we straight up sprinted down the canyon back into town, where we hopped in my truck, which had coincidentally been broken into by a bear, because I was an idiot and had left a freshly caught brook trout in there. We drove our tails back down to Gold Hill. End of the encounter. On to P's 2 cents. We were obviously very curious as to just what we had encountered that night. This was back before the days of Reddit and all those YouTube horror channels. But when we did Google it, we kept seeing the same thing pop up over and over again. Dogman. The name itself sounded sort of silly to me, as it invokes an image of some sort of half-man, half-dog monstrosity, with a human face and dog ears or something like that, reminiscent of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. If you know, you know. Whereas whatever we had encountered was clearly a true apex predator. Nothing funny about it. And ultimately, we didn't even really see it. We just saw the eyes, so there's really no telling what it was. To be fair, it could have been a bear for all we knew. But there are no bears in this region that are that big and aggressive, or that have glowing yellow eyes like that. At least, not that I'm aware of anyway. These beasts or entities, whatever you want to call them, seem to be more territorial than anything. And I'm guessing that we aren't their natural prey. Though there are a staggering number of missing persons reports in the Colorado Rockies, heck, the American West in general, and there's gotta be something behind it, right? The Hunt in the Woods. From the Huntress Wolf. In Missouri, there are loads of wooded areas you can hunt in. I'm a hunter at the age of 22, and I will always remember this horrific event. I had asked my parents if I could go hunting with my uncle. They agreed, so I packed my hunting gear in my truck and drove over to my uncle's house. The drive was about 3 hours long. As soon as I got there, my two friends, Rookie and Luna, were waiting for me. They had been talking to my uncle. "Hey, sport, you all set to go?" My uncle smiled as I got my hunting gear from the truck. "Ready as I'll ever be," I answered back. All four of us got in the hunting truck my uncle owned at the time, and we drove off into his property. His property is a huge piece of land, mostly a wooded area. You could see trees for miles and miles. As we drove, my friends and I discussed ex-boyfriends and drama, and soon we arrived at the hunting spot. My uncle got out and told us, "All right, Luna and I will go north, Rookie and Ash, you two go west." And my uncle looked at us seriously. "Do not get separated, all right? These woods are dangerous when night falls." We all nodded, and we went in our respective directions. I couldn't help but think that my uncle knew something about these woods. He always told us that warning every time. Rookie and I kept walking, soon setting up camp among the trees. I had with me a rifle and pistol, and Rookie had his 9-gauge and a small pistol just in case. We sat and waited as the sun began to go down. Suddenly, from the dark, I heard a branch snap. I thought it was my uncle coming to check on us, but what I heard next sent shivers down my spine. A deafening howl coming from right behind us, only 10 feet away or so. Ash, you heard that, right? Rookie asked as he held his 9-gauge in his hands. Yeah, I heard it, I replied, holding my rifle close as the sound of heavy footsteps got closer and closer. We aimed our guns in the direction of the noise. From the dark, I saw what looked to be a bear, but bears don't make that kind of howl. I fired the first shot then. Whatever it was screamed in pain. It wasn't enough to kill it, but it was enough to tee it off. We looked at each other and ran. We soon heard it behind us, chasing us. I whistled the kind of whistle my uncle had taught me whenever I was in trouble or needed help if we were far away. At the same time, I heard Rookie taking 2 shots at the thing behind us before reloading his 9-gauge. When my eyes adjusted, I turned around as I ran, getting a better look at our pursuer. It looked like a person with a wolf skull, but the way it moved and looked everywhere else, I couldn't tell if it was man or something else. 2 more gunshots rang out, hitting the creature in the head and in the chest. It was my uncle and Luna. I remember thinking this couldn't be real. Whatever this creature was had taken multiple shots and was not slowing down. We made it back to the truck, and after we climbed in, the creature jumped onto it. As we drove away, we managed to shake the creature off. It rolled onto the ground, howling again. As soon as we made it back to the house, we locked all the doors, every window, and even the basement. My uncle called a Cherokee friend that lived down the road for help. He said that we should not leave the house until morning. We went into our rooms and fell into light, scared slumber. When the next day came, our Cherokee friend came by, performing a blessing ritual on us and the house. "What do you think it was?" my uncle asked his friend, as he gave an odd look. "Something whose name we cannot speak." That gave me shivers. At the time, I remember thinking it was a werewolf, but the thought of something like a Wendigo or skinwalker being in Missouri, that's creepy. Never go into the woods alone or unarmed. I hit the dog man. From Montana. I was never a firm believer in the paranormal, but I've always loved listening to people's strange encounters. After this, I can no longer doubt my belief in things that can't be explained. This is my bone-chilling experience. This story happened in 2020 during the pandemic. As everyone knows, the world shut down, and everyone and everything went on lockdown. As for me, I got a lot of time to practice what I love, and that is baseball. I live in Montana around Glacier National Park. I was 17 at the time, and to put it into perspective, I'm 6'4" and have a good build, but I'm a gentle giant, and I get paranoid rather easily. I know, right? Big guy that gets scared. That's me. Now, I have a huge backyard and 78 acres of dense forest. In those acres, there's a shooting range, some ATV trails, and a small creek. I'm not a stranger to being outside and exploring the woods. One day, while at around 4-ish, I was out riding my ATV on one of the trails we'd made. Suddenly, I saw something dart from the corner of my eye as I turned around a bend. I slowed my ATV down, and I looked in the direction that I saw the movement. I then noticed the only sound I heard was my ATV. So, me being a curious fellow, I turned off my ATV and listened. It was dead silent out there. I swear even the forest itself was on mute. That's when I heard it. Footsteps crunching leaves and sticks. These were slow and heavy footsteps. I could tell it was deliberately trying to be quiet. Then, no later than 5 seconds after I turned off the ATV, the footsteps stopped. Growing up outdoors and in the woods, when it goes dead silent like that, when not even the bugs are heard, that means something dangerous is on the prowl. My mind began to race as I realized there was a predator around here somewhere, and that I needed to leave After all, there are bears in my area, and we've seen plenty of them on our property. I was not in the mood at the time to deal with one. Right as I was about to turn the key to my ATV and start it up, I heard a singular tongue click sound. As if whatever it was trying to get my attention. Heck no, I muttered as I turned the key and sped away from there as fast as the ATV could go. But sadly, that was only the beginning of my experience. I sped home and ran straight inside, telling my mom, who was cooking dinner at the time. She paused and looked at me with the most confused look on her face. I knew she didn't believe me, but I asked what it could have been. There was no way a bear made that tongue-clicking sound and walked on what sounded like 2 feet. My mom brushed it off, saying maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe it was an exhaust pop from the ATV. Yeah, I guess, maybe, I said, even though I knew that was not an exhaust pop. A couple of days later, I stopped thinking about the entire thing. A few weeks went by without any problems until one day, while I was outside with my German Shepherd, Rusty, playing some baseball with him around dusk, I hit a baseball into the woods and he went to fetch it to bring it back to me. However, he stopped dead in his tracks and began to stare into the woods. I saw his ears starting to twitch. I was confused at this sudden behavior, so I called his name about 4 times, but he didn't budge. He stood there, still, staring at something in the forest. Then, here's where it gets crazy. He suddenly backed up, real slow, and starts to growl, baring his teeth and snarling and barking and just going straight up berserk. He's a family dog that has been with us for many years, and not once has he ever acted like this. My mind was in a panic, because I'm like, oh crap, he just teed off something, possibly a bear. I start to run over to him, making really loud noises to see if I could scare off this bear, or whatever it was. That's when it jumps out at Rusty. I must have been 30 feet from Rusty at this point, and I was dumbfounded, horrified. The creature that jumped out was like another German Shepherd, but twice his size. It had dark brown fur. It had the head of a German Shepherd, but its eyes were bloodshot, and they were glaring at me. Its legs were all bent backward. It had human hands with claws that looked like daggers. It stood about 6 feet tall, and it seemed extremely skinny, as if it was malnourished. Instantly I knew from the stories I'd heard that this was a dogman or werewolf. It completely turned its attention from Rusty to me and started to growl, slowly creeping towards me. My heart hit rock bottom. My whole body just went numb. My instincts screamed at me to run, and I suddenly had the biggest adrenaline boost ever. But I was not about to let my dog get absolutely shredded to pieces. I've heard about the damage they can do to deer and animals. It charged at me then, snarling and covering 15 feet in what seemed to be only 2 steps. This beast was filled with such rage and hatred. Desperate and in a panic, I swung the metal bat I still had in my hand as hard as I possibly could. It connected with the thing's face. When I hit that dogman or werewolf thing, I knew I'd racked up something in its head. I heard a loud clink as it staggered backward and almost fell completely over. Then Rusty went for it, biting at its arm as it let out a small howl. With a quick and powerful smack, Rusty was sent flying several feet in the opposite direction. My heart pounded, seeing Rusty on the ground. I felt scared, but also angry now. I swung the bat again, connecting once more, but leaving a noticeable dent in the bat. I swung again, and this time I swear I dislocated the thing's jaw. It tried to snarl at me again, but this time a weird sound came out of its mouth. The best way I can describe it was a drunk growl. It even seemed surprised that it sounded different. It paused and had a humanoid look of confusion on its face as it shook its head, realizing the damage. Then its bloodshot eyes stared right into my soul, and I saw the rage only build up more inside of it. I knew my metal bat would not be a match for it anymore. I raised it up again to swing, but thank the heavens above there was a gunshot. The beast was hit by a .30 caliber round from my dad's custom hunting rifle. I snapped my head back toward the house to see my mother with the rifle in her hands, aiming another round as she screamed to get back. She fired again, hitting the creature in its leg. It howled a painful, forced howl as it turned around and ran back into the forest. I sprinted over to Rusty, picking up the huge dog and running back to the house with my mother scanning the tree line. As she did, she backed up into the house with me. We got inside and locked all the doors and windows. She runs up to me, hugging and kissing my face, praising the Lord I was okay. She admitted she saw the whole thing, then ran and grabbed my dad's rifle out of the gun safe. She then ran outside just in time to shoot it. She turned to Rusty and told me to examine him while she kept watching the tree line. She had the gun at the ready. Rusty had no major injuries, thank goodness. There was a cut on his shoulder, and that was about it. We called the police and told them about everything that happened. I broke down, letting all my emotions flow freely, and to our surprise, they explained they'd been getting calls about this weird dog that had been running around town lately. We called my dad and explained the whole thing. He ended up leaving work early to come home. To be safe, we stayed at a relative's place for a while, and we ended up selling that house, which was honestly quite sad, but maybe it was the right thing to do. Due to the experience, we moved closer to town. I'm now positive that things exist that we don't fully understand. So everyone listening, please be careful if you live next to the woods. There are things in there that are not bears, and they will not hesitate to end you. Werewolf waits for me. From Anonymous. It happened about 10 years ago when I was 13. Hunting season had just started in central Missouri. My dad and I had left the house to go hunting, and he told me to watch and make sure our dog wasn't let back in the house and instead followed us when we left. I looked back as he asked, but as I did, I saw a dog-like figure run across the road from the field in front of our house. I didn't really think much about this, though. We had a creek in our backyard, and we'd often see coyotes at it. Fast forward to that night. We didn't see any deer, so we had nothing to bring home. I went to sleep that day disappointed, as any country boy would do after waiting all day in a deer stand without seeing any deer. At around 1:30 a.m., I woke up. Our dog was scratching at the back door. When I let him in, I saw his tail tucked between his legs, and I saw something else then too. A dog-like creature at the tree line. It was the same shape and outline as the coyote that I saw earlier. But now I got a good look at it, thanks to the full moon. It was definitely the same size as what I saw that morning. But bizarrely enough, there was what looked to be torn-up cloth on its body. It had black fur and piercing red eyes. I could feel it staring right into my soul. Then I watched it stand up on two legs before it howled. At an alarming speed, it turned around and ran away. I could have sworn when it got on top of our sledding hill, I saw it turn around again, look at me, and grin. After that night, I never saw it again, and I didn't share this experience with anyone. My parents were the type, after all, that always found a simple explanation for everything. I did see signs of it though, like a scratch mark 10 feet up a tree and a set of tracks that started on all fours and crossed a creek before continuing on two. Every now and then, I hear a howl too. I want to say I was scared, but really, I felt calm. It gave me a feeling like I knew it, that it wouldn't hurt me. Update. I've begun sharing this story around the campfire as a campfire story, so as to not sound crazy, and I would tell it in third person. Not long after that, I ended up finding out that my dad saw it too. He was working in the field late on a night with a full moon. He then saw this thing on a hill howling at the moon. This startled him, as he was quite a ways away from our house. After that, our dog became an inside dog. Though I had a feeling the thing wouldn't have hurt him, as he wouldn't have hurt me. Then again, who can say for sure? Followed by a werewolf. From Peak. This story took place last year. I live in a small town near a national park. I've been there all my life, and probably won't be leaving anytime soon. The same can't be said for my friends, though, who went out into the big city when it was time for college. Now, I also went to college, but to a town not too far from where I live. It would take me about half an hour to get there by bus. Two of my friends, the ones who are involved with this story, went out to the capital city of my state and lived there in flats, since the ride there would take them more than 4 hours every day. I soon dropped out since the college life wasn't really for me, but my friends stayed. When they eventually had some free time for the holidays, about 2 to 3 weeks, one of them proposed the idea that we go camping, since we all haven't seen each other for quite some time. I'm not really an outdoors person, but I said why not, and I decided to join them. One of my friends, Mike, I was really close with. We used to hang out every day before he moved, and we always played video games together. With the other friend, however, Gabe, I wasn't really that close. I did know him from primary school, but I didn't really talk to him much. We would chat here and there when we were in a group chat or on Discord, but nothing outside of those interactions. Originally, there were supposed to be 4 of us, but one person declined, so it was just us 3. Mike and Gabe were pretty good friends though, so I wasn't worried that it would get awkward on our trip. Anyway, we would be staying for 3 days on one of Gabe's family members' properties. The dude was rich, what can I say? After we were done preparing, we set off. The trip there would be long. We were driving from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., but we had a pretty good time. Those 3 hours flew by pretty fast. When we finally arrived, Gabe's uncle was there to greet us. He was the one who owned the property. The property was a big forest in which his uncle and his buddies would sometimes hunt. His uncle said the forest was pretty safe, that he had never encountered any dangerous animals when he was hunting. Now, how Gabe talked him into letting 3 18-year-olds go there unsupervised, and how he thought that was a good idea, I don't know, but I wasn't complaining. His uncle then led us into the forest. We followed. We walked on a dirt path through the forest for about 10 to 15 minutes. Then we went off the trail to where our camping spot would be. However, a few minutes after we left the trail, I got this feeling like somebody was watching me. I just brushed it off. That is until I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. It looked like something black was running through the forest, but since no one else seemed to have seen it, I didn't speak up. Probably just my imagination, I said to myself. After another few minutes of walking, we made it to a small clearing where we'd be camping. After the uncle showed us around the spot, he went back onto the trail and out of the forest. We began setting up our tents pretty soon after that, but that would prove to be quite a challenge, considering none of us had ever set them up before. Outside of me going camping a few times before with my family, this was basically everyone's first camping trip like this. And as a note, I had never set up a tent myself. That job had always fallen on my dad on our family trips. After we somehow managed to get everything set up, we ended up chatting and joking around for a while. That's when Mike said, "Let's go and explore around the forest. I want to see what's out there." "Yeah, but what if we get lost?" I jokingly replied. "It'll be fine. We won't go far. We can just go in one direction so we don't get lost if you want. Mike insisted. And so we started to explore, going deeper and deeper into the forest. It wasn't really all that special. Everywhere we looked was just trees and bushes. After about 10 minutes of walking in a straight line, we noticed that some of the trees had weird markings on them. Some had weird symbols carved into them, others just had big scratch marks. We were all getting bad vibes from it, but Gabe said that they were probably some kind of hunter marks, since his uncle and his friends used to hunt around here. That put our minds to rest, even though deep down we all knew it probably wasn't the case. When we began walking back to our campsite, I got a strange feeling, that same feeling I felt when we went off the trail earlier with Gabe's uncle. I felt like I was being watched. I began to look around us, but the only thing I saw were trees and tall grass. We did later see a deer on our way back, which was kind of nice. After we arrived back at our campsite, we started building a campfire, as it was getting dark then. We took out our food supplies and beer and started to cook. While we were eating and enjoying ourselves, Mike suddenly stopped and hushed us. He then told us both to look where he was now pointing. Gabe and I turned our heads in the direction of his finger. We soon saw what he was pointing at. About 300 to 400 feet away, there was something behind a line of trees. We couldn't quite see what it was. The only thing we could see was the color. Black, similar to what I saw when we were walking with Gabe's uncle. After we stared at it for a while, the thing moved farther away and we could no longer make it out. "What was that?" Gabe asked. "I don't know. Maybe it was your uncle?" Mike answered back, trying to explain what we saw. "Well, I think I saw the same thing when we were still with his uncle, so it probably wasn't him. Maybe it's some kind of deer," I added. Do solid black deer even exist?" Mike asked, with a puzzled look on his face. "How do we know it's not a wolf or a bear or something like that?" The evening soon turned into us bickering about the thing we just saw, and the conversation ended on it being a black deer. Satisfied with that answer, Mike soon went to sleep, as it was already night and we were all exhausted from the car ride and the hike we had to do to get here. Gabe and I stayed awake for a while longer, but he too soon went to sleep. I couldn't really sleep, because I kept thinking about what we saw and about those weird markings on the trees. But soon enough, sleep got me too. After I don't know how long, I was awakened by a large thud near my tent. I zipped open my tent to see what it was, and I saw something terrifying. On the ground near our campfire lay a dismembered corpse of a deer with both front legs missing and a big chunk taken out of its neck. The stench was unbearable. Soon both Mike and Gabe woke up too, only to be met with the same sight. About 20 feet next to it, there was something else, something standing in the darkness. From what we could tell, it looked to be about 8 feet tall and had these shining eyes like animals do. We were all standing there in silence, in shock. None of us knew what that was or what just happened. After we locked eyes with this beast in the shadows, it let out the scariest, blood-curdling roar I've ever heard. We ditched all our stuff there and we started running in pure darkness, hoping to find the trail and to escape. After running for a good while, we finally found the exit out of the forest. We climbed into our car and drove off at the speed of light. As we were about to leave, I looked back into the woods. There, at the start of the trail, were two glowing green eyes looking back. I have no idea what that creature was, or what it wanted. It didn't want to kill us, since if it wanted to do that, it probably could have done so a number of times before we escaped. My best guess is that it just wanted us out of there. After the event, I heard from Mike that Gabe tried telling his uncle what happened, but he didn't believe him and blamed it on alcohol, even though we only drank 1 bottle each. Our lives returned to normal, and we frequently talk about it. None of us know what it was, but one thing's for sure. We're never going camping there again. Hunted by a Werewolf. From Eli A. I've never felt like I was enough. It's the same story you've probably heard from so many others before me. When I was presented with what I wanted to do with my life versus what I should probably do with my life, I decided to go the route of joining the rat race because it meant food on the table and the slim chance of having enough income to fund what I really wanted to do. Too bad there's absolutely no sculpting work in Cheyenne, Colorado, which is where I'm from. Being enrolled at the Laramie Community College with an accounting major certainly isn't something that's filling the missing part of myself that seems to keep growing every day. Neither is being stuck driving for Uber to pay for it all. Knowing that money could go towards materials, a promoter, or fees to have my work featured at expos over in Denver, but is instead going towards tuition, books, and whatever new software program my professors make us buy, which are only ever used for 1 semester and never touched again, it kills me inside. Especially if it means dealing with all the nonsense I face every day at work. Whether it's rude customers, unprompted 1-star ratings, or people leaving garbage in my car. I question why I decided to make driving strangers my means for getting through college in the first place. For every pleasant conversation or good joke, I get about 30 of the aforementioned instances and then some. One night, no matter how much ZQuil I took, it was impossible for me to sleep. I guess I once again threw myself into another one of my existential spirals, where I began to ask myself over and over if I would ever be where I wanted to be in life. I know we've all had those moments, but mine seem to get uglier and uglier the older I get. For those of you who don't know, when you drive for Uber, you're given the option of participating in a promotion each week. For instance, if you make 50 trips, you're given $200, or if you drive 70 trips, you make $300, and so on. That night, as I lay awake in bed, knowing I was only a good 5 trips away from making an extra $350, I figured I could get up, get those rides in, and maybe even take a few days off. Lord knows waking up at 4 a.m. every morning makes you appreciate those on a level you never had before. With that, I grabbed my keys and headed out to work. Fast forward 3.5 hours later. I was in the middle of taking my last customer of the night to his mountainside cabin, having picked him up from Denver. On one hand, I hated these trips because they always took you far out and away from literally everywhere else. On the other hand, they were always a guaranteed hefty fare. Plus, usually there was a darn good tip. If only I had half the dough these cabin owners had. Plus, they were great for turning your brain off and enjoying the drive, since you wouldn't be on the busy city streets. But tonight, that meant another existential crisis in the form of picturing everyone from high school being in better places than me, actually having moved on and out of Cheyenne. Thank God the trip was almost over, so I could try and blast some music to drown out my thoughts. I dropped off my customer, who generously gave me a $30 cash tip. Upon receiving it, I had to promise myself not to blow half of it on lotto tickets again. I said goodnight and put in the directions back home. That ZQuil may have kicked in later than it should have, and it may have been 3 a.m, but at least I made my promotion, and I had a tank's worth of gas money in my pocket. I looked out the window at the full moon, then below at the city lights in the distance, and at the miles of woods that surrounded me. I thought to myself, if I had to be stuck in some backwoods town with a 4-digit population, at least it's one as gorgeous as this. Driving down a mountain when your eyelids feel like they're 100 pounds each, it's a position you don't want to find yourself in, unless you want to unintentionally give in to that urge to jump when you're standing on the edge of a cliff. But a roll of the window is always just the trick for me. I look down for literally 1 second to find the window switch, and crash. I screamed from the sudden noise and the simultaneous thud. I saw a large mass roll away from the front of my car at immeasurable speed, stopping in the middle of the road. I took a second to collect myself. At that moment, I thanked my lucky stars that I had full coverage on my car. After taking a second to breathe, I came to the realization that whatever I hit was probably dead, judging from its lack of movement. Figuring leaving a dead deer in the middle of a downward mountain road could mean life or death for a different driver, I got out of the car to drag it off the road. After briefly analyzing the damage to my bumper and hood, I turned to move the deer to the side of the road. At about 30 feet away, I thought to myself, good thing I'm moving this guy. I can barely see it from here. As I walked, I took notice of something. This deer looked to have black fur. Nothing unheard of, I thought. Nothing I'd ever personally seen before, but surely it wasn't an impossibility. At 20 feet away, I began to understand that this was not a deer. This animal was absolutely massive. Judging it from that distance, all splayed out on the ground as it was, it could easily clock in at 7 or 8 feet in length. Is it a grizzly bear? I wondered to myself. A really dark-furred grizzly bear. That had to be what I hit. I've never once heard of a grizzly bear encounter in Colorado. 10 feet away, I could see scraggly fur and pointed ears. This wasn't a bear either. So what the heck did I hit? Then I saw it move. I stopped. This creature got up as if from waking up from a long nap, showing no physical evidence of getting hit by a 2,000-pound vehicle at 30 miles an hour. It stood up on its hind legs and faced me. I know I'm not crazy. The full moon was out on a cloudless night. This was not a case of me seeing things. What stared me down was 8 feet tall, with blood-red eyes and teeth and claws that would put a grizzly bear's to shame. My heart felt as if it stopped. We both just stood there, frozen in time. Then it hit me. There's no way in the world I was looking at what I thought I was looking at. If what I was thinking was true, I began to wonder how we were treating these things as mere legends all this time. I refused to believe that what I was looking at was actually there. But that didn't change the fact that it was. There were so many unnatural things about this creature. From standing on paws like a wolf, but wielding arms like a man. But above all else, the beast looked so demonic. The crazed look in its beady eyes and the way it snarled, with a twisted face, an expression of such malice, it just made it seem like something someone would only see in hell itself. I instinctively uttered, Jesus Christ. The beast instinctively blinked. I foolishly wondered if, perhaps like with demonic possession, the uttering of Jesus' name would be enough to ward off the creature. Just above a whisper, I say, Jesus, again. I had visualized what would happen so easily. It would grimace, shake its head, then just run off into the woods. But I was dead wrong. Instead, I swear that thing smiled at me. The most hideous and deranged smile I've ever seen or ever will see, as if it was amused by the name. Slowly, I took a step back, keeping eye contact. I'd recalled this from my time spent at summer camp when I was a kid. Keep eye contact and don't break into a run and panic. The creature mirrored my actions, taking a step towards me. I took 2 steps back. It took 2 steps forward. Then I got an idea. I took a step to the side and 2 steps back, but the creature just took 2 steps forward, drool dripping from its fangs. Then I gathered the courage and took 1 step forward, and the creature didn't move. Then I turned and sprinted to the car, hearing massive footsteps sprinting behind me. What happened next only took maybe 3 seconds to transpire, but it felt as if an eternity passed. As I was 20 feet away from the car, its steps were loud and powerful. I could feel the earth shaking beneath its feet. At 10 feet away, the power in its step was cut in half, but its speed had tripled as I heard it drop from 2 legs to 4. 5 feet away, I stick my arm out to close the car door, which thank God I left it open. I could feel hot breath on the back of my neck. I forced myself to ignore the sense of smell with the strong stench of carrion protruding from behind its teeth. I jumped into my car, slamming the door shut and locking it. But the beast was so close to me, I slammed its muzzle before closing the door. And it didn't like that. Not one bit. I only realized the true terror of what happened next later on. The creature tried to open my door with the handle. The fact that I was facing a creature with such strength, speed, and senses, now paired with the sentience of a man, would later make my blood run cold. It punched its massive clawed fist through the window, breaking it. I shifted into drive and floored the gas pedal, almost causing my transmission to slip. I screeched away from the creature, more shaken up than I've ever been my entire life. I've had to hide in my cellar from tornadoes when I was a kid, and I've had a close encounter with a child predator, but nothing has left my core as brittle as this. As I sped away, I thought I was safe, but I was dead wrong. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw 2 glowing red eyes following me. This monster was still chasing me. On all fours, it had no problem keeping up. I pressed harder on the gas, going 60 now. I flashed back to hearing about a classmate in high school who died in a crash after going 50 on a downward mountainside road. The beast went from directly behind my car to right next to me. I was going 70 then. I sped up to 80, and it still showed no difficulty keeping up with me. It was so close to me now, with no glass window any longer to offer even the most pathetic and ineffective barrier between me and it. I saw those red eyes up close. I'm not sure if it was anger, hatred, or hunger that was behind those eyes, but whatever it was, I was sure it was evil. I knew I had to focus on the road. Going down a mountainside at 80 miles per hour was practically guaranteed death, so I knew I needed to focus. I was cautious and crept up to 90, but the beast kept up. Granted, it looked like it was taking an effort to do so, but nothing that wasn't doable for this monster. The trees and the rocks were flying past me then. I swear if I had let this monster startle me in any way and have my arms twitch in reaction, I would have flown off the edge of that mountain. The road began to curve to the left. I had to slow down. If I didn't, I would certainly die. I had no choice but to push down on the brake. The beast caught up again and began to snap its jaws through the window, its viscous drool flying into my face with each chomp. Then, a miracle. Before I had time to even mentally process that it was there, an 18-wheel semi-truck appeared. It was passing through the oncoming lane, previously hidden by the curve of the mountainside. The beast noticed and moved away as much as it could, but we were both going so fast it could only go so far. It slowed down and moved a bit to the right, but the truck hit it. I watched it launch into the air like a rag doll. I gave a nervous laugh of relief. If given more time to actually let everything that happened sink in, I would have cried. I thought to myself that this would make a heck of a story to tell, a story that, little did I know at the time, had hardly begun. A few minutes passed, and while I may have lost the creature, I was still driving way too fast down the mountain to avoid any chance of it catching up. Unfortunately, I had forgotten about a really deep-looking puddle that I remembered spotting on the way up the mountain. Before I knew it, water shot up from the sides of my car, and any control I had was lost. I crashed into the metal barrier, and by some work of God, I was going slow enough that I didn't end up catapulting myself over the edge of the mountain. After collecting myself for what felt like the millionth time in the past half hour, I knew that my car was definitely screwed now, judging by all the warning lights that went off. I got out of my car and didn't even bother to look at the damage. I took out my phone, screenshotting my coordinates, and figured I'd call my insurance company tomorrow. I looked at how far away I was from my house, and to my surprise, I was only a 5-mile walk away from my own place. I lived right at the edge of the woods that I was standing right in front of, so I made the decision to walk home. I just wanted to keep moving, get home as soon as possible, rather than wait around in my car for a tow truck, playing with the chance of that creature finding me again. So into the woods I went. 2 hours later, I had about a mile to a mile and a half left of walking before I had reached my house. I was still having trouble comprehending everything that went down on that mountain. Was I understanding this right? Werewolves are real. Why did it want to kill me so bad? Is that trucker that hit it okay? Questions I could only ask myself every 20 minutes or so. If I thought about them for too long, then every sound I heard in the distance would have my heart beating out of my chest all over again. I decided that what's over is over, and that I would focus my thoughts on literally anything else. So I began to think about which TV dinner I would heat up when I got home. Lord knows I wouldn't be able to sleep. As I walked, I noticed something. The crickets, owls, and every other woodland animal went completely silent all at once. The other takeaway I got from summer camp came crashing down on me. If everything just went silent, there's a good chance that means a predator is nearby. Then I heard it. The sound that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life, the loudest, most unholy howl echoed through the woods. This was nothing like any wolf howl, or even those found in your typical werewolf movies. This sounded so unnatural, so pained, almost as if the beast had taken a spear to the heart. I stopped dead in my tracks, feeling my heart sink into my stomach while doing so, because that howl didn't sound very far away. I stood still for a moment. Then, without thinking, I just took off into a run. Back on the mountain, everything happened so fast and so suddenly, I didn't have time to process everything that went down. I was numbed with the adrenaline combined with fight-or-flight instinct, but now that I'd calmed down at least some, and I knew that it was approaching, my mind began to run along with me. It had found me. It had survived a hit from a semi-truck, and it found me. It must have caught my scent and went out of its way to hunt me down. Another howl, so much closer then, even with thick woods to navigate through and an infinite number of low-hanging branches to dodge. This monster was making serious ground at an alarming rate. 1 second I was running, the next I was on my back, blood dripping down my face. It took a second for me to comprehend what happened in the haze I was in, but I quickly figured out I'd run straight into one of the lower hanging branches. I slowly got up. Things were quiet, but not as quiet as before. I looked to my side. There was a waterfall, maybe 30 feet in height, about 10 feet from me, and a rather rapidly flowing river at the bottom of it. For a second, the broken silence calmed me down. Then I heard a deep and guttural growl. If pure malice and malevolence could be brought to life through sound, that's exactly what I heard. And it wasn't a short growl lasting a second or two. No, this went on for what felt like minutes, growing more and more aggressive. I knew that running was no longer an option. I only had 2 realistic ways out of this: jump down into the river or climb up the tree that just knocked me down. I had no idea how deep the river was, but if it was too shallow or if I jumped and landed funnily, I knew 30 feet would mess me up bad enough that I would have no chance of making it out of the woods alive. With that, I jumped as high as I could, grabbing a branch above the one I ran into and pulling myself up. Immediately after doing so, the beast leapt out and would have tackled me on the spot if I'd waited any longer. I started to climb the tree, praying all the while that this thing wouldn't follow me up. How wrong I was. With absolute ease, the creature began climbing, following me up the tree. It moved slower when climbing, so I did have more of a chance of getting away, but it was still way faster than I could go. I looked down at it and saw it was closing in on me. I saw bits of fabric hanging from its teeth and prayed that that wasn't from the trucker. Out in the open with no car, flight was no longer a viable option. Then I sprouted quite possibly the craziest idea I've ever had. With no more than a second's worth of planning, I jumped off the branch I was on, pulling my knees in as close to my chest as possible. Then, at the last second, I shot my legs out as straight and as fast as I could, right before I would have landed on the creature. Somehow, despite it outweighing me at least 3-1, I was able to knock it out of the tree. The thing tumbled to the ground and rolled right off the cliff into the rapids down below. Miraculously, I was able to grab onto a branch after kicking it to avoid the same fate, getting my hands covered in tree sap. The water below was moving so fast, I only caught a glimpse of it being swept away in the distance. I let go of the branch, coming down much harder than anticipated, hard enough that I felt it in my stomach. But my only goal was to get the heck out of there as soon as possible. So that's what I did. I pressed forward, traumatized to the point of mental and emotional numbness. The beast may have been gone, but everything about it was still haunting me, right on down to the darkest, deepest corners of my psyche. Every sound I heard was a howl. Every little reflection of light was those ungodly eyes. Even the memory of the reek of its breath had made permanent residence in my nostrils. After what felt like an eternity to my feet, yet only a minute to my mind, I made it out of the woods. And there it was, home. Even the immovable feelings of misery and dissatisfaction that plagued me in that house during the waking hours of the day were completely non-existent then, and in their place stood sanctuary and safety. The fall from the branch from before left my ankles sore, so I shambled into my house as quickly as my entry allowed. Now, there's a field between my house and the woods that stretches about a half a football field. I was maybe 3/4 of the way there when I felt it. At that point, it was unmistakable. In hindsight, maybe I had heard footsteps before, but I'll never know for sure. When I turned around, there it was, standing on its hind legs. I saw how heavy it was breathing, even from that distance that I was at. It was then that I knew that this creature did not seek me for hunger, but out of hatred. Just as before, we just stood there, only for a moment. This time, it made the first move, dropping onto all fours and running as quickly as it could towards me. I still believe when writing this that the adrenaline that exploded inside me at that moment was enough to suppress the injury I sustained not even an hour ago, and it was nothing short of divine intervention. I ran to my back door. The beast was practically on top of me in no time. I knew my door was locked, but I also knew where the key was hidden. I ran up to the door and picked up the potted plant next to the door. I know it's not the smartest place to keep your spare key, but in a small town like this, there really wasn't much need for top-of-the-line security. I knew I wouldn't have time to unlock the door, so I did something which may have turned out to be a mistake. It was either be torn to pieces or get mad, so I chose the latter. I took the pot and threw it straight at the monster's face. By then it was only 10 feet from me, so it was by no means a lucky shot. It definitely wasn't expecting it. It whipped back after impact. I used the precious seconds I had now while it was stunned to get inside my house. I turned around, beginning to close the door. I got it just 3 inches from closing when something began to push on it from outside. That creature was far stronger than me. It was able to inch the door open against me. I knew that I couldn't win this. I took the chain lock, and right in the nick of time, I was able to latch it onto the keeper, stopping the door from inching any farther. The beast, however, wasted no time. It used the entire mass of its body to bang against the door. The first hit shook the dust from the top of the door frame. The second one made the keeper on the wall loosen. Between that and its next hit, I closed the door and locked it. It hit against the door a third time, but nothing happened. Fourth hit, nothing. After a fifth and unsuccessful hit, the onslaught stopped. I dared not look out the window to see if it had given up. The mere sight of me just seemed to anger the creature. I made my way upstairs to the second floor to peek out the window behind the curtains of my bedroom. Halfway up, I nearly had a heart attack. A loud crash penetrated the short-lived silence in the air. The darned thing must have burst through my kitchen window. With no time to recover from the fright, I ran up the stairs and into my room, where I kept my .38 special revolver for home defense. I made it to my room, closed and locked the door. Then I hurried to my bedside table drawer and pulled out my gun. After turning off the safety, I checked, and it was loaded. I heard all sorts of furniture crashing and glass breaking downstairs. I figured if that's keeping it content for now, so be it. But of course, it didn't. It came for one thing, and that seemed to be me. I heard it slowly stomp its way up my stairs. I could tell it was on its hind legs then, judging by the speed and weight at which it was moving. Memories of me cowering at the very thought of the boogeyman when I was a kid came rushing back to me as I now hid in my room, trembling on the verge of tears and fear. It broke down the door to my study room, trashing it much like it did downstairs. Then the bathroom door was broken. It knew I was up here. I knew that even with all 6 rounds, a creature that big and that ferocious would not easily be taken down. And with the way it seemed to just brush off getting hit by a car, launched by a semi-truck, and falling down a cliff and into rapid waters, 6 little bullets at best could briefly incapacitate it, I guessed. I knew I was dead. This thing was going to knock down every door to find me. If I was lucky, I'd get in 4, maybe 5 shots before it ripped me apart. Then I remembered my room was directly above the steel cellar doors outside my home, but if I did what I had in mind, there truly would be no other option left. All I could do after that would be to pray that this beast had had enough for the night and simply go away. As it knocked down the door to my storage room, I tucked the revolver between my belt and waist and opened my bedroom window. I stuck my feet out first and dropped myself to the ground. That burst of adrenaline from earlier had long gone and my already messed up ankle got hurt even further. I stumbled to my cellar doors and opened them. I looked up, seeing the beast sticking its head out my window, sniffing around. It stopped, then looked down, spotting me. With a grisly snarl, it brandished bloody teeth. I almost froze then. It went back inside, and I knew it was then or never. I closed the cellar doors and locked them shut. I could hear from outside the creature burst through the window, crashing down on the ground in front of the cellar. Once again, it began banging against the doors. This cellar was meant to withstand Category 4 tornadoes, but even those monstrous storms were natural. I wish I could tell you how many times that thing bashed itself against the cellar doors, but I honestly lost track after 40. By then, the doors had already begun to bend. That memory acts as my idea of hell. A creature with nothing more than a hunger for your blood to be spilled, slowly breaking its way into where you're hiding, afraid, knowing that it's a matter of time, not a matter of if. Suddenly, there was a pause. A minute passed, and after having a second to figure out what to do with my fear, I decided to heck with it. I've never felt as if I'd done enough with my life, and I decided then, for once in my life, I was going to take control and prove to myself that I had it in me to not let something keep me down. I would take this quiet moment to catch the creature by surprise. It seemed as if one of us had to die for this to end, and I was going to do whatever it took for that not to be me. I burst open the cellar doors, raising my gun, ready to aim and ready to fire, but the creature was gone. I frantically looked around, even back up at my bedroom window. It wasn't there any longer. Then I noticed the dawn had broke. Sweet, sweet sunlight had started shining over the tops of the trees, overtaking the dark of the night, a sight I truly never thought I'd ever see again. I tumbled to the ground, crying with relief. I had survived. That day, I took care of my car, filing a home insurance claim too, referring to the incident as a break-in. I checked myself into a hotel about a mile away from my house. My house would be under repair for the next week, so my insurance company provided free lodging while repairs were underway. At the front desk, the person working there asked me if it mattered where I stayed, and his question made me wonder. I asked if I could be put into a top-floor room. After assuring them that my ankle injury was nothing more than a sprain, that I would have no problem getting up there, I made my way to my room, where for the first time in years, I had no trouble throwing myself in bed and going right to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night. I got up and looked out the window. Despite the long distance, I was almost certain that I saw a dot moving around my house. I shrugged it off, knowing there's no way to be certain what it was from that distance. Before I turned away, I heard what could easily be mistaken as a train whistle. But I knew in my gut what that sound was. That was a howl. And almost as if to reassure me that it was a howl, as soon as I heard it, the dot made its way back into the woods behind my house. That was enough for me to start looking at cheap, out-of-state apartments. Hopefully, where this monster won't find me. What was outside my tent? From Veronica W. I'm a 17-year-old girl living in southeast Pennsylvania, but this happened just last summer while I was 16. I'd gotten a job at a scout summer camp, and I'd already worked there for 2 weeks. One night I'd been chilling with a friend, let's call him Will, when someone walked past and told him, "Hey, I saw the Wendigo tonight." I glanced at Will. What's he mean? Will looked at me. It's supposedly this creature that's been spotted a few times over at the OA village. It's about 9 to 10 feet tall, covered in some type of white fur. Almost looks like some kind of bipedal deer man thing. They say it runs real fast too. People who have seen it usually run away, but the thing ends up just running into the woods. It's like it's afraid of people. I was pretty sure this was a joke that the older staff told, because the way the other guy casually walked up and talked about it. But I'm easily scared and I didn't dare go to my tent alone. The female staff campsite was the closest to the sighting spot, but I soon forgot about it as we moved into camper week 4. It was the first night of week 4 that things happened. My troop had said goodnight, and each went to their tent. My tent was on a trail leading out of the campsite, and farthest from the group. I fell asleep, and I stayed asleep for a few hours. But then I awoke, and all I could hear was this steady breathing sound, as if something had sat down next to me just outside the tent. I stiffened, panic filling my mind. I dared not move, otherwise I'd risk alerting it. But I wanted the adults nearby to help. I didn't know what to do. I even held my breath, making sure that I wasn't just hearing myself. But it was still there. Forcing myself to stay awake, nearly drifting in and out of consciousness, I waited till sunrise, and that thing stayed there until morning. When I stopped hearing it breathing, I waited for the others to wake up. Then I pulled on my clothes and dashed out of the tent. They were surprised to see me as one of the first up. I recalled what happened to another scout, who told me, "Well, I had to use the bathroom last night. My mom came with me, and when we walked by your tent, we both heard a noise on the way back." My heart sank. I asked, "Did you investigate?" They shook their heads. I knew I couldn't sleep in that tent again, so I moved into my dad's equipment tent. Nothing else happened until week 6. I was with the staff again, and I enjoyed staying up talking to Will. But soon we walked to the bathrooms and parted ways. I'd usually find another girl going to the campsite, but that night I didn't. Nervously, I put my earbuds in, playing some music that made me feel brave. I traveled down the hill and glanced over at a climbing tower nearby. Its floodlight illuminated a rather large shape. This shape was backlit and hunched over, walking towards the shooting range. The shape was like a giant beetle. I could see that it had fur. It was on all fours, and it was about 5 feet tall. I could tell because the fence behind it was the same height. Panicking, I froze, watching this thing walking away from me. Once I couldn't discern its shape anymore, I sprinted to my tent. This time no one believed me that the creature they joked about I saw. Granted, I hadn't seen it very well. They tried to reassure me that it was just someone else. I was on edge the rest of the time I was at the camp. Since that day, I've been researching what creature it is. The closest I've gotten to is a werewolf, but it's still not exact. I'm going back there this year to find out more, and hopefully I don't die for knowing too much. Possible werewolf encounter in Jamestown, Colorado. Collected by C. Philly 100. First off, I'd just like to say it's fascinating how many of these types of stories come out of Colorado. But I think the reasons for that are twofold. One, the high human population density living so close to vast wilderness areas. And two, the percentage of that population whose hobbies and passions take them deep out into the backcountry of this beautiful wild state that is Colorado. This story happened to two of my best friends, C and P, out on the old Bar K Ranch, where we all used to live up in Jamestown, Colorado. But don't be fooled by the name. This isn't your grandfather's cattle ranch. No, the old Bar K covers thousands of acres of rugged mountain terrain, steep rocky cliffs and jagged granite spires like citadels or sentries standing guard to either side of James Creek as it snakes its way down the unforgiving canyon. It's such a wild place. You can almost imagine the Native Americans living and hunting out here, as truly very little has changed since then. We used to have mock battles, whereupon we would try to sneak up on each other with snowballs, which probably wasn't the wisest idea after all, as we later spoke with a forest ranger who told us that there is a rather robust mountain lion population living in that area, and that they've evolved to live in prides of sorts, similar to those of African lions. And we would see lots of tracks too, including cougar, bobcat, coyote, and bear tracks, not to mention scat. Wolves have also made their way back down into northern Colorado as well, and there's a known pack not too far away from there. The town of James itself, originally called Jamestown after Jim Smith, an early pioneer, is an old gold mining town and modern home to the Mercantile Cafe, a super cool bar and restaurant that features delicious home-cooked meals and live music almost every night of the week. Dogs and roving packs of wild mountain children roam the streets, and the river flows right through a picturesque mountain park smack in the middle of town. Jamestown is about 30 minutes northwest of Boulder, and the Bar K is maybe about 7 to 10 miles west of that. But on to the story, which will be from C's perspective, then follow up with P's 2 cents. It was late one night that P and I decided to hike up the canyon from Jamestown to the property, as it were, to pay our friend Jay a surprise visit. Well, we got up there and Jay was already asleep in bed with his lady, so we felt pretty foolish and started making our way back down the canyon. Only we thought we'd take a shortcut back through the cliffs. It was quite dark and we didn't have any flashlights, but there was just enough moonlight to guide our way. It was deathly quiet, and I figured there must be a big cat or maybe even a bear stalking around. But we didn't pay it much mind. The wildlife here is rather reticent, and it's typically only young cats that will attack, then run away as they're just learning to interact with the environment around them. But that's when we heard a very peculiar sound. It sounded like bones breaking, like these really loud snapping and popping sounds. I looked around but couldn't see anything, and again I figured it must be a cougar enjoying the bloody spoils of her late-night hunt. We kept going maybe another 50 yards into the central cliff section and were discussing whether to go right or left around the central spires, when something caught my eye. There were these 2 yellow lights, a good 100 yards or so down the gully to the left, and at first I thought it was 2 hikers, or maybe forest rangers out looking for us. This would be pretty random though, I thought, as although you're but a stone's throw from civilization by car, this is a truly remote and isolated location. Suddenly, a sound I can only describe as a guttural roar erupted up the gully, shattering the eerie silence and shaking me to my core. I felt paralyzed with shock and fear, and I could literally feel the vibrations penetrate my body. P snapped me out of my trance, grabbing me by the back of my shirt and pulling me back up around to the right of the spires. "What the heck was that?" I whispered, shakily. "I don't know, man. We need to build a fire, fast." P was already gathering small twigs and sticks, raking his hands through the dirt, building a crude pile of leaves and small sticks and things like that. I began grabbing some larger sticks and branches, while P lit the pile with his lighter, blowing gently to stoke the small nascent flame. I was nervously checking over my shoulder, and I thought I saw something moving in the shadows, but I couldn't really tell if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. "Come on, put those sticks here like this." P began building a teepee around the still smoldering brush pile. We both began blowing on it, and before long, the fire sprung to life. Just then, we were hit with a smell that reminded me of dog scat that's been left to sit out in the sun for too long. We kept blowing on the fire, adding more and more larger sticks, anything we could find. The flames were rising higher and higher, and sap-fueled sparks were flying off into the night around us. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I grabbed a burning branch, whipping it around, only to see these 2 yellow eyes glaring back at me. This thing was only about 20 yards out now, and the eyes were a solid 8 feet off the ground. It was just staring at me, but I could sense a highly evolved sense of intelligence in its gaze, that and a piercing, spiteful malice. You could almost feel the pure, unadulterated hatred emanating off of this thing. That's when I heard what sounded like a branch breaking behind us. We whipped around to see another pair of yellow eyes behind us. The two sets of eyes started moving counterclockwise around the outer rim of light cast from the now burning fire. P was frantically throwing more and more fodder on the fire, and I was low-key nervous about starting a forest fire. I was running around the fire with my makeshift torch, but the light it cast was weak at best. We heard, or rather felt, another ear-piercing roar, which almost knocked me to the ground this time, followed by a low, wolf-like growl. Then there was a deep huffing sound, before the eyes seemed to peel off into the darkness. We heard heavy bipedal footfall fading away up the mountain canyon. We continued throwing dried-out timber onto the fire until the wee hours of the morning, when I think we may have actually dozed off. We got up and kicked a bunch of rocks and dirt onto the fire, and boy, when I tell you we straight up sprinted down the canyon back into town where we hopped in my truck, which had coincidentally been broken into by a bear, because I was an idiot and had left a freshly caught brook trout in there. We drove our tails back down to Gold Hill. End of the encounter. On to P's 2 cents. We were obviously very curious as to just what we had encountered that night. This was back before the days of Reddit and all those YouTube horror channels. But when we did Google it, we kept seeing the same thing pop up over and over again. Dogman. The name itself sounded sort of silly to me, as it invokes an image of some sort of half-man, half-dog monstrosity, with a human face and dog ears or something like that, reminiscent of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. If you know, you know. Whereas whatever we had encountered was clearly a true apex predator. Nothing funny about it. And ultimately, we didn't even really see it. We just saw the eyes, so there's really no telling what it was. To be fair, it could have been a bear for all we knew. But there are no bears in this region that are that big and aggressive, or that have glowing yellow eyes like that. At least, not that I'm aware of anyway. These beasts or entities, whatever you want to call them, seem to be more territorial than anything. And I'm guessing that we aren't their natural prey. Though there are a staggering number of missing persons reports in the Colorado Rockies, heck, the American West in general, and there's gotta be something behind it, right? Warning. The following story contains depictions of violence against animals, specifically a stray cat. It followed me home. From D. Allen. I was 13 at the time. My parents were divorced, and I'd often spend weekends with my dad. He and I usually went out on Saturday evenings, so we'd come back pretty late. However, this Saturday evening would stop me from wanting to go out late for a while. That Saturday night, my dad and I stayed out relatively late. We were driving back to the house. My dad lives in a small house around the edge of town surrounded by woods and our vegetable garden. We were about 5 miles away or so from the house. We were driving through a heavily forested area, so you would expect to see some wildlife. I was looking out the passenger window when I saw out of the corner of my eye a large black figure. It approached quickly, and soon it darted right in front of the car. It ran from the passenger side to the driver's side, so I knew my dad saw it as well. He immediately hit the brakes. As soon as we stopped, I looked over at my dad. "What the heck was that?" I asked. "I don't know, Danny. Whatever it was, it's gone now," my dad replied. Shaken, he pressed his foot on the gas again. After we were back on the road, my dad and I began to discuss what the thing that ran across the road may have been. He suggested it could have been a deer or a bear. But we don't have bears in our neck of the woods. I knew it couldn't have been one, but I kept my thoughts to myself, so my dad didn't think I was crazy. Before long, we were pulling into our driveway. We were just about to get out of the car when my dad and I noticed something lying in the yard. The two of us steadily walked over to whatever it was. As we inched closer, we noticed that it was brutally slaughtered, entrails and blood scattered all over. As we closely examined the thing, we soon found the head of a stray cat lying nearby. We had a lot of coyotes in the area, so my dad concluded that the damage must have been caused by one. But I wasn't convinced. Why would a coyote rip it apart and just abandon it? This was fresh food for it, so it spent all that energy chasing and hunting this cat, and it didn't eat it? I dismissed this thought, and we went inside. After we'd gone to bed, I found myself unable to sleep. My mind was flooded with the disturbing sight of that brutally killed cat. I guess what haunted me the most was the fact that its head was clawed right off its body. That's not the kind of thing you just forget. As I quietly panicked in bed, I suddenly heard a tapping sound coming from my window. My bed was next to the window at the time, so I could see and hear almost everything that went on at that window. Slowly, I turned my gaze to the window, and what I saw still haunts me to this day. There was a large black figure. I think it was the same one I'd seen from the road, or another one like it. It had pointed ears, and it also had a face with a snout like a dog or wolf. Its amber eyes were mesmerizing. It felt as if it was staring right into my very soul. It had large paws, but they looked more like hands with long clawed fingers. The thing was crouched down like a person would do, and it was peering in at me from the window. I was horrified, but curious. I wanted to know what this thing was. But then a familiar word came into my head. The one word I knew that could describe this thing. Dogman. I'd read and heard stories about them online, but I never actually thought I'd see one. They were just fiction, right? What I was seeing couldn't possibly be a real-life dogman. I stared at it for a while before it suddenly raised its hand. It put its hand on the glass as if measuring the thickness of it. It began to scratch on the window, and my blood ran cold as I realized it was trying to find a way to get in. I felt like screaming, but I couldn't. I wanted to jump out of my bed and run to the next room and get my dad, but I couldn't, and I knew he probably wouldn't believe me if this thing was gone. So I stayed there, paralyzed with fear. It must have been hours, or at least felt like it, as that thing kept clawing at the window. Eventually it grew bored, I guess, and it stopped. It rose to a startling height of 7 or 8 feet. It then turned to me, baring those teeth in frustration, as if to say, I could have gotten you. Then it turned around and ran off towards the tree line. I tried to sleep after that, but the howling and screeching coming from the woods kept me awake. After the longest wait of my life, morning finally came. I'll never forget that night, no matter how many times I try. Sometimes I still wonder what could have happened to me if that window broke while that thing was tapping on it. I haven't seen that thing since or anything like it, and I hope I never do. Be careful, anybody who goes out into the woods after dark. A cryptid crossed my path near Mount Adams. From Chewok, 79. This happened between 2003 and 2004. I'd been working for a gravel company off and on for about 1 to 2 years. My second year, I was promoted from working underneath a rock crusher, shoveling gravel, and keeping the belts clear for the rock crushing machine. It was the dirtiest job, but built character and humbled me deeply. The following year, 2004, around late summer or early fall, my boss had obtained a job up in the mountains on my res. We were crushing rock and layering it over the back roads for logging trucks. Timber is one of the main moneymakers for my tribe, aside from the Indian Casino, aka Legends Casino. But back to the job. We started in Old Maid's Canyon. I had my shovel ready, but my boss told me to come with him and set the shovel down. I had been promoted to roller operator. Not only was I not working the dirtiest job I'd ever worked, but my boss gave me a $2 raise for running the roller. It took me about a week to feel comfortable operating it on my own, and I was on my own by the second day, but stuck close to the rock crusher and trucks to get more familiar with the roller. About 3 weeks into this job, I'd rolled ahead so far from the crushing site I'd rarely see the trucks. This meant I was farther into the mountains on my own. I had a CD Walkman to listen to music and drown out the very loud roller. I was deep into Old Maids Canyon. A truck had passed me and dumped the gravel. The backhoe came in and leveled it out, and now it was my turn to pack it down with the roller. The vibration was turned on, and I put the roller into gear to move forward. The truck and backhoe were gone by then. With my headphones in, I went to work. I was at least 5, maybe 6 miles away from the crushing site. The roller runs slow regardless, so I can't necessarily kick the sucker into fifth and run out of there in a hurry. I was in an area where the canyon and tree line were butted up against the road I was rolling. The wind had picked up and blew in my direction. It was then that I picked up the stench of something that seemed like rotted meat and 7-year-strong body odor. It literally made me want to vomit. The smell was that bad. I figured maybe a dead deer or elk was nearby. I looked all around me and realized just how enclosed I was in this area. Canyon and trees surrounding me. To the left was a cliffside slightly hidden by tall tamarick trees, but I could see rock from the cliffside through the trees. I took my headphones off, pulled the roller over and shut it off. The smell had become so strong, I knew I had to be pretty close to the dead animal, or whatever was near the road. I heard rocks falling from the cliffs to the left of me. I looked over there as it caught my attention. I also heard some grunting sounds that were deep and muffled, like someone or something was trying to remain quiet, running up a hill up the cliffs. I gazed through the trees. The wind picked up again, blowing that awful stench once more towards me. I realized if I can smell this thing, then it's likely that it has definitely smelled me. I mean, it was so close I could hear it struggling to climb the cliffside. Then, through the branches, I caught a sight of a patch of fur. This was fur I'd never seen before in my entire life. The body on this thing was orange and brown in color in the sunlight, the fur covering a very muscular back. People have told me it was probably just a bear. My stepdad, whom landed this job for me and drove a truck for this company, even said it was a bear himself. But I know what I saw. After spending years on the res, I've heard stories of Speleei and Bigfoot, which had been spotted by many on the reservation. The thing grunted and whooped once it reached the top. I saw a good portion of it then. To my amazement and my anxiety, it looked like an ape, but primarily bipedal. The face had some fur over it, and even though this coat that covered the body was orange and brown, it had the snout of a coyote, almost dog-like. It was like if Bigfoot and a dogman were to have spliced their genes, creating an animal in their image. It would have looked like this. This thing was like 8 or 9 feet tall, too. Its eyes were a sharp yellow color and almost glowed, even though it was in the daylight. It ran away then, out of my sight. What happened in those few minutes had left a huge impact on me. Realizing I was alone and miles away from people, I put the roller in reverse, backing it up and starting my way back to the crushing site. Soon the smell was gone. Everything seemed to return to normal. I might add, before it happened, I didn't realize no birds or owls or anything were around. They would usually fly past me and chirp along the trees, into their nests. I noticed this wasn't happening at all then. No one believed what I saw. I tried to tell my coworkers and my now ex-stepdad. I never ventured far from the trucks after that. If I ended up alone, my stepdad left me with a pistol to keep on me, just in case I came across a bear again. I think the reason people didn't want to believe me was because they didn't want to fear anything while working so far and deep in the mountains, near Mount Adams. I believe I saw a trickster, or Speleei, and it scared me to the point that I couldn't wait for this job in the mountains to be done. Once we laid gravel on all the logging roads, I never returned to the job. My mom and stepdad ended up divorcing not long after. I was 24 at the time. The only person who believed me was my mom. Her brother, my uncle, had seen a Sasquatch while he was young. My uncle, creator bless his soul, had died tragically in a car accident when I was 9. I never got to hear his story, but he did see Bigfoot. Our mountains have creatures residing in them. Bigfoot, speleai, UFO sightings. I never thought I'd come across something like this in my lifetime. This is one of the experiences that has happened to me. I believe speleai had spared me that day. Instead of messing with me, it scurried away and grunted once at the top of the cliffs as if to say, "You're lucky I'm letting you go," before disappearing over the top of the cliffside. These areas of the entire world exist. Creatures reside in them, and we can't even begin to comprehend them. But as a Native American myself, I believe coexisting with things, even if we don't completely understand them, is a part of life. Then again, had it turned out that speleai wanted to stick around and not spare me, I wouldn't be here right now to share this story. Thanks for listening. Terrifying Encounter in Small Town, Ohio. From Cindelina. Back in the 80s, my dad had a friend named Joe who worked for the Ohio Parks and Wildlife Division. He normally worked in the Columbus area. However, on this occasion, he was in a town called Defiance, where the Independence Dam State Park is located. Joe described the park as being well hidden, nestled between a wide river and a thick forest of tall trees. Once inside, it was long and narrow, with a small camping area in the back. One way in, one way out, and nothing but dense, deep forest behind it. This is his story. Joe met with the sheriff, David, I believe, at his office. The day was pretty much uneventful until around 9 p.m., when a call came in requesting the sheriff and Joe respond to a couple camping out at the dam. After about a 15-minute drive through the park, they arrived at the very last campsite where an older silver RV sat. A couple in their mid to late 40s was standing outside waiting. The sheriff addressed the couple while Joe began looking around. The first thing he noticed was how everything had been thrown about. Lawn chairs upside down or broken, a smashed-up picnic table, a heavy-duty grill that was cemented into a concrete slab had been bent in half. The couple said they had arrived earlier in the day to get everything set up, ready for a relaxing weekend of camping. They decided to catch some fresh fish for dinner, and that's when they said they felt as if they were being watched. A heavy uneasiness came over them as they realized the nature around them had gone silent. No birds singing, crickets chirping, nothing. They chose to play it safe and return empty-handed. The couple came back to their RV and began to make a different dinner for the evening, when suddenly the RV began to violently shake back and forth, knocking them both to the floor. To them, it sounded as if they were surrounded on each side of the RV. However, they heard and saw nothing. After several minutes of being tossed about like rag dolls, the husband shouted that he had a gun. The rocking stopped abruptly and was followed by a long, low bellow, which they could feel vibrating beneath their feet. Keep in mind, this was the 80s, so there weren't any cell phones they could use to call for help. They waited a while before grabbing their gun, throwing the RV door open, and booking it to their truck. There, they drove to a payphone and called for help. The sheriff reassured the couple, telling them they would check out the area and find the people responsible. Joe said he never forgot what the lady said next. "You aren't looking for people, Sheriff. You're looking for monsters." David went back to his vehicle, grabbed a shotgun, tossed a flashlight to Joe, and they headed out into the woods. Joe wasn't for a moment thinking anything other than this being a bunch of teenagers, but he did notice a look of concern on David's face. The deeper they went, the darker it got. It became so dark that Joe could only see maybe a couple of feet in front of him. At one point, he realized that David had stopped walking. When he turned to say something to him, he was met with a quick, "Hush." He watched David point his finger towards the darkness. Joe shined his flashlight where he was pointing, which was about 15 feet away or so. The area was thick with tall, wide trees packed tightly together. "Between the trees," David whispered. Joe began moving the flashlight slowly up, then down, when he saw something. Pressed up against a tree was a leg. A man's leg, but larger and hairier. He then saw a long, oddly shaped hand, which reminded him of what a man's hand might look like if it had been broken and never healed properly. It had claws instead of nails, which were long, sharp, and wide. Joe felt his heart drop into his stomach as his legs weakened. Then he felt it, the vibration beneath his feet the couple had described, followed by long, deep growls. The air became filled with a suffocating, pungent odor, causing both men to recoil in disgust. Joe moved the flashlight up a good 8 feet off the ground. There he saw a face. It was covered in thick brownish-gray hair and had the muzzle and teeth of a large canine. The eyes looked like two dancing orange flames, and they were looking right at them. "Shoot it," Joe whispered to David. As soon as those words left his mouth, several of the same type of creature began slowly creeping out from behind the trees. "We have to get out of here," David said softly while slowly walking backwards. Joe was the most terrified he'd ever been in his life, and he could not get his legs to move. He couldn't see them, but he could feel them moving in closer and closer with every passing second. The vibrations had become painful by this point, feeling as if his spine was getting ready to explode. Joe admitted to us that he thought those would be his last moments on Earth, viciously mauled by some unknown predators. When suddenly, a bright flash of light lit the night sky and a loud bang accompanied it. Horrific screams filled the air, and Joe ran for his life. Later on, Joe found out that David had saw movement behind him. He fired his shotgun in the direction, hoping to scare whatever those things were off. Eventually, they made it back to the campers. Both men were black and blue, with scratches from head to toe from running blind, and the sheriff made them vacate the area immediately. The park was closed for a few weeks after that incident, telling the public it was for repairs. Before Joe left to come back home, he asked the sheriff what he thought it was they saw that night. Without hesitation, he said, "Werewolf." He then went on to tell him about the Defiance werewolf spotted back in the 70s. Apparently, a railway worker had an encounter with one, which had been stalking the tracks late one night. Even many years later, Joe says it's one of his most vivid memories. He'll never understand what they were exactly, or what caused those crazy vibrations, but he does know that they're real, and he'll never return to that part of Ohio again. Dogman of Texas, from Kirk. I live in the countryside of Austin, Texas. I worked as a ranch owner, and my job was to just take care of livestock like cows, longhorn bulls, and horses. Basically, a cowboy. I was also an average hunter, so when I was done with my chores and had nothing else to do, I would just go hunting, sometimes with a friend. However, it was this particular hunt I saw something unexpected. One day I was wrapping things up, and I decided to go hunting afterwards. I packed up all my gear and went on my way to my spot. Once I made it there, I unpacked my things and set up camp, but I continued to hike down the trail, searching for a good spot to lay low and wait for a deer to cross my path, or a javelina, since they are the most common here. As I walked, I kept a close eye on the ground for rattlesnakes, something else that was unfortunately common here. As I continued, I found a good spot to hunker down, so I got comfortable, made a few calls and noises hoping to attract something. But after a while, nothing came across my path, except for a doe. No bucks yet. I stayed in that spot for a while longer, and when nothing else came by, I decided to move. But then I heard a howl in the distance. Now, I know what coyotes sound like, and there are no wolves in this area, as far as I know, so I figured it was a wild dog. After walking a bit, I eventually found another spot to hunker down in, and after a while, I did see a buck come by. I raised my rifle, seconds from pulling the trigger, when suddenly something large came out of the brush and attacked the deer. I saw this thing pin it to the ground, biting right into the buck's neck. The deer struggled, but soon it stopped moving entirely. Then the creature began to eat its meal. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. As I looked on, it became clear to me that this was no ordinary creature. Its head resembled a wolf, but its front limbs were more human-like and very muscular. Its back legs were like that of a dog, with a bushy tail too. I've never been more scared and confused in my life. Somehow, I summoned the courage to get up. I ran right into the brush next to me. I didn't get far when I felt an extremely heavy weight force me to the ground. Sharp claws dug into my skin. That bizarre animal had pinned me. I struggled, fighting back, but it easily overpowered me. I managed to grab my pistol, and desperately I fired. I kept firing until I ran out of ammo. That creature pulled itself away from me, lurching backward. Finally, it turned around and growled as if to tell me, "You got off easy," then ran back into the bushes. I was bleeding from my arm, and I could see 3 claw marks. Immediately, I got up and ran for my truck as fast as I could. When I made it back to it, I called the sheriff's department, telling the operator what had happened. An ambulance was sent to treat my arm and to take me to the hospital. When they arrived, they patched me up real quick, asking me a few questions. I gave them my best description, trying to be honest, even if it did sound crazy. One of them commented, "You're gonna have a heck of a scar there, pal, but you'll pull through." I thanked him. I saw a few officers searching the brush, probably to find some trace of the animal that attacked me, but I have a feeling they didn't have any luck. Over the next few days, nothing happened, and my arm did recover. Unfortunately, after that, the hunting spot became off limits. That day still haunts me, and I believe what attacked me may have been a dog man. I wasn't the only one who encountered one either. I am grateful that I didn't see it again, but sometimes at night I swear I can hear it howling out there. And I was always cautious around the woods. Now I'm even more cautious than ever. Be careful if you decide to hunt in the woods of Texas. Warning: the following story contains depictions of violence against animals. Dogman or werewolf in Ohio. From Anonymous. I was 22 when this happened. For the past 5 or 6 years, I've only had 2 friends who have stuck with me through everything. We live within 5 minutes of each other, in a rural area in southwest Ohio, specifically in the hills of the Ohio River Valley. For anonymity's sake, I'll be G. My 2 friends are W and A, and my brother will be R. A and R are next-door neighbors. They both live on decently sized plots of land that they don't actually own. There's lots of farmland and thick forest. Behind W's house is a couple of small ponds we used to fish in. His house was pretty small and not in the best condition, and A lived in a medium-sized brick house. We'd usually go to W's house to hang out during the summer since his parents were always at camp, and A's house or my house during the other seasons. This is somewhat relevant, but mostly for setup. Now, we all love guns, so when A called and told me he bought a new AR-15, I knew we were going to end up shooting before the day was over. I grabbed my SKS Paratrooper carbine and Glock 19, and R grabbed his AK-47 and his SIG P230. We got in my Jeep and drove to A's house. It was still early, about 3 in the afternoon. Less than 5 minutes after we pulled in, a black Chevy Impala pulled into the driveway, heralding W's arrival. He brought his AR-15 and a Beretta M9. We shot for a couple of hours, just taking pot shots at a wooden target A had built in his backyard. We ended up burning through a pretty big chunk of ammo. At that point, I decided I wanted to get something to drink. So I got into my Jeep and drove about 10 minutes away to the closest gas station. After getting to the station and getting a few cans of the Nectar of the Gods, by which I of course mean Monster, I headed back to A's house. When I came back, I saw W, A, and R standing by the door at the side of the house. A had a look of unease on his face. I exited the Jeep and walked over, asking what was going on. We heard some weird sounds in the woods a few minutes ago, W told me. I asked him what exactly he was talking about and what he meant by weird sounds. A began to explain. We heard some sort of loud vocalization that sounded like a mix between a coyote's yelping and a howl. None of us had any idea what it could have been, so we decided to forget about it. We went inside and played some games. After a few hours, I was bored and began browsing 4chan on my phone, and I lost track of time. But it was getting pretty late. W had walked outside to smoke a cigarette. A was in the bathroom and R's girlfriend came and picked him up. Then A's dogs began to bark all of a sudden. This startled me. That's when I heard W come back inside the house rather quickly. I asked what was going on and if something was wrong. Step outside. Check for yourself, he told me. I stepped outside, curious about what the dogs were barking at, and the second I opened the door, the smell hit me. It was the worst smell I've ever smelled in my entire life. Imagine the scent of a wet dog, the reek of a dead deer rotting in the sun, and the smell of a landfill. Combine those together, and you've got what I can best describe it as. Repulsed by the smell, I went back inside, telling W I can see why he came in so quickly. The dogs were still barking, and they seemed to be getting more aggressive. A finally came out of the bathroom, wondering what the commotion was about. W explained the smell, and A seemed more curious than anything. He was also angry about the prospect of someone trespassing. He grabbed his guns and walked outside to look around. He told us to stay inside until he got back. Not thinking much of it, I began to browse more of 4chan. I was startled when I heard the sound of a dog yelping followed by 5 gunshots in rapid succession. A couple of minutes later, A busted through the door, yelling, "Get your guns," he said in a panicked voice. "Some dude in a ghillie suit just killed one of the dogs." We grabbed our guns and followed him outside, staying close the entire time. Sure enough, in the backyard, we found one of the dogs, dead. His throat had been torn up. This wasn't a small dog either. It was a rather large poodle mix of some kind, and I mean one of the really big ones. Close by, we saw the other dog cowering in his house. The cows in the pasture on the other side of the road were mooing as if they were both afraid and agitated. I asked A to explain what was going on, and he told me, "I was on the other side of the barn when I heard the dog yelping. When I rounded the corner, I saw this figure that looked like a big guy in a ghillie suit running towards the woods. I shot at him, hoping to hit his leg and incapacitate him or something, but I know I didn't hit him." The same smell I described earlier was still hanging in the air, but it was faint. W and A had flashlights on their rifles, and I had one on my pistol. I slung my SKS over my back and drew my pistol, and we fanned out, looking around the area. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I could see W heading to the other edge of the property, and A was moving towards the cow pasture. I headed back towards the barn, and as I started to step in, I lit a cigarette. I felt raindrops starting to hit me, so I stepped under the barn to smoke. I stood there for less than a minute when I heard another gunshot. This one came from the direction W had gone in. I began to walk that way, and I saw A heading that way too. While we were making our way over, W fired off 3 more shots. "What the heck are you shooting at?" A asked. "I saw that dude, but..." W's voice was shaky and hushed. "It didn't look like a guy." W took a heavy gulp and continued to explain. "It looked like a big dog or a wolf. I could clearly see its muzzle and ears. I just saw it standing behind some bushes, but it had to have been standing on 2 legs." He stopped and pulled out a cigarette, his hand shaking but still managing to light the thing. "I sized it up using a nearby tree, and it had to have been over 6 feet, at least." "What are you even talking about?" A asked. I chimed in. "You know there aren't any wolves nearby, and coyotes don't get that big. You think a coyote would have the guts to come up and rip my dog's throat out? We've got to be dealing with some pelt-wearing hermit strung out on something." The tree that W was talking about was about 350 feet away, so we all walked over to check it out. The rain started to pick up, and the wind was getting strong as well. The clap of thunder put us all on edge. Sure enough, once we reached the tree, a large maple, the branch he used to determine the size was close to 8 feet off the ground by our estimate. We decided to put the other dog into the garage to keep it safe from whoever or whatever was messing with us. This dog was inside a small kennel, but if you live in a rural area, you know a junkie always finds a way to break into places they aren't wanted. A unlocked the kennel. The dog followed A to the garage and went inside. Then A locked the door, and we ran back inside the house. "So, should we just leave? We can just crash at G's house until morning," W said. I reminded him that R and his girlfriend were there. His face instantly shifted to that of disgust. We all hated R's girlfriend because she wasn't very nice. None of us wanted to deal with her at the time, so we unanimously decided to just hunker down with our guns and stay awake in shifts. It was past midnight at that point, and I volunteered to take the first shift, from midnight to 2 a.m. W and A soon passed out, and I sat there watching out the window. I became bored after a while, my adrenaline from earlier wearing off. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a finely crafted Gurkha cigar. I stepped out onto the back porch, lit my stogie, and began to smoke and unwind. I had been standing there for about 10 minutes when I heard the cows beginning to make a lot of noise again, and I could hear the other dog barking aggressively inside the garage. Once more, I was on edge. I set my cigar in the ashtray, and I unslung my rifle, holding it with the safety off. I made sure not to stray too far off out of the porch light, but I got far enough into the field to see movement in the tree line. I couldn't see what it was, but in a gap in the trees and undergrowth, I saw a quick flash of a gray figure. I began feeling very uneasy, so I started backing into the house. I could hear rustling over the breeze. It sounded like it was moving towards me. I pointed my rifle in that direction. If you aren't familiar with guns, a typical SKS has a 10-round fixed magazine. That means I would have 10 shots to defend myself before I'd have to reach for my pistol if something were to happen. But then, the rustling stopped. I still couldn't see anything. I was about halfway between the porch and tree line. Time felt as if it had stopped, and I felt as if I'd been standing there for hours. I turned and ran, hearing something burst from the undergrowth behind me. I reached the back door and threw the door open, struggling to catch my breath, likely due to years of smoking. W and A had awakened, and W's shift started soon. I told them about what happened, and they told me to go lie down for a bit, that when I woke up we could all sit up until sunrise. So I lay down on the couch, managing to somehow doze off. I woke up not long after by W shaking me. "We have to go now," he said in a panicked tone. "A went outside over half an hour ago, and he hasn't come back yet." I was still half asleep, so it took me a moment to let that sink in. "A is gone?" I asked, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. I sat up, asking W to explain things. We heard the cows outside acting agitated again, but then they started to sound like they were afraid. Then some of them managed to trample through the fence. A went to see what scared them and told me if he wasn't back in 10 minutes to call the cops. By then, I was lacing up my boots. To heck with that, W began to say. A's our brother. We can't just leave him out there. We're gonna go out there and find him. I agreed without hesitation. We grabbed guns, my backpack full of extra ammo, and W grabbed a machete. We walked out the door and locked it behind us. I could see the spot in the fence where the cows had broken through. We crossed the road and walked into the pasture. This pasture is huge. Part of it is just grass. It also has a small pond, but most of it is forest, flat forest, the kind with not much undergrowth and where the trees are spaced out more. A great place for cattle and a great place to hunt as well. If I had to guess, I would say it was at least 200 acres. W used to hunt on this farmer's land as well. He was leading the way when we heard a long string of rapid gunshots, followed by a short pause, then 9 more shots. It was clearly A emptying his rifle, grabbing his pistol, and emptying it as well. We sprinted in that direction even though it sounded far off. We reached the wooden part of the property and started to call for A. We kept making our way in the direction we heard the shots. Panic began to set in with each passing moment. W was losing his cool, and I wasn't far behind. Then W just took off, sprinting. He yelled, "There he is! That's gotta be him!" I gave chase, but I was having trouble keeping up. "Yo, slow down!" I yelled, trying to get W to listen to me. "We need to stick together here." But he didn't listen. His light was bobbing back and forth as he ran, and I continued to follow. I slipped in a mud puddle at one point. At least, I hoped it was just mud, and I ate the ground. I looked up and started trying to regain my bearings. But when I did, I saw this silhouette standing about 50 feet away. It looked like a big German Shepherd-type dog standing on its back legs. Its ears were up, and I could see its muzzle as it was looking in a different direction. I looked down, and I saw that it didn't have typical front legs. Instead, it had what looked to be arms with hands and fingers, tipped with claws. It seemed to be covered in gray, matted fur. But what stood out the most to me were the piercing yellow eyes. I saw it take off running in the direction W was going. I stood up as quickly as I could, giving chase in the same direction. If W was in danger, I had to do something to try to help. I ran and ran, starting to hear more gunshots, and eventually I saw W's light in the distance. He stopped shooting, and I saw the light pointing at the ground like he was reloading. I caught up and asked him if he saw it. I looked over and noticed A was on the ground, his back against a tree. I started to panic, asking if he was okay. "He's breathing, just unconscious," W explained. "We've got to get him home." We both picked him up and slung one arm around our shoulders. We began to make our way back to the house, but we knew we were being watched, and even worse, followed. We could hear it moving when we moved, stopping when we stopped. I drew my pistol with my free hand and switched on the light attached to it. My eyes stung as sweat made its way inside. W and I were both out of breath, and we still had quite a long way back to go. After walking for about 20 minutes, A finally woke up. We stopped and asked him to explain what happened, but we were cut off by the sound of a branch snapping. W and I both trained our lights in that direction and saw the now familiar flash of gray just at the edge of the light. I turned in that direction and fired off 3 shots. We heard a growl and the sound of something big running away. We took that opportunity and booked it. If I had kept track of time and direction as well as I thought, we should be breaking through the trees in about 10 minutes. Then we should be able to see the light from the house. We ran through the pasture and made it to the fence. We crossed the street. I asked A to unlock the door to the house, and he frantically searched his pockets for the key, but couldn't find it. He began to panic. W calmed him down and suggested he try a window. A, being the smallest of us, agreed. We went to the back of the house and managed to remove the AC from a window, which A then climbed through. He let us in, and the rest of the night was uneventful. I'm sorry for the anticlimactic ending to the actual story, but I do have more to say. The next day, we talked to the owner of the pasture where this happened. He found 3 of his cows dead and partially eaten. He also found a blood trail in the wooded area that led towards the house, then the opposite direction to the edge of his property. He also found A's keys on the ground where he had been knocked out and where we'd found him. The farmer explained that blood trail led to the land owned by an old hermit who lived in a trailer in the woods. He apparently never leaves and has relatives bringing him food. It's rumored that he messed with the occult in his younger days. We told the farmer what we experienced, but he didn't believe us, thinking we instead encountered a pack of rabid coyotes or feral dogs. None of us agree with that. So what could it have been? Was it a wolf-like cryptid? Was it a werewolf? A still lives in the same house, but he hasn't seen or heard anything like it since. Once again, sorry for the anticlimactic ending. The Thing That Followed the Truck. From Ninabug, 1998. This happened when I was on a family road trip from Iowa to Texas. It was me, my grandpa, my aunts Sam and Ash, and my uncle Lee. This was when they were all teens and I was living with my grandpa. We took my grandpa's truck. The back had a top and we put a mattress in the back for the trip. I was in the back of the truck pretty much the whole time, talking to the others through the little window. At night, my aunts slept in the back with me, while Lee and Grandpa slept in the front. Grandpa would drive until really late, and sometimes Lee would drive to give Grandpa a break. I'm not sure which state we were in at the time, but it was getting dark, and it was raining. I felt like I was in some horror story or something. So we were at a gas station or truck stop, and I stayed in the truck. I think I was reading or writing at the time. I had a flashlight so I could see what I was doing. This was before I ever had anything like a phone or a DS, and at the time my Game Boy was dead. I looked up, my neck was really stiff. I tried to pop it to make it feel better. You know how you turn your head enough to make it go pop? Well, that's what I did, and when I did, I looked out the window and saw something. I don't know what it was. It was dark, stormy, and it was like across a parking lot and a road. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me because I was tired. Then I got an uneasy feeling, and I tried to ignore it. My family came back out, passing through the window a drink and snacks. I didn't think about saying anything. Like I said, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me in the dark. I ate my snacks and eventually went to sleep. We were on the road for 3 or 4 days there and 3 or 4 days back. There were a lot of storms. I wasn't sure what state we were in, but I saw it a lot at night. It was like it was following the truck. To make it creepier, I didn't see it when we were in a town or city, just on the dark back roads. I never knew for sure if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if something really did follow us. What I remember of it was that it was big, like a little bigger than a man in height, but wide, really wide. I'm 4 foot 11.5 inches, and it was wider than I am tall. I never got a better look at it. It never came close enough for me to make out more details. It always kept pace with the truck too, no matter how fast we were going. It was kinda hunched over, and I think it ran on 2 legs. It didn't seem to have that movement that, say, a dog would have while running. It looked like maybe it had long, shaggy fur or hair on it. If anyone has any ideas of what this might have been, let me know. Or maybe it really was just my mind playing vivid tricks on me. The Wolfman of Manchester, New Jersey. From Sneeves 0426. Part 1. Before I begin, this story is from the perspective of my friend Harold, and for the sake of anonymity, I'll keep details as vague as possible along with not using his name or the names of the people involved. I believe I saw a cryptid that most people would know as a dogman or wolfman of the sort in the New Jersey Pine Barrens. Let me begin. When I received my license at 17 years old, I started spending all my free time outdoors, hiking all over the East Coast, but mostly within the New Jersey Pine Barrens since I live in New Jersey. I would later graduate Stockton University with a bachelor's degree in environmental science. I worked as a naturalist at Batstow Village in Warden State Forest for a while, which is the biggest state forest within the New Jersey Pine Barrens. I got the job before my internship ended due to my knowledge of plants and animals. When I first applied, I hadn't even finished my first semester in college, so they didn't expect me to have the credentials. I only give out this information because when I see an animal in the woods, day or night, I know with 100% certainty what I'm looking at. And after almost 6 years from the time of writing this story, I can't wrap my head around the creature that I saw. I'm an open-minded person to a point. I do believe certain cryptids can exist solely if the biology of the creature is possible. But that doesn't put a bipedal canine on my list. Roughly about 6 years ago, I, along with 2 of my friends, one a welder and one a mechanic, I'll be calling Chris and Alan respectively, went off-roading in Alan's truck somewhere in Manchester, New Jersey. We met with a bunch of Alan's off-roading buddies in a spot they frequented. I do not know the specific area, only that it was in Manchester, New Jersey, and it was very close to the general vicinity of the abandoned brick factory. We hung out for a few hours, drove around the dirt trails, and just had a good time socializing with other people. I didn't have any substances in my system, because after we left I had to drive myself home. So I was sober, along with Alan, who was also sober, but to be honest, Chris was a bit high. We were starting to leave, and as we were taking the trails to get back to the main road, Alan told me to help look out for deer. He was driving only 35 miles per hour because the dirt path we were on was pretty open, about 30-ish feet wide, and we were dead in the middle in case he did have to respond to a deer jumping out of nowhere. A few minutes go by, and my sharp eyes spot a deer running alongside the truck, but within the tree line, so the view of it wasn't more than a dark brown patch of fur. As I'm about to say something to my friend Alan, thinking that this is a deer about to run in front of the car, the animal speeds up its pace significantly and gets about 20 feet ahead of the truck still in the tree line. Then it proceeds to jump out in front of the truck. For as long as I live, I'll never forget what I saw that night. It ran on its 2 back legs, looked right up at us, and to our horror, it ran across this 30-foot wide dirt road in 2 to 3 steps, then went into the opposite tree line. In those few seconds, I saw this dogman or wolfman. It was roughly 7 feet tall, estimating its height using Alan's lifted truck as a reference. It was covered in dark brown fur. Every inch of its body was covered, but the chest and stomach area had less fur and a lighter colored fur than the rest of the body. But even under all this fur, you could make out extreme muscle definition, very similar to an Olympic bodybuilder. It also had a canine type of head with a long snout, and 2 distinct perked-up wolf ears, and large muscular legs. The torso and arms were similar to that of a very muscular man with large hands. These hands had visible claws that looked like they could do some real damage, and its eyes reflected an unnatural color of light that I haven't seen in the animal kingdom. As soon as it jumped into the opposing tree line, my friend Alan slammed on the brakes, and Chris said, "I know I'm high, but what the actual heck was that?" My friends, puzzled by what we just saw, looked at me and went, "Okay, nature boy, please tell us that was something explainable." I sat there dumbfounded, telling them I didn't have an answer, not one based in reason or science, nothing I could logically think of, and my friend Alan hightailed it out of there. To this day, my friend Chris has convinced himself that it wasn't a hallucination because of the pot, and my other friend Alan, who doesn't believe in the supernatural and absolutely refuses to have an open mind, doesn't speak about this event pretending it never happened. To this day, I still have no logical explanation for what I saw. I do not believe that a bipedal canine creature could biologically exist, but what I saw was something matching that description with my own eyes, and it was very real. Part 2. My name is George, and I believe I had a similar encounter to Harold's. It was close to where his first encounter was, which was near the abandoned brick factory in Manchester. To start off, my brother has taken me to this place before with Harold, and I thought it was pretty cool, so I decided to go back there with a group of friends one night. To my horror, we encountered something that I never thought could be real. Like I stated above, my friends and I came back to the abandoned brick factory to explore it shortly after my brother took me with his friend Harold. He warned us never to come back there at night, but we didn't heed Harold's warning. We were told by Harold that he had some other experiences there that haunted him for a long time, but we thought he was joking around or exaggerating. Anyway, on to the story. As soon as we got there, we felt as if we were being watched, as if there was some kind of eerie presence about the place. My friends and I were a little spooked early on, and as our eyes darted all around the woodline, I spotted something. In the woodline up ahead, I saw something that shouldn't be possible. There was what looked to be, well, a werewolf. Its piercing yellow eyes were staring into my soul, it felt like, and it gave me the creeps when I was looking at it. It was abnormally tall, maybe 9 or 10 feet. It had large wolf-like or dog-like perked ears and a long snout. Its body was similar to a bodybuilder, with large muscles that were visible through its fur. But its head was similar to a German shepherd or a wolf, and its hands ended in claw-like digits. I blinked to make sure that it wasn't my imagination. To my terror, my friends reacted to this thing as well. They were startled. To me, it felt like it was beckoning me to come closer, and its stare was so quiet yet soul-piercing. I felt like a deer in the headlights. The way it looked also reminded me of an Egyptian jackal, except this could not be real. It didn't do anything but stare at us and make us feel intimidated. But when it walked away, we ran out of the area. To this day, I'm still not exactly sure what we saw, but when my brother showed me an illustration of a dogman, it made me shudder. Whatever I saw that night looked just like the illustration my brother showed me. To this day, I'm still in disbelief about it. I'll never go back there. The entire time I thought my life was in danger. Maybe the way it stared at us was a warning to never come back.
Does anyone remember watching one of the final scenes of the Lord of the Rings trilogy where Frodo and his fellow hobbits, Samwise, Merry and Pippin, not sure about those last two, are just sitting at the table in the middle of the festivities? All of the other hobbits were celebrating the near impossible victory against the forces of evil, whilst Frodo and his buddies were just sitting there, stunned and shocked that they're still alive. This short scene, which only lasts a few seconds, is my favorite scene of the whole trilogy, because that one scene shows exactly what happens when soldiers return from a year of war. We would oftentimes meet at drinking establishments and sit in stunned silence, amazed that we were still alive after all the horrors we'd experienced. This was the case not too long ago, when I was with a few buddies. We were sitting in an unnamed gentleman's club out in the middle of the El Paso desert. Weird as it may sound, after coming home from a year serving in the Middle East, we felt comfortable in that lonely, out-of-the-way drinking establishment out in the South Texas desert. This is not my story, but the story of my buddy Eduardo. My name is Eduardo Acosto Bambino, and I was born in Costa Rica. When I was 10, my family immigrated to the United States and moved to northern New York State, where my father worked one full-time job and 2 part-time jobs to support the family. My mother was going to school to become a nurse, so that's why my father was working so hard. He did not want my mother to have to get a part-time job so that she could concentrate on becoming a nurse. I helped out as well, getting my 6-year-old sister ready for school in the morning and picking her up in the evenings once I was done with the school day. We were renting a modest 3-bedroom, 2-story house within walking distance to the hospital where my mother was working as an intern. My father drove to and from his many jobs in an old red and rust-colored Dodge pickup truck. Looking back at the time, we were by no means wealthy, but we were happy, and we never lacked for food, family support, and love. One thing about our family was that we all felt immensely privileged and blessed to be Americans and living in the greatest country in the world. My father always said that we would not take one dime of government assistance or support, as receiving supposedly free things from the government actually enslaved you to the government. We had seen it all too often in South America. What the government gives, the government will take away, leaving you no choice but to think, act, and vote the way the government wants. We saw that mentality here in America as well, but like I said, my father was determined that our family would be a success without any government handouts. America was the land of opportunity, but success wasn't an entitlement. Success was there for those willing to work hard and apply their God-given gifts and talents, and that is what my family did for many years. Flash forward 8 years and my family was able to move to the suburbs, and was even able to purchase a bigger house. My mother was now a full-fledged charge nurse at the hospital where she worked caring for newborn babies and infants. My father was able to purchase the grocery store, which he had worked in so many years, from the kindly old gentleman who owned it, as he was ready to retire. After only 2 years, we were ready to expand to 2 stores. My parents' persistence and determination had paid off, and although we weren't what most folks would call filthy rich, we weren't exactly hurting for money either. My mother's salary paid for the mortgage on our house, and the profits from our family business paid the bills, and the upkeep of my father's new Dodge truck and my mother's Honda SUV. Everything else went into savings and the college fund for me and my sister. When I turned 18, it was a very proud day for my family and I. Dad always said, "From now on, it will be a tradition in our family that we serve this great country which has blessed us so much. Before our kids leave for college, they must serve a few years in the armed forces of the United States. There you'll meet other people of other nationalities and customs, you'll serve together and become a team together. You will adapt and overcome many challenges together, and when you leave the military, you will see how America is such a great melting pot of people, cultures, and ideas. When you take that experience to college, you'll be all the more better experienced and mature than your peers." I was proud as still the day that I graduated from the U.S. Marine Corps boot camp in Parris Island, South Carolina. The training was tough, but the training had to be tough if you wanted to earn the right to be one of the few and the proud. I'm only 5'5", but I was also a fast runner and could navigate any obstacle course with ease, so the drill sergeants gave me the nickname Bambi. I'd lost about 15 pounds during my time there, but it was replaced with rock-hard muscle, and the confidence to know that I was the deadliest weapon on the battlefield. Standing there, sharp and lean in my dress blues with my fellow platoon of Marines, I still remember the look of immense pride in the faces of my father and my mother and my little sister. Those looks turned to complete horror on that terrible and tragic morning. My father said that he was looking for locations to open a 3rd store in New York City when we saw the smoke rising from the island as the buildings collapsed. In the United States, my country, the one which had taken care of my family and protected us with freedoms that are not enjoyed by so many others, had been attacked. We were at war. I was attending the Mountain Warfare Training Center in Bridgeport, California, when I got word that my unit, back at 29 Palms, was going to war to hit back at the bastards who had killed thousands of innocent people. To tell you the truth, I think at the time we all wanted to go to war. We were Marines, damn it. You attack our country, we'll blow yours to hell. On my last phone call home before leaving for Afghanistan, my mother was sobbing, telling me to be safe and come home when it was all over. My sister was also crying, but I told her to be brave and assured her that what I was doing was to keep her safe. But what really broke my heart was my father's voice. He'd always been so confident and strong. He always knew exactly what to say to give me confidence. However, in a shaky voice, he could only say, "I love you, son." It cannot be underestimated the horrors and atrocities that the enemy had inflicted upon the people of Afghanistan. Men, women, children, babies, whole families, and even entire villages were wiped out by the Taliban. So I had absolutely zero sympathy for them when we called in a tactical airstrike, and our AH-1 Viper attack helicopters rained brimstone and hellfire on them. In combat, the Taliban were complete cowards, hiding behind the very same women and children that they'd been brutalizing. I was part of a reconnaissance squad in my battalion's reconnaissance platoon. The squad usually operated in a 6-man team under command of a sergeant, and all 4 of the teams were under command of a lieutenant. We were operating in heavily mountainous terrain just east of Bagram Air Base in Parwan Province, patrolling the steep rises, the jagged hilltops and valleys, and the numerous cave systems, relentlessly looking for the elusive enemy. At least 2 or 3 Taliban mortar positions had been shelling Bagram Air Base at night, so we were being sent out to find them. My 6-man recon team consisted of our team leader, Staff Sergeant Perez, a short, stocky, by-the-book Marine with a permanent buzz cut who was originally from Mexico City, Mexico. Completely fearless and a natural leader, Sergeant Perez was a former drill sergeant who volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan. Our radio operator was a young Filipino, private first class named Lampas, who was originally from Davao in the Philippines. Because he was the newest member of the team, Lampas had to hump the radio. The team's M249 squad automatic weapon gunner was Big Lance Corporal Deline, a young black Marine from Brooklyn, Illinois. We had what is called a LAV-25 attached to our squad. A LAV, or Light Armored Vehicle, is an 8-wheeled armored reconnaissance vehicle that mounted a 25mm chain gun and 2 smaller machine guns mounted on the turret. The LAV's commander was Sergeant Big Mac McCauston, the only Marine in the squad who was shorter than I was. But the white Marine from Clawson, Michigan was built like a brick wall. He'd been preparing to become a wrestler on our U.S. Olympic team, but put that aside to come to Afghanistan to fight the Taliban terrorists. Corporal Pinkerton was the only other white Marine in the squad. He was from the small town of Weed, California, and yes, he was a stoner before he joined the Corps, and found that he had a knack to fix just about anything that had gears and wheels. I was the squad's grenadier. My M4 rifle had what was called an M203 grenade launcher slug under the barrel of the rifle, which could launch a variety of 40mm grenades at the enemy. Over my vest, which carried my rifle ammunition, I also wore a second vest, which had small compartments for my grenades. I had HE high-explosive grenade rounds, incendiary rounds, smoke rounds, and even CS tear gas grenades. I was like the squad's mini-artillery. The M203 was breech-loaded, meaning that you had to break the M203 in half, load a single grenade into the rear of the launcher, then close the launcher again. When firing the M203, it gave off a soft but satisfying thump noise. As such, the M203 was affectionately known as the Thumper, and because I still retain my nickname from basic training, my weapon and I were known collectively as Bambi and Thumper. Our recon squad could lay down a tremendous amount of firepower, and we collectively piled into our LAV-25 and left Bagram just before midnight, headed into enemy territory. Guided by the moonlight and his night vision goggles, Corporal Pinkerton drove us over the rocky terrain as we rumbled roughly due west towards the jagged stone mountains about 4 miles distant. We had another recon team which was operating north of us, whilst several other teams were airlifted and dropped on the ridgeline, so we weren't alone in this operation. But at this time, the US was still in the process of bringing in more Marines and Army grunts into the theater, so we were pretty spread thin. Our objective was to observe a trail that our drones discovered which wound up in the narrow trails into the mountains, which ended at the mouth of a large cave hidden under a rocky overhang. The cave was located about 300 feet above the valley floor, and Pinkerton was able to get us up a narrow goat trail for about 200 feet before he had to pull off the trail. The goat trail was too narrow for the lav to go any further. Sergeant McAustin guided the lav back into a crevice about 100 feet and facing back down the trail we had just gone up. Inside that little rocky crevice, our giant lav was swallowed up in darkness. Even if the Taliban had night vision devices, they would have been hard-pressed to see our armored transport. Staff Sergeant Perez had Lampus, Deline, and me quietly dismount from the back ramp of the lav, as we would have to climb the rest of the way to our objective. He told Sergeant McAustin and Corporal Pinkerton to stay with the lav and keep the gun turret pointed down the trail. Since the radio on the lav had a greater range than our man-portable radio, the lav would also act as a communication relay between our squad and Bagram. Using our night vision devices, Staff Sergeant Perez led us slowly and cautiously up the rocky trail, carefully looking for signs of booby traps, and cautioning us whenever the trail became so narrow that a wrong step would send one of us tumbling over the edge. Staff Sergeant Perez moved stealthily, as if he had owned the entire mountain, and spoke with a confidence that made us all believe that we were the master of this valley of death. We moved slowly, less than an arm's length from the Marine in front of us. Private Lampus was behind Perez with the radio, and Deline was behind Lampus with the squad automatic weapon, while me and my trusty Thumper brought up the rear. We finally got to a somewhat level plateau on the ridge, and wisely, Staff Sergeant Perez decided to move us off of the trail, which leads to the mouth of the cave. He had us form a tight perimeter as we scanned our objective. The cave was about 25 feet from us. It was actually at the end of a cul-de-sac where the goat trail ended at a steep drop. The cave was surrounded on two sides by sheer rock walls, with the steep drop-off directly to the left of the cave mouth. This meant that there was only one route in and one route out of the cave. A rocky overhang extended about 8 feet from the ceiling of the mouth of the cave, meaning that it would have been difficult to have spotted the cave entrance from the air. "We need to get into a position above the cave on the rocks opposite where we can observe," Staff Sergeant Perez whispered. "I'll go, Sergeant," I said, having just gone to the mountain warfare course. "Okay, Bambi," said Perez. "Hand me your weapon so that it won't hinder you, and be careful." I handed my weapon off to Deline, and backtracked about 10 feet down the trail where I remember seeing a path which led up to the side of the trail. This side path was even narrower than the one we were on, and the footing was even more precarious as the loose gravel and stones rent to twist feet and ankles. Finally, however, I came to a rock ledge about 5 feet high and hauled myself up and over, hugging the ground once I had gotten up. I discovered that I was on a relatively flat surface, roughly 10 feet long by 4 feet wide, and surrounded on 3 sides by rock outcroppings that were between 3 to 4 feet high. About 15 feet below me, and about 100 feet away, was the mouth of the cave. This couldn't have been a more perfect spot to observe what Captain Taliban and his band of merry lunatics were up to. I climbed back off the spot and carefully made my way back down to the squad where I reported to Staff Sergeant Perez what I had found. "Good work, Bambi," Staff Sergeant Perez said. "Stay close behind me and let's go check it out." I guided him up the same narrow path that I took, with Lampus and Deline following close behind, until we finally made it up the rock ledge. Perez hauled himself up and, staying low, pulled all of us up the ledge. "This'll do fine," he whispered. "Bambi, you hunker down on the far left and scan everything forward and to our left. Deline, get in the middle and train your saw at the mouth of the cave. Lampus, I need you to keep an eye on the trail and make sure nobody can get behind us. Here, let me have the radio." It had taken us almost an hour to get into position, and Staff Sergeant Perez called Sergeant McAustin back at the lav, telling him that we were set. McCuston reported that one of our recon squads to the north of us had spotted suspected enemy movement in a shallow ravine between two low hills. "Good copy," said Perez. "Keep us informed of any movement coming up that trail. Out." We hunkered down on the hard rocky plateau, trying to get as comfortable as we could whilst making as little noise as possible. It was a cold night on that ridge, and winds would periodically whip up, making the night air even colder. At first, I thought they were crazy to issue Generation 3 cold weather gear for the desert, but now I knew why. But even with thermal underclothes, fleece jacket, a wool balaclava, and our uniforms, it was still rather chilly. We were all lying prone on the cold ground, peering over the rocks and looking down at nothing but an empty cave mouth at the end of a lonely trail, whilst our brothers in another squad were in contact with possible enemy forces. It was about 2 in the morning and my eyes were getting crossed, looking through my NVGs into the dark. I could feel myself dozing off when suddenly, behind us about 2 miles from our location, a bright light, followed by white smoke, seemed to loom out of the ground and ascend into the air, headed towards Bagram. "The Taliban's fired a Chinese 122mm surface-to-surface rocket at the airbase," whispered Sergeant Perez. We watched helplessly as the unguided rocket looped and descended towards our base. Seconds later, 4 bright orange flares blossomed in the sky above the Taliban launch site as the Americans marked the enemy position. In the clear night, we could see flashes of weapon fire in the distance and the noise of a firefight going on. All this was soon drowned out as red lights, resembling laser-like fingers of death, reached out of the sky and struck the Taliban's position. The noise, like a buzzsaw, ripped the air, and even we could feel the slight vibrations on the ground as thousands of rounds of hot lead rained down on the Taliban. "Looks like Spectre is up tonight," said Sergeant Perez, grinning. Spectre is the code name for one of our AC-130 transport planes modified to carry an astonishing array of weaponry and firepower, which the U.S. Air Force rains down on the bad guys. Soon, however, the brief light show was over, and just as quickly as it had started, the valley was now deathly quiet again. McCuston called Perez from the left, saying that the Taliban had gotten off one of the 3 missiles that they intended to fire at the base, and that some of Captain Taliban's merry lunatics were headed eastwards in our general direction. Perez said that was a good copy, and instructed McCuston to keep us updated before turning to us and saying, "Heads up, Marines. We may have hostiles approaching soon." All of a sudden, all thoughts of getting a few minutes of sleep went right out of the window. Our weapons were all locked and loaded, and my thumper had a 40mm HE high-explosive grenade already loaded into the breech. I thought for a moment, and decided to silently eject that HE round from my grenade launcher and placed it back into one of the pouches. I reached into another pouch and pulled out an incendiary round and loaded into my thumper. If the Taliban were hiding 122mm rockets in that cave, an incendiary round would ignite the propellant, causing the rockets to explode. We lay there motionless for another 3 hours, as no further action had been taking place anywhere in the area. It was just after 5 in the morning, and the darkness around us was ever so slightly lightening into a dark purple sky. "We got movement to our direct front," whispered Sergeant McCuston from the laugh. "I count 5, 6, 7, at least a dozen personnel moving up the trail towards your position. They seem to be armed with AKs. Looks like they've been wounded." "Roger," Perez whispered into the hand mic. "Relay to headquarters what we have and maintain observation." Perez handed the mic back to Lampus and said, "Stay alert, Marines. We have movement coming up the trail." It was still too dark to see without our night vision goggles, and the suspected Taliban approaching the cave entrance were lighting their way using cheap flashlights. Sure enough, there was about a dozen men armed with AK-47s approaching the cave, 2 of them lying on makeshift stretchers. None of the men were carrying anything larger than AK-47. They had no mortars or rockets. Now, the rules of engagement at the time were pretty sketchy. Since it was legal to own AK-47s, we couldn't just assume that these were the Taliban. We had to actually see them commit a criminal act before we could do anything. For all we knew, these could have just been local farmers who got caught up in the fighting and were just trying to get away. Maybe this cave was where they hid from the Taliban. Despite everything that was going on, despite the fact that thousands of innocents died on American soil, we still insisted on giving everyone here the benefit of the doubt. Everyone was considered innocent until they were otherly shown that they intended to commit a hostile act. The armed men seemed to show no concern about being tactically silent, and weren't worried at all when they may have been under observation by US Marines. The heavily bearded young man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, tried to usher the men carrying the 2 stretchers into the cave. Strangely, however, some of the men seemed reluctant to enter the safety of the cave and had, in fact, dropped the 2 wounded men on the ground. The leader loudly clambered around into his AK-47, yelling in Pashtun and pointing towards the cave entrance. The yelling went on for several seconds before the men who refused to go into the cave finally relented, and they all disappeared into the entrance. "What do you make of that, Sergeant?" whispered Deline. "Different families, different factions, different tribes," said Perez. "All these people know is conflict and strife." "Do you think they're Taliban?" said Lampus. "Maybe," said Perez. "Or maybe not. If they are friendly, we're obliged to help their wounded. Stay calm for now." About another 5 minutes passed when a loud barking roar, something like a dog's bark combined with a bear's growl, boomed from the cave. Several men screamed, and we could hear the frantic, undisciplined sounds of AK-47 rifle fire coming from inside of the cave, followed by the flashes of muzzle fire. The earlier argument had seemingly reached a boiling point, and the 2 factions of the same group turned violent against each other. But instead of us hearing voices of rage, it seemed like all of the men shooting inside the cave were filled with voices of fear. This lasted for several seconds as the sounds of men fighting and apparently dying abruptly ceased, along with the rifle fire. Then, there was silence, as something big but unseen seemed to be stirring inside of the cave.
"Sergeant Perez, are you in contact?"
It was Sergeant McAustin calling from the lab. "Negative," replied Perez. "We're fine. Apparently there's some kind of altercation inside the cave and a lot of shooting. Call this into Bagram."
"Roger. White 1.
Several minutes passed as McAustin reported the incident back to base. Meanwhile, we kept our eyes laser-focused on the cave. Whatever was moving around in there, perhaps a wounded man, had stopped.
"Headquarters wants us to maintain observation and secure the position,"
radioed McAustin from the lab.
"Company commander is sending up a relief platoon later in the morning once it gets lighter. Seems like they're still clearing the area from last night's attack."
We sat for an undetermined amount of time as the sky slowly went from a dark purple to a dark blue with hints of red as the sun began crawling its way into the sky. Still, everything was silent inside the cave. "We need to get in and see what's going on," said Perez. "There may be injured people that need assistance. Bambi, take point." "Moving, Sergeant," I said, happy to be able to get up and stretch my aching back and leg muscles. "Deline," said Perez. "Take slack." "Moving, Sergeant," said Deline as he hefted to his saw and followed me. Soon we were all down from our elevated perch and moving back down the narrow path towards the main trail. It was lighter now, so the going was smoother and faster, though no less precarious. We no longer needed our NVGs to see the path ahead of us. Sergeant Perez stopped us at the point where we stepped into the trail. "Deline, take up a second firing position here and watch your backs. You may be coming out of there in a hurry." "I'm on it, Sergeant," said Deline as he scooted a few feet back up the path to where he was in some cover and could watch the cave. "Let's move," instructed Sergeant Perez as all 3 of us combat rushed across the trail and stacked on the right side of the cave entrance. Even standing outside, we could smell the scent of blood and carnage wafting from inside the cave, like a slaughterhouse of raw flesh. I was in front, with Perez directly behind me and Lampas behind him. Perez said nothing, simply holding up 3 fingers. 2 fingers. 1. Go. Just as we trained, I went in first, swiftly covering everything to my front and to the left with my weapon. Simultaneously, Perez came in behind me and swept right, whilst Lampas immediately followed and swept front to rear. All of a sudden, behind me I heard Lampas retching as he stepped back. "Oh my God," he whispered, horrified that he had stepped into a pile of human entrails. My eyes began adjusting to the darkness inside of the cave, and I heaved as I saw the bodies and pieces of bodies stacked up like cordwood next to a wall deeper inside the cave, while all around us, piles of innards and guts had been strewn across the floor and the walls. There was blood and streaks of blood everywhere. Without realizing it, I had lowered my weapon and was walking deeper into the cave. "Hold your positions," hissed Sergeant Perez. "Take a knee and scan your..." Something seemed to fall from the heights of the cave ceiling. Something big and hairy that smelled of wet and moldy fur. It landed directly behind me, and I felt something slam into my back and ribs like a baseball bat. I went flying into the side of the cave wall and slumped down with my ears ringing and the wind knocked out of me. I turned around and propped my back against the wall, my head spinning. Whatever this thing was had its back towards me now. It was covered in short fur and easily stood above 8 feet tall. From behind, I could see that it had canine-like ears and legs like a dog or a wolf, and arms that were hideously long and muscular. The thing was facing Sergeant Perez, who tried to raise his M4 to fire, but the thing backhanded Perez so hard that he was sent tumbling out of the cave. I watched in horror as Sergeant Perez's body tumbled over the ravine and fell from view. Lampas was to the creature's left, and he opened up with his M4. At this close range, Lampas couldn't miss as he put at least 5 to 6 rounds center mass of the creature. However, the creature only looked annoyed as it swept out at Lampas. Lampas jumped back and slipped on the same pile of entrails he had stepped in earlier. With Lampas now on his back, the creature stalked towards him. I reached for my weapon and found that I didn't have it anymore. Looking around, I saw that I dropped it right where the creature had hit me. My thumper was laying at the creature's feet, or paws, or whatever those massive things were. Still groggy from the blow I took, I drunkenly ran towards the creature and dived for my weapon, and fell far short. The creature closed in on Lampas as Lampas struggled to pull his kabar from its sheath. Suddenly, the entrance to the cave darkened as another figure entered. "Son of a..." yelled Deline as he lifted his saw and put an 8-round burst directly into the creature's guts. Then another, then another. The creature let out a pained howl and jumped nearly 15 feet towards Deline, knocking the saw out of Deline's hands and slamming him to the ground. Deline's distraction gave me the second I needed to get up and grab my thumper. Charging at the creature from behind and to its left, I screamed a battle cry, "Ah!" as I rammed him as hard as I could with the entire right side of my body. To my surprise, the creature went off balance, but so did I. I was now lying about 8 feet in front of the creature, with Deline and Lampas standing behind me near the mouth of the cave. I was again on my back, lying in a pile of human gore as I leveled my weapon up at the creature. I could now get a look at its face. It definitely had canine features, with a short snout, wide jaws, and horrifically sharp and blood-stained teeth. "Get down, get down, get down!" I yelled at Lampas and Deline. "What are you?" said Deline. "Oh shit!" yelled Lampas. The creature opened its maw wide in an angry growl just as my weapon went thump. It was late in the afternoon when we were all finally piled into the back of the lav. Corporal Pinkerton driving us all back to Bagram after this long patrol. A platoon of Marines and some Army EOD guys had arrived later on in the morning, and together we estimated that there were the bodies of at least 10 to 12 Taliban fighters inside of the cave. We knew they were Taliban because the EOD guys also found fragments of at least 2 Chinese 122mm rockets and 3 Russian 82mm mortars, as well as some destroyed RPGs. They also found the rear hindquarters of what had to be a huge dog, which they assumed the Taliban were using as a watchdog to guard their stash of high explosives. When I fired my 40mm incendiary grenade at the Taliban fighters who were shooting at us, it set off their munitions and pretty much blew them all to hell. At least that's what Sergeant Perez told the intel guys when they questioned us about the engagement, and the rest of us backed up Sergeant Perez's story. I really don't know how long I was unconscious after I force-fed that creature an incendiary grenade. I only remember waking up and being dragged across the ground and out into the sunlight by Lampus and Deline. Deline came running when he saw Sergeant Perez being tossed out of the cave like a rag doll and over the side of the ravine. Fortunately, Perez fell on a ledge just 6 feet below the ravine and was groggy and woozy when we finally pulled him back up onto the trail. Since it was likely that the Taliban would use the cave again after we left, Perez suggested that our EOD guys blow the living crap out of the cave, and the EOD guys were more than happy to oblige. They wired C4 all over the unexploded Taliban ordnance inside the cave and wired the overhang of the cave entrance and detonated the charges in a booming explosion that knocked my lungs into my skull. It was beautiful. And when the smoke cleared, there was just a pile of rocks where the cave used to be. The 4 of us were sitting in the back of the laugh as we rumbled towards the base. Sergeant Perez's arm was in a sling from his fall, and I had a nice big bandage on my head from where I was hit. Deline was scooping spaghetti and meatballs from an MRE into his mouth, and Lampus nearly threw up again. "Man, how can you eat that?" Lampus said. "I'm hungry. Mama Deline always told me that fighting werewolves is hard work, so eat as much as you can when you can." I shook my head and leaned back, closing my eyes and letting the rumble of the lab's engines rock me to sleep. "I think the sun coming up weakened the creature," said Lampus. "That's why we were able to hurt it." "What do you think it was, Sergeant?" asked Deline. Staff Sergeant Perez, as pragmatic as he was stoic, simply shrugged. "I don't know. I don't care if you're some mythical, bulletproof, whatever the hell you are. If a Marine thumps an incendiary grenade down your throat, you're a rug, baby." I've since been promoted to the rank of Staff Sergeant, and because of that, I'm required to surrender my beloved thumper for a regular M4 rifle. I haven't, though. I've kept my same thumper through 1 combat tour of Afghanistan and 3 to Iraq. So, sleep well. Bambi and Thumper got your back. The Dogman in the Window by Anonymous 2008. I believe I saw something resembling an alleged dogman, or maybe it was a skinwalker. Either way, I know I saw something out of my window on a nearby abandoned house on my street. For anonymity's sake, I'll refer to myself as D, and my dad will be J, my uncle will be A, and my grandparents will be T and L. We live on a semi-rural street in Virginia, and there's only about 4 houses on this said street. We're the type of neighborhood that everyone knows everybody, and our neighbors are our relatives. I live with my dad and my grandparents in the house at the very end of the street, with my uncle A living closest to the top of the road. We're very lucky to live in this house because we're the closest to the woods. We saw lots of deer, wild turkeys, rabbits, even a few bears. Unfortunately, I think that's what attracted this thing to our neighborhood. Or maybe it was because I own a lot of books and items that are associated with occultism. Yeah, I admit, it wasn't the best type of thing to own, especially when I was raised to be a Christian, but it was a guilty pleasure of mine. Anyway, right next to A's house, there's an abandoned house. Now, this house used to belong to my great-grandparents, my grandparents' parents. but the house has been abandoned since they passed away. This is where the creature usually shows up. I first heard about this dogman from my grandma when she used to tell me stories about mysterious creatures and entities, much to the dismay of my dad. "Ma, stop filling Dee's head with that nonsense. She's still a kid, she'll get nightmares," he'd always say. Then my grandma shot back, "It's not nonsense, Jay, they're real." Yeah, that was my grandma for you. She and my grandpa grew up in rural Virginia back in the day, so it wasn't surprising they had a few tales and encounters to share. My dad, however, didn't like them telling me scary stories, and he was always worried that I'll start believing in that stuff too. Some of the stories I believed, but they didn't scare me. Not like my dad thought they would. But I remember one story in particular that still sends chills down my spine to this day. This particular story was told by my grandpa and grandma, and it was about a Native American curse. And the story goes that a shaman possessed the power to transform into a werewolf-like creature. That's the way my grandparents described it. And he slaughtered many innocent people, not just in his tribe, but of neighboring tribes and European settlers too. My grandparents described this part to me in great detail. Eventually, his powers and black magic were discovered by the tribe, and he was banished. Soon, the tribe's warriors tracked him down and killed him whilst he was in his wolf state. Then, in his last dying breath, he put a curse on the land, and said he would come back for their lives. My grandparents say that when his spirit is near, all of the wildlife disappears and goes quiet. The presence of death itself can be felt in the air, and he can be seen as something half man and half wolf. I laughed it off, as I usually did, saying that there's no such thing as werewolves, but my grandpa leaned down and said, "It isn't a werewolf. Something else. Something evil." With me being only 6 years old when I first heard this, I was chilled to the bone, but it definitely made me more cautious about being out in the woods. Now I'll stop boring you with all the extra lengthy prologue, and I'll get straight to the encounter. I remember the first encounter with that thing like it happened yesterday. I was 12 years old at the time, and I was in the nearby field looking for deer tracks. I was in that field all afternoon, and I had already found a deer antler. By the time I was almost to the end of the field, it was already sunset. I decided to finish up and come back in the morning, but first I wanted to show my uncle the deer antler that I had found. As I walked up the street, I noticed a strong smell of what I could only describe as a mix of wet dog, a dead bear rotting in the summer sun, and coyote urine. I ignored it and kept on walking up the street. When I was getting close to the abandoned house, something big in the window caught my eye. The odor was strongest here, and only then did I notice that all of the sounds of the forest were silent. I felt an odd, indescribable chill that went down my spine, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I slowly turned my head, more slowly than I'd ever turned before, towards the window. When I saw what was in the window, I froze like a deer in the headlights, and I felt like I was having a heart attack with how fast it was racing. The thing in the window was bent down, allowing its ugly, deformed face to be seen outside. As with many other descriptions of similar creatures, this thing was tall. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bent down to look at me. I could see a lot of detail, but it was getting dark, and there was little to no light in the house. But what I could see was the silhouette of a large, wolfman-like abomination, and two glowing red eyes. Its front paws were more like raccoon hands, and they were resting on the windowsill. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, before its lips curled back to form a sick, malicious smile like some psychotic man. I froze still, gripping the deer antler, and I was too afraid to move. I considered using the antler to defend myself, but then I realized how big that thing was. I realized that this little buck's antler was not going to do any good against this creature. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run back home to my dad and grandparents, but I was paralyzed with fear. Just then, the creature moved towards the broken-down door and stood in the threshold. Suddenly, my Uncle A dashed to my side with his gun and holster on. He screamed at me to get behind him. He shot at it, and it let out a horrible, distorted, almost human-like scream. Uncle A kept shooting at it, and it ran off into the woods. There was a small moment of silence. Then he turned to me and asked what I was doing outside after dark. I told him that I was looking for deer tracks, and I saw the thing looking at me through the window. He looked at me, not saying a word. Then he looked down as if to think. Then he looked at me again and said in a serious tone, "Don't go out at night. Stay out of the woods." After that, he walked me back home. He also told me not to speak about this. I wasn't sure why he told me this part, but I never spoke about this particular encounter again. About 2 years later, the first encounter had just turned into a repressed memory. I didn't think about it often, but when I did, I felt the same fear I felt as if I were reliving it all over again. Now, my second encounter was somehow worse than the first. It was a few days after my 14th birthday, and it was after dark. I tend to have a habit of staying up late, so this led to me staying up until around 2 a.m. On this particular night, around 3:30 a.m., I was getting ready for bed when I heard a tap on the window. I turned towards it, only to see nothing. I assumed it was just a bug flying into the window, and I resumed my bedtime routine. Soon, I turned the lights out and climbed into bed. But of course, I couldn't sleep, so I started scrolling through TikTok, YouTube, and Tumblr. I know it's not the best thing to do when you're trying to sleep, but I didn't care. Just when I was about to click on another video, I heard that tapping noise again. Annoyed, I turned towards the window. Now, the window I'm talking about is right in front of the foot of my bed. When I looked at the window, I saw a familiar, eerie silhouette. At once, I knew that the thing was back. Once again, its paw hands were resting on the bottom of the window, and it was staring at me. Only this time, it had a small dead animal in its toothy jaws, and it had blood on its muzzle. Still staring at me, it tilted its head back and opened its jaws to eat the small creature. This thing swallowed it whole without even chewing. I swear to God, I was panicking after watching it eat the entire animal. Fun fact about me, at the time I recently found out I have severe anxiety, and I'm extremely prone to panic attacks, and unfortunately this encounter and trauma from my past encounter triggered a massive panic attack. If you've ever experienced a panic attack, you'll know that the symptoms are similar to a heart attack. Rapid heartbeat, sweating, heavy breathing, feeling dizzy, and it feels like you're about to die. So there I was, lying in bed while having a god-awful panic attack and a wolf demon staring at me through the window. I gripped my chest and I felt my heart drumming in it. I tried to calm down and I tried to control my breathing, but I was panicking and I couldn't stop. As I looked back at this wolf creature, it had its blood-covered paw hand on the glass. Then everything went black. When I woke up, it was 10:30 in the morning. I shot right out of bed, reached for the baseball bat I kept next to my bed, gripping it in my hands, but there was nothing at the window. All that remained of the creature from the night before was a bloody paw print. This was my last encounter with the creature, but I still see glimpses of it by the tree line to this day. I have many questions. What was this creature? Where did it come from? Why didn't it break into my house when it was fully capable of doing so? And why didn't it kill me when it had the chance? All I know is that this creature wasn't normal. Ever since the last close encounter with that thing, my little Chihuahua dog always goes crazy at night. There haven't been any deer or small animals around. It knows where we live. and I haven't been able to sleep at night since. A Dog's Body with Human Hands and Feet by Avery 999. It was August and my cousins' ages ranged from 10 to 15, and I was the youngest, being 10. I was staying with an 11, 13 and 14-year-old. We stayed up telling scary stories often, but one night, a few weeks in, we decided to make a campfire out back. My grandma's house is in a rural suburb. The neighbors aren't too far when you're driving down the road to her house. But in the backyard, it's thick forest with man-made paths through it. Each house is on a hill, so only part of the basement was actually underground. That isn't important until later, though. So we're towards the east side of her yard, in a smallish patch of open land. You couldn't see the neighbors' yards from here, and there was probably 3/4 of a mile to each side of us that belonged to my grandma. It was maybe 11 at night, and we were playing Truth or Dare after telling scary stories, and my 14-year-old cousin dared me and the 13-year-old to go for a walk through the paths for 10 minutes or so. I said yes right away. I wasn't easily scared, and rather level-headed for my age, but my older cousin was a bit more hesitant. We didn't bring a flashlight because it wasn't pitch dark yet, and we could see enough to not die. We were walking through the paths for about 5 minutes, and could barely see the fire through the trees when we decided to turn. In the middle of the path was a large dog-like creature, hunched over with its front hands an inch from the ground. What I remember the most was how its eyes were so bright white. It was humanoid, dog-shaped, with a human-like head, but a dog-like body, human hands and feet. It looked right at us, and I know I was paralyzed with fear as it dashed away the opposite direction from us, towards the creek that ran through the yard. Eventually my cousin and I screamed bloody effing murder, and the other cousin and my grandma ran to us. I don't remember much here because I was really disoriented and I couldn't think properly. But I did wake up in bed, so I assume I was brought to the house. All the kids slept in the basement, in the big room with sliding glass doors to the outside, as the room was on the side that wasn't underground. My bed was pressed against the big glass window, and I could see my cousins playing outside down below. The house is in Michigan, so it gets slightly chilly even in the end of August, and there was a slight breeze, so I put my jacket on and ran to join them outside, skipping breakfast, not wanting to miss out on anything fun. When I got down, I could tell they weren't playing, but rather running to get my grandma. Her dogs, both of them, were dead. Ripped up. That night we went to bed early. I woke up at maybe 2 in the morning because I felt like something hit my head. My cousins were all sitting on the double bed opposite me on the other side of the room. There was 1 bunk bed and 2 double beds, the double beds for me and my 14-year-old cousin. They were being quiet and staring at me. The 13-year-old nodded his head towards the window. I froze. They all looked afraid. I turned my head slightly to the side and I saw a really messed up looking face pressed against the window with gaping eyes looking down at me. I screamed so loud and it bolted. My grandma called the police after I told her what had happened, and they found nothing. I went home after that, and I've never been there during the night again. Something kept staring at me every night. By Snow Isn't Great. I know I'm going to sound crazy for this, but I know what I saw. I was in 7th or 6th grade, standing at the slider door waiting for my dog Moose to come back to the door when suddenly I saw something in the far end of the backyard, behind the pool my dad had set up during the summer. There was a growling wolf-like creature. It seemed like it was running in place, but the thing was, I don't live around any woods where a wolf would live. I live in a town where there are lots of people, and there shouldn't have been any wolves. Maybe a wolf dog, but no actual wolves. once I let Moose in, I went to my room and curled up with my dog Gabby, who was a small chihuahua. I couldn't shake the feeling there was actually a wolf outside. When I opened the slider before going to bed, the wolf was still there, so I knew it wasn't just a trick of the light. Weeks went by and I was still seeing it. I kept telling my mom, but she said I was just seeing things as a trick of the light, so one day I grew tired of being told this, took out my phone to take a picture of it, turned off the flash and everything, and looked up from my phone to ensure it was still there. But when I looked at my phone, it wasn't there. A week later, or maybe the same week, I woke up for school looking for my dog Gabby. I found her by the door. She died of old age. I was devastated because of this, but kept seeing this glowing wolf for a few weeks longer. Then it had a form of comfort towards me. Only when it left, there was another wolf-like figure, only this one. It was like it was made of shadows. It had brighter, red glowing eyes. To this day, even 2 years later, I have no idea what those things were. Maybe an omen of death and life, but I'm not really sure. Dogman Battle by Achilles 57. This is from a while ago. My cousin Mark, he called me and told me that one of his buddies had been hurt on a hunting trip in Michigan. He asked me to come out and watch him whilst he and the rest went out to try and find the animal that actually hurt him. I drove out to his hunting cabin on the northern tip of Michigan. When I arrived, he was waiting for me on the front yard, completely decked out in Kevlar, a .50 caliber hunting rifle and 2 .45 caliber pistols, 3 Bowie knives, a boot knife in each of his boots, a riot shield and a riot helmet. 2 of his other buddies, the ones that weren't hurt, were decked out in full riot gear with old M4 rifles that they got from a military surplus store. I grabbed my old M4 grenade rifle that I had gotten from my great-grandfather before he passed away, and his old medic bag. I went inside the house into the living room and sat down in a recliner on the deck next to Andy, who had been hurt. He was wrapped completely head to toe in white wrap as well as a stretchy kind of bandage. I could tell he was really hurt. I just couldn't tell how badly. As the 3 of the men ran into the woods, I leaned back and put my old M4 grenade rifle across my lap, put my feet on the railing and waited. Soon I started to hear weird sounds. There was a guttural roar coming from the woods. What looked like a giant black shape was ghosting in between the trees. Then out of nowhere come the shouts. I heard Mark and his 2 other buddies scream in terror, and that's when I heard their guns start to go off. It sounded like a war zone. I knew Andy could easily defend himself if I moved him inside, so I grabbed him, put him in a wheelchair, and rolled him inside. I handed him one of my old .45s, ran up onto the deck and jumped over the railing, running into the woods, loading my M4 and getting ready for a fight. I ran until I entered a clearing. There, in the clearing, was one of Mark's buddies on the ground, bleeding badly. I ran up to him, sliding down beside him, and started to patch what wounds I could with what medicine I had. All around me were gunshots, screams, howls, and roars. I couldn't tell which way Mark and the other one of his buddies had gone. I tried to find him as soon as I could. I ran straight left once I was sure that the wounded body was safe and high enough up in a tree. Instead of finding Mark, I found his other buddy, head torn clean off of his shoulders. I knew there was nothing I could do, so I just covered him up with branches and covered him with a blanket to try and keep the animals from seeing him and smelling him. That's when I heard the ping of Mark's M1. I ran into the direction of the ping, pulling out my .45 as I was pretty sure it was going to be a very close fight, meaning I wasn't going to be able to use my rifle. I burst out of the trees, and right in front of me was a hulking black shape that looked like a werewolf from all those old TV movies I'd watched. I took aim and fired 4 rounds right into its back. It gave a grunt, turned and growled at me. That's when I saw the teeth stained red. I looked behind it and saw Mark crawling away, one of his legs broken. I knew this fight could probably be my last, But if I could give Mark even a little bit of time to get to his wounded body and get out of the forest to Andy, call the authorities and get out of there, I was going to take it. I readied my pistol, aimed and let loose a hail of bullets. The beast gave a terrifying howl straight up into the night sky. All I could see was its eyes as they glowed red in the night. I charged, still firing. As I fired my last bullet, I dropped my gun and drew one of my knives. I slashed as I spun to the right, and I could feel blood leap from the beast's chest onto my face. I spun back around, jumped, and stabbed the knife down as hard as I could. I felt the knife go into something. I couldn't see anything due to the blood and how dark it was, but I knew that I'd hit it. It let out another terrifying screech of pain and rage. It threw me from its back and ran deep into the woods. I drew my M1 and started firing as it retreated. Upon hearing the ping of my M1, Mark opened fire with his own. I reloaded my pistol, grabbed Mark, and started dragging him backwards as he fired. When his weapon pinged, I started firing with my pistol. We made it back to his wounded body. I put my pistol away, grabbed him, and started pulling him back. We got back to the house where Andy had already called the police and the park rangers. When I pulled them out of the forest, still firing their weapons, the police ran up and started firing their own weapons into the night. They obviously knew what we were both shooting at. I didn't know then and there if that thing was gone for good, but as we went back to civilization, I was driving my Humvee down the road following the ambulance all the way to the hospital, when all of a sudden, bursting out of the woods and onto the road in front of me was the very same black creature. Most people say slam on the brakes, but I did the opposite. I slammed on the gas and ran that thing over. When I knocked it over and I turned around, I parked my car right on top of it. I got out, pulled out my pistol, and unloaded 4 magazines straight into its skull point blank. A police car pulled up beside me, saw me shooting at its head, aimed his shotgun and blew the thing's head clean off point blank with a 12-gauge shotgun filled with buckshot. We hauled the thing off to the vet. The vet then cut it open to find out what it had been eating. That's when we noticed dog tags. They're old dog tags that were covered in rust. When we traced the dog tags, we found out that they'd come from a cemetery near the hospital. We later returned the dog tags to the families of the people that had lost them. That's my story. I've sworn to avenge my cousin's dead friend no matter what. The next time I see one of those dogmen in Michigan, I'm going to kill it. I'm going to make sure that it serves as a message to all others that if you mess with humans, you unlock our true rage, and we can be truly terrifying when we want to be.
Werewolf on the Old Road. Encounter Part 1. From Camper. At 18 years old, I moved away to the city for college. I lived on campus, which was required by the university at the time. Fine by me. My roommate, Caleb, and I quickly became friends, after discovering we shared the same interests and hobbies, especially smoking up. We weren't allowed to smoke the devil's lettuce on campus, so we'd often take nighttime rides in his old Nissan. We'd always go down these old back roads several miles away from campus. There was an area in these back roads where there was just one streetlight on the road. It had an eerie orange glow, and it was the only streetlight we'd found on those roads, as if it was the only one that had been installed and was soon forgotten. Kinda creepy, yeah, but it made for a fantastic spot to just chill and smoke. Caleb and I would sit there for hours, going back and forth with childhood stories or work stories, the latter of which I didn't have many of, because I'd only ever had one job, the one I currently worked at, which was Starbucks. I remember the first encounter all too clearly. "Dude, what was the craziest order you've ever gotten at Starbucks?" Caleb asked me, as he began to take another toke. "Bro, I've only been there for about 3 months now," I replied, shaking my head with a smile. Come on, you've had to have had an annoying order so far, right? At least one," he insisted. I thought for a moment, my mind going a quarter of the speed it should have been, when finally something came to mind. Well, there was this one drive-thru order where a guy ordered just 2 shots of espresso and 8 times whipped cream. Caleb held in the smoke and looked at me with the biggest WTF face he could muster. "What's even the point of that?" he managed to say. "I don't really know. Better yet, when the guy pulled through, he wasn't wearing anything but boxers." Caleb exhaled and cleared his throat. "Now that's something I can agree with. I hate pants, man. Annoying to take off and annoying to put on." He handed me the cig, and I nodded as if to say "hear, hear" in agreement, when something happened that startled us. I nearly dropped the cig in the floor. Something rubbed up against the car. Something big enough to make it shake back and forth. I remember gripping with my free hand the seat, then looking over at Caleb with wide eyes. We didn't say anything for a moment. We kinda just waited there, seeing what was gonna happen. Then we began to scan the side and rearview mirrors. On my side of the car, the passenger side, I saw this large, hairy black shape. It was rubbing its body roughly against the rear fender well, or whatever you call that part of the car right above the wheel, the edge of that opening. This creature was definitely huge, easily the size of one of us, and obviously strong enough to push the car side to side. It reminded me of the videos I've seen online, of bears rubbing themselves against things to scratch their itchy spots. That's what I assumed it was. "Caleb, dude, there is a black bear over here scratching his hip on the car," I said to my friend next to me. "Quit joking, dude, what the heck is that?" I leaned over closer to the side view mirror, without letting the window down, of course. "I'm telling you, Caleb, it's a freaking black bear." Caleb slowly raised himself from his seat to get a better angle. "Holy crap, dude. This is the closest I've ever been to a bear," Caleb admitted. Do you think we should drive away?" I asked him. I don't know. Maybe we should just wait it out. I mean, we don't have any food. I don't think he wants in here. I think he's just itchy." So the two of us watched and waited for this black, hairy creature to finish scratching himself. But you know how animals sometimes do normal things extra long? You ever watch a cat sneeze and he sneezes for like 5 minutes? Or watch a dog scratch himself with his teeth for like 20 minutes straight? Well, that's kind of the situation we got ourselves in. The supposed bear kept scratching himself in the car for the next 12 minutes. All the while, the two of us were too afraid to move, thinking we would alert our guest. In reality, a bear would have been scared and would just run away if he heard us. But in our high and scared minds, we were seriously thinking the bear would attack us and try to get in the car. Anyway, after those long 12 minutes, something even more confusing and astonishing happened. The creature rose up on 2 legs. Yeah, everyone knows bears stand up on 2 legs too. The difference here was the shape of the thing after it stood up. This thing was slender, with lots of juts and angles to its body. Its torso was only about 1/3 the length of its legs, and its legs were backwards bending. At least I think they were. They were long and seemingly muscular, which was obvious even through that thick black fur that covered it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think bear legs get that long. I looked up at the head, which was about 7 feet in the air at this point at full height, well above the car's height, but still just low enough that I could see it through my window. What I saw were pointed ears and dark eyes. In fact, I could only see the eyes because they reflected the orange light of the streetlight. Whatever this thing was, it raised up its right arm or leg? I'm not sure what it would be called. It wasn't actively using it to stand, but it raised up its right upper limb and began to gnaw at the elbow region, an action that reminded me completely of my old dog scratching his leg. Think about how a dog scratches their body by rapidly chomping their teeth on the spot with little bitty bites. That's what this thing was doing. In everything except its body's shape, it reminded me of a dog or a canine. There was definitely a snout, and ears that seemed perky and pointed. I didn't look over at Caleb, but I could tell from his silence that he had seen this thing stand up too. I don't remember either of us even breathing as we watched. In one quick motion, the creature slapped its other arm onto the surface of the top of the car, apparently using it to balance and lean himself on the car. The movement from its rapid scratching traveled through its body and into the claw that was on top of the car now, causing the most irritating, ear-rattling metallic sound that was akin to but worse than nails on a chalkboard. The moment we heard it, we both shot our hands up to our ears, covering them. But Caleb made a terrifying mistake. When he covered his ears, he instinctively muttered a curse word in annoyance. When he realized he'd said anything, his eyes shot wide open. I watched in horror as his face turned not to me, but to the passenger window right next to me. And at the same time that happened, the sound of the scratching on the roof and the gnawing of the creature's arm both stopped. Something told me I already knew what he was looking at through my window. I stared into Caleb's eyes, and I began to turn, still staring into them. But Caleb rapidly shook his head, as if to tell me, do not turn around, do not look out your window. I've never felt so scared in my life. Do I listen to my friend? Or do I witness what that thing truly is? Do I see this creature that I'd never seen or heard of before, up close? Well, curiosity is a heck of a thing. I took my eyes off of Caleb, and I turned my head more slowly than I ever had before. My heart stopped when I saw it. The thing outside was bent down, allowing its face and head to be level with the passenger window. Its face was nearly pressed up to the glass, and it was staring right at me. There was something chilling at the thought that this thing had been staring into the back of my head before I'd turned. It never looked at Caleb, who had made the sound. Instead, it was transfixed on me. Then I realized, because I'd turned to see it, it had seen me move. Therefore, it had no doubt that there were things in this car that had been watching it. At the current angle of this creature, the streetlight's glow could no longer reach it, which made its dark eyes look more like black holes in its furry face. We stared at one another for a long time, until eventually it sniffed at the glass, seemed satisfied, and began to walk away with long strides across the road. This road was about 9.5 feet wide, and I swear I remember this thing crossing the road in just 2 steps. As it walked away, the long claws at the end of its arms swayed back and forth, the way a person's hands move as they walk, swinging in the opposite direction of the adjacent leg. It was amazing how inhuman this thing looked, yet when it moved, it looked human. If this thing passed by you in the woods from a distance, you'd probably just think it was a hunter or a hiker, another person. But when you get up close, you see how tall and hairy and angular it is. The moment it broke through the tree line, I hadn't said a word, but Caleb launched himself at the steering wheel and planted his foot on the accelerator. He ripped tread out of there, flying down the road, away from the streetlight, until the only light on the car and the road was the moon. And no, it wasn't a full moon. I remember checking it myself. It was a crescent moon that night. Caleb and I sped back to the campus. We went to our dorm, locked ourselves in our room, and stayed up all night, debating and discussing what this thing was, or if it was even real. It was unlike anything we'd ever seen before. This one incident gave me nightmares for weeks to come. But to Caleb, it inspired him to want to explore those back roads even more, and somehow I let him talk me into it. Werewolf on the Old Road. Encounter Part 2. From Camper. A few months after the first incident, I'd finally gathered the courage to go back. Then again, it may not have been courage, but peer pressure, as Caleb was relentless, constantly asking, "Dude, would you go back with me, please? We have to see that thing again." And despite explaining to him that I've had nightmares since then, he just kept pushing and pushing. I eventually gave in. Caleb was my only friend, and part of me was worried that he would go alone, and there was no telling what a creature that shape and size would do to a man. So we started going back and smoking at that same spot under the one streetlight. A week, a month, a year passed by. There were no more strange encounters during that period. At that point, Caleb had given up hope of seeing it again, chalking it up to some freak encounter or shared hallucination. As for me, I believed it really did happen, and I didn't believe in shared hallucinations. The next encounter would not happen until about 2.5 years later. We were driving through the back roads in Caleb's car again. We weren't at that section with the one streetlight this time. It was a new moon night as well, so the only reliable source of light to see where we were going were the headlights. And Caleb, cheaping out and risking a ticket, had failed to replace his left headlight, which had gone out a month prior. So it was really difficult to see as we went along those bends and curves, with only one bright light to guide the way. Because of that, Caleb almost didn't see it step into the middle of the road, right in front of us. I remember Caleb scream a curse as he slammed on the brakes. Thankfully I was buckled up, or I might have ended up flying through the windshield, landing on the road right next to this thing. When we came to a full stop, at first I could only see one leg, but as I focused more, I could see its entire outline, a familiar, dreadful outline. I don't know if it was the same creature or another one of the same species, but it was certainly the same type of thing we saw those years ago, and once again, it was staring at us. This time, it seemed upset, as if it knew we almost hit it, and because of that, it did something new, something worse. Its lips began to curl up, revealing sharp teeth that reminded me of a canine's. There was something creepy about the way only one half of its face was lit by the headlight, only one half of its teeth reflecting the light from the car. "Caleb," I whispered, "you need to keep going." "You want me to hit the thing?" he said a little too loud. No. You need to go around the thing. We need to get home. Now." He nodded. We looked back at this creature. Just before Caleb lifted off the brake, the strange beast in front of us took off, disappearing into the dark half of the road. But I knew it hadn't left, because I could still hear its frantic, heavy footsteps on the left side of the car, the dark half of the road that we could not see. "Caleb," I tried to get his attention. "Step on the gas." He wasn't listening, though. He seemed panicked, his eyes quickly scanning back and forth randomly in the dark part of the road. Knowing how Caleb was, he probably wanted to locate it before flooring it. No, he wasn't afraid of hitting the creature. More like he was too insecure to take off, too scared, not knowing where the creature was. Caleb was weird like that. He would have been the kind of kid that knew the boogeyman was in his room, but wanted to see where it was first, before screaming or running to his parents. But something inside me told me that that kind of reaction was going to get us killed. Turns out my instincts might have been right, because suddenly, those footsteps outside stopped. We waited in silence, listening for the thing, and I broke the silence, continuing to beg Caleb to just take off and get us back home. After all, he'd been the one that wanted to come back out here in the first place. He was the one that seemed obsessed with seeing the creature again, and yet he seemed more terrified than I was. Then the unthinkable happened. The handle to the back door lifted, and the door began to open. "Caleb," I called out to him, jerking my head in the direction of the back seat, horrified at the idea of that thing crawling into the car with us. Thankfully, finally, Caleb listened. He woke out of his stupor, and he hammered on the gas, lurching the vehicle forward so hard the back door slammed shut. But you better believe I was scanning the back seat, making sure nothing got in with us. Luckily, there was nothing there in the seats, and there was only fast food bags in the floor. I thought it was over, but I was dead wrong. Caleb sped as fast as he could go, which wasn't fast enough, as he had to be careful with the bends and turns with only one headlight. The next time I turned toward him, I saw something out his window, a reflection off two beady black eyes from the lights on the car stereo. That beast was giving chase to us, and it was somehow keeping up with us. It was running on all fours just outside of Caleb's door, and it was staring into the window, Caleb, I tried to say, but Caleb interrupted me. I see it, camper. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see it right there. Without warning, he turned sharply to the left. Suddenly, there was a bump and another bump as something tumbled and rolled underneath the car's wheels, and at the same time, that creature's eyes disappeared from the side of the car. Caleb had ran the darn thing over, and the mad lad didn't stop to check if it was gone or dead. He kept going, driving down the road until we saw the lights of the city. When we made it back to campus, we ran like bats out of heck back to the dorms. I had this creepy thought that that thing could keep up with the car, so if it had survived being run over, and it decided to continue following us, then it could have been out there waiting for us to leave the car. But luckily that was just fear talking. We made it back inside okay. This time, back in the dorm, we looked at each other and just laughed. I couldn't believe what we'd just experienced. "Dude, you freaking ran it over," I said to Caleb. I know. That's all I could think of to do at the moment. If I'd gone any faster, we'd have ended up on the side of the road or in a tree, he explained. Well, it was good and quick thinking, man, because this time that thing looked real mad. I sighed, feeling exhausted all of a sudden. What do you think it was, camper? Caleb asked. This was the same question we'd asked each other before, after the first incident. I'd always said before, I don't know, because I really didn't have an answer. And I was just about to say the same thing again, that I don't have any clue. But before I could answer, Caleb said, werewolves can't really exist, right? That thing looked exactly like some sort of rendition of a werewolf. I looked at Caleb for a moment. He was sincere. I looked down, thinking. I wanted to say he was right. I mean, it did look like a werewolf. But they're the stuff of fiction, right? Magical, mythological creatures like that don't exist. I mean, they can't exist. But there we were, having narrowly escaped an animal that looked exactly like one. Whatever it was, Caleb, I said. It was real. I'm for sure this time that was real. He nodded rapidly in agreement and excitement and also a bit of fear. That's how I felt too. It was exhilarating. Something about escaping something dangerous felt exciting, but also terrifying. After that incident, we never did see it again, likely because we never wanted to see it again. After that, Caleb was well enough secure to not see it up close anymore. Instead, he kept his obsession online, looking into stories and sightings of creatures like the werewolf. He got real into the Dogman, the Beast of Bray Road and all that. I took a different approach. I didn't want to have anything else to do with it, and I wanted to forget about it, move on, keep my story to myself. Unfortunately, the human mind has a special way of dealing with things that scar you for life. It keeps them fresh in your mind, makes sure they're especially clear in your memory. So I've never forgotten about this, and at this point, the only way I can feel relief about it is sharing it with people. In person, folks usually don't believe. Occasionally, you meet someone who's very excited and open to believing you, and it makes me feel a little less crazy. To anyone else out there who's seen a dogman or a werewolf, know that you're not alone. There are strange things out there, things that aren't supposed to exist. We switched rooms. From Bard of the Hall. This happened about 15 years ago, when I was 7 years old and my brother Brandon was 5. Brandon had never been scared of the dark. He wasn't frightened by scary movies. I'd tried and failed 1,000 times to even startle him by waiting around a corner and jumping out as he walked past. He'd even laugh when I did it. Brandon was strange in that he just didn't seem scared. We moved out of town to the country earlier that year. Dad bought us a nice, cozy house out in the rolling hills of the Midwest. He'd managed to make a living trading stocks through a combination of business phone calls, the internet, and occasional trips back into the city. This career of his was something that confused me terribly at that age. but I was happy we could move into a much bigger and more open place. Brandon and I love the outdoors. In the fall, when the grass went from green to yellow and got all crunchy, I loved rolling down the hills on my side, feeling the stalks of grass break underneath me. However, Mom didn't like the part where I'd come back inside covered in dead grass. Brandon was fond of climbing trees, yet another thing he was braver about doing than me. I had a fear of falling if I attempted to climb something too tall, so I'd just watch and make sure he didn't fall himself. Those first several months at the new house were picturesque. Then came winter, when everything changed. When winter rolled around, my brother Brandon began to act strange and different. He'd wake up in the mornings tired, whereas he'd usually be wide awake with a pep in his step. I noticed he made a point of staying closer to the house. Our adventures to the tree line to watch him climb trees suddenly stopped. I figured he didn't like climbing anymore. Most of all, I noticed he dreaded going to bed, and he grew to have a fear of the dark or of night. At the time, I couldn't tell which for sure. There was something heartbreaking watching my brother, who was always so brave and active and happy, suddenly change to such a reserved and quiet person. The boy that loved adventure suddenly feared it. Winter went on, and I witnessed his condition worsen. My mom and dad were growing concerned, trying to change his diet, thinking maybe he wasn't getting enough vitamin D or calcium or something. Trips to the doctor and blood tests revealed that he was perfectly fine, at least physically. So something was going on in my brother's head. I'd ask him time and time again, "Brandon, what's wrong? Don't you want to climb trees?" And he'd just shake his head. I remember asking, "Are you scared of something?" He nodded his head. "Well, what is it?" But then he'd shake his head and say, "Nothing." During this period, I asked my mom and dad if Brandon and I could switch rooms. This was my idea, one that I'd had for a while because I didn't really like the location of my room. It was further away from the bathroom he and I shared, and I had a more active bladder than him. Plus, out my window, there wasn't really much to look at, except for a big empty field and clouds. I know a lot of people would like that, but if I had the choice, I'd rather stare out to the woods, which is what Brandon's room faced. My mom said, "Sure, but only if you and your brother agree on it, okay?" Excited, I nodded my head, and I ran over to Brandon, who was watching TV on the couch. "Hey, Mom said we could trade rooms. Do you want to? Maybe at least try it for a while?" His expression went from one of boredom to one of concern, even surprise. He shook his head and then stopped, as if to think, then began to nod his head slowly. Yeah, that's okay," he told me. "Great." I ran over and told Mom, who looked back at Brandon on the couch. "All right then, you guys can switch rooms, but don't go moving any big furniture, okay? You can swap sheets and blankets, just don't swap the whole bed." "All right," I told her. Then I grabbed Brandon, and we went to our rooms together, swapping some smaller things out. But for some reason the whole time, Brandon appeared sad, as if he regretted his choice. I asked him several times, "You sure you want to switch?" But he remained adamant that he did. In fact, later that night I was certain that he was happy with the change, because he went to bed early, almost excited to go to sleep in his new room. After a couple of hours playing with cars and army men, Mom and Dad told me it was time for bed too. So I went off down the hall, first peering quietly into Brandon's new room, or my old room. He was sleeping in the bed, snoring even. It made me happy to see him getting some good sleep. Maybe he'd be a bit more normal in the morning. Feeling good that I made the switch with him, I went off to his room, my new room. I turned on the nightlight, then crawled under my covers. I turned over on my left side and kinda just stared out the window, getting a feel of my new view. At the time, the windows in my room and Brandon's room didn't have curtains or blinds. Mom tried to put curtains and blinds on our windows, but I remember stopping her and saying, "I want to see outside." When she reminded me I can just open the curtains and blinds, I stood firm and said, No, I want to see them always." And being my little brother, Brandon agreed, saying that how I do it is how he wants to do it. So, no blinds or curtains in the boys' rooms. That night, there was enough moonlight outside that the nearby tree line wasn't just dark. I could see trees and branches swaying in the wind. I just stared out at the nighttime foliage until I dozed off for a while. I remember waking up on my back in the bed. It was still the middle of the night. One of my parents came in my room and must have turned off my nightlight, because at the time it was off. They often did that, to save on the electric bill. Luckily, I hadn't awakened in complete darkness because, as I said, the light from outside was just bright enough that I could make things out in my room and outside. So I turned back over on my left side, my favorite position to sleep in, and I was just about to close my eyes when I gazed out the window again. There was something more than just tree line outside, because there was something standing at the window, peering in. It was so bewildering and startling that I couldn't breathe. My eyes went wide, my mouth too, and I looked at it, and it looked back at me. It was like a dog, except especially tall, with its front two paws on the glass, paws that looked awfully like hands with nails that looked like claws. I saw dark gray fur covering it, a long snout ending in a shiny black nose. It stared at me for several seconds before beginning to move. I watched its paw hands move towards the edges of the windowsill, tracing them as if feeling for something. Then, at the bottom, its hands stopped, and it tugged upward harshly. I heard the window shake, and I realized, in sheer terror, it was trying to open my window. Even though I wanted to, I didn't scream. Even though I wanted to jump up and run to my parents' room, I couldn't. I could only lie there, paralyzed, watching this thing trying to open a window. It fiddled with the window from the outside for several minutes, and, to my relief, it just gave up at a certain point. With an audible huff, it turned and walked away. Adding to my horror, I could hear its heavy footsteps as it walked, one leg at a time like a person. Heavy thuds that made it sound like it was much heavier than my dad. Eventually, when the creature was gone and I could no longer hear its footsteps, I shot right out of my bed and I ran to Brandon's room. I tried to be quiet, but I was panicking. I opened his door and crawled in bed next to him. Once under his blanket, I turned towards him and was surprised to see that he was wide awake, eyes full of tears. Before I could say a word, Brandon said to me over and over, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I was confused. I didn't understand for a moment, but then I realized why he was apologizing. The reason for his sudden change, his sudden fear of things. Brandon had been visited by this creature at his window since winter started. I understood now he felt guilty. He at first didn't want me to go to his room, but the idea of getting better sleep and not having to be terrified must have gotten to him. I didn't blame him one bit. I knew he wasn't trying to get me hurt. Right away, I looked him in the eyes and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Why didn't you tell me?" And all he could say as he cried was, "I was scared." Morning arrived without any further events, but now my brother and I were in on this together, and we had to do something to make this stop. I knew they wouldn't believe us if we simply told them what we saw. They would chalk it up to a nightmare, even though Brandon and I had both seen the same thing. If not a nightmare, it would just be kids being kids to them. However, I had a plan. You see, my dad absolutely hated spiders. That following night, before my mom and dad went to bed, I found the biggest spiders I could find, kept them in jars throughout the day, and when the time came that night, I put them in my mom and dad's bed. Don't worry, they weren't the dangerous kind to people. I made sure one of them was on my dad, and I prodded him to make him wake up and see it. He screamed, and I have no idea how I managed to escape the room without him realizing I'd done it. After my dad dealt with the spiders in the bed, he told my mom he was not sleeping in there that night. He grabbed a blanket and moved on to the couch. I felt pretty bad about it, but this brought me to part 2 of my plan, which, yeah, it was just another spider. I waited about 10 or 15 minutes to make sure he was sleeping. Then I placed the last one I had right on his face. Just as I was about to prod him, the tickling of the spider's legs was already waking him up. I ran to my room and I waited. Then, right on cue, he screamed again. That poor spider probably became a sacrifice, but a necessary one to make sure my brother and I could get out of this situation. Before long, Dad was coming down the hallway towards my room. He opened the door, checked to see if I was awake, then sat on the bed because I was pretending to be sleeping. He jostled my shoulder, and when I opened my eyes towards him, he said, "Hey, little guy, you want to go sleep with your brother and I'll sleep in here?" He didn't even try to explain anything, but I just nodded and walked towards Brandon's room. As I said before, Brandon's room is closer to the bathroom, closer to the rest of the house, meaning it would be the first of the kids' rooms my dad would stop at. Not to mention, he was the one I inherited my extra active bladder from, so this room would be his first choice. I walked on down the hall to Brandon's room, who was awake and waiting on me. I walked in excited and smiling, and said, "It worked." We crawled under the covers, and we waited. We must have fallen asleep waiting. When we woke up, it was because my mom and dad were quietly picking us up and carrying us in their arms to the car. Tired and groggy, I looked around. They were walking fast, and when we got to the car, there was a bunch of bags packed in the back. Dad had his gun and holster on, and when he got us in the car and began to drive away from the house, I remember him calling someone. Now I understand, I think he was calling the Forest Service, Animal Control, or the cops, or maybe all of them one at a time. I can't be sure, because I fell back to sleep with Brandon in the car. We woke up later at a hotel. My brother and I asked our parents what was wrong and why we weren't at home, even though the two of us already knew why. Our parents, being parents, lied and said it was because there was a spider infestation. This made me feel bad. But when I looked at my dad, I knew there was something more. A couple of spiders wouldn't force you out of your home. No, my dad had seen something worse, something that made him scared for his family's lives. I knew then for sure that he'd seen it. We moved in with my mom's parents, our grandparents, until we were able to sell the house and move to a new place. Brandon didn't have to sleep in that room anymore. Later on in life, after I'd moved out, I came back from time to time, as grown kids do, to visit his parents. And on one occasion, I just had to know. So I asked my dad, "Why did you wake us up in the middle of the night and move us away from that house? I thought you loved it." He leaned forward, and before he could say anything, I told him, "And don't you tell me spiders. I know it wasn't just because spiders." With that, he seemed to have decided against saying anything. So I pressed him further. "Dad, you saw it too. At the window. That thing that looked like a dog, but it was on 2 legs and tried to get in through the window." His eyes went wide. So did my mom's. So I'm assuming way back when, my dad had told my mom, if my mom hadn't seen it herself. "How did you know about that?" he asked. "Dad, Brandon had been seeing it the entire time. Why do you think he changed so suddenly?" His expression surrendered to one of guilt. "Oh no, that's what I was afraid of. Believe you me, I put 1 and 2 together." He rubbed his mouth with his hand and shook his head. "I'm so glad I moved us out of there right away. Wish I'd done it sooner." With that, I had confirmation that what we saw was real, and that our little Home Alone-style plan to get my dad to see it too had worked. I told my dad not to feel bad about it, but I think we're all scarred for life after living in that house. And to think, if I'd never switched rooms with Brandon, what could have happened to him? The Adirondack. from Tom Catters. If you ever spend your time up at the Adirondack Mountains, then be careful of what lurks around Mount Gore. The mountains are beautiful. It's like an entirely new world compared to the busy and loud city life. So when my great aunt gave me an opportunity to spend time with her, my great uncle, and second cousin, I think it's my second cousin, I don't know how family stuff works, at the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York, I quickly said yes. The months came and went, and soon it was time for me to head to where they lived, flying out to the mountains. We finally arrived at a condo complex called The Summit. It was near a small town called North Creek and overlooked Mount Gore, which was famous for skiing. Well, it used to be. The towns up here are slowly dying out, and all you could see were for sale signs everywhere. I think that's because the town used to thrive upon the logging industry back in the 1800s. Anyway, we went out to a restaurant that had an outstanding view of Lake George. All the boats and parasailing, the calm waters in the mountains creating a valley, and all that centering around this lake. As we were looking at the menu, I glanced over at a painting on the wall. It seemed to be an extremely old painting. If I had to guess, I'd say 17 or 1800s. In the painting, there were people lying on the ground. I assumed they were dead. There was a child running towards a house with a woman in it, and an odd-looking person on all fours, from the looks of it. The painting intrigued me, but it was just a painting after all, right? Night 1. After a fun day, we arrived back at the condo. The place was still as we left it. Luggage everywhere and a fridge full of food. I spent a few hours watching TV and scrolling through Twitter to see what pointless arguments are being made by people. It was about 9 p.m. by then, and I had the windows open to see the stars. But unfortunately, it was overcast. Still, the area was a sight to see. Everyone else was asleep upstairs, leaving me in the dark living room with only the TV and streetlights illuminating the atmosphere. That night, I saw something. I was zoned in on the TV, and I didn't notice what was outside at first, not until it stepped into the light. Across the small street was another condo next to a large forest. In my peripheral vision, I saw a large dark mass step out of the tree line. I look over to see what it was as it slowly made its way to the edge of the light. I dropped my phone onto the carpet floor as I see what the figure is. The creature was at least 7 feet tall and bipedal. It had a body similar to a bodybuilder, but the head reminded me of a German shepherd, just much bigger. It was covered in thick dark gray fur with a somewhat long tail. It made its way to the condo across from ours and sniffed around. From what I knew, there was nobody in that condo. I waited for it to completely turn around so I could close the curtains. But I did keep the curtains cracked enough to make sure this thing didn't come towards our condo. It investigated the other condo, but ultimately lost interest. Then it went down on all fours, which must have been a height of about 4 feet, and ran off at a jaw-dropping speed. Shaking, I closed the curtains and quickly went upstairs. I don't know how, but eventually I went to sleep. Morning came, and I tried my best to forget about the event, and somehow I was able to. We spent 10 days there total, and my first night gave me a bad first impression of the place. But as more uneventful nights passed, the more forgettable the event got. Until the last night. Night 9. The day had been very fun. We went back to Lake George and went on a steamboat. We went around the lake, seeing more pretty views. When we got back to the condo, I went upstairs in my room to wind down. My room faces away from the mountain, towards heavy forest. I was on my phone watching YouTube. The battery was low, so I plugged it into the charger. Then I set it on my bedside table. Usually I left the windows open to breathe the natural air and to listen to the sounds of the night. Except that night, there was no sound outside. It was already hard for me to sleep to silence because I was used to the hustle and bustle of zooming cars, planes, dogs barking and whatnot. This startled me because from what I had heard, if the wildlife goes quiet, a predator is about. From there, I began to keen in on every little noise. There were branches cracking, leaves cracking under something large. Then I hear a thud on the forest floor. The sound was far, but further sounds were getting closer by the second. I sat up in bed to look out at the dark forest in front of me. I wanted to see if a bear or something was coming. But no, it wasn't a bear at all. Instead, I see an abnormally large dog, peeking its head out from behind a tree. It was a couple of feet off the ground and about 30 meters away. The dog or wolf was faced away from me as it sniffed the air. Its sharp ear perked up and quickly faced towards me. The eyes had a yellow glow to them. I was confused because there was no light within the area for them to reflect that way. As we stared each other down, I started to get bad vibes. I lowered my head out of sight to perhaps give the sign that I wasn't interested. Moments passed, and I hear leaves crunching again, coming towards me. I huffed in frustration and looked outside again. That creature was now about 20 meters away, and the eyes were now 7 to 8 feet off the ground. I could see part of its upper torso and its arm that was now wrapped around the tree. It had a hand that resembled that of a person, but it was gray, hairy, and had sharp fingernails. It gave out a snarl as it exposed its teeth. They were like your typical canine teeth, but longer and sharper. I quickly hit the floor, starting to shake as tears filled my eyes. I looked towards a mirror that reflected a good bit of the tree line. I could see human-like feet stepping into frame, and legs with backward bending joints, followed by the lower and upper torso. Then it was fully in view. I watched it scanning our condo for a minute, the longest minute of my life. It reached out to a tree to prop itself up. I was trying my best not to breathe loudly as I cried, but at one point, I accidentally gasped out loud. Fearfully, I looked at the mirror, a decision I regret to this day. It was looking right at the mirror, right at me, with a huge grin on its face. It walked over to the porch and began to pace around. I felt each step as it tried to find a way in. Thank God I locked the door. Minutes passed, and it lost interest, walking back into the woods, but it didn't forget to glance a smile at me just before leaving. Throughout the restless night, all I could hear were howls and the cries of unlucky animals. Sunlight broke, and I ran downstairs to get breakfast ready for everyone before we packed up and left. 2 hours later, we all ate and got packed up. My cousin got his keys and some luggage as he was making his way to the door. All the blood drained out of my face, and my heart sped up as I heard him say, "Hey, who left the door unlocked?" Midwestern Werewolf Sighting from Dire Lavender. I grew up in the American Midwest, in a small town surrounded by fields that only those who grew up in this area ever seemed to know even existed. I was in both drama club and academic bowl, so I considered myself lucky that the teacher in charge of the drama club would hold play practice after we got back from academic meets. It was late when drama club got out the night this happened. The play was at the end of the week, and we wanted everything to go off without a hitch, so we stayed a bit later than normal to ensure we had everything perfect. I lived about 15 miles outside of town, and since I didn't drive yet, I often got a ride home from an upperclassman, Kelsey, who lived about a mile or two up the road from me. It was a beautiful night, a few clouds to obscure the view of the night sky, and the moon was nearly full, painting the passing countryside in its pale glow. We had just gotten onto the gravel road, which meant we were halfway to my house, when something large and white darted by my window. I bolted upright in my seat and looked around. Kelsey, noticing my odd behavior, asked, "En, what's up?" Looking out the windshield, which was the direction the blur went, I said, "I just saw something huge dart by the window." I gestured to the passenger side window. "It was probably just an owl," Kelsey said, rolling her eyes. "Yeah, sure, an owl." I knew what I saw was way bigger than any bird that would be found around here, but not wanting to sound like I was out of my mind, I kept my mouth shut, all while looking for any trace of what I saw. Kelsey's scream pulled me from my thoughts, and as I turned to her to ask what was wrong, I saw it again, a flash of gray and white darting from behind us. I looked forward, and there, a short distance ahead of us, was a huge wolf. Kelsey slammed on the brakes, but there wasn't enough space between it and us. We were going to hit it. Then, to our horror, it stood up on its hind paws. It reached out with its front paws and grabbed the cattle guard on the front of the Jeep. It skidded back a foot or so before the vehicle came to a stop. I was frozen in place in complete shock at what I was seeing. Where there should have been paws on the creature were hands. Hands with claws, and its chest was just too wide to be that of a normal wolf. It looked from Kelsey to me, and I swear I saw it smile. It let go of the cattle guard, leaving scratches in its wake, and walked around the Jeep, sniffing around the vehicle, all on its back paws, arms swaying slightly, like a person's would as they walk. It stopped once at the back of the vehicle, and again once it reached my side. It looked in the window at us, then jumped. We heard it land momentarily on top of the Jeep, then on the driver's side, and it took off towards town. Kelsey and I looked at each other in complete shock. "Kelsey, please tell me you saw what I saw." I knew she saw it too. I just needed to hear it to prove to myself it had actually happened. "If you mean the freaking werewolf, no, it wasn't just you." With that, we finished the drive to my house and agreed to keep it to ourselves, as no one would have believed us anyway. But over the years, I've gotten the courage to tell people. So be careful. You never know when you may run into a creature that we're taught should only exist in fiction. A Midnight Drive from Rantix. Sometimes I drive to take the edge off of a stressful evening. It's even good to help me get back to sleep. I spend my days working at a desk and live in the nearby mountains. Being stuck in an office all day, with little time to myself afterwards, leaves me yearning to do a little hiking or driving, especially since the area I live in is so scenic. I also have a lot of trouble sleeping at times. If I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't get back to sleep, I'll walk down to my garage, then take a 10-minute drive around the mountain listening to talk show podcasts through the stereo. I don't really have many neighbors, and the craziest thing to happen is usually some deer walking across the road. So basically, the most I'd have to worry about out there would be a random deer running into the side of my car. I can't say I wouldn't mess myself if that happened out of nowhere. One night I went to bed around 9:30. I was exhausted. Funny how you can be so tired after a long day of just typing on a computer. Irritatingly, I woke up a couple of hours later. When I checked my phone, it was around midnight. Firstly, I tried to turn over and go back to sleep, but after 15 minutes I felt wide awake, yet my body still felt so exhausted. I sighed and pulled myself up out of bed and walked to the garage. In moments, I was pulling out of my driveway with my high beams on. I drove down my gravel road until I hit pavement. Then I took a left on the road that circles the mountain and eventually leads me to a turn that goes back to my house. I like to take it slow. The speed limit signs say 25, but I usually go just 20. Circling the mountain on this road usually takes me about 15 minutes. Not too long, not too short. I was listening to the guys on this podcast arguing over whether or not the mom from Malcolm in the Middle was hot, when I suddenly saw something in the road up ahead. It looked like a little mound of something. It didn't seem to be moving. I came to a full stop about 15 feet away from it. Whatever it was, it sat there in the middle of the road. I could easily go around it, but my curiosity was piqued. I was wondering if this was one of my distant neighbor's dogs or something. Poor thing might have gotten run over. But with how large it was, and how messy and long the fur was, the only way this could be my neighbor's dog was if they had a massive Irish wolfhound. Slowly, I convinced myself that it had to be some sort of dog. We didn't have wolves around here, and it didn't seem to be a mountain lion or bear. I eventually did convince myself it had to be one of my neighbor's dogs. Then I began to wonder, if this was my dog in the middle of the road, possibly dead after having been run over, wouldn't I want someone to tell me, or even bring it back? With yet another sigh, I decided I was going to get out of the car and approach this mound of unmoving fur. I opened my car door and stepped out in my loafers. Slowly, I shuffled towards this furry thing. I kept a good eye on it, observing it, making sure it wasn't moving. In my head, the worst-case scenario would be it was a bear, and it would wake up when I got to it and run away scared from me, and I'd run away scared back to my car. But that's definitely not a fright I wanted. So I was approaching it as cautiously as possible. Eventually, I was standing over it, looking down. I remember almost choking from the sudden gasp I made. The face was definitely the face of a large dog. It had pointed ears and a very long snout, which lay opened on the pavement, the tongue spewed out and laying on the road. Dozens of extremely sharp and large teeth were shown clearly due to the way its mouth hung open. I was absolutely astonished. This thing didn't have front legs. Those were arms, I swear to God. They looked exactly like a grown man's arms covered in hair, and the back legs seemed overly long and way too bent, like an exaggerated version of a dog's. I was both amazed and absolutely confused. I didn't know what I was looking at. Was this a dog? Some sort of weird bear? Maybe whatever it used to be got hit by the car so hard, it just mangled it and made it look like, well, this. When you see something so crazy, sometimes your mind will struggle to make sense of it, and it believes anything else besides what you're actually thinking deep down. After all, who hasn't seen a horror film with a werewolf in it? Way back in my mind, I knew that what I was looking at seemed familiar. I'd seen things similar to this in movies. But those were movies, I told myself. Nothing like that could be real. My mouth was open as I stared at it. I didn't see any blood. No sign of injury. Suddenly, a gnat or mosquito or something flew right down my throat, apparently trying to become part of my respiratory tract. I choked and coughed it up. I'd taken my eyes off the creature for only a moment. Still only a couple of feet away, I looked back down and nearly screamed. The creature in the road had turned and raised its head and was staring at me. Its head was bobbing a little bit to the side, and it didn't open its eyes all the way. I took a step backward, when suddenly the creature snapped with its mouth at my closest leg. Thankfully, it missed by a wide margin. I ran like a scared child back to my car. I slammed the door shut, and I hit the lock button like 20 times. By the time I looked ahead at the creature in the road, it had picked itself up, and it stood on 2 legs. I remember thinking, you have to be freaking kidding me. Part of me wanted to believe I was still at home, sleeping in my bed, and this was just some nightmare. I watched as this thing that fully resembled a werewolf stumbled off and to the left, which would have been up the mountain, closer to where I lived. It walked off the road and disappeared into the trees. A few seconds after I couldn't see it any longer, I floored it down that road. I didn't go back home just yet. When I came to the turn that would circle me back towards my house, I went the other way towards town. The thing is, I live alone in that house, and seeing it take off in the direction of my property, I was a little too creeped out to go back home. Sorry if that makes me sound like a wuss. I wanted to be around other people for a while. I don't think I was going back to sleep that night anyway. I found a Waffle House, ordered a coffee and some hash browns, and just sat there. I kept getting refills of my coffee, and I tried to wait it out until sunrise. After being there for about an hour, though, the waitresses seemed to be looking and talking about me, probably wondering why I was there so long. But they didn't say anything to me. A few hours after that, I left for home, eyes completely wide, making sure that I didn't see anything weird on the roadsides. That was my experience. It was extremely terrifying for me. That was the last thing I ever thought I'd see on the road, and it quickly made me stop my midnight or late-night drives for good. I've never gone back out on the road at night, not unless I absolutely had to. There have been moments when my friends convinced me to go on late-night drives with them, on road trips and such, but I begged them not to make me drive after dark, and even when I'm not driving, I'll sit there in the passenger seat and panic a little bit on the inside, my stomach in knots from anxiety. Maybe I'm making too much of a big deal about this. I don't know. But I do know a few things. One, that was no normal animal. It was real and looked exactly like a werewolf would. 2, it tried to bite me. And 3, I think the only reason it didn't hurt me was because it was stunned or dazed. I think someone had hit it with their car. That's why it was lying there in the middle of the road. That's why its eyes weren't fully open and why its head was bobbing. That's why it didn't run away, but stumbled away off the road. So the thought I'm left with after all of this is this thing could have mauled me to death, but it wasn't able to because someone hit it with their car. If I'd found this thing in better condition, it terrifies me to think of what would have happened to me. Werewolf of Yellowstone, from Terror Former. A few years ago, I took a camping trip with my girlfriend at the time to Yellowstone National Park. I'd saved up some vacation days, and I was hoping to propose to my girlfriend on this trip. Being that both of us were nature freaks and loved hiking and camping, this just made sense to me. We arrived at the start of our designated trail on a foggy Saturday morning. Things got weird pretty fast. We'd only been walking the trail for a few minutes when we heard something big run through the undergrowth just off the path. The two of us stopped. Lynn, my girlfriend, turned to me and asked, "Did you hear that?" "Yeah, didn't see it though. Did you?" "No, it sounded huge," she replied. "Are there moose in Yellowstone? Or bears?" I laughed. "Yeah, there are both. I doubt it was either, though. Probably just deer. Those are way more common." I'd been to Yellowstone before, but Lynn hadn't. I didn't want her to feel scared right off the bat. Plus, I was being truthful. There were tons of deer out in Yellowstone, at least in my experience. Bears and moose are far less common. And between you and me, I'd rather it be a bear than a moose. We kept walking for a couple of hours, taking a few breaks to take pictures, enjoying the scenery and eating an early lunch. It didn't take long after our last break to make it to the campsite. Lynn helped me pitch the tent and we got a small fire pit going. "Hey, there's a creek down there." She pointed down the hillside. I looked down past the rows of pine trees. Sure enough, I caught the shimmer of a little stream. "I'm gonna go wash my feet," Lynn said. She didn't wait for a reply before carefully making her way down the hill. I replied anyway. "All right, be careful. Don't use any soap in that water. It's a national park." "I won't," she called back. "I just want to wash off this dirt." I smirked. She wouldn't have gotten dirt in her shoes if she had let me buy her new ones. The pair she had on had to be a couple of years old by now, with a few holes on each shoe. Lynn had always been the type to hold on to things until she had gotten all the use out of them that she could. While she did her thing, I unfolded a chair and sat down. It felt good to finally take a load off. Walking uphill for a couple of hours ain't no joke. We woke up early that morning too, so I found myself dozing off in no time. Suddenly, Lynn screamed. I shot straight up out of the chair. "Lynn?" I called out. When I got no response, I ran down the hill, careful not to fall and roll the rest of the way. I found her at the edge of the stream with one shoe on. Her other shoe sat at the edge of the stream. "You okay? What happened?" I asked her. Without turning to me, she shook her head and stuttered. I was just sitting by the water when something jumped and landed literally right next to me in the stream. It was huge and black. It splashed me because it landed on the water, then just ran off." "What?" I smiled. "Sounds like you spooked an animal and didn't know it. Probably didn't even see you until it was next to you." "Are there wolves out here, Taylor? Or wild dogs?" Lynn looked around. She was frantic in her movements. "Wild dogs? I don't think so. I could be wrong, though. As for wolves, yeah, but there are so few of them, I doubt that's what it was." "Taylor, I saw it. It was way bigger than me, with dark fur, and it looked like a wolf." "Oh, that's scary. But, hon, if it was a wolf, I wouldn't worry. They're scared of people. Hence why it ran off like that." I explained to her to make her feel better. I wasn't sure she saw a wolf. Odds were it was something else entirely, but I didn't want to be a jerk and tell her it was nothing. "Okay," she said, finally calming down. She turned towards me. "Would you please grab my other shoe?" "Sure, babe," I chuckled. "It's not funny, I'm seriously scared." She half smiled and punched me in the shoulder. I know, we're gonna be just fine." I grabbed the shoe and gave it to her, then followed her back up the hill. We settled into our campsite for a while. It was only midday by then, or close to it. Lynn read a book. She was really into true crime novels. I wasn't much into reading, but I did love to listen to her tell me about her books when she was done. Way more fun of a way to enjoy a book, for me anyway, hearing the story from someone who's really excited about it. While she did that, I checked the cooler. We had plenty of ice still, to keep the drinks cool until the afternoon. We'd only brought bottles of water to drink, so even without the ice, we'd be fine drinking warm water. We had hot dogs in there too, but by the time the ice melted, we'd have already eaten them. After that, I grabbed my knife and the hunk of wood from my bag. I'd been whittling an eagle for the past week. I wasn't very good at whittling, but it was a really fun way to pass the time. A while later, I asked Lynn, "You up for some fishing?" "Yeah," she replied. "I'd rather catch something than have hot dogs for dinner, even if that means they end up spoiling." "Same, actually," I said, getting up and stretching. We grabbed our fishing gear and carried along the trail ahead. I'd been here before, so I knew there was a medium-sized pond not too far away. Maybe just a 10-minute walk from the campsite. Before long, we could see the pond. We were maybe 20 yards from it when I stopped, because straight ahead of me, I heard growling. "Hold on, babe." I raised my arm to make sure she stopped. "What is that?" she whispered. "I don't know. Sounds like a dog." "Or wolf," she interrupted matter-of-factly. We stayed still for a moment. The growling was definitely coming from up ahead of us. There was some overgrown weeds and grass to get through before we made it to the pond, so whatever it was, it must have been hidden in there. For a second, I was afraid we'd stumbled upon a bear or, heck, even a wolf that was eating. Otherwise, I wouldn't think those sorts of animals would bother us. "Throw a rock at it," Lynn whispered to me. "I don't know about that. I don't want to bend over and make myself look any smaller." "Hey!" I began to wave my arms as high in the air as I could while shouting. I kept thinking, this is what you do in case of an animal encounter, right? Make yourself loud and big and scary to them. "Go on, get out of here!" Well, that did work, but not in the way I was expecting. The thing revealed itself, standing to full height out of the weeds, which were only a few feet tall because we could look over them and see the pond. I heard Lynn gasp behind me, dropping her fishing pole. I watched unbreathing as the head of a wolf rose out of those weeds to 4 feet, 5 feet, no, 6 feet off the ground, if not more. It walked sideways, leering at us, with its head lowered. An unexpected arm, covered in fur, reached out and latched onto a nearby young tree. Then the creature pulled its weight towards the tree as it began to walk off to the left, where the brush was thickest. Obviously, it wasn't a wolf or any animal I'd ever seen. "What in the world was that?" Lynn said, when we could no longer hear the thing walking. "I have no idea," was all I could say. I turned around and I began to walk back up the trail. "I think we should leave," I told her. She nodded in total agreement. She turned to go back up the trail too, when a sound echoed behind us. A dreadful, terrible sound, heavy footsteps coming right towards us. "Run," I told Lynn. I dropped my rod and tackle box and ran too, making sure to keep myself behind her. Why was it chasing us now, I wondered. But then I realized I had turned my back on the creature when I thought it was gone. Though we couldn't see it anymore, it must have still been watching us. It didn't take long before I could hear it snarling as it chased us. I think Lynn was crying. I was covered in chills. I don't think I'd ever been so afraid. I searched my pocket for my whittling knife and opened it. It was tiny, but it was the most I had to defend myself. Quickly, we made it back to the camp. "Don't stop," I told Lynn. "Back to the car." We passed the campsite. I listened behind us as the footsteps and snarling stopped at the camp. My guess was the campsite had our scent in it, so it was either cautious or curious of it. Not to mention I'd left the cooler with the water bottles and hot dogs in it, so maybe it was going to enjoy our dinner. As long as it wasn't us, I told myself. But we ran for another 45 minutes or so, before making it back to the car and practically collapsing in it. Without a word, we drove away. When we got back to our apartment later that night, we discussed the event. We both agreed on what we saw. A monster of a creature that looked very much like a wolf, except it was too large and somehow had arms instead of front legs. I was still shaken up pretty bad, but I was also extremely relieved. You see, I'd kept the ring for the proposal in my bag at the campsite up until we got up to go fishing. If I hadn't decided to stick it into my pocket just as we got up to go fishing, it would have wound up abandoned at that camp. The thought of going back there to look for it scared me because I knew I would force myself to go back anyway. Thankfully, it was still in my pocket. Lynn and I are happily married now with a baby on the way. And you bet your butt I'm gonna be telling our kid this story. My friend's encounters with the dog man. From Sneeves0328 on Discord. A few months back, one of my friends opened up to me about a creature he said he encountered 2 times around New Jersey, where my mother lives. This same friend and I believe we encountered a skinwalker in the past, while in New Jersey, and he told me when he was just a boy, he saw something in the fields next to his house. Whatever he saw still terrifies him to this day. He's had 2 encounters with this creature, one in the middle of the day when he was a boy, and one waking up in the middle of the night. Here are his encounters with an alleged dog man. These will be told from his perspective. I've lived in New Jersey all my life. Since I was a kid, I've had all sorts of paranormal and unexplained creature encounters. I'm a heavy believer in the supernatural. I believe in dogmen and other cryptids. Well, something happened on a clear sunny day as I was walking alongside a trail that was close to my house. I was only about 7 or 8 years old at the time. It was so beautiful out, and as a young kid, I was just taking it all in. I was having an adventure, picturing myself just running through the open fields waiting for Mom and Dad to get home. The trail I was on had wonderful scenery all around. Tall grass and miles of fields to my left and dense forest to my right. I was just walking through the woods, as whenever my parents weren't home, that's what I would do. The smell of the woods and the chirping of the birds, it was all so intoxicating. But then, the woods around me fell silent. It felt as if someone or something was watching me, and my eyes darted around the entire area. I looked over to my left, and I noticed something in the tall grass. To me, it looked like a big dog, but then I realized it was crouched down like a man would be if he were trying to hide in the grass. This animal was covered in brown fur, and it seemed to have a muzzle and ears similar to that of a German shepherd. Its eyes were red. I was mostly curious at the time, but I was on edge, scared just enough that I acted like I didn't notice it, and I just went along my day, soon starting to run back to my house. I never spoke about this encounter with any of my family, as they'd think I'm crazy, but that was my first encounter with what I believed to be a dog man. The second encounter only happened about 4 or 5 years ago. At this point, I lived in a different house. This house was close to a large forest, and the biggest predators I'd seen around there had been either coyotes or foxes. However, what I saw that night was no coyote. I woke up in the middle of the night with my throat dry, and I needed to get a drink. I went to the kitchen to get some water when I felt a sudden sense of dread. It felt as if I was being watched. I looked into the window close to where I was, and, to my horror, I saw this huge animal in my backyard. Whatever it was, it noticed me, and it was staring at me with these red eyes. I felt utterly terrified. I saw the animal bare its teeth at me and stand up on 2 legs. The creature began to growl. I could hear it clearly as my window was slightly open. I also saw its breath coming out of its mouth, and I understood this was real. The animal before me was in fact real. It looked to be about 7 to 8 feet tall on both legs, with the head of a German shepherd and a body shaped like a bodybuilder. Whatever it was, it looked at the fence suddenly, then ran off towards it, then jumped across it into the woods below. I went back to my bed, terrified. I couldn't sleep at all that night. These 2 encounters with these beings have shaken me to my core and made me understand there are creatures that science refuses to recognize. The Curious Dog Man of Waha Woods. From Travis the Hunter. This happened about 2 years ago. It was the first odd thing to happen to me. I was an outdoorsy kid, and my grandparents had brought me up to their cottage for a week. The first few days were fine. We went fishing, swimming, and all that fun stuff. But the last 3 days were the worst. I was outside practicing with my bow for when I go hunting. I brought my bow back inside, and I told my grandparents that I'd be taking a nap on the rocks behind the cottage. I don't know how long I napped for. When I came to, it was getting late. My grandparents made dinner, so I went back inside and we ate. And later we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I checked my watch, which I could read in the dark. It read 3 a.m. When I looked around me, I noticed I was outside again. How did I wake up outside, I wondered. I was confused, but then I heard a low howl, the lowest howl I'd ever heard. It sounded like a bison and a wolf mixed. I was horrified when I heard that, but what I would see next would make me tear up. There was something barely illuminated by the dim moon, a giant gray wolf-looking creature. It walked out from behind a giant cedar tree. It stood there on its hind legs and began to walk towards me. It seemed curious. I sat there petrified. I felt that if I got up, its predator instincts would kick in, and it would chase me all the way to the front door if I could make it there. So I stayed there in fear, wondering if I was going to die. But then it began to sniff me, and after that, I think I blacked out, because when I woke up again, I was in a hut that I didn't recognize. I was covered in dirt and my head was aching. As soon as I remembered that creature, I got up and ran back to the cottage, crying, because I know I could have died. I could have been eaten by that thing. I ran as fast as I could, just to feel some sort of safety. Keep in mind, I was not a very fit-looking kid. I had beefy legs and wasn't able to run very far without feeling sick. When I burst through the tree line, I found myself by the Trans-Canada Highway. I cried, but then I heard something coming from the forest behind me. I stood my ground, waiting for that thing to lunge out at me. Instead of that creature, I was greeted by a warden who was looking for me and saw me running through the woods. I burst into tears and laughed, but that was followed by me throwing up because I'd been running for so long. I took a couple of minutes to breathe, and I told the warden to follow me. I showed him where I woke up, the little hut I'd run away from. He looked as pale as a ghost. He screamed to get behind him, but as soon as I got behind him, I heard this howl, the same one I'd heard the night before. The warden held tight to his 12-gauge. Then that creature from before walked out from the hut. He fired at it, and it took off into the forest so fast, I have no idea if he actually hit it. Seemingly as scared as I was, the warden bent down and asked me if that was what took me. I nodded my head, signaling yes. He walked me down to the search party camp where my grandparents had been sitting and waiting for the warden to give them good news. They ran to me, and I'd never seen my grandpa cry before. He was a bold and stern man who always seemed serious. I told them what happened. They were just glad I was okay. But a warden pointed out that I had marks on my back and legs. All in all, I was okay. I would soon learn I'd been missing for 2 days. Within 45 minutes, my grandparents brought me to the nearest hospital in North Bay, where I stayed the night, and my grandpa stayed in the truck while grandma stayed in the hospital with me. The next morning, the nurse came into the room and told us it was a miracle that I was able to walk already, and that I had no bite marks. I went home with painkiller. Yet now I'm forever scarred, thanks to that night and those claws. Attacked by a Werewolf by Leo Wildwolf. The story takes place in Southern California on my grandparents' property. Their place is about 4 acres big, and their house is close to the road. This encounter happened when I was 6 or 7. I used to visit my grandparents every 2 weeks on the weekend. It was a 3-hour drive from my house through the desert. My dad and I always took our old F-250 Ford truck, and my dad would sometimes buy me things like toys or video games when we visited. This is an important detail to the story. That day, my dad bought me a Nerf gun, and when we arrived, he told me to leave it in the truck for the day. We made it there at around 6 in the afternoon in the winter, so there was still about half an hour of daylight left. We ate dinner inside, and I began to play with toy cars that my grandpa let me play with when we visited. At one point, I asked my dad to see the keys to the truck so that I could show my grandpa the plastic rifle I had. My dad answered with a simple sure and handed me the keys from his pocket. Our truck was parked about 30 feet from the house. My grandparents' house is elevated about 5 feet off the ground with a porch that had 2 entrances, which was also elevated. There was a fence to keep people from falling off the porch, which was pretty old and would creak if you leaned against it. With the full moon out that night, it was bright, and it was particularly windy. It was around 9:30 when I went outside to retrieve the blaster, and my dad chatted loudly with my grandparents, who only spoke Spanish. I began walking to the truck nearby when I heard rustling in the nearby plants, which I thought nothing of because of the abundance of small animals in the area. Assuming it was a squirrel or rat, I went right to the truck and opened the door. I struggled to find the rifle, so I sat back down in the side passenger seat and looked out the window. Had I not climbed inside, I may not be here today to write this story. Because that's when I saw it, creeping in the tree line, keeping an all too close eye on me. It appeared hairy and had dark yellowish eyes that peered back at me. Its fur was black, with a tinge of red, and it blended unnaturally well with the plants. When I had noticed it, it came running right toward the truck. I slammed the door and locked it. I looked up from the locking mechanism, and I peered through the window only to see that the thing was gone. But I knew that it wasn't really gone, so I waited for my dad to come outside to get me. I was little, so I didn't think of honking the horn. Instead, I waited. I waited for a long 20 minutes, I think, when suddenly the car began to shake. It rocked back and forth, the entire truck, but I could not tell where the creature was. I then heard loud scratching coming from the outside from the rear of the truck, followed by a loud thud on the side window, a tap, then another light scratching sound. They say that these encounters make grown people feel like children. I felt like I was going to pass out from sheer fear. What I saw next made me feel paralyzed. I looked up and I saw this wolf-like thing staring at me with dark yellowish eyes. It growled loud enough to be heard from inside the truck, drool dripping from its mouth. I first thought it was a bear looking at me from the trees, but as it peered into the window, I thought it was a wolf. When I looked at its arms and the way it looked into the truck, I wasn't sure what it was. Its paws were more like hands, and it simply observed me from the side of the truck. It stared at me for a lifetime as I hid in my dad's truck. I felt helpless, even though I was close to my family. They knew nothing about the creature inches from me, threatening my life. Looking back on it, something that size could have easily smashed the window. Maybe it knew my family was inside, and it was trying to stay quiet. I feel nothing but dread writing this, looking back on it. If it had broken the window, no alarm would sound, and who knows if there would even be any remains that my family would have found of me. It ran away on two legs very fast. It looked back and made what looked like a terrifying smile. I noticed it had a long, bushy tail like a wolf's. At that moment, my dad came outside looking for me. I didn't know what it was, so when he found me and asked why I was so afraid, I simply told him about my encounter with a bear. My dad saw the scratch and didn't really care. He was just worried about me. The story doesn't end there, however. Later on that night, the porch creaked and I could hear light footsteps outside as I slept alone in the living room. I could see it, the same creature, looking through the windows which were close to my toes, and the thing stared at me. It scratched at the glass as if measuring the density of it, then walked away. In the morning, the window was cracked. I didn't sleep much that night, and I think that the thing broke the window to taunt me, as if to say I could have gotten you in that truck, and I could have come inside the house. I'm 14 now, and I've grown a lot. I'm 6'2", and unlike others, I want to see the creature again and get a better look at it. I would have taken a picture of the scratch, but my dad had the truck fixed to prevent rust a long time ago. I never saw it again, and my grandparents moved closer to us for medical reasons, so I may not ever see it again. And while I said I wanted to see it once more, this is a good thing. Wolfman. by Michael L. M. I left La Junta, Colorado on June 9th, heading to Missouri. I went down Highway 94 until I got to Highway 287. I made a left and went to Ray, Colorado. I eventually came to a town called Arapahoe, Nebraska. There was nobody behind me at the time, and no one in front of me. I started to descend a hill at the bottom of the hill about 3 miles across until I started ascending up the next one. Before I got to that hill, I looked to my left, and I thought I saw a bear. As I'd never seen a bear before in person, I pulled over on the right-hand side of the road. As I stopped and rolled down my driver's side window, the creature stood up. It was 7.5 feet tall, and it knew I was there as it turned its head to look at me. It had to have weighed about 450 pounds. It had long fingers with claws on the tips. It had pointed ears like a German shepherd. In fact, its face was more canine-like than bear-like. It had 4 long canine teeth, with slobber oozing out of its mouth. I was dumbfounded, staring at this creature, until it bolted into a sprint, running towards me on 2 legs. I was so scared. I was petrified for a moment, unable to move. I grabbed the steering wheel hard, and I thought to myself, "You have to leave now, before that monster gets you." I pushed in the clutch, and I hit the gas and took off. As I got about half a block away from it, I looked in my rear view. The thing was standing in the middle of the road. It was reaching toward me with both hands. I was hitting about 55 miles an hour by then. As I got to the top of the hill, I saw a sign for Beatrice, Nebraska. I believe it said 165 miles away. And then all I remember after that is just being so scared that I drove for hours straight without ever stopping. When I felt safe enough to slow down, I pulled out my phone and called the highway patrol. It was 6:30 p.m. when I called. I reported the creature on the road that nearly attacked my car, and I wanted to make sure that no one else got hurt. I was even told by the officer on the phone that a different officer had fired at something that looked like a strange bear on the road there, but he said that they missed because the creature moved too fast. Whether we like it or not, there are creatures in those woods that we don't understand, or just don't want to try to understand, because they look so scary. Just be careful and alert when you're driving alone. Beast of Bramley by Ollie Hollett-Lees. This story begins on my 15th birthday, the 9th of October, when me and a couple of my friends from my squadron arrived at a cadet camp in Bramley training area. We were told by the camp warrant officer to get inside the warehouse that we would be staying in. As we walked inside and got settled in, it was clear that the SAS had been here due to the smashed windows and empty casings, as well as the big SAS emblem spray painted on the wall. After packing our kits up and getting ready for patrol, the squad commanders, me being one of them, were told to meet the camp OC, or commanding officer, for the patrol briefing. Our objective was to patrol Sector A of the training recon, a pretend enemy position, then set up an ambush involving all 5 squads on the main road. As we planned our routes and tested our radios, we heard a guttural cry coming from the distance. It was odd, but we continued on. I soon confirmed our position with the comms operator back at base when we advanced to the position we would be observing. It was around that time that we began to hear twigs and branches snapping behind us. I turned to my squad and whispered, "That's how you don't be stealthy on a patrol." Right after I said it, we heard yet another deep guttural cry, this time coming from where the snapping branches were. It was so close that my heart immediately pounded. The entire squad was frozen. The next thing I know, one of the cadets behind me is firing like crazy into the wilderness, as if he completely forgot that we were just carrying blanks. As he couldn't hear my orders, I nearly tackled him. His name was Thompson, and he was trembling so hard that he couldn't even pull the magazine out of his rifle, which was now empty. I demanded to know what he thought he was doing. He stuttered, saying that when he turned around earlier after hearing the cry, he saw two big glowing red eyes 8 feet off the ground. When the thing took a step towards him, revealing its inhuman face, he said he panicked and did what he felt he had to do. I said he was talking nonsense, but he grabbed my shoulder and said no. Whatever it was looked like a wolf and a man together. Its face was more dog than human. Seeing the serious look on his face, I had to believe him, or at least believe he saw something. I reported it back to the training camp, and for reasons I would later find out, the base ordered all squads to return back. So the training was cut short for that day, only for us to be warned back at base about wild animals and how we should keep our distance from them. I was able to pry more details out of the other officers. Turns out Cadet Thompson wasn't the only one who saw a half-wolf, half-man looking thing. And now, hearing so many of my fellow soldiers report seeing something that strange, I don't know what to believe. Dogman Knows Where I Live Now by Sharon I. Being a Native American from the Seminole tribe, I also practice as shaman and medicine woman. People always just assume that all I do is herbal medicine to help my people, which I do, but there's other things I also do that our people don't talk much about, especially outside the tribe. I deal with evil entities, demons and spirits, and quite recently, an evil known as the Dogman. Dogmen have been around for centuries. They are dangerous and unpredictable. I received a call from an elder of our tribe recently, requesting my assistance to aid a family who was being harassed by a supposed Dogman. I gathered my bag on a Thursday evening and arrived at their home, at which I had requested for no one to be there, so it was just me. The first thing I did was retrieve a bucket full of salt and ground up dogwood bark, mixed together, and proceeded to pour a line of it around the edges of the property. It is said that it holds the Dogman at bay. Our tribe has handed down the rituals like this from shaman to shaman. I walked through the house after opening up all the windows and doors, so the casting protection would flow everywhere. I started to beat my handheld drum to a beat as I sang out the ritual. As I entered the kitchen, I heard a high-pitched howl that sounded like an animal in sheer pain. I eased my way out and started scanning the edge of the backyard. The woods there were thick, and the setting sun made it look even more sinister. Then I saw movement to my right. There was something standing by an oak tree, with one massive paw around it. Now, studying these rituals and performing them, compared to actually experiencing what you're performing them for, those are completely different things, and I was not prepared for witnessing something like this. The creature was about 6 to 7 feet tall, standing on 2 legs that looked like beefed-up German Shepherd's legs. The torso was built like a hairy man's chest and stomach, and the fur was a bit black, mostly brown with a touch of white here and there. Its arms were thick and built, defined like a weightlifter's, but the head was the most pronounced thing. It was exactly like a wolf's head, with 6 to 8 inch long pointed ears. The eyes were jet black, but its maw, with 2 big white fangs, seemed to glow. I forced myself to continue the ritual, remembering that if I stop, things could get very dangerous. I heard it walking back and forth, snarling, growling, howling, as I kept up the beat, keeping my fearful eyes on the drum, because if I looked too long at that inhuman creature, I would go insane. It sounded like it was desperately trying to find a way in to me, wanting to stop me. But finally, after one low, louder howl, I heard it swat at a tree branch before running into the forest and fleeing. I kept playing, doing the ritual for another 5 minutes. I heard it only once more before I was finally able to leave. The next day, I informed the elder that the ritual was complete and the family could now go home. Luckily, they haven't had any more problems. But the elder did give me a grave and terrifying warning. He said because the dogman watched me perform the ritual, he now has his eyes on me. I kept praying he was wrong, until 2 days later, I was walking out of my house when I noticed a paw print on the outside window of my home. Now this window was 3.5 feet up from the ground, and the paw print was bigger than my hand. I called over a friend who's a game warden. He came over and studied the paw print. But when he saw it, all he could do was scratch his head before finally saying it's probably a bobcat or panther or bear. He didn't sound very sure at all. When he was leaving, he did admit that in all his 20 years of service, he had never seen a print like that. So I took a photo of it. I called the elder, and he came by to examine it, and he said that it was definitely the dogman. And before he left, he said to me to be very careful whenever I exited my home at night. The next day, I protected my home and the edge of my land, but the other evening, as I sat on the back porch, I could have sworn just for a moment I heard something in the woods, something like a low howl. It knows where I live now, and I've never been more scared. Werewolves Outside My House by Michael A. This event happened 7 years ago and still haunts me to this day. I was 23 years old. My girlfriend and I wanted to find a place to move to. We're nice people, me and her. We didn't go to high school or college because we acted like fools and didn't pay attention to class. But we didn't care. Together we dropped out and made the best of the world we could. She always wanted to move somewhere far away, so we did. We ended up finding a house in the country. We were happy. It took some time to move everything into the house, and for a while we didn't have a bed to sleep on, so we slept on a pallet in the floor. On one of the first nights there, when the sun was beginning to go down, she and I were going to sleep when we were jolted awake by what sounded like a menacing howl. Immediately I shot right up, thinking to myself, that doesn't sound like any howl I've ever heard. My girlfriend said, probably just coyotes, right? As she looked to me for reassurance. I said, yeah, probably just coyotes. I laid back down and together we went back to sleep. But once more, we were startled awake when something huge slammed right into the side of our house. We both jumped up. She was crying, she was so scared. From where I was standing, I could see out one of the side windows. And from one of them, I could see a silhouette moving around. A figure covered in fur. Immediately I thought we were being attacked by a bear, or at the very least, a hungry bear wanted in to search for food. But then it stood up, standing upwards of 8 to 9 feet tall. Its ears were pointier than a bear's, and its build was much more slim. I was so horrified, my mind reeled. Was this a person I was looking at? Someone in a mask? But then the animal's face shot towards me, and it showed its teeth. That was no mask. I knew my girlfriend was seconds away from screaming, but before she could, 2 more creatures like the one before us appeared behind the first. They seemed to be just walking around, checking out the house, and from the sound of that loud bang, had probably tried to break inside. Just when I thought we were done for, we heard loud banging sounds coming from outside. It seemed to frighten those creatures. As their ears perked up, Then they bounded off into the woods nearby. A few moments later, someone was knocking at our door. Believe me when I say I was almost too terrified to answer it, but after checking the window and seeing that it was a middle-aged man, I quickly answered it. The gentleman, without introducing himself, asked if my girlfriend and I were okay. I said yeah. I tried to stutter out a question, something like, "Did you see that?" But he immediately nodded. "Been seeing them out here for 12 years now," he said. "To be frank, I don't know what they are." My girlfriend and I both decided that we needed to get out of that house. I mean, if this guy had been dealing with them for 12 years, I did not want to be a part of that cycle. So we pleaded with our mortgage company. We took a big credit hit, but at least we managed to get out of that place. We're renting now and have a kid on the way, and we are in a much better place. But I can't imagine what would have happened all those nights ago if the man hadn't showed up and those creatures managed to get inside. Werewolf or Dogman by Braden D. This is a quick but creepy sighting I had. I was 15 years old living in Kansas City, Missouri. My family and I were visiting my girlfriend's family, who live in a really rural area of Kansas. On our way home from the visit, at around 1 a.m., as we had stayed too late that night, we saw something peculiar on the side of the road. It was a deer carcass, and it seemed fresh. As we passed by it, I saw something more than just the deer. Whatever it was huge and covered in fur. It turned to look at us as we drove by, and the moment we exchanged eye contact, I was filled with the most dreadful feeling I've ever felt. I didn't say anything to my family or friends due to it being so late and not knowing if I was just imagining it or not. I focused on my music, shaking and sweating. For the next few weeks after that, I had nightmares of it. That thing covered in fur, the bulky half-man, half-wolf-looking creature on the side of the road. It was a super quick experience, but it was so absolutely horrifying that it's going to stick with me forever. Thank God we were racing down the road in a metal vehicle. Dogman Street Sighting by Spacewig Diddy. One night as I was going to bed after a long day, I was awakened by a strange feeling, like the most intense feeling of being watched I'd ever had. So I decided that I should look outside. I looked out my window to the street. I couldn't see much, as it was really dark out, but I could make out a silhouette. It looked like a person at first, but they were very tall. Then I looked harder and saw that the figure was bending over. Its hands were near, if not touching, the ground. At that point, I thought it was a huge dog, but it was taller than any dog I've ever seen. I didn't know what to think at the time, but I was still confused. I looked at my brother, who had witnessed it all as well, and asked him what he thought it was, and he didn't know either. I went to take another look back, but the thing was gone. I didn't feel scared per se, because there was a wall and glass between us, but I was very confused. I don't believe in werewolves or lycanthropy, or anything of that matter, but I do clearly remember that this thing was not human, not entirely, and it looked very much like a dog. Maybe it was someone in a suit who had nothing better to do, or maybe it's something that I don't believe in yet. Virginia Werewolf or Kentucky Dogman by Hybrid Musician 333. I have seen what I think to be a werewolf or dogman on several occasions now. The first time I saw it, I was 17 years old. I was driving from Dalton, Georgia, where my parents lived, to my grandparents' house in a small town in southwest Virginia called Pound. The town is located near the Kentucky state line, and their house is right next to a forest. This forest completely surrounds the home. It was 3 a.m. when I drove up the gravel dirt road that leads to the house. Something immediately felt odd that night as I drove toward the house. It was completely silent. Not even my grandpa's dogs felt like barking. And even stranger, the crickets were completely silent. It was April, and anyone who lives in this area will tell you that that's not right. I could tell you this was unusual myself. I'd lived there with my parents till I was 11. As I got closer to the house, driving up the long driveway, I saw something strange walking down the road from the woods. At first, I thought it was a man, because I saw something like a ripped white shirt on it, a ripped dirty brown jacket, and torn up blue jeans. At first, he was walking normally. Then the clouds moved and revealed the full moon, allowing me to see everything. He was covered in fur, had extremely long nails, and his legs bent kind of backward, similar to a dog or wolf. He had a long snout like a dog as well, with huge sharp teeth and a maw filled with drool. I stopped my little aqua-colored Ford Taurus about 3 feet away from the creature. I thought at first I had fallen asleep and was dreaming this. Then he noticed me, and I swear I saw it smirk, like some sort of psychotic man. I screamed, realizing this was no dream. It jumped toward the hood of my car, drool splattering on my windshield as it clawed at the glass. This creature was mad, and I definitely think it wanted to hurt me, or even end me. Its eyes burned like fire as they stared into me. I panicked and slammed the car into reverse, flooring the gas pedal. I backed up so fast and turned into my grandpa's neighbor's driveway. When I slammed on the brake, the creature flew off the hood of my vehicle. I put it into gear and drove as fast as I could to get out of Rat Creek Road. I checked the mirror several times to see if it was following me, but it seemed to be gone. But still, terrified, I kept driving toward Pound. It took me nearly 30 minutes to calm down. I ended up stopping by my friend's house. Her name is Sarah. I broke down on her and started to tell her about what happened. At first, she did not believe me, but then I showed her the damage and drool on my windshield, not to mention the entirety of scratches on the hood of the car. I had actually seen and had basically been attacked by a werewolf or dogman. I know most won't believe this story, and I wish I could disbelieve it myself, but these events are etched into my memory. You might recognize this last story. It was one of the first monster encounter stories I ever read. It's called Grandma and the Dogman by Wyatt H. I live in Arizona, and my aunt is Navajo. One night I was with my grandma in northern Arizona when she herself and my aunt saw what she called a dogman. My aunt referred to it as a skinwalker. She said as they drove through the woods just before the city of Show Low, Arizona, they drove by a large mass of fur lying in the road. My grandma assumed it was an animal carcass, maybe an elk or deer due to its size. But then she saw the mass of fur stand up on 2 legs. She said it must have been maybe 8 feet tall. And she said it had the body of a muscular man. Its hands had long dagger-like nails. But its head, she told me, its head was not human. My aunt said it had the head of a coyote, its eyes glowing a bright yellow. My grandma slammed on her brakes, and it just looked at her. And with one step it was off the road and gone in the darkness of the pine trees. She said it was the most terrifying thing she'd ever seen, and she'll never forget it. Dogman Encounter by Freddie. I live on a 10-acre estate in a heavily wooded area. One night, at about 11:30 p.m., I drove my truck behind the backyard of my house. It was dark that night, but something felt wrong. It was extremely quiet. Now I have an open shed near my fence line, and there was a tall, dark figure standing there. I shone my flashlight at it, and its eyes glowed back like yellow amber. The figure stood about 7 feet high, and it looked at me with anger, like it didn't want to be seen. I yelled at it, thinking it was a trespasser. Well, whatever it actually was not impressed. It began walking toward my truck. It was about 70 feet away from me. I got back in my truck quickly and backed up to my round driveway to the front of the house. I ran inside and went upstairs to my room. I went to my bedroom window, shining my flashlight outside, and the figure was still looking right at me. I was frightened, but decided to ultimately wait it out. In the morning, I went outside. The creature was gone, but my barn cats were missing as well. I checked with my neighbors, and it turns out on the same night, something ate almost all their chickens. These days, things are different. Ever since seeing that thing, my neighbors' dogs go crazy at night, and the livestock in the area make strange noises, like they're afraid of something. This happened in 2005, and I haven't seen it again. But a certain new feeling has remained ever since I saw it. A feeling of being watched on my own property at night. Werewolf in Montana, from Bill B. It was 2015 and I was working as a ranch hand. The ranch I worked for had a couple of hundred heads of cattle. They were held at a separate area that wasn't exactly part of their home ranch. It was about 10 miles away from the area I would usually be working at. It was about 6 in the evening during the spring when I was contacted on the ranch radio. Yes, we still use those out here, just in case the cell phone service starts ghosting us. Through the radio, I was told that no one had been up to check the cattle for a couple of days, and that it would be up to me to do that. So I finished up what I was doing, hopped into my 4x4 Ford Ranger, then headed out to check the herd. It took me a while to get there, as the last 4 miles of road was really more of a doubled-up cow trail. It was April and the sun was going down around 7:30 those days. It was getting close to 7 by then, so it was getting darker fast by the time I made it to the herd. I found them all rather close together, like they had been grouped or gathered up. Most of the time the cattle do stay in groups with a few separating themselves here and there, but they're never this bunched up in a tight group, unless someone was herding them. On the rare case that they were being attacked, they still didn't bunch up like that. I decided to park my truck for a moment. I reached behind the passenger seat. I grabbed my mag light and my .357 revolver, quickly throwing on the shoulder holster I carried it in. I grabbed the smaller headlamp I had in the glove box and placed it in the passenger seat as well, continuing to drive for a bit towards a stand of brush and trees that the herd seemed to be most interested in watching. I wanted to know why they were keeping an eye on it. I shut off the truck, putting the keys in the ashtray, then grabbing my headlamp and the leather jacket. I turned on the mag light and began to walk over to the stand of trees. It wasn't long before I got that feeling of something being wrong, like I just stepped foot into some place I was not invited, somewhere I wasn't welcome. Still, I had a job to do and cattle to protect. I drew my revolver from its holster, then I drew back the hammer, so I was ready if an angry bear came charging out of the woods at me. Walking further into the brush, I found a footprint. It was like a large, slightly deformed dog paw. Moving my light over the expanse of dimly lit forest before me, I looked at the ground with my headlamp for any more signs of disturbance or footprints. I mumbled a few self-deprecating words to myself, the last sentence being, "I'm so dumb." Then I heard the exact same words repeat. For a split second, it didn't register to me that my words had been echoed. But then I froze. I didn't even finish the step I was in the middle of. I didn't move, or rather I couldn't move. I fought with my body and mind, reminding myself that it wasn't time to be a freaking iceberg, that I had to move, but my body would not cooperate. It really did seem like forever came and went before finally, in a split second, I spun around, maglite in hand, headlamp now illuminating where I thought the reply had come from, and I pointed my revolver. But the hammer went click. It didn't fire. I almost had a stroke right there, a heart attack or something, when I heard the click, but saw nothing happen. Then in the same moment, I saw movement. As soon as my eyes registered that something was there with me, it was gone. But my hearing told me more. It ran through the bushes off to my left, and just as soon as the cracking of twigs and rocks underfoot started, they stopped. I snapped back to myself again, quickly pressing the release on the revolver cylinder and inspecting the rounds. One of them had a dent in the primer, but it didn't fire. I pushed that round out of the cylinder and, without realizing it, dropped my maglite to grab one of the 12 bullets in the outside loops of my shoulder holster, replacing that round and slapping the revolver cylinder back into place. Then I looked up, cocking back the hammer again. I looked all around me, slowly, bending down to pick up my maglite after realizing I'd dropped it. I didn't know what to do. Would running provoke this thing into chasing me? Had it taken any of the cattle? Did it really repeat my words to me earlier, mimicking me almost perfectly? Or was that in my head? These questions and paranoia clouded my mind, muddling together with the ever-loudening beat of my heart and the white noise that came with the adrenaline pumping through my body. I stood there, looking around in a circle for several minutes. Finally, a thought broke through the rest, and the flight side of my fight-or-flight took over, even in my cowboy boots, which I must stress are in no way good for running. I ran from that forest. My hearing had cleared, allowing me to hear that something else was also running with me through the brush behind me. I blindly fired a round back in that direction. I never got any indication that whatever it was had slowed down, but it did let out what I can only describe as a supernatural version of a snarled oof, like a beast getting hit in the chest and having some air knocked out of it. I finally could see my truck. I could still hear whatever it was behind me, though. It seemed closer than before. Then something made me duck and roll, and as I did, I felt the air being cut just above my head. When I came back up, the furry mass was before me. I quickly fired at it again, not aiming for anything in particular, but definitely hitting it. This time, I heard a twisted snarl, along with the painful yelp and the growl of a big but hurt dog. I backed up, realizing that I was touching my truck now. I flung open the door and threw myself inside, grabbing the keys from the ashtray and starting it, then flooring the gas pedal. Initially, the truck spun out, and before I took off, something big rammed into the side of my truck, jolting it out of its tire spin, and finally getting me moving, pointing in the wrong direction though. I turned around as fast as I could, gas all the way to the floor. When I hit some rocky ground, the tires took hold. I got up to about 20 miles per hour pretty fast, and if you've ever traveled down a glorified cow trail, that is way too fast. But I didn't have the luxury of slowing down. I was almost to where the trail turned into a road, when that animal jumped out in front of the truck. I only sped up, planning to hit the thing, but before I did, it leapt up and ran down the back of my truck, completely unscathed. I didn't slow down though. I sped back to the homestead faster than I ever had. and by that time I realized I could have called for help on the radio. I told the rancher that some sort of massive wolf or coyote or something had spooked the cattle and possibly attacked it, and had attacked me. He said he would get in touch with the Forest Service. He had a friend that worked there and would ask him to investigate. It was on Forest Service land after all, and we technically couldn't hunt the beast down ourselves. I kept telling myself the rest of the night that it was really just a big wolf, but I knew better. The following day, that forest ranger stopped by and came to talk to me. He asked me the usual, what color the creature was, relative size, those sorts of things. Then he asked me something I found to confirm my belief that it wasn't just a wolf. He suddenly looked at me and asked, "Are you sure it's a wolf?" "Yeah," I held on to my story. He thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone. "Here, take a look at these pictures. I found this kill site this morning while I was out there looking around those woods. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I've seen some bad kills, but I've never seen anything that bloody." I took a look. The only way I can describe what I saw on that phone would be to reference the signs the White Walkers made in Game of Thrones, but only if you turn up the nastiness and blood by 10. There was meat and viscera everywhere. It was like that part of the forest had been painted red. I wanted to vomit. The ranger had taken a small panorama of the site to file with the investigation, and it was insane. He said what that spot used to be was a cow, but now it's nothing more than a crater of mess. After this incident, I was supremely spooked. I ended up moving on to safer employment at a retail store. I'm never going to the woods at night again. I think this event may have given me PTSD. Dogman in Hogan's Lake, from Marissa. I'm a religious deer hunter. I enjoy the feeling of sustaining my family, feeding them off the land. But one encounter I had changed me forever. I live near Hogan's Lake, and not far from it is an old military base, or land that a lot of us locals use. But back in the day, they used to launch artillery rounds here and use the land for tank practice. You can still see the craters left behind, but now it's quite covered in overgrowth. The local deer love to bed down in them too. It's an odd sight. Anyway, it was a perfect day for hunting. The winds were blowing southwest. It was 34 degrees. Just an all-around beautiful fall morning. I'm the type of hunter that gets out there way too early, just so I can enjoy the sunrise. It was about an hour and a half before the sun would rise. I'm all set up, ready for the morning hunt. I was sitting on my tree stand, laid back and enjoying the fresh air, when my eyes went wide, because in a split second, the woods went from being alive with wildlife to absolute silence. At first, I thought there was something wrong with my ears, but when I shuffled my position to hear better, I could hear myself. But that was it. The sounds around me had stopped. The sun was just beginning to peek above the treetops. I begin to look into the field nearby, and to my surprise, I see a small number of does in the field, but they're all hunkered down trying to hide below the grass. I was dumbfounded. What was going on? I could feel the southwest winds chiseling at my exposed cheeks as I wondered why those does weren't moving. Till out of nowhere, I see something lunge out of the tree line, tearing into the rear end of one of these doe. It was huge. I mean massive. Its arms were almost as long as its entire body, and its head was twice as big as a dog's, even if it looked similar to a husky. Its tail was bushy, and its fur was a whitish gray color. It had bolted out of the woods on 4 legs and attacked the deer the way a tiger would. But when the deer was done for and the struggling had stopped, this creature stood up like a man, on 2 legs, towering over the grass, getting a great look at the area around him. In shock, I must have knocked something out of the tree stand. When whatever it was hit the ground, the creature turned and looked right at me. It seemed both startled and angry. It got back down on all 4s and, instead of running away, it ran right up to my stand. At this point, I'm fumbling with my rifle trying to find the safety, but I was so terrified that I was shaking. When this wolf or dog thing starts to jump at me, it easily made it to the branches 5 feet below me. I aimed and fired, hitting the limb next to it. But I think the sound was enough to spook it, because it stopped and looked up at me on 2 legs. It seemed to be observing me, wondering if I was worth the trouble. I'll never forget those quarter-sized yellow eyes. Finally, it muttered a low growl, then dropped down, casually walking away back to its prey, picked it up in its mouth before running off with ease into the trees. I stayed in that tree stand for about an hour, making sure that thing was gone. Only when the woods came back to life around me did I feel safe enough to leave the tree stand. Ever since then, I have not been able to muster the strength to return to those woods alone. And now, no matter where I go, hunting has never been the same. The Beast of Mogo Gold Rush Colony, from the Angry Dramora. I live in New South Wales, Australia. This encounter took place in October of 2014. I was 12 years old at the time, and in my last year of primary school. For the school camp that year, we would spend 2 days down at Mogo Gold Rush Colony, an old preserved gold rush colony from the times of the gold rush in Australia, since at the time we were learning about British colonization and our early history. It's located a few miles south of Bateman's Bay and is surrounded by the bush. The bus ride was fun but taxing, as we lived in Wollongong, which is nearly 3 hours north of Bateman's Bay. We finally arrived late in the afternoon. They sorted us into our cabins. My friends and I were put in the cabins closest to the tree line, which was also closest to the bridge leaving from the living quarters. My friends and I had packed our PSPs, board games, and David even brought his small pinball machine that I had bought him for his birthday. We were also completely stocked up on sweets and snacks. We were planning to stay up long into the night, having fun. After dinner that night, we were made to sit with our formal partner and listen to the local Aboriginal elder named Sam. I sat on a log with my then girlfriend, Gemma. Sam talked about a lot of things. He went into great depth on the British impact of the Aboriginals. He talked about the troubles they brought along with them, and eventually asked if we liked scary stories, and everyone excitedly said yes. Sam then told us that the Aborigines had many creatures from their stories they believed in, like the Bunyip and the Yawa Mawa Yahoo. That's what it sounded like. His face eventually grew dark and grim, before saying that the British also brought their own monsters with them. He mentioned one beast in particular that all of us kids recognized: the European werewolf. One boy laughed and said, "Werewolves aren't real. They're just cool myths made up by movie makers." The old man looked over to the boy and said, "Well, I pray you never meet one yourself." As cliché and silly as he sounded, he looked dead serious, even concerned, which only made me feel more unsettled. We were then told to go back to our cabins to unwind. It took many of the rowdier cabins a few hours to do that, but soon it was just us. One of the teachers, a Miss R, had to come down because Liam had broke a light bulb by accident. So she had to take him back to stay with teachers, because the assistant principal had also gone with us. So she had to follow the school's protocol, leaving only Cohen, Brody, Lachlan, David, and myself. Lachlan had been hit by an extreme homesickness, though, which had him crying, and so Brody, being the legend he was, kept him company, comforting him and telling him, "It's all gonna be alright, Lachlan. We're gonna have a great time." We all had a set of double bunk beds lining the cabin, up to the bathroom at the back. It was like a flat, almost. Quite a cozy double cabin. Another group had one next door to us. The cabin only had 2 windows, one in between my bunk and Lachlan and Brody's bunk bed, and the other above the toilet. A silly place to have a window that's not tinted in some way. But it did have a shutter that we kept open for light from the outside. At around 1 a.m., it began pelting down rain. Lachlan was still crying. David was playing his PSP with his headphones in, and Cohen and I were talking. I had the urge to go to the bathroom, and as I stood there doing my business, I suddenly heard Lachlan screaming, "The window! There was something standing there!" I glance out the window to the side of the cabin, and I see it. A huge black figure covered in fur. It appeared to be squatting on 2 legs, which were bent back like a Hollywood werewolf. Its arms were down to its knees with long, bony fingers that ended in claws the length of steel nails. It had a semi-muscular build and the head of a dog. But there was something wrong with it. Its maw was more like a wolf's, and its ears were more small. It had a shaggy mane and wet black nose that dripped from the downpour outside. It had placed one of its hands on the window, looking inside at the kids. With its other hand, it scraped down the glass with a claw, as if measuring how thick it was. Its face was mischievous, intelligent. It enjoyed the fear that it was giving Lachlan. I began to slowly close the shutter of the bathroom window, not taking my eyes off the thing. However, the blinds made a loud squeak, and as soon as I started, the beast turned instantly to face me. I wished I hadn't done that. The beast stared at me. That was when I got a good look at its face. I tremble every time I think of that face. Words fail to describe exactly what I saw, but I'll do my best. Its eyes were like a bright amber that seemed to glow in the embers of a fire. It slowly began to bare sharp teeth at me with a sinister-looking snarl, a mixture of saliva and rain dripping from its exposed mouth. It let out a low growl so deep I could feel it vibrating my chest. I was completely frozen in fear, and I could feel myself lost in the thing's eyes. Its gaze was one of hatred and rage, but I felt a sense of curiosity too. I wanted to see what it was going to do next, even if that meant trying to attack me. It began to run its long razor-like claws down the side of the wooden wall of the cabin. All the while, it didn't break eye contact with me. I could see the black claws glistening in the rain from the light of the gazebo. Then I saw a flashlight bobbing behind it. The teachers, they must have heard Lachlan screaming because all of them came down from the trail. The beast then glared angrily in their direction before giving me one last look. It got down on all fours and began to take off at an alarming speed, kicking up bark chips everywhere. I raced to the window it was at before and watched the beast bound towards the colony and over the bridge. All the while it kicked up that dirt and grass. David had been playing his PSP with headphones in and did not hear or see any of this. Brody had stayed on the bottom bunk, which he chose to stay put in, as Cohen stayed in his. Lachlan was now sobbing hysterically at this point. The teachers unlocked the door and burst inside. Lachlan kept saying there was a monster at the window, but Miss Chapman didn't believe him. She turned to me and asked, "Did you see a monster?" I pointed at the scratches on the window without saying a word and moved past her to climb into my bunk. Miss Chapman observed them and then simply said she would find the little troublemaker who did this, to which I replied, "Good luck." She clearly didn't see the size and width of the scratches, or she refused to buy that something did that, as in Australia we don't have big cats or bears, so I guess to her it was nothing. Most of my friends managed to fall asleep, even Lachlan, but I lay there, wondering if it was going to come back, wondering what it wanted to do. I then closed the shutter to the window above my head, and soon I drifted off to sleep. I woke up last. I had slept through a lot. Liam had come back and was being rowdy and messing about with David. David was chasing him up and down the cabin in nothing but an Iron Man mask and underwear, screaming like a maniac. David was quite out of shape, so you can imagine how absurd he looked. Lachlan, Brody, and Cohen were quiet. We didn't speak a word until we got changed for the day. That day we were taken on a tour of one of the mines that had been restored, and David and I decided to split off from the group and explore the colony ourselves. As we wandered through the town, he couldn't help but wonder why there were claw marks on some of the walls of the old buildings. This sent chills down my spine. I knew what did it. I know what I saw the previous night. We decided to check out the back of a barber shop, which was immediately backed by thick forest. There we were hit by a foul odor. David said we should follow it to find what it is. This sounded like a terrible idea, but I gave in to peer pressure, and I was curious if we would run into our hairy friend again. But what we saw made me throw up. In a clearing not too far from the barber's back lot was a mangled mess that used to be a kangaroo. There were parts of it scattered all over the ground and forest at the base of a large gum tree. It looked like something much bigger than it had slammed it against the tree repeatedly. David breathed. What the heck could have done this? I urged him that we should leave, and we did, rejoining the group, who were down the road at the blacksmith. I then took the chance to tell him what we saw the previous night that he had missed. I told him how Liam used to own a book called Werewolves, Vampires, and Zombies, which contained a section on cryptids. In particular, I told him about the Beast of Bray Road and how it looked similar to the drawing in that book. He wasn't skeptical at all, given the slaughtered kangaroo we found. Soon the guide led us to the barber with the class, and not long after that everyone began complaining about the smell. So the guide discovered the handiwork of the beast for himself, and then told us to go back to the old schoolhouse before gold panning. Soon I saw a few other workers meet up with him to help. They discussed what to do with the situation. They then disappeared to clean up the monster's masterpiece. During lunch, David and I went to explore the caravan park, stumbling upon the largest gaggle of geese we'd ever seen. These geese were vicious, though, and roamed the whole property. After that night of formal dance practice, we returned to the cabin and unwinded for bed. Before it got dark, I closed the outside steel shutters in the windows, and we locked everything down. We even shut the blinds for good measure. I locked the doors, and with help from Lachlan, we barricaded the door with the wardrobe. Liam didn't understand why we were doing all this, and asked what on earth was going on. I simply told him the lock was busted. We all fell asleep that night fairly fast, to the sounds of cicadas, and crickets. But I was slowly awakened at around 4 by a subtle bump. The sounds of the night had ceased. Not even the early birds you'd hear were sounding up. The thumping continued, and soon it sounded like the screeching of steel as something began to claw at the metal around the building, which there wasn't a lot of, so it had to have been going out of its way to do this. I knew immediately that the beast was back. I was beginning to shake and feel nauseous, thinking that that thing could easily smash its way inside. I closed my eyes, beginning to pray, reciting the Lord's words, and asked for aid. Soon I could hear it growling at something. Then the scratching and thumping ceased. I then hear the distinctive sound of geese, followed by a deafening roar that shook the building. Suddenly, there was the sound of fluttering and whacking sounds. The cries of the geese grew louder, hundreds of them. Then there was another roar that seemed annoyed. It growled and snarled, and then walked away into the bush. The sounds of the geese heckling it continued and seemed to follow it, and soon everything went quiet again, and the sounds of the night returned. By then, everyone was now awake from the commotion. Liam was begging to know what happened. I told him I wasn't sure. After unlocking everything at 5:30 a.m. and unbarricading the door, Lachlan and I decided to examine the outside of the cabin, and it was a mess. Claw marks down the shutter, indentations in the wood from it pounding and pounding, bark chips everywhere, feathers scattered about the ground, a few dead geese. We moved the dead birds away. We knew we'd be questioned about the damage, and the dead geese wouldn't help. So we dumped them into the creek separating the cabins from the colony. We then began to pack our things. Later that morning, we stopped at the Mogo Zoo, and shortly after that, we were on our way home. We didn't talk much on the bus ride. The past 2 nights had been very traumatic for us, and Liam and Brody remained skeptical, even though the evidence of the creature was right there. A few months passed, and I'm starting high school during that time. I became obsessed with Skyrim, and when I did that quest line where you could become a werewolf, I felt nauseous at the sight of it. It was uncanny how similar the werewolf in that game and the beast we saw a few months back were. The only person I ever told was my dad. With a frightened expression, he quickly believed me and told me his own story, which happened in Morua. That's 30 minutes south of the Gold Rush colony. He was sleeping in a granny flat under the house, which could only be accessed from the outside. He and his brother woke up to what sounded like the tapping of steel on the glass. He looked and saw the beast with the head and face of a dog or wolf peeking in at him, grinning with that same grin I saw that rainy night. To this day, I wonder what would have happened to us if we hadn't been separated by a wall from that terrifying monster who turned animals into pulp. Dogman in northern Arizona, from Panda AZ. The story I'm about to tell you happened around 2009. I was really young at the time, so bear with me. It was September in Flagstaff, Arizona. The trees were beginning to change their color, and the air felt cooler than the usual blistering heat. My family and I were taking a trip for a reunion. Sadly, I don't remember the name of the place, but I can describe it vividly. We decided to rent a lodge out by Dogtown Lake. We all had our own cabins, though some of us stayed in the lodge itself. The grounds looked so beautiful. Trees were rustling, the pathways were very well kept, pretty much what you'd expect from a nice lodge. I remember I was running around the grounds with my cousin. We got permission to explore the woodlands around the cabins. We just couldn't go too deep into them. My cousins had decided to play hide and seek. After all, there were so many places to hide, and it was getting dark. I didn't really care what we played, as long as I got to explore the grounds. I had the pleasure of hiding with the 3 others, while the oldest got to count. We all scrambled to different directions, me stumbling a little behind my cousins Marcy and Angel. They were both significantly faster than me, So I just decided to stray off and find my own spot, giving up on trying to catch up with them. The spot I ended up choosing was fairly deep, with the brush starting to thicken gradually the deeper I went. I stopped for a moment to catch my breath, taking the chance to crouch down behind a tree. I was a giddy little kid, so I wasn't being too quiet. Soon I heard footsteps clopping about a couple of yards away from me. That's when I started to quiet down. The footsteps sounded heavy. I didn't think much of it at the time, thinking it was just my cousin stomping through the leaves. I was attempting to keep myself from laughing, covering my mouth, when I suddenly caught a whiff of a strange scent. It smelled like a combination between a skunk, wet dog, and raw sewage. It made my nose crinkle up when it first hit. It hit me hard, like someone smacked me in the face with a rotting fish. I tried to remain out of sight, trying to keep myself from gagging while also trying not to be spotted by my cousin. I heard the steps coming closer, and I immediately hit the ground. I couldn't see much of what it was, but it sounded huge. If I had to measure it, I'd say it was perhaps a head taller than the lowest branch of the tree I was behind, which was maybe 6 feet and 8 inches. The thing kept on going, but it made a sniffing kind of sound, like it was tracking something. The smell was stronger then, and I nearly threw up, but I couldn't move. Instead, I began to slowly army crawl the opposite direction until I knew it was safe to get up and run. When the smell was clear, I ran back to the cabin grounds. By then, it was darker, so I was a little more freaked out than I was at first. The sun was behind the trees, and my eyes were barely starting to adjust to the light, or the lack thereof. I started to feel the typical sense of something watching me, but I was too afraid of looking to see what it was. The feeling grew to paranoia, and I eventually started to run, my heart rushing in the fear of being caught by whatever was in the woods with me. When I got to the cabin, I found myself giving in to the temptation of looking back. So, I peeked toward the tree line. The figure I saw looking back at me was a sight I wouldn't forget, not for years to come. It was a very large, almost wolf-like creature. It was hunched over in a sort of stalking kind of position, but the way it looked was a little strange. It was crouched on its hind legs, with one hand on a tree and the other by its side. I was shocked. I didn't really know what I was looking at, but I was frightened. I couldn't get myself to stop looking at it, afraid that if I took my eyes off of it for a moment, it would run at me. So there I was, almost face to face with this dog-ape thing whose eyes glowed in the darkness in a slightly amber-orange tint. The creature stepped out of the tree line, allowing me to get a better look at how massive it was. My fear immediately grew once I saw it at full height, and it growled at me. Terrified, I tore through the cabin door and locked it, keeping away from the windows and cowering, hoping whatever that thing was wouldn't come looking for me. The Michigan Dog Man, from Arrow. This takes place a year ago. Now, my house is an old 2-story home. It has one front door, and that's the only way in and out of the place. The stairs that lead to my 2nd-story room are to the left. The living room and bathroom are straight in front of the door, as the bathroom is behind the living room. So the night started off as many others did, and my friends Ian and Ethan, not their real names, came over and were playing the new Call of Duty game with me, as well as watching anime and talking about what normal teenage boys talk about while hanging out. Around 11:30 p.m., we were right in the middle of watching a new episode of Dragon Ball Super, when I looked down at my cup and realized I'm out of Pepsi. So I tell Ian and Ethan I'd be right back. I made my way downstairs into the kitchen. I grabbed a 2-liter out of my fridge, and then I caught a glimpse of a hairy hand in my kitchen window. It was feeling around for a half-eaten steak that we'd left out on the counter. We'd left the window open because earlier in the day we burned pizza rolls, and it smelled really bad. As I saw this hairy hand, I froze in place, as behind that hand was what appeared to be a human body, but there was something wrong about it. As I looked more upwards, I realized that it had a head of a beast, like some sort of dog-wolf hybrid. I dropped the 2-liter of pop, and it realized that I had noticed it. It pulled its hairy hand out of the window, causing the window to drop to its closed position as it took off into the woods nearby. I could hear a slight bark coming from the front yard. It was my dog Obi, a King German Shepherd. I hadn't realized until now that he was still outside. I heard him as he came sprinting around the house. Obi usually never barks at anything, even other animals, so I knew that the thing I saw was just wrong. I ran over to the window to see Obi vanish into the woods that sat behind the house. I ran back upstairs to get Ian and Ethan and explained that Obi had run off, and they agreed to help me chase him down. I left out the part about me seeing the creature. I couldn't let my loyal dog Obi die on my watch because my friends didn't believe me. I'd be devastated if anything happened to him. We grabbed our flashlights and ran into the woods after Obi. We searched until I heard a familiar scream. It was Ian, who had apparently split up from us. We ran over, only to see him standing in front of the creature I'd seen earlier. The creature let out a terrible screech as it ran off. The 3 of us regrouped, shocked at what we saw, and headed back toward the house. I stopped first and looked back, looking where the creature had been standing. There on the ground was Obi. I ran back over to him, lifting him up and carrying him back to the house. I was in tears. When we were back in the yard, I ran right for my car and took Obi to the nearest vet. Luckily, Obi was going to be fine. He had 2 broken legs, and he would take a couple of months to recover, but he was going to be 100% in no time. So I'm glad to say he's now running and being a dog again. He's just fine nowadays, but we still haven't seen that beast since then. And for the sake of Obi and myself, I hope it never comes back. Caught in the Rain, from Delgado. When you clock out of your shift at a convenience store, the rain is coming down as hard as it ever has, and your live-in boyfriend calls to let you know that the car you share won't start. It means a long, wet walk through the streets at night. Alone, exhausted, stressed out about how you're going to scrounge up the money to pay for your car repairs. My boyfriend texted me as I walked down the road, letting me know that he could meet me halfway so that I didn't have to walk the entire way there alone. While I didn't want to be a bother to him, he did work full-time too and had just gotten off work himself. I certainly didn't want to walk the entire way home by myself. It was going to be a 5-mile walk. At the time, I lived in a small town. Between our even smaller home and the convenience store was a meandering route of semi-suburban low-income housing, slowly fading into farmland for a couple of miles. Being alone at night on a suburban road was something I dreaded. I'd heard stories of people getting mugged or taken off the street or worse, so the first large rock I could find along the road, I picked up and kept it close to me. To be honest, I'd never actually walked these roads before. Our Ford Taurus had been good to us for the past 6 years, so for a moment after the call with my boyfriend, I was taken aback. The thought of walking 5 miles in the rain, nonetheless, it sounded less than ideal. Step by pant-soaked step, I reminded myself that 2.5 miles in, my boyfriend would be waiting. I'd even bought him some Swiss rolls, his favorite snack cake. He loved those things. His smile would definitely brighten up my night, as would his far superior cell phone flashlight. After 30 minutes of walking, not seeing another person outside their homes, I made it to the farmland and wooded portion of the road. I sighed with relief, fixing the hood of my poncho to cover my bangs better. But of course, just as I'd expected being such a paranoid person, thoughts of what could go wrong in this road flooded me. I vaguely remembered my grandpa, who was a lifelong hunter, telling me about all the big cats he'd seen in the region. My dad never believed him, saying big cats hadn't roamed these parts in decades. Now that I was thinking about it, my grandpa shot back, saying that he'd been stalked by a cougar himself in these very woods for miles, until the safety of his old pickup truck led him back to civilization. A chill went up my spine. Imagine walking along, minding your own business, when you spot a 4-legged, fur-covered, 160-pound batch of feline muscle tailing you, slowly, knowing it could outrun and overpower you at any point, if it so pleased. And then there were the other stories that both Dad and Grandpa used to tell. The stories that I never did believe. Those stories should have been scarier to me. But they didn't scare me back then. It was something so unbelievable. They used to tell me stories about the Native Americans that used to live in these parts, about a society of warriors known as the Dog Soldiers. Obviously, that wasn't the unbelievable part. The unbelievable part was when they said that these fearsome fighters' spirits lingered on far beyond death. Grandpa told me that their souls still wander the earth, protecting their ancient lands. But my dad, who I assumed just wanted to scare me even more, told me that the Dog Soldiers often appeared in the woods or along the roads in our home state as something half man and half dog. I remember rolling my eyes at this story, telling my dad in particular that werewolves aren't real. Then he told me they aren't werewolves. They're something else. I continued walking, now realizing that I was approaching the segment of road where the street lamps became further apart. I even stopped after passing the last frequent street lamp, intimidated by the much more vast darkness ahead of me. By then, my shoes had become completely soaked with water, right through to my socks and down to my toes. I could feel my skin pruning up. The feeling was so gross, and I knew I'd have a sore or two by the time I got home. Never again, I told myself. From there on out, we'd take my aunt up on her offer to borrow my late uncle's old truck. Too bad she lived in a different state, otherwise she could come pick me up too. I checked my GPS, arching my head over my phone to mitigate the amount of torrential downpour that struck the screen. But it was useless. Rain had curled in from my hood and soaked the top of my hair, which was now dripping all over my phone. Well, I was 2 miles in at that point. Not much further to go now, I thought. Then I'd see my boyfriend donning his bright yellow poncho. If it wasn't so rainy and dark, I'd probably be able to see him already. The road was pretty darn straight there. Suddenly, my phone rang. I slid my thumb over the green phone icon and placed the device snugly between my hood and ear. The screen had read, Taylor, my boyfriend's name. Hey, I said a little louder than usual thanks to the storm. There was no vocal reply. Instead, I heard what sounded like white noise and rain and shuffling. My eyebrow raised. I figured he hadn't locked his phone after glancing at it, and the water had done some weird things to the screen. Then bam, he called me and didn't even know it. I hung up and locked my phone, placing it neatly back in my pocket. Just a little bit longer. I nearly jumped when I heard the thud on the forest floor to my left. Stopping in my tracks, I turned and looked around. There was no movement beyond the wind and rain. The wind wasn't so strong, but I was sure it was probably a torn branch or even a tree that had fallen. Still, it had given me a pretty big spook. When all you hear for an hour is rain and rolling thunder, a closer, heavier noise can be pretty surprising. I thought about grabbing my phone again and using its rather weak flashlight to scan the trees, but I figure that would just waste any battery I had left. If I was stuck out here on foot already, I'd lose it if I didn't have a working phone. After I was sure that I didn't hear anything else out there, I turned forward and just kept walking. Sure, I walked a little faster pace, but can you blame me? Being the type of person that thinks of all the scariest things that could happen or exist at a given time or place is rough. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps, about a dozen quick steps racing from behind me to the left, to much further ahead of me. I turned toward the trees again, eyes focusing on the position of the noise as it raced off ahead within the trees. All I could think was, the heck was that? It took me much longer this time to continue walking, realizing now that the previous thud wasn't just nothing. Then again, there were quite a few deer around these parts. So eventually I did start moving again, trying to ignore the goosebumps that had gathered on the back of my neck. I walked for a few minutes, glancing from the road just in front of me to the trees to my left, almost constantly. My paranoia was growing by the second, and the wildlife stirred by the storm was driving me to madness. Just a deer, I muttered over and over, hardly able to even hear myself as I drudged through the downpour. I stopped again, unable to lift my foot for the next step. I had glanced back at the road and spotted something up ahead. A figure that I could hardly see, but it was definitely there, and it wasn't a trick of my eye. There was a human figure crouched toward the left center of the road ahead. It seemed to be peering towards me. I didn't move for the longest time, waiting for the figure to move instead. Was it a person? I wondered. Or was it some animal forming an eerie silhouette to my tired mind? Eventually, I had convinced myself it was just some animal, that if I'd keep on walking, the creature would move out of the way, frightened by the presence of a human. I took one step, shoe crunching under a wet, stray rock. Immediately, the silhouette shifted. It rose high into the air, now standing. The figure was tall, so it was a person, I figured. Why had they been crouching in the road like that? And now they were definitely looking in my direction. Why were they so still and silent? "Hello?" I called out. I nearly fainted when the figure darted back toward the woods so quickly and so awkwardly. If it was a person, they were insanely fast. Also, there was something wrong with the way it ran. Their legs seemed twisted or broken or something. It was hard to place the anxiety I felt when seeing the way it moved. But the figure was gone now, and the road ahead was once again clear. I took off in a jog this time, wanting to pass this particular stretch of road sooner rather than later. After a few minutes of jogging, I slowed down to catch my breath, checking my phone as well. There were no further calls, no texts. In fact, I was now half a mile past the 2.5-mile point, and I hadn't even realized it due to the prior events. Where was he? Why hadn't I seen Taylor yet? Still walking, I tapped the recent calls icon and clicked his name, bringing the phone back to my ear. I waited. A few more ringback tones later, I heard his voice.
"Hey, this is Taylor. Sorry I missed you. Leave a message and I'll get back to you ASAP."
I checked the phone, making sure there wasn't something wrong with it. Everything was perfectly normal, though, which makes perfect sense because the call had gone through just as it should have. Except Taylor never answered. My mind wandered as I continued forward. There were only another 2 miles to go at that point. But where was my boyfriend? He had never broken a promise to me before, so I wasn't at all worried that he'd forgotten or lied or anything like that. Instead, I began to suspect he'd gotten hurt or somehow lost. A few more minutes passed by and I decided on trying to call him again. I dialed, put the phone back to my ear, waited and listened. My heart sank. I heard something else this time. As if on autopilot, I turned slowly to face the woods, all the while his voicemail message played in my ear again.
Hey, this is Taylor. Sorry I missed you.
Coming from just beyond the nearest row of trees was the sound of the default Android ringtone. After all, Taylor had never bothered to change it. I wanted to step forward. I wanted to approach the trees and find him in there, or to find a phone that just wasn't his. It couldn't be happening, I told myself. This was impossible. Why would he be out there? He's perfectly fine and just waiting for me somewhere. I swallowed hard. My breath had left me, because as I stared into that patch of woods, I noticed a figure. A tall figure that almost appeared human, but with a strange walk to it. The same sort of figure I'd seen in the road earlier. About 30 yards away was the next street lamp. There was enough light that, as the figure stepped forward, I could make out more and more details. When the snout appeared in the faint lamplight, I collapsed to my knees. It couldn't be real. There was no way. But there it was, standing there, flesh and blood and rigid bone, shaped like a man, but with the features of a dog. It didn't snarl or growl, and once it was completely in the light of the lamp, it stopped. The creature stared at me, observing me. It seemed reliant on its eyes the way a person would, never twitching or lifting its snout to smell me. The body on this thing was only partially covered in patchy hair, dark skin shimmering and wet underneath. Despite its calm demeanor, I was horrified. I wanted to jump to my feet and take off. I was nearly home, but I knew I couldn't make it. Not if this thing wanted to chase me down. If this had been what was moving around in the woods earlier, it was by far faster than a person. I could smell it from the road, musky and earthy, like a man's sweat after a run, a fresh rain and freshly dug soil mixed together. And there was a tinge of something else too, something metallic, coppery. And then I noticed its lips. There was something on them that was being washed off by the rain. As it hit the exposed earth underneath the creature, it formed a puddle of deep red. Maybe it wasn't interested in me, because it was no longer hungry. The next bit is a blur to me. I remember being on the ground, then suddenly being on my feet further up the road, and nearly under the street lamp. My vision was a blur of rain, or maybe tears. For the next mile, I didn't even realize I'd been screaming until my voice gave out, and I slowed to a stagger. Having taken off at a full run from that thing, I expected its claws to wrap around my throat at any moment from behind. And from the pain in my lungs and heart and mind, for a second I swear I would have welcomed that. Eventually, the apartment complex came into view. I didn't hesitate to climb the stairs, each step feeling like another mile walked. By then, I'd thought of calling the authorities a dozen times but never could stop long enough to reach for my phone. I opened the door, eyes shut until I'd closed it behind me, praying that I'd hear Taylor's voice letting me know that he was happy to see me home, that he hadn't been able to meet me halfway because of one sensible reason or another. but I never did hear his voice. I collapsed on the sofa, and I cried until I had the strength to report him missing. I hung up the phone, and I fell to my side, face in a pillow and a bunched up Swiss roll in my pocket. My cousin was lost in the woods from 24 running. When I was 6 years old, my cousin of the same age went missing. No worries, he's fine, but it's the stuff he said after he came back that's really stuck with me over the years. We're both 32 now, and his story has never changed, not in the slightest. So when he was little, his family went camping in the Ozarks. He said they stayed up roasting marshmallows before he went to sleep in his tent. In the middle of the night, something opened up the tent and began to pull him out by the foot. My cousin says he was terrified to the point that he didn't want to move or speak at all. He even closed his eyes when he was pulled from the tent completely. He was too scared to see who or what was taking him, and he wanted to pretend he was sleeping. Whoever it was, its arms were covered in thick hair, similar to a Labrador's. It tossed my cousin over its shoulder like a bag of potatoes. By then, he started looking around. He saw backwards bent legs under the thing and pointed ears at both sides of its head. He slowly started to raise up and swears he saw a long snout on its face, but couldn't be sure from the angle he was at. It dropped him off by a small creek, where my cousin pretended to remain asleep. By this point, it had been about an hour. My cousin says he felt water coming up to his ears as the thing started to nudge him into the water. Suddenly, he heard voices in the distance, his parents. When he opened his eyes, the creature was gone. Within a minute, his parents and siblings were on him, asking him if he was okay. They had discovered he was missing when his dad got up to ask for toilet paper in the middle of the night. My cousin had had it last, and they'd all been sharing one roll. When his dad opened up his tent, he saw that his son was gone, and he was nowhere within the nearby woods. That's his extremely weird story, but the fact that even at this age he still defends it, I can't help but believe it at least somewhat.
Life Lesson, submitted by Goku for Life. My name is Stefan. I'm almost 6 foot and I'm almost 14. Me and my best friend Brett live in a real ratchet community, and me and him are tough kids. That's just because we had to be. Where we live, the most uncommon things are common, but this run-in was so bizarre and terrifying that it scared us both, maybe Brett even more. Brett and I have a real rowdy type of humor that may ruffle others. Now Brett is much more tough than me, but shorter, like I mean a lot. One day, Brett and I were playing basketball at a very dark 5 p.m. when our friends said they wanted to play. Brett asked if we could go get another ball from his house close by the court. I agreed as we went on our way. This path is the way he uses to get to school, as I know because I often go with him. But that's during the daytime. This was pure dark, and it took on a creepy vibe. As we went on, we started to hear a noise, kind of like a dog barking, but it was much wheezier. Brett sucker punched me out of nowhere and said that it was just his fat grandma, and we laughed. But I still couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. I had never heard a dog sound like that before. As we went on, that joke faded right into fear as we heard some leaves rustling behind us. My head whips back around naturally and I see a dog's legs. I immediately thought it was a lack of light because I was only seeing 2 of the legs. Little did I know that it was not the lighting that was the problem. I bumped into Brett on the shoulder and he groaned. We're almost there. We made it to the house and I just realized what I did wrong. My mom was supposed to pick me up that night, and I was not allowed anywhere near Brett's house. She didn't really approve of him, so I'd be in a lot of trouble if she came by and saw that I wasn't there. I told Brett that I remembered that, and he replied that we could take an ATV back. So we quickly grabbed a ball and got in the vehicle. It was really nice and even had a roof on it. I could not stop thinking about that weird dog thing, but it was easy to brush off as we weren't on foot this time. We took off down the trail going a little too fast, hitting tree branches and the like as we were underage drivers. We just had to have fun with everything. As we were almost there, the ATV stopped. Brett said that there is something blocking the way. Of course, due to our usual humor, I was the one moving it. This thing was gray and the headlights made it look furry. It also looked very heavy, so I grabbed a crowbar from the trailer bed, and I walked towards the thing, thinking it was some sort of mossy rock. I slid the crowbar under it, and it growled like an angry dog, but this was way too big to be some dog. It uncurled into this creature, then stood up with gray ragged fur and hellish red eyes, and in those red eyes were yellow pupils. It opened a large, sharp mouth, and as it did, it unleashed a roar that ripped through the sound of the ATV's engine. I dropped the F-bomb and hit it with the crowbar, but that only made it angrier. I ran and I jumped back into the ATV. Brett hit the accelerator and rammed the thing as it ran on 2 big dog legs, then switched to 4 as it hit the brush. The 2 of us were mortified and we raced back to the court. We got out of the ATV and sat on the court, wondering what the hell just happened. Our friend stood there staring at us, wondering what we were doing. It took us a long time to get out of that ATV. I admit we were pretty confused as much as we were scared. Eventually, we got out of the ATV. We sat on the court and told all our friends that were there, who immediately after hearing all wanted to leave. Brett was white as flour and told me to walk to school with him the next day. I don't blame him. Ever since that night, Brett and I have been scared to go on the trail in the back of the old football field and basketball court. As I said before, we told all of our friends about the encounter, but our friend Nick wanted to go back there at night. I think he wanted to see it for himself. After school, the 3 of us started on the trek, and just thinking about going back on that trail gave us chills. Nick, being either brave or stupid, wanted to go off the trail, into the woods, but me and Brett refused. Sadly, we didn't follow through. That's the mistake that we still regret. The night was very still and quiet, and the super moon peeking through the night sky made me shiver. Right now typing this, I'm shivering thinking of the creature. The dogman got our presents because howls often ripped through the woods as we sped up. Rustling noises were around us as well. We shouldn't have gotten off the trail, I know that now. As I did before, Nick dropped F-bombs left and right as he cried like the fool who got us lost. And sure enough, the dogman himself appeared in front of us. We shone our flashlight on it. And it was as frightening of a thing as I remembered. I swear all the color in the 3 of us drained at the sight of this thing. And its nasty gray fur and the face that was like a wolf's head. Its lips curled back and it began to snarl. We took off. I made a foolish choice to look back at the thing as we ran for our lives. This dogman was foaming from the mouth on all 4s with its ears pointed and eyes illuminated. We were now bolting into the football field and trying our best to make it into the basketball court where some other kids were. When I looked back again, the dogman turned to the woods, and at the moment we reached the court, he zipped back into the forest. These kids all knew our story and knew what we were doing. They ended up fist bumping us and laughing, but me, Brett, and Nick were not laughing at all. And we were done for the night. Dogman by the Train Tracks, submitted by Ariel Blonsky. This happened around 2 or 3 months ago. I live in Canada, and this happened on a very cold night. Family had come in from America recently, so the night this happened, my family was exhausted and were sleeping. I was playing on my phone when my friend texted me, asking if I wanted to go to the woods with her. Of course, I said yes. I'll be there in 5 minutes. It sounds weird, but we enjoyed walking around in the woods, especially after dark. I got my shoes on and I left the house. My friend was outside waiting for me, and we began walking into the nearby woods. Just for some background, I am a 13-year-old girl, and I was never scared of anything in the woods really. I never had a reason to be. These woods were right next to my house after all, so I grew up around them. We were just walking and fooling around like normal teenagers do. We were beginning to get close to the train tracks when I got a feeling I was being watched. I brushed it off thinking that it was just that feeling of being in the dark. I think we all know that feeling. That's when I heard a loud crunch from beside us. We looked toward the noise, and there, not too far from us, was a big pair of red eyes. They looked like they were bulging out of their sockets. They were glaring at us from the nearby bushes. I was so horrified at that moment that I'm shaking now just retelling this story. Both of us stood there, frozen in fear. I was looking in the thing's blood-red eyes. Then this creature stood up on its hind legs, towering over us at about 7 feet tall. It had light gray hair everywhere, but its face looked canine, and its eyes looked eerily human. I mean, even its fingers were like a person's, except for the 5-inch claws at the tips. I glanced over to my friend, and in shock I saw that she was no longer there. She had taken off, faster than I've ever seen her. Then I looked back at the thing. Its lips were curled back in a vicious snarl. Finally, I pushed myself to run. I knew running from it would only make it chase after me, but I just kept running. And I couldn't help but look behind me, and this thing was in fact giving chase, and it was catching up fast. I could feel my heart pounding painfully in my chest, and I ran as fast as I possibly could, my vision going blurry around the edges, which I can only assume is the adrenaline pumping through my body. When I finally made it out of those woods, my friend was there actually waiting on me, if you could believe that after her taking off. But she had a look of pure terror on her face. She said, "I thought you were going to die." I couldn't reply, so we just sprinted home. She only lived 3 houses down closer to the city, and she walked me home. She lived close enough that, though I offered to walk her home first, she said she'd be fine. And being scared out of my mind, I was okay with that. When I made it back home, I locked every door in the house, and I walked right up into my room wondering what the hell just happened. There was no way I was getting to sleep that night. Every little noise kept me up, and about an hour later after lying in bed, I heard a howl from behind my house. It was loud and way too close. I jumped in fear out of my bed and walked downstairs to my parents' room. They were awake as well, and they asked me if I had heard it too. I said yes. Now, every so often, me and my friend talk about that night, and we always think of things that thing could have been. But I can't help but think about that big bright full moon that was out on the very same night. The Howl, submitted by Justin G. Let me start off by saying I never saw anything, no glowing eyes, no suspicious silhouette, just a very bizarre and strange howling. I live in Iowa, and while I was not born here, I have now lived the majority of my life here. I live in a small but active town of around 10,000 or so people. We have shopping centers, tons of fast food chains, and many other conveniences within walking distance. The tale I'm sharing now took place some time ago, around the summer of 2009. I had lived in my parents' house for a few years, and was very comfortable walking everywhere I needed to go. I couldn't afford a car, and I preferred being up at night as opposed to daytime, so walking never really bothered me. I must have walked near every street in our town at night, mostly just bored with nothing else to do, but rarely sneaking to a girlfriend's house. The point I'm getting at is I was never afraid of my town nor the dark. I knew every inch. I was a night owl. The dark was comforting. The silence, the cool air, it just suited me better. However, one night was different. I was bored and decided to walk down to the nearest gas station to buy some candy. I didn't have anything in mind. I was more interested in having something to do than the candy itself. It was one of those nights that I just felt restless. Yet, even before I left the house that night, something felt off. I had a funny feeling that I should have stayed inside. The feeling was nagging at me, but I shook it off as my mind just messing with me, for lack of a better term for it. I got dressed and grabbed my wallet, and I slowly made my way outside, careful as to not wake my parents. It was late at night, well past midnight. I had been watching Adult Swim and gotten bored when they began running the shows from earlier that night, so it must have been after 2 in the morning. Soon as I got outside, my sense of there being something wrong went through the roof, yet I still refused to believe what my mind was telling me. I have a bit of OCD, and over the years I've learned to ignore a lot of my feelings and urges, as they were typically just nonsense. But I see now that that night was different. I began walking down the block, but something told me not to go the quickest way, so I gave in to my OCD and took the longer route. It was not a huge increase in distance and time, and if it shut my mind up, I was happy to do it. Even taking the long way, I felt a general unease. The night seemed wrong for some reason. Normally I feel at home in the night, but this night I felt very much out of place. Just the uneasy feeling made me uneasy. Actually, to think of it, everything else felt odd too. It was oddly silent. There were no stray cars down the street on the highway. There were no crickets even making any noise. Not an animal in sight. At this time of night, it's very common to see cats and dogs roaming freely, along with wild creatures like the occasional possum or raccoon. But not tonight. I quickly made it down the 3 blocks to the gas station, and once I was there, I felt worse. Here I was, surrounded by light and the store clerk who was struggling to stay awake. But it was just not right. I felt like it was a mistake coming out of the cover of darkness. I couldn't help but feel like something could see me now. I bought some Starburst and quickly left the gas station. I just wanted to get home right now, but at the same time I did not want to go back into the dark. Courage prevailed for once, however, as I took off up the street toward my house, even taking the quick route. I make it halfway home, over by a couple of local businesses. In between them was an alley. That alley caught my attention. It seemed so out of place for some reason. I'd walked past it a million times, but tonight it seemed wrong, just as everything else did that night. As I got closer, my urge to run grew and grew, but I just kept a steady walking pace towards it. But I managed to walk right past the alley without incident. But no more than 10 feet away from it, I could hear trash cans tipping over way down at the other end. It was a good distance from me, but it still seemed odd. I hoped it was a wild animal or a cat, but as I stood there waiting, I heard the worst howl I've ever heard. It was definitely no dog or coyote. It was a deep, guttural howl, the kind that instantly makes your brain conjure images of a werewolf or the infamous dogman. I backed away, eyes still toward the valley. Soon I was running backwards. Finally, I turned and bolted to my house. Once at the door, I looked around, worried at what was out there, worried that something may have followed me. Yet there was nothing, so I quickly unlocked my door and got back in. I did not go out in the dark for quite a while after that, but when I finally did venture back out, everything was normal again. Animals were running around, crickets were making themselves known, and the night became home once more. Still though, I will never forget that howl. It tried to kill me. Submitted by Anakin. My friend and I were on our way to the campsite, actually a cabin in the woods we had rented out. We were finally out on a weekend camping trip we had been planning. When we got to the cabin, we were at least a few miles away from any nearby cities, which is the way I like it. Let me give you a little bit of information first. I was born in Michigan, and I've heard all too well the legend of the dog man. It's a dog-like animal that would stand up on its hind legs. Anyway, later that night, my friend and I could not sleep, so we just decided to go out walking the quiet, dark trails of the woods. We ended up talking about, actually more joking about, some old personal stories that embarrassed us. Suddenly, out of nowhere, we heard a low howl. It reminded me of the howl from American Werewolf in London in the most disturbing way. We were immediately spooked, and we began to head back to camp. Then we heard some branches snapping on my left. Out of instinct, I shot my gaze in that direction, and I caught sight of 2 large, bright, yellow eyes. Not thinking, we shone our flashlights right at it, and it snarled at us. My friend completely lost it and gunned it back to camp, but when I tried to run, the thing leaped at me and forced me to the ground. My first thought was my knife, which I always kept on me, but I never honestly had to use it before for something like this. It all happened so fast. I slid my knife out of my pocket and popped it open in such a rapid and clumsy way that I had accidentally cut the creature, though I was planning on doing worse to get away. It released me, and I quickly broke into a sprint back to the cabin. When I made it back, I locked the door and looked out the window, and that's when I saw the worst. This creature was running towards the door I had just locked, and that's when I got a better look at the thing. It was large with an elongated snout and pointed ears. I would have honestly mistaken it as a bear if its body wasn't so toned and lacking hair. Not to mention those eyes, which just didn't match up to its animal-like body. It rammed the door once, and a loud thud rang throughout the cabin. And then everything fell quiet. I had jumped back when I saw it running toward the cabin, So I leaned back over to the window to see where it was, only to see its vicious, snarling face inches away from mine. I almost fell over onto the floor. Luckily, it backed away and proceeded into the woods. My friend and I were left there, dumbfounded and looking at each other like, what the hell was that thing? We have to get out of here now. The problem with that, though, was the fact that we had walked here since we lived only a few miles away, and there was no way we were walking back out. We discussed calling 911, but we weren't harmed. We honestly had no idea what to do, so we ended up just sitting in the living area, looking out the windows, hoping that that thing did not come back. Eventually, I got the courage to go back toward the window to get a better look, and I could make out several pairs of those same yellow eyes at the tree line. Something inside of my head told me to go outside, to leave the cabin, to walk into the woods. I shook it off, completely bewildered as to what I was thinking. We both waited out until sunlight finally shone through the windows. The walk back to town was both quiet and terrifying. Later, the two of us ended up discussing this encounter, and we concluded that it must have been the dogman. What really scares me, though, was how close I got to this thing, that I had to defend myself from something most people only barely glimpsed. Somewhere out there, my knife is lying on the forest floor with that thing's blood on it, and I'll be damned if I ever want to go back for it. Dogman in the Woods. Submitted by Michael L. For reasons of anonymity, I will not be sharing mine or my friends' names. Let's just call my friends L, R, and F. We were all the same age at around 14. We were biking in northern Minnesota, on a trail practically in the middle of nowhere, besides R's cabin about 15 miles away from where we were biking. Now here's something worth mentioning. Me and my friends are all over 6 feet tall and we're very strong for our age. We had been biking for maybe an hour now and the trail began to thin, so we had to ride in line with each other. I was in the back, with L, F, and R in front of me in that order. The trail was now so thin that we had to lift our legs off the pedals at certain points to avoid getting cut on sharp, jagged, and dead branches. The trail began to dip down the mountain that R's cabin was on. And we were so caught up in the trail that we never realized that we had passed the 30 miles away from home flag pinned to a tree. That marker was the last marker on the trail. We stopped in a clearing just off the trail, and by now it was probably 8 at night. We made a fire and hunted a rabbit to share with each other. After we ate and talked for a while, I checked my watch, and it was about 10 p.m. The way R's father signaled us to come back was by lighting a bonfire. When we saw it, we packed our stuff and began biking back up the mountain. At about the 20-mile marker from home, we all heard a deep growl in the woods and stopped. Elle asked, "Did you hear that?" in a shaky voice. We all responded silently by nodding our heads. We then heard a weird screech as this massive creature came leaping out of the woods at us. The thing was about 15 feet away and it towered over us, maybe 7 feet tall. Now this next part sounds bizarre, but it's the best way I can describe it. The thing had muscular legs like a dog's and the torso of a deer. Its arms resembled a human's, but the hands and claws were that of a bear and the head of a coyote. R pulled out his .22 caliber handgun and turned the safety off. I think the creature either recognized the gun or knew it was bad, because he lunged at R and tackled him to the ground. R was just screaming so loud. The worst part was the creature was also screaming. It was the same pitch and tone as R, like the creature was mocking him while tearing him apart. I finally just snapped out of my trance-like state, staring at what was happening. I pulled out my .308 hunting rifle and yelled at it to get the hell off of him. I fired a nervous shot that I had no idea if it landed. The thing didn't even flinch. He just stopped and looked at me with the most hatred I've ever seen before in my life. He snapped his claws at me and tore a gash in my face down to my cheekbone. R's father was only 5 miles away. He was walking down the trail looking for us when he heard us screaming. When he got there and saw R's condition, he just knelt down by him and prayed that everything was going to be okay. R's face was scratched up pretty bad and his coat was shredded, revealing a scratch and torn chest. The creature, which had run off into the woods, sounded about 400 feet away now. The roar was so loud it just echoed throughout the whole mountain. R's dad, when he heard the roar, picked up R and threw him on his back. He yelled to me, L, and F to ride up to the cabin as fast as possible. When we got back, we called the police and paramedics with the landline phone he had in his cabin. We got back at midnight, and we still hadn't seen anything of R and his father at 2 in the morning. R and his father ended up having to be hospitalized, and the rest of us were scarred for life about the woods. I mean, who wouldn't be? Everyone chalked this up to a bear attack, which is pretty reasonable, I guess. But what we saw did not look like a bear, unless somehow we were so scared that we demonized this creature. Either way, it's been 15 years since then, and I still have not gone back in the woods ever since.
Dogman in Wyoming, from Zach Rodaw. This sighting occurred back during the summer of 2017. I was 17 years old, and I was about to enter my senior year of high school. I live within the town of Sheridan, Wyoming, a nice little cowboy town, even though many people here absolutely suck at driving. There's plenty of teenagers here who try to think of Sheridan as a ghetto town, selling and dealing in questionable things and whatnot. Nevertheless, overall it's a cozy place. My story, however, doesn't take place within the town of Sheridan. The story I'm about to share with you originates from within the Bighorn Mountain Range, a spur of mountains connected to the Rockies. The camping posse consisted of me, my cousins M and A, my aunt who we'll call B, and A's friend. M was about 19 at the time of these events, and we shared a mutual fascination with cryptids, spirits, and aliens. There was also A, who was about 15. We were camped out next to a decently sized lake called Park Reservoir, which was often a popular spot to camp at. However, that day, it was only us and an elderly couple that camped there. M and I had spent the day four-wheeling the sandy perimeter of the reservoir and fishing for the resident rainbow, brown, and brook trout within the lake. A and her friend spent most of their time either inside the camper or just swimming. B simply just relaxed in her folding chair, enjoying nature, though she did spend a little bit of time four-wheeling herself. When night came along, we all spent time sitting around the campfire, telling stories. The setting of the night wasn't very impressive. Clouds were blocking the sky so we couldn't see the stars, and the only visible part of the moon was the light that could barely even pierce through the clouds. Of course, we had hoped for a better night, but we'd take what we could get. Later on, Em and I stayed up a bit, while the others went to sleep. We wanted to do some night fishing. Em claimed that the moon was full from what he could tell, so that would be the best time to go fishing. The biting action wasn't actually the best, but we did manage to catch about 6 fish in the end, which consisted of 3 medium-sized rainbow trout ranging from around 12 to 13 inches, a decent-sized 14-inch brown trout, and 2 small brookies no greater than 9 inches. We kept on fishing, though, until around 11:30 that night. We stayed up late trying to get something bigger, but it just wasn't working out. Nothing out of the ordinary had occurred while we were out on the lake, but that would soon change. Em and I spent the night outside in a tent, while B, A, and A's friend slept inside the camper. We didn't mind, though. We preferred staying inside the tent, as it was a perfect place to talk about scary stories, gossip between friends, and other things. A better place to make memories, I guess. Before long, we'd fallen asleep, though I wouldn't remain asleep very long. I woke up to a piercing howl, quite similar to the pained cry of a dog. It sounded distant, but not that distant, as if it came from the other side of the lake. I thought it was kind of neat, thinking maybe it was a wolf, but probably just a coyote. If it was a wolf, though, it was pretty rare, and that would be pretty cool to me. But I knew it'd be too dark for me to see much outside the tent, so I stayed still, just savoring the sound for a moment, thinking that if there was a wolf just outside somewhere, I could brag about hearing it to him in the morning. I tried to slip back into sleep, but my body wouldn't let me. I couldn't explain why, but I felt on edge. Maybe it was because of what we'd been talking about before going to sleep. I spent the entirety of the next half hour feeling discomforted. Im was still fast asleep, though. I thought about waking him up to tell him about the wolf howl, but I decided it would be best to inform him about it in the morning. As I was once more ready to fall asleep, I heard rustling in the vegetation from behind the tent. My everlasting discomfort levels continued rising at an increasing pace. Perhaps it was a raccoon, a mule deer, a black bear at the worst. I'd seen fresh bear scat earlier in the afternoon, and I wouldn't have been surprised if that bear decided that it could get an easy meal from the campground. Black bears have quite the reputation for scouring about campgrounds looking for leftovers that people leave behind. Obviously, you're not supposed to leave anything out, but people forget, people get careless, and it can lead to some pretty creepy close encounters. It was then that I remembered that I'd left a bag of Cheetos on the portable folding table that my aunt brought along. Obviously an attractant to some hungry, junk-eating animals. My cousin left the flashlight in our tent, so I grabbed it, and I decided I would investigate. Don't get me wrong, I was still very nervous. My instincts were trying to restrain me from leaving the tent. It was like my brain was screaming at me, "Don't go out there." But curiosity had gotten the better of me. Once outside the tent, I shined the flashlight towards the direction of the disturbance, but I could not see anything. I didn't move very far from the tent at all. I stayed in place while slowly shining the flashlight in my circumference, hoping I would catch a glimpse of the culprit, whether that be a raccoon or a bear. Instead, I saw absolutely nothing. I figured it was simply just a deer that had passed by and went through the bush behind Em and I's tent. After a quick double check, I crawled back into the tent, being as stealthy as possible when climbing back in and zipping it back up so that I didn't wake up Em. By that point, my uneasiness had calmed down quite a bit, and I felt as though I could fall back to sleep. Sure enough, I did. But I think I slept for less than an hour, but I can't be sure. All I know is that when I opened my eyes, it was still pitch black outside. When I woke up, I heard what sounded like the cooler crashing onto its side, spilling ice and soda cans, which slowly rolled onto the hardened soil. Immediately, I felt my heart racing and my adrenaline picking back up. I was too afraid to get up this time. I didn't want to check it out. But eventually, I found enough courage to finally grab the flashlight, which I kept with me inside my sleeping bag. As I slowly slipped out of the sleeping bag, I heard the crumpling of aluminum, as if it was now digging into the bag of Cheetos I'd left on the table. As quietly as possible, I unzipped the cover of the tent. I kept the flashlight off in order to keep my location hidden, as if that mattered, because whatever it had already seen me and was staring at me with bright amber-colored eyes that peered into my soul. There was something very off with these eyes. They were nearly 7 feet off the ground. Staring into them, I immediately trembled. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it was going to stop. I pointed the flashlight at it, and I pushed the switch with my thumb. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. It was a humanoid dog. Bear with me now. It was dog in look, but human in shape. It stood on 2 legs and was leaned over the table, going at my Cheetos bag. It was covered in ruffled jet black hair, and it had hands on the front, not paws. I stood there, frozen in total shock. My tightened throat would not allow me to muster up any scream,
and my legs would not let me run. The creature's gaze kept me in place. The bipedal canine-like creature twitched and pointed its ears in opposite directions. Then, slightly, it gaped its horrendous maw open, revealing butter-colored canine teeth layered with streaks of brown plaque. It had purplish gums with black outlines above the teeth. I could smell its breath from there. It was pungent and terrible, a stench of rotten meat that made my eyes water and my stomach nauseous. It was a foul odor that put the stench of sulfur and methane to shame. What it did next made my heart sink into the ground, an action that left a deep scar in my memory. I swear to you, I watched this thing smile, a wide, toothy grin that spanned across its muzzle, as if it knew I was terrified and enjoyed seeing me like that. Then, before I knew it, it swirled around and took off on all fours back into the forest, dropping the bag of Cheetos on the ground. It's as if it weren't searching for food, but rather merely seeking to terrify someone. It knew we were there, but we didn't know it was there. I stood there like a statue, completely petrified from what I'd just seen, until I heard a voice coming from the tent behind me. "Zach, what are you doing? Why are you awake?" Em asked. I stuttered, too afraid to reveal anything of what I'd just seen. "Well, dude, spit it out," Em said in a whisper shout. I didn't say anything more, but I pointed the flashlight towards the bag of Cheetos on the ground, as well as the cooler that had been knocked over. "And did a bear come by? Or did you just do this to prank me?" he asked. I slowly looked over towards the tent. I could only see his outline and the reflection of his skin. I didn't think he could see me all too well, besides whatever the flashlight I was holding gave away, but I still slowly shook my head from side to side, too afraid to speak. I climbed back into the tent, but any thoughts I had of sleeping were quickly disposed of. I had stayed awake for the remainder of the night, and when morning came, I woke up Em in order to tell him the story. I told it from the beginning, with the wolf howl, the rustling in the bushes from behind the tent, to the encounter. I told him he was just a few seconds too late, or else he would have seen it too. I thought for sure he was going to think I was crazy, and that I was just over-dramatizing a bear encounter, but fortunately enough, he did believe me. He said how my fear felt genuine to him, and even he felt scared for a little bit when he saw me up in the middle of the night like that, holding the flashlight, resembling a statue that was about to crumble. When Bee woke up and saw the mess that was created, she asked us what had happened. I simply told her that a black bear came through camp last night, because I knew for certain that she would not believe the story. We cleaned up the mess and left that afternoon after loading up the four-wheelers and the camper. I scoured around the area for a bit, but I did not see any tracks that were left behind from the creature. The only evidence of its presence was the mess it had left behind. I didn't speak on the way back home, which was unusual for everyone. I was quite the talkative person on road trips. I simply stared out the window, that haunting image of a smiling beast lingering in my mind. Bee did ask me what was wrong, but I said that I was fine, just tired. When I got home, I started to look up sightings of things in the Bighorn Mountains, but I couldn't find any information. Was I the only one who's ever seen it? Or were people too afraid to talk about it? Eventually, though, I did stumble upon something called the Michigan Dogman. There were hundreds of sightings of this thing, and their descriptions of the creature were far too similar to my own. Be careful if you visit the Bighorn Mountain Range.
There are some creatures out there that I'm sure you'd rather avoid. Dogman Sighting from Shay 912. I was 11 years old when this happened. I have a brother named Isaac who's 2 years older than me. Before my parents divorced, they took us to a place called Rabbit Island to go to our family's cabin. I had a lot of good memories there, like ice fishing and climbing trees during the winter, moving through the snow like a marshmallow man, because we wore way too much. My mom was inside cooking one day, so Isaac and I went outside to climb on our favorite tree. As I tried to get a grip on the bark, I saw something out of the corner of my eye running across the thick forest. I turned to look, but I didn't see anything, so I assumed it was our dog Russell running around. The two of us kept on climbing, when I then heard scratching, followed by growling, as if something was telling us that we've gone a little bit too far into its domain. The two of us stopped and looked around, a little bit creeped out. The noises stopped though, and we never saw what was making them. We cut our little tree climbing expedition short, suddenly feeling out of place out there, so we ran back inside, playing around on our iPod Nanos. That night we went to bed as usual, but I woke up a few hours after going to sleep because I needed to use the bathroom really bad. The cabin did not have a bathroom, so you could either use the outhouse or simply go behind a tree if you just needed to pee. I was going to do the latter, so I began to approach the backside of the house from outside, but when I rounded the corner, I was surprised because my mom and Isaac were already out there. I hadn't noticed that they were up. They were just staring at the wall of the cabin. I started to ask what they were looking at, but I turned to see for myself. There, several feet up above me, were claw marks on the edge of the cabin, fresh and deep. It had to have been made by something that was either on the roof of the cabin or was standing tall and could reach that high, and the gouges were so big. "We need to go back inside, okay?" my mom said, with obvious panic in her voice. She grabbed us by our forearms and began to lead us back inside. When I felt her jump and I heard the sound that had caused her to do that, we all turned at once to face the source of a clawing and growling sound at a nearby tree. And there, peering out and baring its teeth from behind a large pine, was a big dog-like creature that was way too far off the ground to be anything normal. I wanted to believe it was a bear, but the way its mouth moved, the way it bared its teeth, it reminded me of our dog too much. My mom basically dragged us inside as she ran and locked the door behind her. It's been long enough now that I'm ready and able to go back there by myself. So just keep in mind, if you catch wind of someone perishing or being eaten at a cabin soon, it's probably me. Something in the Trees from Insulting. This happened to me as a kid. I'm 29 years old now, but I've never forgotten what happened to me and my friends when we were young. We were having a sleepover at a friend's house. That friend lives in a populated housing development with a bunch of trees surrounding it. He has the biggest backyard out of us, and with a nice pool and a trampoline, we were in heaven. Well, no sleepover around Halloween time is really fun without watching some scary movies, so we decided to turn on Werewolf in London, the black and white 1935 classic. After an hour or so, we got bored of the movie and decided to go out back, jumping on the trampoline. It was around 10 p.m. There was a full moon out and not a cloud in sight. We lived in West Virginia, so at the time at night we could see all the stars. We decided to lie down on the trampoline and relax, gazing up at the sky. His trampoline sits right next to a wood shed, and it was cool because we could jump on top of it and then jump back off of it onto the trampoline. Well, right to the left of that shed was a big tree with most of the leaves still on it, but starting to fall off. While we were lying there, Ryan jumped on top of the shed and was going to jump off, making all of us go up in the air a bit. I looked over at him and said, "Don't," and then I stopped. He replied, "Don't what, dude?" At that moment, I was staring into the tree next to him, because there was something in it, something with yellow eyes and a long dog-like nose pointing out behind some branches and leaves. I pointed at it, and I said, "Guys, there's something in that tree." Everyone laughed at me at first, playing it off like I was joking or something. I looked away for a split moment, and when I looked back up, I couldn't see it. Well, this is where it got bad, and no one was laughing anymore. The wind began to pick up and the tree was shaking, but not like the wind blowing it. It was literally shaking at the top. Something was crawling up the branches. We all just kind of stood up and looked up at the tree. Before I could blink, whatever was in that tree moved to the next one. They were almost connected, but still, you would have to jump onto a branch or something to get up there. The leaves were falling out of it like crazy, and the branches were beginning to break. I called out to Ryan, telling him we had to get back inside the house now. So like I said, it's a big backyard with a private fence, so it was a good ways away from the back door. I counted 1, 2, and 3 in my head. Then I broke into a sprint to the back door. The others followed. As we did this, whatever that thing was in the tree was jumping from tree to tree following us. The wind was blowing hard, and the trees were shaking, branches were breaking. Just as we made it back to the door, I looked behind us, and on top of the shed, I could see a dog-like face, those familiar yellow eyes, and huge paws grabbing onto the sides of it. As soon as we got in, we heard a spine-tingling howl from outside. It repeated this howl a few times. After that day, I never stayed over at Ryan's house again, but we never told our parents what happened. What's even better is that there have been 12 cow deaths at that farm less than a mile from his house, all of which have gone unexplained. Not sure what we saw that night, but I'm glad I'm still here to tell the tale. Osceola, New York Werewolf from Charcoal Pitbull 23. I was 13 years old, and I was at my stepdad's house. He lives in a heavily wooded area. I just got done hunting with him for the first time. It must have been around 4:30 p.m. It was an autumn Sunday, and the sun was just barely above the horizon. I helped him hang up the deer so we could take care of it the next morning. I was washing off the knife with the hose in the garage. When I was about to close the side door, I heard a twig snap to my right, so I looked over, and I saw something. It was this thing that had white fur and dark blue eyes. It was poking out from behind a tree. I froze and locked eyes with it. When I tried to back up, it came closer. I nearly messed myself. The thing was 6 feet tall and walked on 2 legs like a man. I continued to back up, but I tripped over a root sticking out of the ground. When I fell, the thing charged at me. I picked myself up, but my pant leg was stuck still. All I could think was, die fighting. So I desperately reached for my hunting knife. When I turned, prepared for the thing and its attack, it was gone. All I heard was growling and leaves moving. I quickly cut my pant leg free, and I booked it back inside. I grabbed my dad's .44 Magnum carbine, loaded it, and waited behind the couch until my stepdad approached me and I told him what went on. He laughed and told me, "Sure thing, bud. I still go out in the woods, but I keep that Magnum real close, just in case I see that thing again." The Eyes, from Charles M. I was about 9 or 10 years old, so it was several years ago. I was at Carter Lake, Iowa, at a cousin's house. I was actually across the street in a lot that a different cousin owned. I was clearing out a lot of weeds and trash. I suddenly began to hear noises like nails or claws clicking on metal, trees creaking, and the chain link fence and the sheet metal attached to it shifting and shaking. This was unusual because there was no wind that day, and when I say no wind, I mean not even a slight breeze. When I was done, I went inside and went to sleep for the night, not really thinking about it much. I woke around 6 or 7 in the morning. The sun was still rising, so it was a bit dark out. I decided to look out the front room window at the gate for the lot. I noticed it was open, but I was sure that I locked it before I went to sleep. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my dad's hunting knife from the nightstand. Then I went out to the lot to see if anyone was there. I looked all over, but there were no animals or people around, so I went ahead and closed the gate. I made sure I locked the gate this time and went back to the house. But just as I get across the street, I felt odd. I didn't feel alone anymore. So I turned around and I saw these 2 eyes that were unlike any animal I'd seen before. They reflected a bright red, and when I saw what the outline of the animal looked like, I began to shake all over. I knew immediately what it felt like to be a small little prey animal. It looked like a bear, but thin and emaciated. Not to mention, this bear would not stop walking on its hind legs. In fact, the shape of it appeared more like a dog. I ran back inside the house. I ran around the house, muttering, "Oh crap," repeatedly, locking every door and window. I sat down to catch my breath, and I looked out the same window I had before, but the lot was empty again, and the creature I'd seen was gone. I've got no idea as to what it was, but it scared the crap out of me. The thought that I was out there alone with something that big and extraordinary, it gives me chills.
An anonymous story from 4chan. I used to go visit my grandpa outside of Bozeman in the winters. Grandpa is this tiny little frail old man, but he's pretty hardy. He used to take us snowshoeing up in the mountains and carry most of the gear in his sled that he pulled behind him. It was freaking cold up there. Your snot would be frozen before it even left your nose. The times he did convince us to go out, we ended up staying in ice caves that Grandpa had carved into snowy banks earlier in the winter. And at the time out there, it got dark really early, and of course no campfires, because it was all ice and snow everywhere. One year we're out there camping with Grandpa, and he's really on the edge the whole trip. We don't ask him why, because we're stupid kids and don't think it matters, or maybe we thought it wasn't any of our business. He was acting strangely. He was irritable, with random outbursts, yelling at us for the smallest things. You should have seen how mad he got when we didn't tie a knot right, and he was furious when we didn't keep up with him fast enough. We stopped hiking at about 2 p.m. Nightfall wouldn't be for another 3.5 hours. My brother and I exchanged WTF looks with each other. We look around for his ice cave, but there isn't one. "Grandpa, where are we going to be camping?" I ask. But then Grandpa's nowhere to be found. We took our eyes off of him for one moment, and he's gone. We can't find his footprints, which is strange because snowshoes leave enormous footprints that you can't miss. We backtrack and follow the trail to where we were earlier.
But the footprints just end right there, right where me and my brother were when Grandpa told us to stop for the day. After a lot of deliberation, we decide to head back, following our tracks back to the main road, where we will somehow flag down a car and get someone to help us find our grandpa. We hike about an hour back the way we came when we suddenly hear a voice. "Where the hell have you kids been?" It's Grandpa, and he's pissed. He says that he was hiking along and all that, and the next time he turned around, we were gone. He says our footprints just ended about 100 paces back from wherever he was when he realized that we were gone. We tell him the same thing happened to us, and we just got back from 2 miles ahead of us on the trail. Suddenly, he goes into wild animal hyper-alert mode, stops talking. His eyes are scanning the forest around us, head pivoting side to side, trying to see everything at once. I'm freaking out, and my brother even starts crying. Grandpa won't respond when we ask him what's wrong, quietly muttering incoherently to himself. After what seems like forever, Grandpa starts moving again, simply says, "Follow me," and we do. Too scared to argue with him, but we realize that he's going in a third direction, not where we came from, and not where we were going originally. We were all hiking close together then, literally stepping on each other's feet because we're so creeped out. If it weren't for the ski poles, we would have been holding hands. We eventually emerge in a clearing. I recognize it as a lake, but you'd never know it in the winter when everything was frozen solid. We get out on the ice and walk all the way to the middle of the lake before we stop. Grandpa tells us to get out our parkas, as we're going to be staying a while. We ask him what's happening, but we don't get an answer. He gets out his binoculars and starts to scan the shoreline. This is a pretty big lake, so without binoculars, neither me nor my brother could really see anything besides little distant trees on the shore. At this point, Grandpa puts the binoculars down, unpacks a fairly large caliber revolver and holster, and puts it on his hip. He then picks the binoculars back up and points them in the same direction he was looking at a minute ago. Me and my brother both look in that direction. I can barely see something moving around. Not just one something, but several of them, all of varying sizes. They're all hanging out on the bank though. None of them leave the thick brush surrounding the lake or venture onto the ice. After a few minutes, Grandpa silently hands me the binoculars. When I look at the movement on the shore, I almost soil myself. I see 3 animals. 2 are what I can only assume are wolves, maybe coyotes, but I don't think that's what it was, because the bodies were way too long, almost snake-like. The third animal is some sort of all-white thing standing on 2 legs, and the more I look at it, the stranger it appears. At first I took it to be a bear, just standing on 2 legs. Then it starts walking, pacing really, and the legs are just too long and slender to be a bear's. I sit down on the ice, lean up against my backpack, and get a more steady grip on the binoculars. I slowly realize that whatever it is, it has the approximate build of a person, but the head is clearly not that of a human. It's some sort of animal, but I can't place it. I ask my grandpa what the hell it was. My brother snatches the binoculars away from me, and when he sees it, he labels it a bear man and wants to take a few shots at it. Grandpa says he thinks it's an Indian, dressed up in animal fur, trying to blend in with the forest surroundings and the animals he's with. Says that's what they did when they hunted. I still don't stop wanting to soil myself. Because if that's an Indian in a bearskin with 2 massive, weird-looking wolves, it didn't make any sense at all. And they were following us. Even better. And they were afraid of the ice for whatever reason. It's starting to get dark, and we're still out there on the ice. We're all watching the Indian bear man thing, whatever the heck it was, with his dog-wolf creatures, slowly wandering along the coastline, clearly avoiding the lake, but trying to figure out how to get out onto it somehow. Every once in a while, they'll change direction, as though they were pacing back and forth. In the time, I have the binoculars, and I see the thing, his dogs, wolves, motionless and staring directly at us many times. No one breaks the silence for a while. When it gets too dark to see anything on the shore, Grandpa relaxes, puts down the binoculars, and actually starts to make a camp as though nothing had happened. Of course, we didn't have a tent, but we do have sleeping bags and bivy bags to keep the blowing snow off of them, and the wind off of our faces. Me and my brother look up at him like he's crazy. "We're gonna sleep out here," he says. I say something along the lines of, "What about that guy out there? He's right over there." But it didn't matter. We spent the long night in that exact spot. The next morning, we can't locate any animals or bear men after 45 minutes of scanning the trees around the lake. So it was safe, right? Grandpa declares it's safe, or safe enough to head back, and since he knows these woods well, we were going to take a different route back to the main road. After a mile, he's doubling back, staring at mountaintops and measuring angles between them with his arms, and I'm convinced he's lost. In the next moment, several things happen at once. With no warning, a huge moose gallops out of seemingly thin air and almost crushes my brother, managing to push him on the ground. Grandpa collapses for an unknown reason. The three of us manage to form a triangle, and then we see him, a slender person covered in white fur like a polar bear, with a bear head, or some kind of canine mask. Thing is, it looked extremely lifelike. The two wolf-like things are circling at a distance. The bear man lets loose a scream like you'd imagine would come from a Bigfoot, not a person. Grandpa half sits up, points his revolver, fires off 3 shots at the thing in rapid succession. There's a huge puff of snow like a silent explosion, and we can't see anything for a few moments. Then a second moose goes hurtling through, and after it's gone, the snow has settled down, and the bear man is gone too. No traces of blood to be found. We can still see one of the wolves circling us, but it's pretty far away. We proceed to book it out of the woods, taking the shortest and most direct route off the mountain. I think that Grandpa isn't really sure about what's going on, but nobody cares. We have to keep moving, and we all know it. I can see the wolf at the edge of my vision, several hundred feet out through the trees. Can't tell if it's 1 or 2 of them at that distance. We eventually do get back to Grandpa's car, which means he did know where he was going, thankfully. It's been covered in fresh snowfall since we left it there. But there's also 10-inch paw prints all over the place, on it and around it. We clean off the snow and see that there are dents in the hood, like hail fell on it, but they're right under where the paw prints were. On the drive home, we all swear to never speak of this to Grandma or to my mom. We have to swerve out of the way of a huge roadkill in the middle of the road, too. We almost drove off the road, but stopped just in time. The thing in the road that we swerved around was a huge mound of fur with no distinct animal-like forms. No head, no legs, no tail, and there was blood everywhere. It looked more like a giant skin thrown over a giant mound of flesh, and I can see it moving. Grandpa peels the heck out of there, driving home 30 miles per hour over the speed limit, and we never look back. My great-grandmother's encounter with the loup-garou in East Texas, from Major Batarang. My great-grandmother always used to tell a story about a werewolf-like creature called the loup-garou. At some point in her life, according to the version my grandpa used to tell, his mom lived along the Sabine River and had some friends over one night for supper.
My great-grandmother lived in a house out in the woods, a short distance from town, and everyone was about ready to start heading back. It was past dusk, but not too late, and the guests were just starting to say their goodbyes, when a wailing howl shattered through the stillness of the forest. Everyone inside the house just froze, and one of the women uttered, "Loup Garou." They began shutting the windows in a panic, locking every door. It was believed that the Loup Garou was unable to get inside a locked house. After a short time, and all the house was locked down, my great-grandmother and her guests gathered in the front parlor and hid in the shadows. From the woods rose another piercing howl, and the sounds were much closer now. As they all huddled in silence in the parlor, a heavy form stepped up onto the porch, the weight of its massive body straining the wooden planks. It walked past the door, jiggling its locked knob, and its heavy breathing fogged up the window panes as the creature stepped into the bright beams of the moonlight. It began to peer into the window, but everyone remained entirely motionless, holding their breath. The creature let out a mighty, possibly irritated howl, a howl that my grandpa said made my great-grandmother tremble years later. The beast then walked back into the woods, vanishing in the dark. The dinner party had been so scared that they all decided to stay the night, not daring to step foot outside until morning. In the morning, when they investigated the outside of the cabin, there were giant footprints in the mud all over, long claws sticking out from each of the toes. They didn't stay much longer in that house, moving into town not long after that, then soon moving into the Houston area. That's the story I used to hear from my grandpa. I personally don't know how true it is, but that's the beauty of folklore. You get to hear it, you get to decide for yourself, and sometimes, if you're lucky, you get to see the fear creeping back up in the person who experienced the story. Fear that you can't fake. Dogman doesn't just howl, he whistles. From Mr. P. I'm 31 years old. I've never been scared of the dark. Then again, I've never been alone in the middle of farms or fields or woods until I was 13, and that happens to be when this occurred. I was 13 and I was with my grandfather. He owned a little farm in West Texas in a small town. We left the house that morning at around 6 or 7 a.m., just as the sun came up in the beginning of spring. There weren't any leaves on the trees, and the grass was yellow. It was a bit cold outside at the time, so we wore jackets to go feed the cows out on the farm. As we pulled up, the cows were not waiting by the fence to get cow feed as they usually did. It was then that we heard a strange whistling sound, similar to the noise a white-tailed deer makes, but longer and kind of aerated. I looked around feeling kind of anxious, trying to see where the sound came from. I tugged on my papa's arm, saying, "What's that sound?" He raised an eyebrow as if to ask what sound. I said, "It whistled like a deer." He shrugged and then began to shake the cake so that the cows would come over. They eventually did show up, but standing in the middle of the field around their calves, as if they were trying to protect them from something. As the bull came rushing up, stopping a good 3 yards from the gate at the barn, it looked up at the hayloft at the top of the barn. It began to huff and stir up dust with its hooves, never taking its eyes off of the loft. My grandpa was growing aggravated. He began to yell out for the cows, which he never did and obviously wouldn't work. He opened the gate, pouring the cake in a line like he usually does with the cows.
keeping a close eye on the bull because he was acting so aggressive and strange. The bull would not stop snorting and kicking up dust, and even though he had fresh food in front of him, the bull would not stop staring at the hayloft. Curious, I looked up at the hayloft myself. The sun was shining through into the dark loft, allowing me to see that there was someone standing in there. Someone covered in black and gray fur, standing tall enough that they had to hunch over in a 6-foot-tall loft. Their hands were clawed, with 5 digits like a person, of course, but their silhouette boasted a more German shepherd-like head shape. It stood there above the barn doors, where the trucks were. It startled me, so I stared at it, but quite quickly I grew so afraid that I did not want to be on the side of the fence alone, so I crawled through the barbed wire fence. I hastily went over to my papa, and I told him, "Look, who is that in the hayloft?" But, like a horror movie cliche, when my grandpa turned to look, the hayloft was empty. Nothing there," he said. I then frantically explained what I saw. He told me I was just tired, that he woke me up too early, and that the bull acting goofy must have spooked me. Probably just a barn owl, he said. So we finished up with the cows. Before we knew it, we were going back home to eat breakfast. That afternoon around lunchtime, my cousins and I went out to play on the farm. My papa and dad had taken us out there. I was telling my cousins what I saw and they simply laughed at me. I decided to take a flashlight and climb the ladder to the hayloft to see if I could find any trace of it up there. As I crawled up the ladder, I noticed a smell that I'd never smelled before, and to this day, I've never smelled anything like it. It was this old coppery dirt smell, mixed with wet dog, with a hint of urine. I shone the flashlight up only to see dark hair on the floor. This startled me, so I began to shimmy down the ladder fast. I grabbed a pile of rocks and began to chunk them into the hayloft, trying to scare that thing out of the barn, but I didn't hear anything but rocks hitting the floor. I pulled out my pocket knife and forced myself to look back up there, thinking if anything came at me, I could stab it or cut it. Steadily, after a while, I crawled back up, peeking over to the fur, to see that the hay had been torn from the ropes binding it, and now there were huge claw marks in the wall, with a partially eaten deer laying there that hadn't been there before. I ran back down the ladder, yelling to my papa. After he investigated, he didn't say what it was. He simply told me that it was best to stay away from the barn. I wish I knew what that lump of fur was. I wish I knew what that thing standing in the hayloft was, and why the cows were so scared of it, but maybe it's best left a mystery. Just remember, some wolves don't howl, some of them whistle. Shapeshifter, or unnaturally large wolf, from Dakota M. This happened a few years ago on a family farm out in the country, specifically in Australia. On the farm, we have over 50 racing greyhounds that we look after every day. We had acres upon acres of green grass and crops, where I would often take some of these greyhounds out to run for hours. I loved it, but my life wasn't easy. My dad turned into a drug dealer. My mom was abused, and a lot of other things. One day, I was running around with my favorite greyhound, Delta, quite far from the farmhouse. I left my phone at home because I couldn't be bothered to bring it. We were running through a field of crops, and my mother and Nana always told me to never go too far to the side of the fields, but they would never say why. So I went around close to the border of the fields, which were greeted by a forest of trees from one side to the other. We walked and walked when I swear I heard twigs snapping and pounding thuds coming from the edge of the trees, though I couldn't see anything. By then it was getting dark, but it wasn't too noticeable. Even little Deli stopped putting her ears up from time to time towards the trees. So we began heading back, but I felt like there was something behind me. I glanced, but there was nothing. Then there was a loud snarl, followed by a crunching sound and a short howl, which made the two of us freeze. Then Delta started to growl, her ears forward, and she was baring her teeth. Then we both saw it, what appeared to be a huge, beautiful black wolf. I was confused and scared, because wolves were not around in Australia. The odd part was, it wasn't showing any signs of aggression. No baring teeth, no flat ears on its head, no odd tail movement. Delta then tucked her tail between her legs and her ears went flat, and she began to whimper. The thing that mostly drew my attention was its piercing, glowing yellow eyes. And weirdly enough, the creature gave off this vibe that actually made me feel comfortable. It stood in the long dead grass, staring at us with its ears pointed up like a statue. I took a risk and turned away quickly, running back for the house. When I made it to the top of the hill, I turned, but I could no longer see it. If anything, it may have been following me, stalking me where I couldn't see it. So we ran back home. I let Delta inside for the night to keep her safe, as I did not want to take any chances. I of course told my mom of this, and she said I was probably seeing things. I then went to tell my nan, who then told me a strange story. I didn't know about this, but my mother apparently had a miscarriage. They would have had a little girl before me, and she would have been my older sister. She then said that the creature may be the reincarnation of my older sister. I was dumbfounded, not sure if I believed that story. Then again, we don't have wolves here, and wolves don't get that big. But that wasn't the end of it. One day we went down to the closest shop open for dinner. When we came back, our locked front door had been smashed in. There were huge paw marks on the front porch, several times bigger than the greyhounds. Immediately, I thought of that massive wolf that I'd seen. My mother always kept a baseball bat in the car, just in case, but when she went inside, no one was in the house, and nothing had been taken. We had a camera on the front porch, so we checked it out, and I was shocked at what we saw. There was a guy dressed in black with a knife trying to picklock the door, before smashing it in, but before actually entering the home, we watched the guy throw the knife to the side and running off the porch into the darkness, as if he was in a panic at something. We should have been able to see what left the paw print, but we never did. It was like a clue as to what scared the guy, without any evidence of what could have made it. This influenced my family enough to actually call out a ranger and let them know that some kind of animal was lurking on the property and that it could be dangerous. But after all these years, I haven't seen it again. But I do know that if it truly was violent or dangerous, it would have ended me when it had the chance. Something was right outside. From GG. My best friend's parents own a small log cabin on a small, secluded river in the middle of the forest. It's about a 2-mile hike from the nearest highway. In this story, I'll refer to my best friend as M. 2 more of my friends factor into this story, and I'll refer to the one who was 16 years old as P, and the 15-year-old as J. It was mid-June of 2019. We were having a party to celebrate the end of our first year of high school. There were about 20 people who attended the party, but MJP and myself stayed for the night. The actual party was very fun, and we all went swimming up and down the river. It wasn't too far from the cabin. Plus, there's a long rock that sticks out about 40 feet above the river, which we named Chicken Rock, because if you don't jump off into the water from it, you're a chicken. Personally, I love jumping off the thing, so myself and M quickly climbed up to the small outcrop. There were about 5 other people following us who wanted to jump. M and myself helped people climb up the small rock face to get to the Chicken Rock, so we were the last 2 people to actually jump off. When it came to us, I let M go first. I watched as he plummeted downward and landed into the river. As I stood on the top of the rock, I could see the forest around me, everyone swimming happily below. And if my eyes weren't deceiving me, there was something on the other side of the river in the woods. It was pretty far back, but my high vantage point allowed me to barely make out a large black shape. I have no idea what it was, but my friends started yelling at me for taking too long. When I looked back up at the figure, the thing was gone. I jumped into the river and we swam back. I said nothing because it would sound insane. We had some dinner and everyone talked, but at around 8 p.m. people who were not spending the night made their way back to where we designated a space for them to park. By 9 p.m., everyone except for myself, MJP, and M's family were gone. There were only 8 of us in all. My 3 friends and I went out to the edge of the river and built a small campfire. We sat around it for a good hour, talking about the school year and our summer plans. We were having a good time, but then it began to pour, and the fire was quickly put out. We walked back to the cabin and all sat down inside. As for the sleeping arrangements, my 3 friends and I would sleep on the screened-in porch, while M's family slept inside on the couch and the bed. We went to sleep around 11 p.m. after playing some board games. No more strange things had happened since I jumped off the rock, but the night was about to take a turn for the worst. We were sleeping on the screened-in porch. It was pretty uncomfortable, so we had a very hard time actually falling asleep. I do remember eventually falling asleep, and when I woke up, it was still pitch black. The only thing I could see was the faint outline of my friends sleeping, and the moon's reflection off the river, faintly lighting the areas around it. Something had to have awakened me, but I was not exactly sure what it was yet. But then I heard it. A loud howl coming from the other side of the river. In fact, it sounded like it was coming from the same place I'd seen that figure earlier. I went completely silent and still. It went on for a good 20 minutes in the same spot before finally stopping. I stayed quiet, realizing that my friends were no longer breathing deeply and slowly, because they too had been awakened and had been listening to the howl. M, who is a Boy Scout, turned to us in the darkness and whispered, "I've never heard anything like that before." I quietly whispered back, "Would you say that was a coyote?" "No, that wasn't a coyote," M replied. "Too loud, too deep, and we don't have wolves around here either." Now we were all scared, lying on the screened-in porch having no idea what to do. No idea how long until the sun came up. A little while later, the howl came again, interrupting my friends whispering to each other. Same spot, same howl. This time it came every 30 seconds for a few minutes, until I noticed something. It was getting fainter, perhaps moving away from us, down the river, perhaps moving away toward the lake. But then, when we all thought it was about to be over, it changed course and began heading this way. It must have gone around the lake, I whispered. Em said, yeah, it's definitely getting closer. He was right. The howling was getting louder and happened more frequently. Just when it sounded like it was right there, it stopped completely. We were all completely quiet, hardly even breathing. We began to hear twigs cracking under something heavy, and whatever it was walked near the waterline. The moon's reflection illuminated it. We were all horrified, yet amazed at the same time. It was massive. We have a hammock strung between 2 trees nearby that's about 3 feet off the ground. This thing was more than 2 times the size of it, and it was further away. I would guess it was at least 8 feet tall. Then it began growling. It walked on its back legs over to the cabin. The growling was so close, whatever it was stood right outside the screened porch. I thought it could have just reached right through and grabbed us, but it never tried. It stood there for a while, before slowly making its way back into the woods. The thump of its steps and the branches cracking grew fainter and fainter, until we could all breathe a sigh of relief. We heard one final howl, and then heard it no more. None of us fell asleep that night, and when the sun finally came up, we were ready to leave. Em's family had heard whatever the thing was too, and asked if we had seen what made the sound. We told them everything, and they weren't sure what it was either. One thing is for sure, we all saw whatever it was, and don't plan on going back to that cabin anytime soon. Is That a Werewolf? By Yona. I live in Delhi, India. A couple of months ago, my best friend Varuna and I were sitting in our room studying for our upcoming finals. With only a couple of weeks left, we were extremely stressed and stayed up for hours that night to prepare. It was our college graduation exams, and we both were pursuing the same subject, living in the same apartment complex and going to the same college. I've known Varuna since we were kids. We met during our kindergarten years, so we were quite close. So it was a long night of preparation, and we were sitting in our living room studying. Our apartment was on the 5th floor, which faces a huge empty plot of land. The only trees present in that land are big coconut trees. The ground is full of tall grasses which cover up the land. There is a huge pond in the middle as well. When we first moved in, that piece of land was seriously spooky, as there were no houses, and there were tons of wild foxes that lived out there. We could hear them barking or screaming every night, which is pretty chilling the first time you hear it, but we both grew used to it. To separate the land from our complex, there was a huge 6-foot wall which prevents the foxes from coming in. From our living room terrace, we could see the foxes running around looking for food. It was around 2:30 a.m. and Varuna and I were chugging coffee and quizzing each other, and the foxes started howling and barking. We didn't pay attention to them, and instead tried to focus. Usually they do this at intervals every night, so it was nothing new. However, this time, they didn't stop barking. Usually they'd stop after maybe a couple of minutes, but they were at it for literally an hour. The complex is new and not many people live here, not to mention the street was pretty far away, so there was no noise from the vehicles or other people. That night, their continuous barking really irked us because we were trying to concentrate. To make matters worse, the stray dogs that lived around our complex began barking back at them. Our complex is full of them because it's still under construction, and they get a lot of food from the workers and a few people that live here. We have 2 Labrador retrievers as well, Danny and Drogo, yes, named from Game of Thrones. They rushed to the terrace and their back hair was standing up. We didn't pay them much attention at first, but after a while, we walked over to the terrace to bring them back in before they started barking like crazy. I got them on their leashes and tried to control them, afraid they'd take off or jump from the terrace. I got them back inside. Then Veruna and I went back outside. We wanted to know if there was something they were all barking at, to see if it wasn't just some argument between the foxes and dogs. At first, we saw a few foxes running around. Then suddenly, we saw a massive figure standing up from the ground. Honestly, I thought it was a person at first, but then it stood up, and it appeared to be holding something in its mouth, something that I soon realized was the body of a fox. We stood there staring at it without making so much as a whimper. That's when our dogs decided to empty their lungs at this thing. The creature turned at us, glaring at us, and I could see it had a long snout, shabby rusty gray hair, and pointed ears. Its eyes held such a malicious gaze and looked almost silvery in color. It looked like it was breathing heavily and growling at the same time. We watched it pull the fox from its mouth with an especially sharp, clawed hand. What on earth are we looking at? Veruna basically screeched beside me, digging her nails into my arms and breaking me out of my shock. The beast turned, got down on the ground, and began running. We could see it going further away as it broke the grass and trampled on it, running at full speed. We were soon left standing there, staring into a now empty field. The dogs had stopped barking and were now nuzzling my leg, trying to get my attention. I noticed their tails had been tucked under their bodies. We went to the rooms and started closing the windows and pulling the curtains back. I've never been so scared in my life. Even though we saw the thing run away, we were sure it'd be back, especially with all the foxes in that field. We switched off the lights and sat on the sofa, not really speaking for a long time. We could still hear the distant barking and howling of the foxes, but they soon gave up as well. We fell asleep on the couch that night together and woke up quite late. Veruna was still shaken up by the experience and wanted to go investigate, but I didn't want to go out there, daylight or nighttime. What if that thing came back and we were there? We waited for 2 weeks to see if it would come back, but we never saw it again, and I can't be any more thankful for that. I Survived the Dogman by Unnamed Hunter. The incident occurred in November of 2015, the week before Youth Weekend in Vermont. I went out alone with my hatchet, machete, and water. That's it. I thought myself a self-made survivalist, and I was either too young or too dumb to know any better. I didn't know how truly dangerous the wilderness could be. To set the scene for you, I was alone in 110 acres of woods. I stupidly chose to go to the thickest section. I walked out to an area of spruce trees that had a decent amount of deer activity, and once I got to the location, I got to work making my deer blind using dead falls and spruce boughs. I was making a lot of noise with my hatchet, cutting logs to make the 3 walls to lean the spruce boughs on. That's when I thought I heard a stick snap behind me. I stopped and slowly turned to see what had made the sound. When I turned around, I saw that I was still alone, although I did notice that the woods around me had gone unnaturally quiet. I was too inexperienced to know that that was a bad sign. I went back to work, and the same snaps kept happening, moving around the side of me. That's when I heard a guttural growl, a snarl. I turned and saw huge dog-like legs with claws or nails that were at least 3 inches long. I looked up, trembling as I took in the sight. Not even 15 feet away from me was the largest dog or wolf-looking thing I'd ever seen.
And what really disturbed me was the way it had a human expression upon its face, baring its teeth in a chilling-looking smile. I was dumbfounded. All I could think to do was keep my eyes on it and slowly back away. I did exactly that, and it did the same, mirroring my movement, but coming closer, not backing up like I was. It only stopped when I made it to the edge of the woods. I do not know why it didn't follow me out, why it didn't end me when it had the chance, because it easily could have, at any moment. These days, I don't do my hunting or surviving out in those woods anymore, and if you go out in the woods yourself, I don't recommend you go unless you go well armed. Werewolf in the Barn by Skylar H. I lived in South Minnesota on a private property in farm country. The property was rather large and heavily wooded in most parts. There was also a small pond and steep stream bed. It was the beginning of November when I had my encounter with this monster. My wife and I had just finished cleaning up after our yearly Halloween party. We had invited the entire family out and set up a haunted trail that the younger people in the family could enjoy. It was 2 days after the party had happened, and it was about 8:50 p.m. We had finally finished storing all the decorations, and we also moved our 5 horses up to the main barn from their lockout pasture. We had put them down there so we could use the main pasture for the trail. The horses did not make it very easy, though. They bolted as soon as we opened their gate. This wasn't usually like them. We basically had to run the mile uphill to catch up. We set out fresh hay and locked them in, since there was going to be a hard freeze that night. I had just put dinner in and was enjoying some television when my phone got a text message in the kitchen. I lazily got to my feet when I heard the horses going crazy in the barn. I figured one of the farm dogs had gotten locked in with them. They do prefer to sleep on the hay instead of our carpet. I grabbed my spotlight and I walked out to the porch. Surprisingly, I found all my dogs there, all of them staring at the barn. I shined the light down into the lockout pasture and saw the horses all on one side of the corral. They were also staring at the open barn door. At that point, I was still assuming they had gotten spooked by something small, maybe a bat flying around or a tool falling off the wall. I yelled back to my wife, who was upstairs, "Something spooked the horses. I'm gonna go round them up. Can you help out?" It took her a minute to reply, saying that she'd be out in a few. I called for the dogs to come with me and started for the barn. I walked into the barn pasture, and the horses immediately trotted to crowd around me, almost pushing me over. I yelled and they backed off, giving me some space. My wife's mare, Cherry, kept rubbing her muzzle against me, eyes wide and terrified. I grabbed a nearby stool and brush and began to pet her backside, which is something she enjoyed, and I was trying to calm her down real quick. And that's when I noticed the 4 long parallel slashes going down her leg. I immediately thought there was a bear, and I shone the light into the barn. Besides a few tools and some buckets thrown around, there was nothing. I figured if there was a bear, it had smelled some of the garbage left in the upper level from the party. I was about to start to lock the horses back up when I noticed a bale of hay lying on the floor, twine still on it. It was not there when I locked them up. I went rigid and shone my light up to the loft, expecting to see a black bear, but I could only see the first couple of feet of the loft, so I had to climb up. I walked over to the ladder and noticed some dark gray hair hanging on a nail about halfway up. Right before I was about to climb up, I heard my wife behind me start to scream, along with the horses whinnying. I spun around to see her shining her own light upward to the top of the barn. "The window," she said. Drawing my courage, I climbed up the ladder and I looked toward the window. It wasn't a bear. At first, I thought it was one of my younger relatives pulling a prank on me. But when the creature opened its mouth and started to pant like a dog, I knew it was no prank. It was about 6 feet tall and at least 200 pounds, halfway through the window of the barn loft. It was dark gray with a lighter shade around its neck. Its head was very similar to a German Shepherd, but with a much larger muzzle. And its eyes, the closest I can describe them in color, would be beer, but like someone was showing a dull yellow light through it. Those eyes were locked on me, mouth still open, revealing sharp and jagged teeth, stained light brown. It was almost leaning out of the window, one hand resting on the side. Its hands resembled almost a raccoon's hands, with long, bony fingers and sharp claws. I slowly climbed back out of the barn, and I made my way to my wife. There we could still see this thing, now on the other side of the window, staring out. My wife was about to scream again, but I shot my hand back and covered her mouth. She immediately grabbed my arm and clung to me. The creature put both hands on the window, while I leaned down and whispered to my wife, "On 3, we run and we don't look back." Before I could finish the sentence, the creature had jumped down and went to all fours, growling, and we simply bolted. We ran the 25-yard gap between the house and barn in record time. The dogs had all run back to the deck and were now growling and baring their teeth at the thing. My wife reached the door first and flung it open, but when she turned to me, she screamed. I risked it, glancing back behind me, and saw that the thing was terribly close, less than 10 feet. I reached the front steps and jumped as hard and as far as I could, and thankfully landed inside with the dogs right behind me. My wife slammed the door and was then thrown back as the door was flung back open, the thing standing up and staring down at us, baring its teeth. It wasn't all the way in, though. I jumped up and placed all my weight into the barely opened door. It shut and latched, but I soon felt something heavy outside slamming its weight against the door, and I heard the wood begin to crack. My wife thankfully had recovered and rushed to my side to set the lock in place. We then left the entryway, locking every door we saw, and ran into our kitchen. The only window there was a small one above the sink, which we hid under, hopefully out of sight of the thing. We huddled there for 3 hours, waiting and listening. Each of our dogs were set in different entryways in other rooms, all observant and waiting as well. We heard each one growling, one after the other, as if something was outside the house, walking around. Not too long after that, we heard the horses whining, followed by a loud crash. I figured they had broke down the gate and had escaped back into the pasture. We felt relieved until one of the dogs bared its teeth a moment later, and the assault on our house continued. Eventually, around midnight, when things settled down, the dogs no longer bared their teeth. We went to the bedroom, shut all the curtains, and locked the doors. We tried to sleep, but every little sound outside made me jump, and my wife was worried about our horses. Just when the sun began to rise, we managed to fall asleep. When we woke up, we immediately got dressed and went to check on the horses. They were all fine, scared but fine. We patched up Cherry, my wife's mare, with her deep gashed cuts. We went over to the barn door to see what needed fixing. But what we saw surprised us. The latch to the barn door had been undone and flipped up. The way a person would open it, no animal could do that. I realized this thing must have been quite intelligent, which made it all the more horrifying. That day we went into town. We got a deadbolt for the barn, and we went to a sporting goods store and bought a gun. After that night, we didn't have any more encounters, unless you count the horses refusing to leave the barn a few weeks later. I asked my nearby neighbors if anything strange had happened on their properties,
but no one had any problems, except for one of them. The one was a few miles south of our property. When I asked what happened, all he told me was that they lost a stallion a few weeks prior to my encounter. I asked him if he saw anything, and he gave me a funny look. He said it looked like a bear got at it, real bad, tore up his stallion real good. I wondered if he was hiding something, hiding a story that he thought others wouldn't believe, but I didn't push the subject any further. Since then, I can't look at the woods the same way anymore. If these things are out there, who knows what else is? I don't feel safe going fishing, camping, or even horseback riding anymore. But I will say this to you. If you're outside at night, always watch your back. Dogman by Haley. I was at a bus stop waiting for the bus to get me. It was very dark outside, and there was no light, so I had turned on my phone flashlight hoping I wouldn't be passed up by the bus. I waited a good 10 minutes before I saw it. I began waving my light in the direction of the driver, hoping they would see me, but they did not, and I ended up getting passed by. Knowing that my house was about a mile or two down the road, I started to run down the road, and as I was running, I heard something that made me pause only for a moment. A screaming howl. Not like any wolf or dog I'd ever heard. It was terribly close, too. My heart started beating faster than it ever had before, and I was running with tears coming down my face, but I had no intention of stopping. The road I was running down was lined with thick trees on each side. My panicking anxiety made it seem like the trees were closing in on me, but I knew they weren't, and I tried to remain calm. The screaming howl came again, and it was getting closer. I wasn't sure if I was running to it, or if I was being chased by something. Once I had reached the house, it looked like nobody was home. My parents do not keep the front door unlocked, so I had to run around to the back, but I could not get into that door either. My heart was pounding. All I could do was wait, and prayed that the howling would stop. Soon, I heard my parents arrive home, and I ran to the front door. I found them in the living room. They'd brought home some food, and they had started eating. I interrupted them, explained the noise that I had heard, and I was wondering if they'd seen anything on their way here. They both looked at me confused, and my dad said they hadn't seen anything, but I was welcome to check the front yard. I was standing on the front porch, too anxious to eat. I was scared, but also extremely curious. Whatever was out there, whatever I had heard, I wanted to see it. It was like I couldn't feel better about the situation unless I did see the thing. And as I stood there waiting for any movement in the dark, I saw what appeared to be a person walking toward our house, but as it got closer, I saw how far from human it was. It had very long, tall, thick legs, extremely long, sinewy arms that hung down to its knees. Its shoulders were hunched over, and the closer it got, the faster its speed picked up. When it was all too close, I turned and ran inside. I sat down quickly by my mom, getting close to her side. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I was panicking so much. As she was trying to comfort me, we began to hear scratching along the walls of the house, like it was coming from the back end. When I stood up to look out the window behind my dad, I saw two of the same figures walking around the house. My family went quiet for a while, until the scratching went away, and I could no longer see the silhouettes walking around outside. I remember my dad saying, Did you see how big those were? To this day, he believes that they were just dogs or maybe bears, but I'd seen one up close, and I'd have to disagree about that. My family is planning on moving into a more secluded area near a lake, and I can't help but feel a bit nervous about living even deeper in the wilderness.
The Summer Monster by Jared. I lived in mid-Michigan, not the ghettos part, although I do live very close to a few hotspots. No, I live in a more rural part, the part of Michigan that's flat farmland with large patches of forest, where the DNR is constantly receiving stories of weird animals. The latest is an out-of-place big cat, or cats, I should say, jaguars and panthers. But that's not what I'm here to talk about, even though I wish it was. It began around the mid-90s. It was a warm summer when I began to see something stalking the roads and forests. My first encounter was in 5th grade. Before then, I was always really sick as a kid, so I was never outside too often. As I got older and stronger, I began faring much easier with the outside world. On my parents' property, we have tons of feral cats, close to a dozen on average, and of course they all have kittens pretty much. At the time, I had a big collie named Barney, who has sadly since passed away. Barney absolutely loved to cuddle the kittens regardless of their age, meaning the kittens would go into shock being stolen from their mom by this giant ball of love. We'd have to go outside and take the kittens from the poor dog and give them back to their moms, which was usually pretty easy. But not that summer. On that day, it had happened again. I went outside our house and began to look for the cats. I got around to the back of the place by our barn, and around 100 feet or so I could hear what sounded like snapping. Not like twig snapping, but corn stalks. I looked up past our barn to the field by my house and saw this huge black shadow, clearly heavily covered in matted fur, tearing through the field towards me. I was frozen. I've never seen this before. I mean, I've watched spooky shows and even been into cryptozoology my whole life, but nothing prepares you for something like this. Once the fear kicked in and I decided to make a break for it, I ran full speed back to the house. By the time I got inside, my parents were terrified. They knew I'd seen something, and they began to console me. See, they knew I saw something because a large unknown animal had attacked my mom while she was outside a few summers before that, back when it first started showing up. She said she had run inside after feeling a very bad feeling, only to suddenly have a giant animal trying to break in through our front door. Fast forward around a week or two later, my mom and I were both back outside. The same deal, missing kittens with the big cuddle dog. This time, we barely made it back to the door. My flashlight went past our barn towards the woods behind the house. A neighbor had an old derelict truck there, and horrifyingly, I saw something standing beside it. I mean, standing too, like it was taller than the top of the truck. I saw these giant glowing eyes. I don't remember much about color. I want to say red or orange, but that was so long ago, and I was too scared to look any further. My mom suddenly grabbed me. We raced back to the house and quickly locked the door, making sure to put as much space between us and that thing as possible. I'm an adult now, but I still see things like it around. I used to have a room upstairs in my house, but now I sleep in the basement. One big factor for that move was because some nights I could hear crunching outside, like something heavy walking on pebbles, followed by slow breathing and shallow growling as something stood up right by my window. Then there were the screams coming from the woods, something that still freaks me out when I hear it. It's kind of like a kid screaming, but throw in some bass and make it more feral. It always gets all the dogs in the neighborhood barking, even though none of us are too close to each other. And the thing has a smell, like rotten lettuce and decaying possum. The smell of it comes far before the thing ever shows up. I learned really quick to be careful and wary outside. Just because we've developed society and civilization doesn't mean there still aren't very dangerous animals out there.
most of which, if you don't see it first, you'll never see it until it's too late. It Follows by Brady Kickbush. I was practically raised by my grandma, grew up on her property. She taught me about everything, and when school first started, I would always take the bus home to her place, as it was closer and easier for my mom to pick me up there. I absolutely despised school, though. When winter came around, it got very cold. Here in Indiana, it can go from summer to winter in like 5 seconds. School had not let out for winter break yet, and I was waiting for the bus to come pick me up. I was outside. It was quite dark because of how overcast the sky was. Something felt wrong, though. There was this intense feeling I had, like someone was watching me. I didn't know what to do, or if I should have done anything. Even though I felt like I was just paranoid, I thought I was going to vomit. And I almost did, when I saw the thing coming out from behind a nearby bush. As any normal person would, I first assumed it was just a dog. The hair, the shape of it, it all matched a dog. But the size of it, it was way too big for any normal dog. And when I saw its back arch as it rose up, I saw that the front-facing limbs of it were not legs, but rather arms. It was staring straight at me, and I think the only thing that saved me from that situation was the bus finally coming. As it screeched to a halt, I ran to get my seat and looked out the window to see if the thing was still there. But it wasn't. It was long gone, and I began trying to convince myself that all I saw was a waking dream or something. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep last night. As the years passed by, even more bizarre things began to happen. The feeling of being watched would come and go. Then there was the one time I heard someone growling outside. Large Shadow Before the Storm by Braden. I must have been around 8 years old. Me and my 4 siblings were at home by ourselves right before a large storm hit. They were all focused on some chore, I can't remember, and they told me to go outside to bring in the toys that we had played with earlier so that they didn't get covered or lost in mud. Outside, the storm clouds were rolling in, and the wind was already blowing like crazy. I felt cold, sprinkling rain touch my skin, so I knew I had to work fast to get inside before it started into a full-out rain. Our backyard was very large compared to the other houses in the area, and I was standing in the back part of it. The wind began to pick up as I was almost done. I looked back at the house and saw something toward the side of it. I thought it was our neighbor, until I thought, why would our neighbor be creeping along the side of our house like that? There weren't any windows on that side for him to look into, and he wouldn't have any need to do that anyway. The figure was also quite tall and extremely built or buff, and it took me a moment to realize just how tall it actually was. About 6'6", much taller and hairier than our neighbor. That's about as far as I can go with the details. After what felt like an eternity just staring at the thing, it walked toward the front of the house. When it was gone out of my sight, in a panicked run, I ran through the back door as fast as I could, and didn't bother to get my siblings to come with me. Instead, I sprinted to the front windows to see if it was still there. It couldn't have been more than 15 seconds from when I last saw it. It should have been in our front yard, or at least still in view from the windows. But it wasn't. It had completely vanished. I tried to tell my siblings what I saw, but none of them believed me. That was irritating, because I looked at it way too long for this to be part of my imagination. It was real. It was tangible. After eating dinner, we all went on like normal, but I could not get the thought of the thing out of my head. I think what I saw was a werewolf. It was too human-looking, too large, to be the neighbor or the neighbor's dog. And I think if I had gone outside any sooner, I would have seen it face to face. The Wolf with No Tail by Eddie McCall. My story starts off pretty tragic. I was with my boyfriend. I was trying to console him, as he had recently got the news that his grandparents had passed away in a car crash. He wanted to go outside into the woods, something that always helped to clear his mind, and he asked me if I could join him. Of course, I didn't mind. I do really love our local woods, the birds chirping, the leaves whirling in the wind. So we let our families know where we were going. The walk from our houses there was around 20 minutes. We reached a camping area at around 8 p.m. It was still nice and bright because it was summer. When it was dark, we ate some homemade sandwiches and went into our tent to get some rest. We wanted to get some shut-eye early, so we could wake up early and go on a nice morning walk. At around 2 a.m., Adam woke me up saying that he heard something outside the tent. He was hearing a growl, but me being more skeptical about stuff, I told him it was most likely a raccoon or something. I think he believed me at first, and we laid back down. A little while later, he woke me up again, so we both went outside to check what the growling was, and that was the moment that will haunt me forever. There was this large wolf with red-looking eyes, and it had flat teeth like a person and no tail at all. The two of us backed back up into the tent, terrified, having no idea what we just saw. After about an hour, we heard footsteps walking away from our campsite, and Adam suddenly told me to pack up everything as quickly and quietly as possible. We made our way out of those woods, regretting ever going in them. It was definitely the strangest thing we've ever seen. My Encounters with the Beast of Bray Road by Ethan C. from the YouTube channel Backyard Biologist. My first sighting was 4 years ago. I was walking down my road when my neighbor's dog got loose. The dog started circling me, with the intent to attack at some point, I'm sure. I had my pocket knife ready for whatever was about to happen. Around that time, I heard some rustling sounds coming from the woods 10 yards away from me. As I looked to my left, I saw this huge wolf-like creature walking away. My neighbor's dog, more curious than afraid, followed the noise. I turned around and took the moment to run back to my house. On the second encounter last year, it was very dark out and I was jumping on my trampoline. My mother had recently called me in and I was wrapping things up when I noticed something running up and down the tree line. A few seconds later, whatever it was stopped in its tracks and looked at me. By then I had stopped jumping and was just staring at this thing. The size and stature of it was astonishing. It was at least 2.5 times the size of an ordinary dog, though it was still the shape of one. I was so paralyzed with fear, we must have stared at each other for a solid minute. That's when I had the courage to get up and run inside as fast as I could. It took me quite a long time to get the courage to go back outside at night again, but even then, I'm quite cautious of the woods. Amazon by Joey. It was 2:30 p.m. and it was time for my shift. I work from 3 to 11 at one of Amazon's warehouses. I work with a guy named Jack, your average hardworking guy, and we like to stick together during our shifts whenever we can. The day went by pretty fast, and I was surprised. Things don't usually go that smoothly at the warehouse. By 10 p.m., I had to go mop up the bathrooms, and Jack did the shelving area. Then we'd check everything and go. I was finishing the last stall when Jack called me over to him. He said, "Did you hear that?" I replied with, "What do you mean, man?" "That growl and thud sound." It was all silent to me, but was suddenly broken by a quick snarl and growling sound together, followed by extremely heavy footsteps coming from just outside the walls of the building. Our shifts were over, but we were hesitant to leave after that, not wanting to step a foot outside of the warehouse. Eventually we did, and we were walking over to his car. We heard the footsteps coming again, and before we started to freak out, I glanced in the direction of the sound, and what I saw gave me the most jaw-dropping, wide-eyed moment. Standing on literally 2 hind legs, towering over me, was an estimated 7-foot monster, something with the shape of both a man and a wolf. Jack and I basically dove right into his car and drove out of there. The sight still haunts me to this day, and none of our other coworkers believe us, and we're just left here praying we never see it again. Monster in my campsite. From Phoenix Boy 30. I was in high school. Me and 2 friends of mine, Jay and Ray, had been talking about taking a camping trip to a popular swimming spot in Oregon. We eventually agreed on a spot. Me and Jay asked Ray not to bring his girlfriend Sabrina, as we wanted it to just be us guys. We planned to go the weekend after Halloween. I stayed at Jay's the day before, so we could wake up, pack up, then head over to Ray's. But when we got there, Sabrina was there with camping gear. Now, Jay and I could not stand Sabrina. We said we forgot something and went back to Jay's. We grabbed a werewolf costume that I used on Halloween. After everything was packed up at Ray's, we left the city and went to the campsite. After about a 45-minute drive and a 4-hour hike through the woods, we finally made it to our spot. We set up our tents and got a fire going before dark. Sabrina, well, she was doing nothing but complaining. Jay and I said we were going to bed, as it's been a long day, and so Ray and Sabrina decided to do the same. But Jay and I weren't really going to bed. Jay instead helped me get into my werewolf outfit. I went over to Ray's tent and scratched at it, crouching down in front of the tent door. I looked over at Sabrina. She screamed. When I saw Ray reaching for his 9mm, I quickly pulled off my mask and laughed, shouting, "It's just me, man." Ray said it wasn't funny, and we argued. Eventually, I went to bed. At about 2:30 or 3:30 a.m., sometime around there, Jay and I heard heavy footsteps walking around outside. Something was leaning in and pushing on the tent. We thought it was Ray trying to get back at us. Whatever it was walking around on 2 legs. The following morning, when Jay and I stepped outside, we quickly found the footprints of it. They looked canine in origin, and they definitely were on 2 legs. They traced around our and Ray's tent. So we confronted Ray, asking him if he was trying to scare us last night. But Ray denied that it was him, because he had been thinking that we were messing with him. The 3 of us, confused, followed the tracks back to the tree line and saw massive claw marks down the tree. We quickly packed up, and we have not gone back there since. All of us still talk from time to time, but we don't bring up that night. I wonder what would have happened if one of us was outside the tents when that thing came around. A True Werewolf. From Shadow Warrior. The incident happened many years ago when I was in high school. I'd heard initially about the said mentioned incident on the news on television, as well as at school, to exercise caution while roaming about on your own. The name of the incident was the Freed Park Murders. It took place in Houston, Texas, It's still listed as a cold case to this day. I didn't know that until I had looked up the case online. At the time of the incident, I had resided in apartments that were located right down the street from Freed Park. The apartments are no longer there. Instead, there's now an IKEA there. Back in high school, I would be defined under the category of an introvert or a loner. I was very selective of who I defined as my friend. During lunchtime, I had the tendency to sneak into the school library and go to the upstairs region to look at paranormal books that they had on file during my lunch break. I was fortunate to make friends with another individual who practiced the same customs. During lunch, we would talk about paranormal events and their credibility of existence. As a result, at one point in time, this friend approached me in our school gym during a pep rally and informed me that another individual he knew wished to have a talk with me. They were sitting in the bleachers at the time. I walked over and introduced myself. As a result, for some reason or another, we took a shining to one another. He made it a point at that moment to inform me that he was cursed to be a werewolf. I didn't quite know what to believe at that moment. As time went on, he invited me to his apartment in the apartments that were next to Freed Park, and still are to this day, just listed under a different name, and are operated under new management. When I made it to this guy's home, he gave me specific details of how he had transformed into a werewolf. He showed me where he had jumped from his bedroom window on the second floor onto the ground below, leaving huge paw prints and indentations in the ground. I actually saw the prints he had mentioned. They were quite big, and they did look like they came from a canine. He also walked me through the woodline of Freed Park to show me the ritual site of some witches or a coven, who had helped him to metamorphosize into a werewolf, supposedly. Once he was done with his explanations or admission, I left in a hurry. I don't have any evidence of what really took place with him, only testimonial hearsay, really. This guy later moved, and I don't know where he is to this day. Maybe it's all hype or hallucination for him, but I'll let you be the judge. Whether or not he was crazy, it was still an eerie thing to experience that night.
Oh my goodness, you've made it all the way to the end. You just endured about 12 hours of fur-covered, drool-spewing werewolf sightings. You must be a natural-born hunter. Don't worry, I'm well on my way to bring you more scary stories of strange creatures of the night. For now, follow Unexplained Encounters on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and I'll be back.